A game about ruling the stars. Now, that interstellar conquest feels terrifyingly real. Our entire solar system vanished and landed us smack dab in a cosmic battlefield called the endless starry sky. This isn't playtime anymore, it's survival against a universe indifferent to our plight. Legendary factions clash across unimaginable distances, the relentless Zerg, the adaptable Terrans, us, and the powerful Protoss, all vying for dominance under the watchful gaze of the enigmatic Zel and Arheus, the ancient architects who birthed these warring species. Kerrigan, consumed by vengeance, snarls, "I'll make them pay for everything on this world." And me? Zhang Ruiyun. I embrace my fate, declaring, "This is where I belong," with the Zerg. The crushing blackness of space pressed in on me. Our Gold-class battleship was trapped, outnumbered 1,000 to 1 by those shimmering Protoss war vessels. It felt like being cornered by a swarm of vengeful stars themselves. Wipe them out. Leave no chance. Antanas bellowed, and a symphony of laser fire erupted, illuminating the void in blinding light. Our ship reeled under the onslaught, frigates dissolving into cosmic dust around us. We were outgunned, outmatched, on the ropes, but I refused to surrender. Weapon batteries seared skyward, taking down enemy behemoths, dragging as many of them down with us as possible. It was a desperate fight, like a giant whale being torn apart by relentless predators. In the heart of the chaos, a single chilling thought clouded me: "He Tianming, did you betray me?" The coordinates we shared, priceless secrets known only to us two, and now my doom. There was never a question in this situation, he had stabbed me in the back with both hands. Frigate after frigate vanished into oblivion alongside our own. Finally, the Leviathan of my command shuddered and imploded. Unflinching, I initiated the self-destruction sequence. Our battleship transformed into a radiant supernova, kinetic energy blossoming outwards like a cosmic flower. Boom! Intersection, a magnificent pyre against the infinite void. Then, blessed oblivion. Darkness yielded to the dull hum of an alarm clock. Blinding light stabbed at my eyes as I forced myself upright. Familiar surroundings swam into focus: the cramped confines of a rented room, my worn-out desk, the omnipresent VR helmet. The incessant ringing of my phone dragged me back to reality. It was July 30th, 2050, the very day endless starry sky imploded our world and plunged humanity into interstellar chaos. A suffocating terror gripped me. Had I cheated death somehow? Reborn on this forsaken date? Memories of my past life seared through my mind. The soul-crushing betrayal, the annihilation in a star-spanning graveyard, all too vivid. Zhang Ruiyun, once a legend commanding human fleets against unimaginable odds, was gone. Now, I was just me again. Back in this world, staring at a ringing phone. My heart pounded with a dreadful certainty. Endless starry sky hadn't vanished, it had woven itself into the fabric of reality. The line between game and life was utterly blurred. Its insidious whisper echoed in my head: "Compete for the stars. Seek eternal life. Ascend to godhood." I, Zhang Ruiyun, trapped once more in this celestial prison, would have to fight and survive once more. The line between game and reality had irrevocably blurred. Endless starry sky wasn't just a digital spectacle anymore, it was the cosmos itself, laid out before humanity like a breathtaking, terrifying stage. In 2050, who would have imagined our world folding into this intricate web of stars and systems, a universe ripped straight from the pages of a fantastical sci-fi novel? It turned out the beta phase was just the prologue. Whispers of unimaginable power, advanced knowledge bleeding from the game into reality itself, these were red flags ignored by a blinded world. Governments and power brokers clawed at the enigma of endless starry sky's origins, consumed in a desperate hunt for its source. But like a phantom, it refused to yield, impossible to trace or shut down. It existed, vast and inscrutable, governed by an unseen hand. Space exploration, nuclear physics, all of humanity's cutting-edge advancements seemed trivial compared to the Leviathan unfolding before us. A year after the closed beta, a cosmic implosion swallowed the solar system whole. Earth ceased to exist as we knew it. Our world was now submerged within the digital tides of endless starry sky. The game had become real. And I, Zhang Ruiyun, found myself swept up in this chaotic metamorphosis. Though a late arrival to the open beta, my sharp mind and tactical brilliance allowed me to carve a path through the teeming masses. I assembled my first starfaring legion, leading humanity's fight for survival against unimaginable odds. But the universe seemed intent on turning the galaxy into a cosmic battlefield. My enemies grew ever stronger, more relentless. The final memory seared itself onto my soul, entombed in a suffocating nebula of enemy warships, consumed by the unforgiving void. My end mirrored our world's literal collapse. Then, a jarring intrusion. A phone ringing, pulling me from the abyss. My boss. Another overtime plea, another demand for blind servitude. But this time felt different. An echo of past yearning pulsed through me, the longing to be part of that first wave of conquerors in endless starry sky. Now, an impossible choice was thrust upon me: remain shackled to this mundane life or embrace the extraordinary world I once fought and died within. The decision was visceral, instinctive. With a defiant heart, I rejected the empty promises of his fabricated utopia. Slamming down the phone, a grin split my face. Ironic indeed that true value is recognized only in absence. The path to meaning, to purpose, lay before me. Slipping on the VR helmet, I whispered, "Goodbye world. Endless starry sky, here I come." This time, I wouldn't make the same mistakes. The clock was ticking, a single year of fragile peace before our world dissolved into endless starry sky's cosmic embrace. Survival demanded preparation, and true power resided in those heady depths of interstellar warfare. First, dominate the playing field from the very beginning. I craved more than just survival. I sought unmatched supremacy in this unforgiving new reality. A stronger me, reaching farther, conquering higher. This time, no tragic downfall. No betrayal would break my spirit. An gnawing desire burned within me to find He Tianming, to face the viper who had condemned my past life and demand an accounting. Slipping into the familiar embrace of the VR helmet, I dove headfirst into endless starry sky's shimmering abyss. A notification bloomed before me, an internal beta invitation, a lifeline to untold power. My heart pounded with anticipation. This was it, the edge of true ascent. Dominate the starry sky? Hell yes, I will. Ding. Congratulations on becoming the first internal beta player of Endless Starry Sky. A random reward awaits, 2 peak tier talents chosen for you. Please select. 5 options shimmered, each a celestial key to unimaginable ability. Without hesitation, my gaze locked on 2, alienation, corrosion, and second clone. Alienation, the power to corrupt any life form, twisting it to my will. The second clone, a perfect duplicate, sharing senses and intellect, opening a Pandora's box of strategic possibilities. Imagine wielding 2 fronts in battle, both mirroring my cunning, expanding my reach across the void. This wasn't just power, it was an unparalleled edge. An intricate plan unfurled in my mind, one made possible by these chosen talents. I knew of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity within Endless Starry Sky, a path to unimaginable influence, and with these 2 gifts, I could seize it. It demanded both ruthlessness and unmatched might, the very traits these talents promised. A universe of conquest awaited, and Zhang Ruiyun was ready to conquer it anew. Welcome to Endless Starry Sky, a true cosmic expanse. Proceed with caution, Commander. The stars themselves are watching. The system's droning spiel about Endless Starry Sky's mechanics held little interest for me right now. I was laser-focused on those potent talents, eager to ignite their celestial fires. Alienation erosion felt fine, ready to twist enemies to my will. But the shimmering promise of second clone rebuffed me with a cold, unyielding gray bar: virtual device incompatibility, temporarily unavailable. Inconceivable. Why dangle such a power in front of my eyes if it was useless at this stage? Had the game devs lost their celestial minds? A primal certainty whispered in my gut: this lock won't hold for long. It was a feature designed for a time beyond mere simulation, a time when our world truly merged with Endless Starry Sky, the cosmic implosion that awaited in a year's time. The system shifted gears, guiding me to choose my birthplace within the sprawling stellar tapestry. I bypassed the Federation heartlands and dived deep into the uncharted Caprusa sector, landing on a desolate world named Tirith. It reeked of danger. Alien biocontamination ran rampant, no human outposts dared trespass. A perfect crucible for forging strength in isolation. Ignoring the system's pleas for a safer start, I locked onto Tirith, its coordinates seared into my mind: X:5E872. A final confirmation echoed through the void as a massive cruiser shuddered past, the vessel of my digital birth, an ethereal ark carrying me to this forsaken world. A heart-stopping jolt, and a fiery escape pod plunged towards the rust-colored fungal plains of Tirith. My armor hummed against the rush of thin atmosphere as I breached the unforgiving surface. A desolate panorama met my gaze, a canvas of oppressive brown, choked by alien fungi pulsating in the sickly light filtering through the perpetual haze. A silence pressed upon me, thick with the unspoken threat of lurking horrors. The air itself seemed to bristle with the anticipation of a zerg swarm erupting from its depths at any moment. Unsettling, but electrifying. This was where legends were born amidst oblivion. This world would be my crucible. Then, a cascade of digitized light erupted before my eyes, the familiar avatar panel materializing, imbued with the raw power of my chosen beginning. It bore witness to my name, Zhang Ruiyun, and whispered promises of the dominion to come. My journey back into this unforgiving universe had truly begun. Race, carbon-based human, talent, alien corrosion, second avatar, arms, machine gunner, equipment, heavy infantry armor, C-14 Piercer Gauss rifle, damage, 50 fire rate, fast range, 500 target, anti-ground, anti-air, defense, 10 light, movement speed, normal, skills, none. Zhang Ruiyan turned off the basic attributes and looked up at the dim planet in front of him. Tirith is located on the edge of the Copperloo sector. Once a mining group accidentally discovered this resource-rich barren planet and wanted to develop it, but was invaded by countless zerg. Then the Protoss intervened. Although all the zerg bases on the planet were destroyed, the planet had already suffered serious pollution, coupled with a large number of zerg remnants and toxic spores transformed by the zerg. Especially the former zerg base deep in the planet. This made the Federation classify this planet as an extremely dangerous and worthless planet. It was not until several years after the Earth's spacetime collapsed into the endless starry sky that an exploration team rediscovered it and discovered the huge value hidden in it. This even attracted the competition of countless forces in the universe. The target of their competition is the opportunity that Zhang Ruiyun is now preparing to obtain. A Blade Queen in incubation. The Blade Queen is one of the most comprehensive, growth potential, and powerful species among the zerg. She is the supreme commander second only to the Overmind. If you have a Blade Queen, all the zergs on Tirith that were originally regarded as the biggest threat will become Zhang Ruiyun's helpers. In other words, Zhang Ruiyun can obtain the resources of an entire planet and the combat power of the entire planet at the beginning of the game. This was a goal that Zhang Ruiyun had been struggling for several years in his previous life but could not achieve. This is also why Zhang Ruiyun, who was a human in his previous life and had a lot of confidential information about the human race, chose to be born on the zerg-contaminated Tirith planet at the beginning of this game. Endless Starry Sky has three major races: Protoss, human race, and zerg. Protoss, also known as the Protoss, has the strongest individual strength, highly developed technology and powerful psychic power. However, the Protoss' unique religious culture and the ability to communicate spiritually through special methods, this peculiar way of communication, makes it difficult for them to accept foreign races. The human race, their ancestors were the colonial expeditionary forces from Earth centuries ago, and were a rebel army abandoned by the government. They have mechanical manufacturing, artificial intelligence, can form extremely powerful defense capabilities, and have extremely high strategic tactics. Zerg is a race completely different from humans and Protoss. Zerg can transform other races into a member of the Zerg through infection. Moreover, the Zerg has a unified leadership and super reproduction ability, and can quickly and selectively evolve into a cold killing machine. Their strong self-evolution and speed of adapting to the environment make them unique in their aggressiveness. Zhang Ruiyun, who has experienced more than 10 years of interstellar struggle, knows the advantages and disadvantages of these three races very well. He has no way to join the Protoss. The human race, in the Federation, has a particularly narrow channel for promotion due to ubiquitous oppression and a corrupt and rigid system. Even if he is the first player to enter the endless starry sky, he can be the first to compete for the most generous opportunities. Even if he understands the direction of the entire Federation's politics and the details of the major battles in the past 10 years because of his rebirth, it is difficult for him to climb to the top at the level of the human race. If so, then choosing the human race, even if it is powerful, it is possible to become cannon fodder in the war between the three races. After all, in the endless starry sky, although the human race is powerful, they are basically indigenous residents, not players. Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun prefers to choose the Zerg, which is more dependent on itself. And the most important thing is that there is that opportunity. It goes without saying how powerful and useful the Zerg is, but it is not easy to become a Zerg. And that opportunity is the greatest chance to control the Zerg in the next 10 years. A few years after the last life, a player from Earth came to Tirith. He found the sleeping Blade Queen and successfully controlled her. In a short period of time, the player conquered the entire planet and walked in front of everyone. If he hadn't acted too rampantly, he would have been besieged by three races and eventually could not continue, and was destroyed before he could develop. Otherwise, however, the crisis encountered by the player is no longer a problem for Zhang Ruiyun now. Now the entire Tirith is still in its most primitive stage, and has not attracted the attention of any force. Boom, 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 boom. Zhang Ruiyun ran at a very fast speed under the powerful blessing of the heavy infantry armor exoskeleton. In the end, in front of a worm nest base deep in the planet, he stopped and slowly paced into the worm nest base in the depths of the planet. The insect nest base is in the valley cave deep in the planet. Zhang Ruiyun opened a strong light flashlight in the cave with a dense carpet and searched. After a long time, a cave hidden in the gap in deep rocks was suddenly illuminated by the strong light flashlight in the hands of Zhang Ruiyun. Finally found it, it's here. After that incident, many first-hand information were circulated on the internet. The hidden position of the Blade Queen is of course in these materials, and it is one of the most watched types of information. Slap. When I walked into the cave, Zhang Ruiyun stepped on the soft worm blanket. The slippery touch has a little bit of elasticity, indicating that this bacteria blanket has a good activity. He found the right place. Following the direction of the bacterial blanket, after tens of minutes, finally, the center of a huge cave was presented in front of Zhang Ruiyun. The cave is filled with countless zerg's biological tissue. The center is the most huge biosarcoma, which is a bit like a heart. That was the cocoon of the Blade Queen. Zhang Ruiyun took out the syringe and injected the adrenaline full of adrenaline. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyun also pumped his blood and injected his blood. Puff. One tube of blood was injected into the aorta of the zerg biological tissue connected to the cocoon. Oh. 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 The zerg biological tissue, which was originally quietly consumed, suddenly began to encourage violently. Zhang Ruiyun's blood, like a cobweb, gradually spread to the entire cocoon along the small biological tissue context. Player talent skills, alienation erosion, movement. In the sarcoma, Zhang Ruiyun's blood quickly began to erode the Queen of the Blade. The Blade Queen, which was already very powerful, mutated again under the action of alien erosion. The Blade Queen seemed to have suffered a huge stimulus, and the cocoon was strongly encouraged. Zhang Ruiyun's blood has the ability of alienation erosion, can constantly erode the target, transform the target body, and control the target soul. In this process, it will inevitably be reinstated and repaired, destroying the original physical structure of the target and bringing a strong pain to the target. However, at the same time as alienation transformation, it can also evolve and sublimate the level of life, so it is very comfortable and is an extreme enjoyment. In the overlap of pain and happiness, the cocoon of the Blade Queen gradually smaller, no longer struggling, gradually eroded, and the mind seemed to be completely sinking. Zhang Ruiyun finally completed the alienation transformation, and took 2 steps back, looking at the masterpiece in front of his eyes with a smile. Zerg! It's my hand! However, at this moment, Zhang Ruiyun suddenly looked up at the sky. Hey, isn't it? Zhang Ruiyun murmured. The powerful coercion strike, Zhang Ruiyun was oppressed to faint, and the severe headache couldn't help but let Zhang Ruiyun flow out of the nosebleeds and sip to blood. The Zerg and Queen of Blade, which are surrounded by Zhang Ruiyun, also faintly have a tendency to regain control. Religious will. And the will of the Zerg master comes directly. Cough. The painful pain of his head made Zhang Ruiyun can't help but sip another blood, and finally couldn't resist and fainted. A huge meat-walled biological tissue rolled up from behind and wrapped him in it. In front of it is a huge round meat mountain with a large number of dark red biological tissues that are piled up in the middle. Google search reading. There are a few bone on the surrounding area. The crescent moon looks like a paw-like thing, pointing directly at the sky, showing a wild and unyielding atmosphere. But there is another kind of sacred historical vicissitudes like the Roman pillar in front of the temple, which makes people can't help worshipping the Great Will. It was the body dominated by the Zerg. This is the Zerg Mother Star? Hidden in the depths of the universe and never known to be known? Intersection. Zhang Ruiyun bowed his head, and his hands were behind his back, slowly pacing like thoughtfully. He didn't know how he was moved here, and where the distant universe was here. At that time, he had fainted, without the memory of that time. But I want to know that it must be retook over the Zhang Ruiyun controlled by Zhang Ruiyun on the planet, and then created a star door. Suddenly, Zhang Ruiyun stretched out his feet and kicked one of the flesh and blood pillars, and said lightly, "It feels good, should I thank you?" Zhang Ruiyun has obviously felt that his body is different from before. Needless to say, it must be a good thing in front of him. Zhang Ruiyun opens his basic interface, player, Zhang Ruiyun, race, Zerg, talent, alienation erosion. The second point, the mind of the mind, the soul remote sensing, the gene controller, army, zerg master, equipment, bone armor, bone wing, bone blade, extremely tough skin, damage, 1500, attack speed, extremely fast, attack distance, unlimited, unit restraint, all, defense, 1000 almighty type, move speed, extremely fast, skills, treatment of extreme effects, regeneration of extreme effects, genetic optimization, genetic adjustment, assimilation, ethnic control, dominate will. Zhang Ruiyun raised his arm. Although he still looked like humans, he knew that he was completely different from humans. Before Zhang Ruiyun was stretched to the sight by Zhang Ruiyun, this should look like the right hand of human beings, and it should be pure. However, the next second, the 5 fingers grew together, and the edges of the palm also appeared blade. At the same time, the blade was also extended to grow in the direction of the index finger and the outer wrist. The whole hand turned into a bone knife that was obliquely grown on the wrist. The narrow bone blade flashed with sharp light, and it was daunting with fatal corrosion. Zhang Ruiyun retracted the bone blade. Do! The bone blade melted instantly and did not get into the arms. Zhang Ruiyun touched and recovered into a human touch. Without a trace of scars, it seemed curious. No need to thank. This is originally a transaction. The voice of Zhang Ruiyun, the master of Zhang Ruiyun, sounded, now you have existed with me, so there is no alms. It's just the same, but the strength is much weaker? Zhang Ruiyun looked up, since it is a transaction, but you haven't said what you want? It takes a long time to grow up like me, but because your talent is special, the realm you can reach in the future will definitely be above me. As for what I want, you should be able to guess. Zhang Ruiyun stunned and doubted, you know that you will die in the future, so you plan to give the zerg to Kaifeng? And do you know what I am? No. Then why not resist? Because this is fate. Zhang Ruiyun was silent for a few seconds. I know, then you will die at your heart. I will try to create more variables you want. Zhang Ruiyun turned to say goodbye. The huge Nakashin trembled slightly, which was considered a response. Through the Stargate, Zhang Ruiyun returned to Tiri's star. Subsequently, the Stargate was quickly destroyed and completely lost contact with the Zerg Mother Star. The position of the Zerg Master is really critical. It is impossible to easily connect with other places for too long. This is the style of the big man. Zhang Ruiyun looked at his current appearance, a little headache. He originally wanted to conquer the Blade Queen, but he did not expect that he was transformed into the Zerg Master. Lord, it is the most supreme ruler among the Zerg. No one has achieved such achievements before. Alas! Another sound of meat film tear. In front of Zhang Ruiyun, the sarcoma of the Blade Queen suddenly burst. A sloppy figure appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Snow-white skin, similar to the faces of Oriental, perfect body proportion, like a beautiful artwork. The Blade Queen slowly opened her eyes. The dark armor was covered on the body of the jade. A strong gloomy atmosphere was scattered around, and the armor of the Blade Queen suddenly became like a layer of energy. The Queen of the Blade walked in front of Zhang Ruiyun with a dark boot, kneeled on one knee, and respectfully said, Black, listen to the host's order. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the Blade Queen in front of him. The Blade Queen in black and Zhang Ruiyun's memory is completely different. Since the Cordillera has created Korean, it has created a large number of potential composite creatures. However, in the memories of Zhang Ruiyun's past 10 years, except for Karigon, there seems to be no Blade Queen anymore, who has the spiritual wisdom of mankind. Moreover, none of the transformed Blade Queen can have a normal human appearance, including Keifukin. Except for Karigon, no other Queen of Blades has the dark aura like Black. However, Zhang Ruiyun asked Black and learned that this result was all caused by himself? Could it be caused by his own innate ability, alienation corrosion? Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun checked Black's attribute panel. Subordinate, Black, Race, Zerg, Talent, Dark Power, Telepathy, Telekinesis, Advanced Air Combat Command, Advanced Ship Command, Top Strategic Planning, Arms, Queen of Blades, Equipment, Bone Armor, Bone Wings, Bone Blade, Tough Skin, Damage, 1000, Attack Speed, Fast, Attack Range, Unlimited, Unit Restraint, All, Defense, 800 Light Armor, Movement Speed, Extremely Fast, Skills, Dark Energy, Dark Star, Stealth, Rapid Recovery, Rapid Healing, Clan Control, High-Speed Jet, Seeing Blacks. Attributes, Zhang Ruiyun felt that his guess should be correct. The reason why He didn't match the previous information of the Blade Queen was probably because of himself. In any information about the Blade Queen in the previous life, there was absolutely no talent like Dark Power, and no Blade Queen had equipment like Tough Skin. Combining Zhang Ruoyan's own attribute page, he believed that the most likely reason why the Zerg could obtain the human form was that Zhang Ruoyan's alienation corrosion had specifically transformed He. In addition, He's attack power of 1000 and those command talents also made Zhang Ruoyan's eyes light up. Such a Blade Queen completely exceeded Zhang Ruoyan's imagination. Not only did she have strong personal strength, but she could also help him command the Zerg. It felt that with He, she was already equivalent to Zhang Ruoyan's hundreds of brainworms. He had air combat capabilities that were rarely possessed by individual units of the human race, and he also had the strategic vision that was essential for a commander. Not to mention the Blade Queen. Even among the human race, it was extremely rare to get an official with such talents. It can be said that this opportunity is extremely rare. Author's side note: a new book is a young seedling that needs to be nurtured. I hope everyone will support it, read it more and vote for it. This is really important. Thank you for your support. After obtaining the Blade Queen Black, the remaining thing is to gather the remaining Zerg on the planet Tirith. Zhang Ruoyan imitated the Blade Queen and stretched out the exoskeleton armor in his body. A pair of huge wings like a pterosaur opened behind Zhang Ruoyan. A sense of arrogance suddenly came over him. At this time, Zhang Ruoyan looked like a devil, like a king. This planet is mine, Black, let's go and gather those lost subordinates. Yes, I will follow the master's order. Zhang Ruoyan turned around and prepared to take a step. At the moment of taking a step, he felt that his whole body was extremely light, as if he could fly at any time. He exerted a little force, and his body was ejected like a cannonball and instantly arrived at the entrance of the cave. And throughout the process, he found that his dynamic vision was amazingly sharp. If there was a mirror, he would be surprised to find that his pupils had split into many tiny compound eyes at this time. Even if he moved at a high speed, the world in his eyes was still extremely clear. Zhang Ruoyan felt that if it was raining at this time, he could even count every drop of rain that fell. This is the abnormality of the gene controller, which can carry out specific evolution at will according to needs. To be honest, Zhang Ruoyan himself did not know how strong he was. Reason told him that it was not difficult for him to build a warship. However, he was very clear that the strength of the Overlord was not limited to this. The endless Zerg army was the real strength of the Overlord. Leaving the cave, Zhang Ruoyan looked up at the sky. The originally dim planetary environment was like daylight under the specific evolution of his gene controller and the powerful Zerg vision. He took a deep breath. He did not need equipment or exoskeleton armor. The planet Tirith, which was originally full of deadly poisonous gas, seemed like fresh air to him. Zhang Ruoyan enjoyed the various strange changes brought to him by the Zerg body and stretched his body freely. He spread his dark wings. As if thinking of something, Zhang Ruoyan glanced at the sky. Then he suddenly jumped hundreds of meters into the air. With a whoosh, his wings flapped, like a sharp arrow shot from a bow, piercing the sky in an instant. Flying, this has been the dream of mankind for thousands of years. And today, Zhang Ruoyan really soared freely in the sky with his own strength. That feeling was wonderful, free and unrestrained, as if the whole world belonged to him. In the sky, Zhang Ruoyan flew for a long time. Finally, facing the rising green sun of Tirith, Zhang Ruoyan hovered in the air. Looking at the rising sun in front of him, Zhang Ruoyan couldn't help but think of all the regrets in his previous life. In his previous life, even if he entered the endless starry sky, he was still constantly suppressed and hunted down by others because he started too late. Even if he broke through many difficulties and finally stood out. But in the face of a more powerful force, it was still difficult to resist, and in the end even he died. Zhang Ruoyan chuckled. Fortunately, I have a chance to start over. In this life, I am the first person to enter the endless starry sky. I have obtained a great opportunity that I have never had before, and even became the supreme existence of the Zerg the Overlord. In this life, he will make up for all the regrets he had in the past. Just when Zhang Ruoyan had just set his future goals. TSK. A series of shrill and noisy sounds suddenly came from the sea of clouds. Countless worm-like creatures with broad bat wings and bodies covered with bone spurs rushed out of the sea of clouds in groups and rushed straight towards Zhang Ruoyan. Flying dragon? Zhang Ruoyan instantly recognized that the one attacking him was the most common air unit of the Zerg, the flying dragon. Zhang Ruoyan did not hide, nor did he use the will of the Overlord to oppress them. Puff, 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 puff. Rows of dart worms with corrosive viruses shot towards Zhang Ruoyan like a storm. Looking at the dense and swift dart worms shooting towards him, Zhang Ruoyan did not fight back. Even He, who was ready to move behind him, was ordered by him not to move. Bang! The first dart worm hit his chest armor. Zhang Ruiyun lowered his head slightly and carefully felt the force of the attack. The dart worms that could originally cut through the super strong alloy did not even leave a trace on his chest armor. The intensity of the attack, in Zhang Ruiyun's view, was no longer a threat at all. After testing his own defense, the quiet Zhang Ruiyun suddenly moved. In a flash, Zhang Ruiyun moved forward a distance, holding something in his hand. That was the dart worm that had just shot over. Under his specifically evolved dynamic vision, these dart worms were like slow motion, and he easily caught them in the air. He threw them back. Boom! The dart worms, with great force, pierced through several flying dragons directly, and the huge kinetic energy instantly caused them to explode into a blood mist. Following this counterattack, Zhang Ruiyun no longer suppressed He. She also spread her wings, and her arms turned into long bone knives, flying towards the flying dragons. She killed the flying dragons in front of her like thunder. Swish! A shadow flashed, and all the flying dragons along the way were instantly minced into countless pieces of meat. Following that, some kind of dark energy emerged from the pieces of flesh, spreading around, like black flames, devouring everything like a black hole. When He started to kill, the zerg aura on her body spread out. The flying dragons felt the unmatched aura of the superior on the Blade Queen. They actually began to flee regardless of everything. He watched all this coldly and ruthlessly, but did not change her mind of killing. In her opinion, since these inferior insects had offended Zhang Ruiyun, they were unforgivable. Even if Zhang Ruiyun did not release her own aura. Even if these zergs had long degenerated to the point of only biological instincts because they had no brainworms. Even if she did not use psionic energy to communicate with them. But in the Zerg tribe, hierarchy is everything. No matter what the reason, committing a crime against one's superiors is an unforgivable crime. Only death is their final destination. Swish! He's figure was constantly chasing the fleeing flying dragons, shuttling back and forth. The huge dark energy gradually gathered into a black ball of light in the sky. Countless flying dragons were pulled and sucked, and finally shredded and swallowed in this black vortex, like a small black hole. The bodies of flying dragons were constantly shredded and swallowed in the sky. Zhang Ruiyun followed leisurely behind, following He's figure into a group of mountains. The last few flying dragons hiding there were eventually found by He and quickly killed. So far, all the flying dragons that attacked Zhang Ruiyun just now were completely destroyed. However, Zhang Ruiyun didn't feel sorry at all. After all, this group of flying dragons, without the control of the brainworm, had degenerated to the point that only the instincts of creatures were left, which were not enough to adapt to complex wars. In terms of quality, they were far inferior to those produced from the insect nest. And such flying dragons would naturally have a spiritual connection with themselves as the master. Zhang Ruiyun walked to He's side and stroked He's hair to comfort her. Thank you for your hard work, but don't be so reckless in the future. Just stay by my side. Under Zhang Ruiyun's touch, He's face showed an expression of enjoying with his eyes narrowed. He nodded obediently, and his originally cold face also faded away. Gulala gulala, a strange sound came. It seemed to come from the valley a few kilometers away. Hearing this sound, Zhang Ruiyun led He to that side. Jumping over the valley in front. A towering building like a jellyfish appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Is this the Zerg Tower nest? The 10-meter-high Zerg Tower nest stood in the valley quietly. Its surroundings are empty. The flying dragon, which belongs to the nest, has just been slaughtered by the black. Zhang Ruiyun slowly approached the tower nest. The moment he found himself on the nest car blanket, whether it was the bacterial blanket under his feet or the nest in front of him, he sent a happy message to him. And when he walked to the bottom of the tower nest, a message appeared abruptly in front of him. Is the player discovered the abandoned Zerg tower nest? Is it assimilation? Zhang Ruiyun remembered an assimilation skill in his basic panel. It turned out that this skill was used to conquer the Zerg building. No longer hesitation, Zhang Ruiyun directly chose assimilation. A spirit can fluctuate, with Zhang Ruiyun as the center, spreading to the surroundings, and soon concluded on the nest of the Zerg tower. Zhang Ruiyun can clearly perceive that the hazy consciousness on the Zerg tower nest, when Zhang Ruiyun's spiritual connection can reach, he opens all the permissions to Zhang Ruiyun. A line of information appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Tower nest abandoned, mutation, repair, crystal or 600, gas 300, Zerg incubation field, blood volume, 1500, incubable creatures, degenerate native flying dragon, currently incubating quantity, 30, energy required, temporarily not required, sufficient nutrition of bacteria blankets, ding, assimilation success. After a reminder, the root of the tower nest, 30 larvae climbed out, around Zhang Ruiyun's feet excitedly. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the attribute page in front of him. He did not expect that he could not only conquer the zerg's building, but also these buildings could also bring their own resources. This also means that you can directly get 30 native flying dragons without providing any resources. This is just because of the nutrition of the bacterial blanket. For the zerg, the nutrition of the bacterial blanket can be supplemented by hunting other creatures by hunting other creatures by hunting other creatures by hunting. In this way, as long as there is sufficient nutrition, the zerg tower nest can provide Zhang Ruiyun with a steady source of troops. Moreover, Zhang Ruiyun had already observed when he came to Tiri's star before. On Tiri's star, a large area of fungal blankets are also covered. Presumably, there must be many zerg buildings hidden. These zerg buildings can be absorbed by Zhang Ruiyun. At that time, I do not know how many sources of troops will be supplemented by Zhang Ruiyun. In this way, Zhang Ruiyun was really glad to choose this opportunity. If you are still mixed in the federal, not to mention official positions, funds, and fleets, even if you have these, when you go to any planet, it is impossible to replenish yourself for self-troops like zerg building. In addition, the source of the zerg does not even need Zhang Ruiyun to consider their supplies themselves. If you choose the human race yourself, recruiting soldiers not only requires a lot of money and resources, but also the federal permit. At the same time, raising soldiers also requires resources and equipment, and even to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army, it takes a lot of time. You have to pay more money to train soldiers and operate the daily entertainment of soldiers. Thinking about it like this, Zhang Ruiyun already felt a lot of head. In this comparison, Zhang Ruiyun is more and more satisfied with his zerg tower nest. After feeling the satisfaction of Zhang Ruiyun's satisfaction, the zerg tower nest took the initiative to ask Zhang Ruiyun, "Dear master, do you want to incubate to generate native flying dragons?" Zhang Ruiyun looked at the larvae at his feet and nodded gently. Incubation. Soon, the larvae of Article 30 left Zhang Ruiyun's feet and began to make a circle around the nest. Then under the nutrition of the bacterial blanket, the larvae's body gradually formed a 2-meter-high egg, which was constantly encouraging. After a few tens of minutes, the mature worm eggs burst, and 30 flying dragons flew into the air with their body mucus. The newly immature native dragon, as the mucus is continuously absorbed, gradually shows its embarrassing, air-killer-like style. The sharp bones and tough bat wings are gradually hardened, full of sense of power. Immediately afterwards, 30 flying dragons' ignorance consciousness joins Zhang Ruiyun's soul network. Ding, player Zhang Ruiyun gets 30 native flying dragons. Native flying dragon, which is degraded by adapting to the environment, race, zerg, war level 4 creatures. Damage, 90, fire speed, general, range, medium, unit restraint, right to air, defense, 10 light armor, movement speed, fast, skills, return dart weeworm, Zhang Ruiyun frowned slightly. He found that in the introduction of the basic attributes of Phylong, the level of combat power of Phylong turned out to be only 4th-class creatures. Biological grades are the levels divided by the danger of human race to evaluate. Below 3 are creatures that ordinary troops can deal with. Level 10 is a fleet-level combat power that can be paid. According to the official division of previous lives, the biological level of Phylong should be at least 7 or more. But why is there only 4 levels of the combat power of Phylong here? The tower nest seemed to sense Zhang Ruiyun's doubts, and a message was transmitted to Zhang Ruiyun's mental network. Zhang Ruiyun finally understood. It turned out that in the zerg territory with a hatchery as a base, whether it was the tower nest or the flying dragon, all they needed to do was to increase their combat effectiveness to the extreme. As for other things, the brainworms and worker bees would be responsible for them. However, after the hive on Tirith was destroyed, there was no hatchery to distribute energy and nutrition, and no worker bees to collect resources. In order to protect themselves, the remaining zerg had no choice but to gradually evolve into a mode that was more suitable for hunting and carrying prey. So there were these wild native flying dragons. However, this would greatly reduce the strength of the flying dragon, and it would no longer be a combat unit, but a beast just for survival. However, in Zhang Ruiyun's view, the damage of the native flying dragon could reach 90, which was already very powerful. The damage of the machine gunner among the human race was only 50. Such a flying dragon was enough to meet his needs. What's more, there are more zerg buildings on Tierras. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun gave an order directly to the newly born flying dragon. Search and explore the entire Tierras, and summarize all the information you have explored to the Black Queen. Note, just explore and avoid fighting. If you encounter an invincible enemy, ask the Black Queen for help. With the order, 30 flying dragons split into 5 teams and flew quickly in all directions. Next, as long as Zhang Ruoyan can explore enough abandoned zerg buildings, he can pull up a zerg army that sweeps across the entire Tierras. You know, when Tierras was first discovered, it caused a huge sensation in the entire human world. The entire Tierras, with the resources initially explored at that time, was enough to rival the top 5-star resource stars in the Federation. If the mining group had not bought the resources of the entire planet and controlled the number of mining ships, the existence of Tierras would have been diluted. Coupled with the subsequent Zerg invasion, this planet has become an extremely dangerous place. Then, it will never be 10 years before the players open the glory of Tierras. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Ruoyan was able to obtain this planet that others dream of when Tierras was at its lowest point. However, this does not mean that there are no other forces on Tierras. Let alone the Zerg creatures that are spread all over the world. Even the human race actually exists on this planet. Although these people can basically no longer be called humans, they should be mutants infected by the Zerg to be precise. These people are the millions of workers and immigrants sent by the mining group to develop Tierras. However, after the Zerg invasion, only tens of thousands of mutants survived. Moreover, these mutants have now split into 3 forces, each of which is in a state of self-governance. However, in addition to the mutants, there is another strongest force on this planet. Protoss Observation Post. The Xingling tribe, also known as the Protoss. Kiprex is originally located in the outer edge of the Acts. However, when human pioneers cross the 60,000 light-years and suddenly come to the main search scope of the Protoss of the Kiprexing district, the intersection of the human race and the priests will inevitably happen. At the beginning, the Protoss only observed and recorded human society as an invisible observer. However, when the Zerg began to invade and quickly penetrated into the nearby star system, the Protoss realized that Zerg will be a huge threat for all creatures. So they finally intervened and killed all the brain insects, lords and worms that could control the insects. Destroy all the incubation fields on these planets, the main nests and hives, purifying these scholars. After this battle, the Zerg finally stopped the invasion of these places. However, when Xingling wanted to clean up these scholars, Xingling's civil strife broke out. This makes the Starling tribe polluting the planets that are located in the remote star area, and no longer have time to take care of him. Although these galaxies were invaded, a large number of troops were assembled for rescue, but the result was a tragic defeat. In the end, because the loss was too heavy, I had to give up these scholars. Therefore, the current Tiri star is in a vacuum period that is unmanned. However, more than 10 years later, when the player wanted to explore Tiri star, the priests at that time had calmed down the civil strife. And in order to restart the disposal, they need a lot of energy. Therefore, Tiri star has become a very important energy planet for the Starling tribe. Because of this, the human player who conquered the Blade Queen would be so fiercely counterattacked after provoking the Protoss, and was eventually buried on Tiri star. Even after that, the forces that came to Terra's star for the Zern star were destroyed by the Protoss. The 4 scholars, including Tiris, were still in the hands of the star spirits when Zhang Ruoyan died, and was marked by the Federal Dangerous Area. Fortunately, it is more than 10 years ago. The priests are still in the random, and everything has not happened. Although Zhang Ruoyan is not clear how much the Protoss units in Tiri's star are now. However, Zhang Ruoyan analyzed that although the current Protoss has not been forced to the point where she needs to use the Virgin ship, the population has been greatly consumed due to the emergence of civil strife. For the young people who are young, they are really worse and tense. Therefore, in such a barren planet, the Xingling tribe cannot be too much of their strength. Most of the stars arranged here are the Kali class that is biased towards research and scientific research. Compared with the ruling and saint samurai who were born for fighting, these Karaks of the Karl class that biased research and scientific research are obviously weaker. However, under extreme advanced technology, even if these Karate class is weaker, it is much stronger than Zhang Ruoyan's degraded original Zerg. The technology and single strength of the Protoss are the strongest of the 3 trins. Even the lowest equal Karli class can reach the level 7 of the 7th organisms in the evaluation of the combat power of the human race. Therefore, the most powerful forces are the Protoss and the current Tiri star. If you want to take Tiri star, he will be used as his own military base. Zhang Ruoyan must first destroy the Protoss who is stationed on the star of Tiris, and it must be eliminated in the shortest time. After all, the calmness of the Protoss is a few years later. At that time, the Protoss would increase the troops' terrace. Zhang Ruiyun wanted to win Tiris again. It was almost impossible. Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun had already planned. If you want to use degraded natives, it is very difficult to destroy all of them with the developed priests with well-developed technology and complete equipment. However, if it is just a woolen worm offensive as an intimidation, it is much easier to scare the soldiers with shortage of troops. After all, in the values of the Xingling clan, they are high-top priests. A barren planet that can't be used for the time being, where is it important than their own life? Especially the clear class that is biased towards scientific research and construction. Therefore, they want to fight back, at least after the end of the civil strife. At that time, a professional combat formation is formed by a large number of enthusiasts and the Santa warrior, and it will be able to blow up without rolling. Therefore, if Zhang Ruiyun only expels the observation station of the Xingling tribe, it will be much easier to be implemented at that time. As for those mutant other than the Protoss, Zhang Ruiyun has not taken them in the eyes from the beginning. Because those mutants are mutated due to the infection of the zerg. If it weren't for all the brain insects, lords and worms on Terra's star, they would be destroyed by the star spirit. These mutants are still under control, and they are driven by slaves. However, even so, these mutant people have split into three forces. Is this a gift package for Zhang Ruiyun? Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun is not in a hurry to deal with them. Zhang Ruiyun intends to hurry up and drive the Protoss away, and then occupy the main veins of Tiri's star. At that time, as long as the junior base of the zerg, the incubation field, and set up a good attempt to inductance. Those mutants will have only two options, surrender or death. Zhang Ruiyun sorted out the strategy for Tiaris and took He to the depths of the nearest nest discovered by Phylong. Along the way, He would report various newly discovered intelligence to Zhang Ruiyun from time to time. Although He and Zhang Ruiyun can communicate with each other through telepathy. But Zhang Ruiyun prefers this way of communication. With He's report, Zhang Ruiyun also became more and more clear about the surrounding situation. So far, Phylong has discovered 17 nests, 8 resource points, and a mutant base. Of course, there is also the newly discovered Protoss observation station. Among the 17 nests, there are 5 cockroach nests, 4 hydroless caves, 1 explosive insect nest, and 7 hatching pools. With this nest density, Zhang Ruiyun is very confident in conquering the rest of the forces on Tiaris. More detailed information was sorted out by He and transmitted to Zhang Ruiyun through telepathy. With the information sharing with the zerg, the fog of war on Tiaris in Zhang Ruiyun's eyes is being dispelled. 2/5 of the area on the desolate and mysterious Tiaris is already under Zhang Ruiyun's line of sight. Now he can concentrate on accumulating strength. Ahead is a plain full of burnt bombing marks. Google search reading on the plain, the gaps between the burnt marks are filled with large brown fungal mats. On one of these fungal mats, there stands a zerg building filled with green solution, a hatching pool. As soon as Zhang Ruiyun and He landed on this fungal mat, a large number of springtails gathered from all over the plain. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the large number of springtails swarming in and said lightly, "This number has already reached thousands." "Yes, master. And it's strange that the number of springtails here is not only far greater than that of other nests, but these springtails seem to cooperate with each other." Zhang Ruiyun and He had cleaned up other hatching pool nests before, but without the coordination of advanced intelligent zerg such as brainworms, few zergs could maintain uniform actions. And there is no zerg nest in any place that can have such a large number of zerg as here now. There is obviously something wrong with this nest in front of me. Hey, investigate what caused the abnormality here. Yes. After He answered, he walked towards the hatching pool. The surrounding zerglings immediately attacked He and Zhang Ruiyun in unison, waving their claws in anger, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. However, the Blade Queen He was not afraid of this terrifying number and brutal scene. She just stretched out her hand lightly, and her sharp bone claws stretched out immediately, surrounded by dark energy. Swish! With a light wave, He's bone claws tore a large number of zerglings. The crushed zerglings were even stained with black flames, burning wantonly on this fungal carpet, like a black, predatory swamp. At the same time, a terrifying pressure spread around with the Black Queen as the center. Generally speaking, as long as He releases his breath, the surrounding zerg will be affected, either afraid to move forward, choose to surrender, or do their best to flee. However, the zerglings in front of him were extremely tenacious. Not only did they not get scared or flee, but they became even crazier than before. A sea of black springtails, stepping on the bodies of their companions, rushed towards He frantically. In particular, springtails have extremely terrifying jumping abilities. Without waiting for the front attack to end, they rushed towards Hay one after another. Thousands of springtails completely submerged Hay in the blink of an eye. On the fundal blanket, there was a mountain of insects, so dense that not a single light could penetrate. Zhang Ruiyun couldn't see the situation inside. But he knew that Hay was fine, because he had telepathy, and Zhang Ruiyun knew that Hay was still in good condition. Sure enough, not long after, a blazing black flame ignited on the insect mountain, and the dark energy erupted in full, spreading around with the insect mountain as the center. The dense and endless sea of springtails was all ignited, turning into a burning black ocean. After a long time, the black flames finally subsided. Thousands of springtails were all burned to ashes, and no corpses were left. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the scene in front of him and admired the strength of the Blade Queen more and more. Thousands of zerglings could not hurt Hay at all. This is the combat power of the advanced zerg units. After Hay cleared the troubles in front of him, he began to complete Zhang Ruiyun's instructions. Master, all the zerglings are not abnormal. There are no other signs of life around the hatching pool. Hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun looked at the hatching pool and showed a thoughtful look. No abnormalities? Let's take down the hatching pool first. Coming to the hatching pool, Zhang Ruiyun stood at the core node of the hatching pool. Unlike other zerg buildings, this hatching pool seemed to have some repulsion and resistance to Zhang Ruiyun. However, around the entire hatching pool, Zhang Ruiyun still did not find any abnormalities. So, Zhang Ruiyun bound the psychic energy to the hatching pool and tried to start assimilation. And at the moment of starting assimilation, a sense of resistance suddenly rose from the hatching pool. However, this consciousness was crushed into slag as soon as it touched Zhang Ruiyun's mind. After that, the hatching pool finally had no resistance and was directly connected to Zhang Ruiyun's telepathic network. Ding, assimilation is successful. Hatching pool abandoned mutation, reparable, requires 200 crystal or 100 gas, hatchery, HP, 800, hatchable creatures, degenerate native springtails, incomplete lords, current hatchable limit, 300, springtails, 1, lords, required energy, not required for the time being, sufficient nutrition in the fungal blanket. After the hatching pool was assimilated, countless larvae emerged from the fungal blanket around the entire hatching pool, paying tribute to Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun chose to hatch all the springtails without any hesitation. The hatching of springtails is very simple, 1 egg, 2 springtails. And the native springtails with a basic damage of only 40 are undoubtedly the lowest combat power on this planet, and are completely cannon fodder. However, this is the original positioning of the springtails, and Zhang Ruiyun has nothing to say. The most important thing about springtails is that they are cheap and there are many of them. Instead of relying on these native springtails to fight, it is better to rely on them to attract firepower, explore the map and occupy the area. However, Zhang Ruiyun's focus is not on these springtails. What he cares about now is where did the previous will to resist come from. So, he instilled this question into the incubation pool through telepathy. In the center of the incubation pool, something suddenly changed. The mottled green pool liquid rolled. A huge insect head. It suddenly emerged from the mottled surface of the incubation pool. Hay came to Zhang Ruiyun and saw the scene in the hatching pool. He was surprised and said, "Is this the Lord?" Zhang Ruiyun looked at the Lord, who was so broken that only half of his head was left, and nodded gently. Zhang Ruiyun connected a psychic connection to the Lord. Zizizi, find humans, Zizizi, eliminate humans and learn, Zizizi evolution, Zizizi find humans in the Lord's consciousness. These contents kept repeating. Zhang Ruiyun finally understood. Sure enough, the Lord's brain was broken and seemed to have suffered serious trauma. Now he only remembered to obey the previous orders of the Master, and would resist all orders except these few orders. Google search TWK and Zhang Ruiyun side and let Hay end the life of the Lord. Such a broken Lord was obviously no longer useful. But I don't know if it was because of the existence of this Lord that the hatching pool now has the ability to hatch Lords. Zhang Ruiyun clicked on the hatching interface without hesitation and chose to hatch a new Lord. Thus, a huge hatching egg, many times larger than the hatching egg of the springtail, gradually formed around Zhang Ruiyun. Lord, race, Zerg, combat power level, 9th level creature. Damage, 0, detection range, 150 kilometers, mind connection range, 120 kilometers, target, creatures of the same race, defense, 500 armor, movement speed, slow, skills, mind communication, laying out fungal blankets, commanding the swarm. Zhang Ruiyun was immediately delighted when he saw the command of the swarm among the Lord's skills. In fact, he had always had a worry before. Although he could directly control and command all the swarms under his command through the mind network. However, based on his usual human thinking mode, it would be no problem for him to roughly command the swarm. However, it was too difficult for him to finally micromanage hundreds of swarms, and he was simply too busy. However, Zhang Ruiyun was going to attack the Protoss Observatory, so how could he not finally micromanage? You have to know that the current Zerg are all weakened versions of the original Zerg. If he doesn't micromanage, how can he beat the Protoss Observatory with the most advanced technology? After all, even when facing a complete Zerg swarm, the Protoss can often win with fewer people. In fact, the original Blade Queen He also had the Zerg thinking habits and could finally control the Zerg army. However, due to Zhang Ruiyun's alienation and erosion, He became stronger and evolved into a human personality. Now He is better to say that he is a human girl with the powerful abilities of the Blade Queen. As long as she wants, she can even take back all the Zerg characteristics into her body and become a complete and real person. Zhang Ruiyun had seen this look when she was just born from the Zerg egg. Therefore, He, who also has human thinking, has the same obstacles as Zhang Ruiyun and finds it difficult to finally micromanage the Zerg army. Fortunately, now that the Overlord has appeared, this problem has been completely solved. After that, they only need to convey the general intention in their minds to the Lord, and then the Lord will finally control each Zerg according to their ideas. From then on, Zhang Ruiyun was truly in control of the Zerg. Next, Zhang Ruiyun will lead his Zerg to sweep the remaining nests. With the help of the Zerg Lord, Zhang Ruiyun did not cause any waves in the subsequent assimilation of the Zerg nests, and quickly obtained various Zerg nests, and the process was extremely smooth. The exploration range of the Flying Dragon has now expanded to half of the Tiaras star. The number of Zerg nests discovered has also reached thousands. However, Zhang Ruiyun did not continue to assimilate Zerg nests, because he has not obtained a new lord. Therefore, his current fine micro-control soldiers limit is 100,000 units. No matter how many Zerg soldiers there are, it is a waste if they are not easy to control. As long as the main energy vein of Tiaras is taken, he can develop a hatchery as soon as possible. By then, he could completely control the entire Tiaras planet with the brainworms in the hatchery and the newly born lords. Therefore, instead of meaninglessly collecting troops, it is better to expel the Protoss as soon as possible. The Protoss observation station is on the Cirrus Plateau. Zhang Ruiyun summoned his swarm of insects in the Andes Mountains, which is closest to the Cirrus Plateau. More than 10,000 insects were densely distributed in several large areas. First, there are 5,000 native springtails as cannon fodder. Although they are not as good as real springtails in terms of damage and armor, they are the same in terms of health and speed, just like real springtails, so they are fully responsible for attracting artillery fire. Then there are the native flying dragons that Zhang Ruiyun had recruited before, as well as the flying dragons hatched through other tower nests. Now he has more than 1,000 native flying dragons in his hands. Although the number is small, it is an extremely useful air force, which can play an extremely outstanding effect if used well. Next, there were 3,000 giant cockroaches, wearing hard and thick armor, waiting silently. 1,500 hydralisks, with densely packed spikes flashing with sharp cold light on their backs, expanding their parotid glands from time to time. Hydralisks and cockroaches were Zhang Ruiyun's main attackers. They were the key to whether he could suddenly attack and break through the defense facilities of the Protoss in the early stage. Of course, the most important thing is to look at the more than 500 explosive insects behind Zhang Ruiyun. They are the key to whether the Protoss will give up Tiaras. After all, Zhang Ruiyun's core plan is to put enough pressure on the Protoss to force them to give up Tiaras. Only crazy explosions and huge casualties can make the Protoss feel the pressure of life and death, rather than the sea of insects that they are already accustomed to. Time passed, and the green sun in the sky gradually sank into the west. Google search reading night finally fell on the planet Tirith. Between the Andes Mountains and the Cirrus Plateau, on the vast plains, countless residual fungal mats began to release toxic gases, forming a dim fog. Zhang Ruiyun jumped up and jumped onto the Lord's head, overlooking the mountains below. Through the Lord's electrocardiogram network, he ordered all troops attack. Target Cirrus Plateau. After that, the Lord carried Zhang Ruiyun and slowly floated towards the Cirrus Plateau. Black flying in the air, guarding behind Zhang Ruiyun. On the ground, in the mountains of Andes. Groups of black shadows, a large black mass, rushed quickly to the plain ahead. The springtail stood in the front, first clearing the way, and constantly trampling on the fungal mats, stimulating the fungal mats to release more fog. The cockroaches followed closely behind, opening a smooth path for the hydralisk. The hydralisks were arranged neatly, and the teams moved forward in silence and order. Only the flying dragons were divided into several teams by Zhang Ruiyun, hiding in the high clouds, because the sound of their wings was too noisy, and the air units were more likely to be discovered by the Protoss observation station. Zhang Ruiyun stood on the Lord's head, and from time to time he passed on the Zerg's route that he wanted to correct to the Lord. The moment Zhang Ruiyun's thoughts were conveyed, the Zerg troops on the plains immediately changed their formation according to the route Zhang Ruiyun had imagined. After many experiments, Zhang Ruiyun was very satisfied with the reaction speed, so he withdrew his attention from the ground. The Lord's fine micro-manipulation ability was completely in line with his expectations. This battle, at least in terms of command, was very stable. The Protoss crystal tower was shining with a beautiful blue light in the distance, illuminating most of the Cirrus plateau. However, on the cliffs that the crystal tower could not reach, countless Zergs were hooking the stone walls with their claws and climbing on them. For the Zerg, terrain has never been a limitation. Zhang Ruiyun ordered the Overlord to stop moving forward and to support from the high ground. Then he stood up and left the Overlord, who was moving slowly. This distance could not be discovered by the Protoss observation station, and it would not affect the command of the Zerg. Then, Zhang Ruiyun and He came to the cliff full of Zerg. The Protoss observation station was less than 1 kilometer away from the cliff where they were. All the Zerglings adjusted their formation and lined up along the edge of the plateau. Then, the cockroaches and hydralisks followed closely behind, standing at intervals from each other. All the Zerg's movements were uniform, comparable to the most sophisticated machines. This kind of control is very terrifying. The Mutalisks were hidden above the high clouds and had gathered together above the Sirius plateau. The most important thing was the Banlings, which were already hidden at the bottom of the cliff. If the defense of the Protoss observation station could not be broken through, then these key Banlings would never attack. Everything was ready. Zhang Ruiyun led He across the high cliffs and approached the highest peak near the Protoss observation station. Among all the Zerg, Zhang Ruiyun and He have extremely strong concealment. Therefore, they can find out the situation of the observation station without alerting the Protoss. Zhang Ruiyun carefully checked the specific situation of the observation station. With the help of the gene controller, Zhang Ruiyun's eyes can mutate at any time, and he can see as far as he wants. Standing on the highest peak, the Protoss camp appeared clearly in Zhang Ruiyun's vision. A huge catering crystal, emitting blue light on the top of the tower, illuminates the entire observation station. Next to the catering crystal tower, is a similar style boundary gate, which condenses huge spacetime energy. Further back, there are some camps for living and observation posts for collecting information, surrounded by a huge deep pit. In this deep pit is the main vein of the Protoss inexhaustible energy on the planet Tirith. The observation station looked very simple, with only a dozen main buildings in total. As for the nodes of the base, there were no forges, control cores, stargates, etc. The only thing that could be considered a war building seemed to be a gate for summoning and transporting personnel. Compared with the scene 10 years later in the previous life, it was really too different. Although Zhang Ruiyun didn't know whether there would be Templars among the warriors summoned by this gate, it could be inferred from these buildings that the Protoss did not have many troops in this observation station. They didn't even deploy their best air force. However, although the building of this Protoss observation station was very simple, it did not mean that this Protoss observation station could be easily taken down. The protection of the Protoss for their people was very abnormal. Under the ultra-long-range observation after Zhang Ruiyun's eyes were mutated and adjusted, it could be clearly seen that at the edge of the blue light of the catering crystal tower, there were huge metal muzzles suspended, supported by circular energy bases with a diameter of about 5 meters. The Protoss placed hundreds of photon cannons around the observation station, protecting the entire observation station tightly. It was so densely packed that it was crazy. This also proved how short of population the Protoss were now. Zhang Ruiyun had certainly seen the lethality of photon cannons in his previous life. Creatures below level 10 cannot withstand a photon cannon's energy ball mixed with photons, which can easily cause fatal damage. Now the ordinary Zerg units under Zhang Ruiyun, whether they are native hydralisks or native dragons, have weak armor and health, and cannot withstand a burst of photon cannons. There is no doubt that the strongest defense of the entire Protoss observation station of the Protoss should be these advanced photon cannons. After exploring the situation of the Protoss observation station, Zhang Ruiyun tapped his chin and thought slightly. It was exactly as he expected. The current Protoss did encounter a big problem and was extremely short of troops. Compared with the situation 10 years later in his previous life, it was already many times better. But even so, these annoying photon cannons still need to be dealt with. However, the current battle can still be fought. At this moment, Heiyi returned to Zhang Ruiyan along the shadow of the mountain. She had just explored the area and whispered to Zhang Ruiyan, "The approximate strength of this observation station is 326 zealots, 117 immortals, and 280 photon cannons. Our swarm is currently 963 meters away from them in a straight line. If we launch a charge, it will take 16 seconds to reach the camp." Zhang Ruiyan was a little surprised to hear that He calculated the distance and attack time so clearly, and looked at He curiously. Then he remembered that although He also had human thinking, he had the two abilities of advanced air combat command and top-level strategic planning. So, Zhang Ruiyan wanted to see what He could do. "How do you think we should fight?" He looked at the terrain in the distance, and without thinking for long, he drew with his jade finger. Zingling insects attract attacks, cockroaches stabilize their positions and wait for opportunities, and hydralisks focus on photon cannons. Late at night, the Protoss and the Protoss Observatory began to rest one after another. Google search reading the brightness of the catering crystal tower in the center of the observation station also began to change from bright to dim, and the range of the crystal tower's illumination was reduced. Seeing this change, Zhang Ruiyan slowly stood up and ordered the Lord, "All zerglings, start attacking." Swish! Google search TWK and countless black shadows climbed up the cliff from the outside of the cliff of the Cirrus Plateau, then quickly jumped up and rushed to the Protoss Observatory in front. A few seconds later. Buzz! The catering crystal tower suddenly lit up and emitted a psychic wave. However, this reaction was 2 seconds slower than usual. At this time, the zerglings in front had already crossed 1/3 of the distance. The muzzle of the photon cannon gathered energy at this time and turned to the direction of the zerg swarm. Buzz! A photon ball with a diameter of 2 meters, shining with bright white photons, hit the zerg swarm. Boom! A huge bright white photon ball hit the center of the front swarm of springtails. The huge photon explosion reduced dozens of springtails around to ashes. The power of the photon ball is so terrifying. Buzz! 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 A series of photon balls hit the springtail swarm one after another, causing heavy losses in an instant. After finally advancing to 2/3 of the charge line, they were pushed back more than 100 meters. Zhang Ruiyan was about to give orders, but the Zerg Lord had already helped Zhang Ruiyan with fine micro-manipulation. All the springtails changed their formations in an instant, and the overwhelming springtail swarms dispersed and formed sparse teams, and moved in irregular routes, continuing to rush towards the observation station. Boom! Another series of photon balls. However, this time, the damage caused by the photon balls was greatly reduced. The Lord's micro-manipulation ability was indeed effective. After the zerglings changed their formation, it was obvious that the photon balls that could have caused huge casualties to the zerg had even begun to miss targets. Even if the photon balls hit, the zerglings would only cause limited casualties due to their dispersed formation. So the entire zerg offensive line was finally able to advance at a very fast speed. In a blink of an eye, it had surpassed the previous distance. Seeing this, Zhang Ruiyan ordered the cockroaches in the back to advance. Although the number of native zerglings was large and the speed was fast, their attack power was far from enough and they mainly played the role of attracting firepower. That is, cannon fodder. The zerglings only disrupted the defense and played the role of attracting firepower. The real ground forces that attacked were cockroaches and hydralisks. But now, the Protoss have also reacted. The fanatics have begun to rush out of the residential area. Soon, the two races will start a real confrontation and face-off. The zerglings rushed to a distance of less than 100 meters from the observation station, and the base of the photon cannon was already in sight. The cockroaches have advanced to the half-court, but because the zerglings attracted the damage of the photon cannon, the cockroaches at this time have almost no casualties until now. Although the situation is good now, the fanatics appear. The situation has now reached the most critical period. If the fanatics can resist the Zerg army, then the photon cannon will be able to destroy the zerglings and cockroaches recklessly in front of the observation station. Zhang Ruiyan's attack will be seriously hindered, or even fail. Therefore, Zhang Ruiyan must destroy all the photon cannons as soon as possible before the Protoss destroys his Zerg troops. Fortunately, Zhang Ruiyan was prepared for such a crisis. At the command, all hydralisks quickly joined the battlefield. The long-range attack of the hydralisk is very powerful and is the key to breaking the situation. Now, the hydralisk is about to reach its maximum attack distance. However, buzz. A 2-meter diameter photon ball actually passed the hydralisk in front of it and attacked the nearest hydralisk. Boom! The hydralisk was unable to resist at all and turned into ashes in an instant. Buzz! 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 A series of photon balls condensed and smashed at the hydralisks one after another. Boom! Dozens of hydralisks were reduced to ashes. Zhang Ruiyun felt a little distressed. His hydralisk troops only had about 1,000 in total, and in the blink of an eye, 10% of them were killed or wounded. If the photon cannons were to fire a few more rounds, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? They actually skipped the zerglings in front of them and directly killed the hydralisks. Could it be that the AI of the photon cannons can judge who is more threatening to them? However, according to the long-term research of the Protoss on Tirith, they must know the situation of the local zerg population, the attack power of the hydralisks, and the attack power of the hydralisks. They certainly know which one is more threatening. In this case, if they create a population that looks more threatening than the hydralisks, can they attract the attention of the photon cannons? All cockroaches, disperse your formation, team up with the springtails, and attack together. The attack power of the springtails was obviously not enough, but with the attack power of the cockroaches, they dared not ignore it. With one order, the battlefield changed again. The cockroaches and springtails formed a more powerful military organization, distributed in large areas, and from the scene, it was undoubtedly more threatening. Even the fanatics who rushed to the scene had to split into small teams to face such a combination. As expected, after the zerg changed its formation, the photon cannon turned its target back to the cockroaches in the face of the cockroaches that were so close. After the photon cannon turned, Zhang Ruiyun finally smiled. It was as expected. Then he gave an order, and the entire hydralisk army pressed forward. It was stable. Hundreds of hydralisks quickly formed a huge arc at their maximum attack distance. Puff 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 puff. Under the Lord's fine micro-manipulation, dozens of hydralisks focused their fire on a photon cannon. After a wave of volleys, all the photon cannons in the observation station were severely hit. The energy barrier of the photon cannon had been knocked down by 1/3. However, the AI attack algorithm of the photon cannon had no reaction to this and was still firing photon balls at the nearby cockroach group. What surprised Zhang Ruiyun was that the hard shell of the cockroach could withstand 2 bombardments of the photon cannon. This was far beyond Zhang Ruiyun's expectations. Puff 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 puff. The hydralisk fired again, and the energy barrier of the photon cannon dropped by another third. The attack of the springtails and cockroaches has faintly shaken the resistance of the Protoss Observatory. The situation is developing in a good direction. If the hydralisk's attack can keep up, when the zerglings and roaches rush into the Protoss observation station, it will cause great chaos. Zhang Ruiyun doesn't even need a follow-up plan, he can directly take down the Protoss observation station. Puff! A hydralisk's volley was launched again. Bang! The barrier of the photon cannon shattered. All the defensive photon cannons of the Protoss observation station completely lost their protective ability and were exposed to the swarm. Now, even the zerglings can directly cause damage to the photon cannon. However, just when Zhang Ruiyun was about to press forward with all his troops. Boom! 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 Continuous blue energy erupted in the hydralisk formation. In a flash, hundreds of native hydralisks were killed. Zhang Ruiyun turned his head and looked. Dozens of immortals actually sneaked from the flank of the observation station and went around to the back of the hydralisk formation. Under the continuous bombardment of the immortals, the number of casualties of the hydralisk is increasing rapidly. Although the attack power of the original hydralisk has not decreased, their defense is far inferior to that of the real zerg hydralisk, not to mention that they have not yet upgraded their armor and output. If these immortals are not dealt with now, Zhang Ruiyun's hydralisk troops are likely to be completely destroyed by the immortals after focusing fire on dozens of photon cannons. Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun ordered all hydralisks to turn around and attack the immortals immediately. On the front battlefield, those zerglings and cockroaches that had just rushed into the observation post were also suppressed by the suddenly excited zealots outside the observation post. The originally good situation was reversed in an instant. So, those photon cannons that were about to be completely destroyed once again became harvesters on the battlefield. Although the combat power of zealots and immortals is particularly strong. But for the overwhelming zerg swarm, the photon cannons with a large range of splash damage are more threatening. That is why Zhang Ruiyun and He Kai prioritized the photon cannons as the first target to be cleared. Now, 6,000 jumping worms have been fully pressed, and Zhang Ruiyun's cockroach troops have also arrived around the observation station. However, under the powerful firepower suppression of the photon cannon, the huge swarm of insects can hardly break into the observation station and is being consumed madly. In a very short time, a large number of troops have been killed. However, Zhang Ruiyun was not very moved. He just looked at the immortals entangled with the hydralisks, and then looked at the observation station where no other troops appeared. Zhang Ruiyun smiled knowingly. Now! Zhang Ruiyun raised his hand high and waved it towards the sky. Swish! The overwhelming flying dragons swooped down, penetrated the clouds, and swooped to the front of the observation station with a huge sound. A large number of dart worms were shot out instantly. After shooting, the flying dragon spread its wings and flew up again, turning back and sinking into the clouds. It did not give the photon cannon and the immortal fighter any chance at all. The dart worms shot by the dragon drew a long arc, hitting the photon cannon accurately with great power. Some dart worms even ricocheted onto other photon cannons along a specific path. Then, there was a sound of hitting like a storm. Boom! 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 Photon cannons shattered one after another. Zhang Ruiyun curled his lips. The defense line of the Protoss Observatory was broken, which meant that Zhang Ruiyun's plan had almost been achieved. In addition, the photon cannons were destroyed by the dragons that swooped down again and again. The casualties of the zerg began to decrease significantly. Without the support of the photon cannon, the fanatics of the Protoss could not withstand the attack of the jumping insects and cockroaches at all, and were instantly overwhelmed by the overwhelming swarm of zerg. As for the hydralisk, even though the ability of the native hydralisk was far weaker than that of the zerg hydralisk, it exchanged its life for life and delayed a large number of immortals, and even destroyed many of them. At this time, the immortals had no intention of fighting. They had already understood that this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. These hydralisks were simply sold. Due to misjudgment of the opponent, these photon cannons and fanatics alone could not stop the attack of the zerglings, cockroaches, and dragons. The observation station was about to fall. There were a large number of non-combatants in the observation station. Zhang Ruiyun found that the immortals were still slowly withdrawing, and the photon cannons were almost completely destroyed. The units that could threaten Zhang Ruiyun's attacking forces were almost completely destroyed. So, he issued the most critical order in this battle. All banlings, sneak into the observation station, bury underground and wait. Swish! For a moment, all the banlings hiding on the cliffs jumped to the Sirius Plateau and rushed to the observation station at a very fast speed. This was also Zhang Ruiyun's previous plan. What can make the Protoss afraid and force them to give up the planet Tirith is definitely not the overwhelming sea of worms. It is the fear created by the crazy explosion and huge damage. Therefore, banlings will be the key to this battle. In order to cover the banlings to sneak into the observation station smoothly, Zhang Ruiyun stood up and flew into the air with hay, flying straight towards the observation station. Such a blatant and unscrupulous action instantly attracted the attention of all the Protoss present. Is this the Queen of Blades? And there are two of them. Why are there such high-level zerg on this planet? Quick! Go and inform Lord Heracles. Faced with the complicated and chaotic battlefield, Zhang Ruiyun did not join in. I hope readers will remember our domain named. He had a clear goal and flew towards the crystal tower at the center of the observation station. At this time, all the attention of the Protoss was attracted by Zhang Ruiyun and hay. Those extremely small but threatening explosive insects did not attract anyone's attention, but quietly scattered and buried in the observation station. Zhang Ruiyun smiled faintly. One hand pressed on the Caterin crystal in the crystal tower. The Caterin crystal tower is the core of the Protoss building. If he poses a threat to this crystal, the Protoss will have to panic. However, just when Zhang Ruiyun pressed his hand on the Caterin crystal, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, Caterin crystal found. Do you want to perform alienation erosion? Alienation erosion? Isn't this my talent? I can actually erode the Caterin crystal? Zhang Ruiyun was shocked. Suddenly, a thunderous psychic storm swept across the entire Protoss Observatory. Almost all the cockroaches and hoppers that attacked the Protoss Observatory were instantly turned into ashes under this psychic storm. Even many flying dragons in the sky that were hiding in the clouds were shot down like dumplings. A figure slowly floated out of the deep pit of the main energy vein. It was a high-level Templar. He looked at Zhang Ruiyun on the crystal tower. No, you are not the Blade Queen. Who are you? Swish! He appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyin in an instant, staring at the Templar coldly. Although Zhang Ruiyin was a little surprised, he ignored the high-level Templar. He was obviously more interested in the catering crystal in front of him. Since it can erode the catering crystal, let's erode it and see. Zhang Ruiyin pressed his hand on the catering crystal, and a few drops of blood had already melted into the catering crystal from the palm of his hand. Under the stain of a few drops of bright red blood, the originally blue catering crystal was being eroded into a bright red color bit by bit. What are you going to do? The high-level Templar's eyes were bloodshot, and he quickly gathered powerful spiritual energy in his hands to attack Zhang Ruiyin. However, Zhang Ruiyin snapped his fingers. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from the Protoss observation station. All the Protoss looked back immediately. Immediately afterwards. Boom! 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 From far to near, countless explosions gradually spread outward from the center of the observation station. The violent explosion caused buildings to collapse. The flying iron and gravel also caused a lot of damage to the surrounding Protoss. At the same time, the catering crystal infected by Zhang Ruiyin's blood finally showed a shining red light. All the Protoss buildings in the observation station have experienced energy instability to varying degrees. Many Protoss of the Kale class ran out of the buildings. An old Kale man was constantly sending messages to the high-level Templars, seeming very anxious and urging something. The high-level Templar Harak had a very ugly face and said something viciously. Bug, you will regret it. Buzz. All the Protoss began to light up with blue psychic energy, and the light flashed. In an instant, all the Protoss disappeared. At this time, Zhang Ruiyin had no time to pay attention to these Protoss. Because as the catering crystal was constantly eroded by him, Zhang Ruiyin felt that his mind seemed to be connected to a magical place. There was a voice calling him there. Just when Zhang Ruiyin wanted to continue to study in depth. Crack! The red catering crystal suddenly cracked. Boom! The entire crystal tower suddenly exploded. As the crystal tower exploded, all the Protoss buildings also exploded one by one. The entire Protoss observation station was reduced to ruins in an instant. All the buildings, all the data, all the weapons and equipment, all self-destructed without a single one left. Bang! Zhang Ruiyin retracted his wings and landed back on the ground. Looking at the shattered and energy-losing catering crystal in front of him, Zhang Ruiyin felt a little pity. Damn, it was just a little bit. Zhang Ruiyin took a deep breath and looked at the starry sky coldly. Protoss, you are really ruthless and decisive. But it doesn't matter, there will be many opportunities in the future. Zhang Ruiyin didn't dwell on this anymore. Turned around and looked down at the entire Protoss observation station. There were piles of zerg corpses and Protoss armor wreckage everywhere, ruins of destroyed buildings everywhere, and a huge energy pit. All this showed that he had achieved a complete victory against the Protoss this time. In the history of the powerful Protoss, this is a rare failure. Especially facing these weak and original zergs. At the end of the battle, there were less than 1,000 zergs left under Zhang Ruiyin. Nearly 10,000 zerg units were exchanged for absolute control of Tirith. This account was certainly worth it. Zhang Ruiyin brought He to the entrance of the huge energy vein cave. The crystal mines emitting faint light and the gas wells emitting green smoke in the cave were emitting an extremely attractive light. In endless starry sky, both crystal mines and gas tanks are hard currencies like cosmic currency. Zhang Ruiyin now owns the entire planet. Even if he can't be said to be rich enough to rival a country, he is at least rich enough. Now, there is a batch of crystal mines and gas tanks mined by the Protoss in front of the main energy vein, which have not been collected and used yet. Zhang Ruiyin can just take over and use them to replenish the zerg that he lost in this battle. Such a large-scale energy vein often only exists on planets with very rich resources. And generally speaking, a planet can only have one energy vein. And more importantly, in addition to having a large number of crystal mines and gas wells, only energy veins can have the core of crystal mines. The vein with the core will keep converting void energy, so the vein will be endless and never dry up. And the gas in the gas well is also a product produced by the core while converting void energy. Therefore, having an energy vein with a mineral core is equivalent to having an endless supply of crystal or in gas. An energy vein is an energy well that can be infinitely regenerated. If the hive can be located on the energy vein, the hive will continue to evolve autonomously and even enhance the strength of the master to whom it belongs. This is why Zhang Ruiyin must drive away the Protoss and occupy this place. After integrating the battlefield harvest, Zhang Ruiyin took out a larva at random. From the gene bank he recorded, he selected the genes of the hatchery and injected them into it. Then he threw it at the entrance of the energy cave. Build a hatchery. Zhang Ruiyun ordered. Puff. The Lord in the Air also cooperated very well to spit out a large amount of fungal carpet and laid it at the entrance of the cave. After absorbing the nutrients of the fungal carpet, the small larvae quickly divided the cells and soon multiplied into a huge piece of sarcoma tissue at the entrance of the cave. Zhang Ruiyun also received a system prompt. Ding, the construction of the hatchery has begun. It will take another 12 hours to complete. During the 12 hours of waiting for the hatchery to be built, Zhang Ruiyun returned to reality to rest. Ding! The virtual device slowly shut down. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Your game time is 26 hours. I wish you a happy life. The reminder sound of Endless Starry Sky sounded on the virtual device. At the same time, an option appeared in Zhang Ruiyun's communication device. Do you need to be reminded when the hatchery is built? The current remaining time is 11 hours, 56 minutes, and 48 seconds. Reminder. Zhang Ruiyun set the reminder and then took off the virtual device. The first thing he did when he returned to the real world was to buy a house. Just as Zhang Ruiyun turned on his smartphone and entered his requirements for the new house, another call came and interrupted his operation. Hey, brother Yun, are you missing? Why can't I contact you all day? What happened? A series of questions made Zhang Ruiyun a little confused. He looked at the name on the phone and then remembered. Oh, this guy is his friend in the previous game. Ah, what's the matter? Wow, no way? Brother Yun, you don't know such a big thing. Didn't our guild get the first kill of the Abyss Dungeon of Ara's continent yesterday? The president said that he would celebrate at the Hai Lao restaurant tonight and require all guild members to come. Hearing Ara's continent, Zhang Ruiyun was in a trance. It's been so long. 10 years of Star Wars career in the endless starry sky made him feel that the past reality was like a world away. Listen to me, delete that game and try Endless Starry Sky. Zhang Ruiyun hung up the phone immediately. He could only help him up to this point. Then Zhang Ruiyun began to check his current status. Because of the synchronization effect of the game, Endless Starry Sky, and the opportunity to become the master of the zerg in the game, his body in the real world seems to have entered the extraordinary level. And he also owns a planet and has obtained a large amount of crystal mines and gas resources. Even if only a small part of these resources is recycled to the system, it is enough to exchange for wealth that can rival a country. Zhang Ruiyun first opened the terminal of Endless Starry Sky with his mobile phone. He exchanged some of the crystal mines and gas tanks he owned on the planet Terrace for 2 billion real funds. Then Zhang Ruiyun opened the intelligence system again. A Lakeview villa of more than 2,000 square meters? Buy. Maybach? Buy. Private jet? Private submarine? Buy. Of course, he would not worry about his sudden increase in huge wealth, which would attract any attention. As the Earth's human beings come into contact with the game, Endless Starry Sky, the special nature of the game will inevitably be revealed. And the later it gets, the Earth's human beings will notice even more incredible things. At that time, it didn't matter what happened, no one cared about him anymore. Then he moved. Although there were many things to do, in the current intelligent era, almost any service you want can be completed online, in one step. At this time, the Lakeview villa that Zhang Ruiyun bought had already been matched. The villa is located on the island in the center of the lake. The island is not small, equipped with an artificial ecological area and a natural hot spring. There is also an independent garden at the back, and the environment is extremely beautiful. Facing the lake, the blue waves are endless. The villa is very large, surrounded by water on 3 sides, and only one bridge connects it to the outside world. The supporting facilities inside are extremely complete. There are swimming pools, tennis courts, sports fields, bars, etc., and it also has its own dock and helipad. Zhang Ruiyun is very satisfied with this. Of course, he is not a person who pursues enjoyment very much. It's just that Zhang Ruiyun likes quietness and doesn't want to be disturbed by others. The lake villa is surrounded by water on 3 sides, and only one bridge connects it to the outside world. It seems to be isolated from the world, which is very in line with Zhang Ruiyun's wishes. So Zhang Ruiyun agreed to the transaction without hesitation, paid the money, and completed the formalities. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun was sorting clothes in his new villa. Then he went out and came to his garage. A dark blue Maybach had already been parked there. Ignition, the engine roared. Target, Dongcheng University. Dongcheng University is located in Chaoyang District, Zhongbin City, and is also a national key university. However, a luxury car of this level, Maybach, will still attract a lot of attention when it appears at the gate of the university. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun's car has already attracted the attention of many pedestrians. And Zhang Ruiyun came to Dongcheng University to find someone, Yi Yan. Yi Yan is Zhang Ruiyun's junior, and she is still in her third year. But Zhang Ruiyun knows that she is a person with great potential. In the previous life, Yi Yan also became one of Zhang Ruiyun's right-hand men, accompanying him to fight all over the world. But later in the tragic war, Yi Yan also died, and she died to protect Zhang Ruiyun. So Zhang Ruiyun has always felt a little guilty about this former subordinate of his. Yi Yan was also an abandoned child like Zhang Ruiyun, so they had similar growth experiences. She had no one to rely on since she was young, but she was able to reach where she is today, which shows her excellent qualities of tenacity and strength. Zhang Ruiyun dialed the number, and within 2 seconds, the call was connected. A soft female voice sounded on the phone. "Good senior, what's the matter? Come out, I'm waiting for you at the school gate." "Oh well." 5 minutes later, a girl with a white shirt and jeans appeared at the school gate and was looking around. Zhang Ruiyun shook the window. "Here." Yi Yan was very surprised. "Senior, do you buy a car?" Zhang Ruiyun said faintly, "No time to explain, get on the car soon." Although Yi Yan had a lot of questions, she had to get in the car first. The engine roared, and Maybach began to drive towards Zhang Ruiyun's Lake Heart Villa. Along the way, Yi Yan seemed to have a lot of questions. The beautiful peach eyes blinked, but she wanted to speak, and she didn't dare to ask. "Don't guess, tell you when you can." Zhang Ruiyun smiled lightly. At this time, Yi Yan's uneasy heart settled. However, after Zhang Ruiyun's residence, Yi Yan was stunned instantly. In the vast Lake Heart Island, a villa stands in the center of the Lake Heart Island. The island is large, equipped with artificial ecological zones and natural hot springs, independent gardens, pools, tennis courts, sports fields, bars, etc. From today, you have lived here. Zhang Ruiyun's voice took a firmness that could not be rejected. Yi Yan's eyes widened and turned to Zhang Ruiyun. Then Zhang Ruiyun explained to Yi Yan's endless starry sky, explaining everything that happened these days. Even if it is incredible, Yi Yan cannot refute in front of reality. Later, with full curiosity, Yi Yan began to wear virtual equipment and registered to enter endless starry sky, Yi Yan according to Zhang Ruiyun's instructions, and the first place also chose to be in the Kiprixing district, Tiri star, the coordinates, x, 5 times 10 to the power of 872. Yi Yan has entered the game, and Zhang Ruiyun is here. Ding, the incubation field has been established. When hearing the system's prompt sound, Zhang Ruiyun was looking forward to it. When you come to the incubation field, Zhang Ruiyun first sees the flesh and blood building as huge as a mountain. The hatchery is a huge flesh and blood building like a mountain. This huge flesh and blood building is covered with countless blood vessels and organ biological tissues. In these huge biological tissues composed of blood vessels and organs, there are several deep channels like intestines. With each breath and agitation of the flesh and blood building, you can hear the sound of rolling meat in these channels. One by one, round creatures rolled out of the channels and landed on the fungal carpet covering the entire insect nest base. The round creatures continued to wriggle, and soon stretched out their heads and tails, growing into Zhang Ruiyun's very familiar zerg creature's larvae. After these larvae wriggled a few times, they hid under the fungal carpet. At the same time, a psionic communication was connected to Zhang Ruiyun's mental network. "Welcome back, Master, the hatchery is ready." Zhang Ruiyun observed the huge flesh and blood building in front of him. This is the hatchery of the zerg. In his previous life, Zhang Ruiyun mostly moved within the Federation and rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with zerg buildings. However, he also learned about the various buildings of the zerg from various materials, and he was quite familiar with them. However, when Zhang Ruiyun really stood in front of the hatchery, he really felt the magic and shock of this biological building. Whether it was the command center of the human race or the node of the Protoss, although their architectural shapes were also very magnificent, sci-fi, and powerful. However, they were all man-made creations after all, and were far less bizarre and interesting than the living zerg hatchery in front of Zhang Ruiyun. After receiving the psionic communication information from the hatchery, Zhang Ruiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he has a base. In the endless starry sky, what a person can do is limited. Only by having a base can you continuously develop your power. Only by forming a stronger army and expanding faster can you be qualified to compete for hegemony in the endless starry sky. Next, Zhang Ruiyun will rely on the hatchery to develop his zerg step by step. Evolve genes, rule planets, and compete for hegemony in this endless sea of stars. Zhang Ruiyun opened the basic attribute panel of the hatchery, and a series of information was instantly displayed in front of him. Hatchery, level 1, HP, 5000, unlocked unit genes, worker bee, overlord, queen, larvae production, 12,000/day, function, breeding fungal blanket, producing larvae, genetic design and transformation enhancement, psionic communication, origin evolution. The information on the panel has unlocked worker bee, overlord and queen. If you only rely on the previously captured spoils of crystal ore and gas, you can only eat empty mountains. However, with the worker bee, you can mine crystal ore and gas yourself. Among the entire zerg, only the worker bee has evolved the ability to dissolve crystal ore and convert gas. Only dissolved crystal ore and converted gas can be used by the hatchery and fungal blanket. Therefore, only the zerg base that can dissolve crystal ore and convert gas can continuously produce zerg units with real combat effectiveness. Instead of those proto-zerg that are just good-looking but useless. Not to mention the lords, whose strategic value is self-evident. The previous battle is enough to illustrate the importance of lords. Even though Zhang Ruiyun assimilated hundreds of zerg nests, he only got one by chance. In the end, Zhang Ruiyun still relied on the Protoss cherishment of the lives of his race and used the exploding insects to intimidate the Protoss. He forced the Protoss to give up and occupied the Protoss observation station. If Zhang Ruiyun had 7 or 8 lords at that time, even when facing the Protoss with extremely advanced technology, Zhang Ruiyun would not have to go through so much trouble. He could just go head-on and use the sea of zerg to flood and push it over. But such advanced units will undoubtedly consume more crystal ore and gas. Now that the hatchery has unlocked the lords, it also has a steady supply of crystal ore and gas. Zhang Ruiyun can hatch multiple lords, and he will no longer be restricted in controlling the number of zerg. Then there is the queen. The queen can be said to be the smartest zerg unit that can rival the brainworm among the zerg. The queen's brain is protected by a hard skull, and the connection configuration of its nerve cord is similar to that of the Protoss. This advanced biological structure gives the queen extremely high intelligence, allowing the brain to perform limited independent thinking and analysis, and has the opportunity to grow through experience. The queen's IQ is extremely close to that of humans, or even higher, and has stronger computing and information processing capabilities. She also has strong management, scientific research and precise analysis capabilities. Zhang Ruiyun has a queen, which is equivalent to a company having an extremely good professional manager. Zhang Ruiyun only needs to tell the queen what result he wants, and the queen can allocate resources according to the current situation of the zerg, work towards this goal, and quickly achieve it. In this way, Zhang Ruiyun does not need to ask about everything, which saves him a lot of meaningless repetitive work and saves time. This is equivalent to Zhang Ruiyun having a very good housekeeper. Even when Zhang Ruiyun goes out in the future, he can ensure that his base develops in an orderly manner. These types of zerg units alone are enough to explain why only by owning a base can one be qualified to compete for supremacy in the endless starry sky. With this hatchery, Zhang Ruiyun can continuously produce a large number of dangerous zerg combat units. Whether it is springtails, cockroaches, flying dragons or banlings, as long as Zhang Ruiyun wants, he can easily produce them and build a zerg army anytime and anywhere. Zhang Ruiyun doesn't know much about the Protoss because he has little contact with them. But Zhang Ruiyun knew the human race very well in his previous life. The Human Base Command Center also has units that collect crystal mines, collect gas, and build various war buildings SCV robots. The Human Base Command Center also has a super steward like the Queen of the Worm intelligent mastermind. As long as there are super stewards like the Queen of the Worm and the intelligent mastermind, an organization can collect crystals and gas independently, have high-level energy, and build interstellar-level war weapons. And only with interstellar-level war weapons, combined with super stewards like the intelligent brain or the Queen of the Worm, can a force continue to expand, develop and grow steadily. Zhang Ruiyun continued to look down along the attributes of the hatchery. There was nothing special about other data, including the functions of the hatchery. Whether it was breeding fungal mats, producing larvae, collecting genes or transforming evolution, these were the most basic capabilities of the hatchery. And psionic communication was also the basic function of the hatchery's initial configuration. However, the hatchery had one last function, evolution of the hive, which caught Zhang Ruiyun's attention. Zhang Ruiyun focused his eyes on the introduction of this function, and a series of scenes of the hatchery's evolution appeared in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. The hatchery can evolve into the zerg's second-level base, main nest. The icon of main nest appeared above the hatchery icon, but it was just an illusion. Then, main nest continued to evolve and could become the zerg's third-level base, beehive. The icon of beehive was also superimposed on the picture of main nest. Then came infection nest and devouring nest. The zerg base evolved all the way, and soon the most advanced zerg base Zhang Ruiyan had seen in his previous life nest, appeared. However, evolution did not stop. The base was still evolving, and Zhang Ruiyan had never heard of the subsequent evolution. One after another, more exaggerated evolutionary forms gradually appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyan. Until the end, the zerg base completely transformed the entire planet into a biological organization planet. And the nests of various species evolved into satellites of this planet, and the entire evolution stopped. Zhang Ruiyan saw the final form of the zerg base occupying the entire planet, planetary imperial nest. Tirith actually has the potential to evolve into planetary imperial nest. Then, a piece of information appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyan. Zerg Nest Evolution Tree. This is a list of zerg bases that can evolve in the future. Note, the degree of evolution that each zerg base can have in the future is not the same. Hatcheries without energy veins can only evolve to beehive. At most, hatcheries with energy veins can evolve to devouring nest. At most, hatcheries with a large number of energy veins can evolve to life nest. At most as 4, planetary emperor nest, in addition to requiring a huge amount of resources of hundreds of millions of astronomical units. It also requires various special conditions to be met before it can be evolved. Zhang Ruiyan has built the hatchery on the energy vein of this planet. This is also to better meet the requirements of Zombie Nest Evolution Tree. Zhang Ruiyan intends to try to evolve the entire planet of Tirith into his own planetary emperor nest. He once again focused on the icon of planetary emperor nest. Generally speaking, whether it is the human race, the zerg race, or the Protoss, the base is the most core building and needs to be protected. However, if Zhang Ruiyan evolves the entire planet into planetary emperor nest, the entire base will be equivalent to an ultimate weapon. Protection is completely a joke. The base that has evolved into the planetary emperor's nest is equivalent to an invincible planetary fortress, which can be directly dropped on the battlefield. The Blade Queen has an unrivaled king-level vehicle Leviathan. Once Leviathan appears, this terrifying abyss behemoth has always crushed the battlefield. Only the Hyperion of the human race and the highest worship of the Protoss, the Mother of God, can compete with it. If Zhang Ruiyan can really evolve the base into the planetary emperor's nest, at that time, let alone Leviathan, Hyperion and Mother of God. Unless the Spear of Adon and the Sarnaga world ship appear, they can match it. Looking at the magnificent evolutionary route on the Zerg Nest evolution tree, Zhang Ruiyan's heart is hot and he is looking forward to it. In his previous life, Zhang Ruiyan had never seen or heard that the Zerg base could have such an evolutionary form. This also proves that this evolutionary route is very difficult. At least in terms of the demand for resources and energy, it is already an astronomical figure that is so huge that it makes people desperate. Just when Zhang Ruiyan wanted to check the crystal or in gas energy required for each level of hatchery, the evolution tree of the Zerg nest had new changes. On each level of the Zerg base icon, countless densely packed building units were extended again. From the initial level of hatchery, building icons such as hatching pool, extraction field, and evolution room appeared. At the main nest level, building icons such as tunnel network, infection pool, and tower nest appeared. And at the beehive level, building icons such as thunder beast cave, lurking cave, and large tower nest appeared. Next, the building units extended from the higher level Zerg bases have unprecedented changes. These higher level building pictures are all covered with a layer of shadows. The introductions of all building icons have become 3 question marks, all invisible. Zhang Ruiyan quickly browsed the entire evolution tree of the Zerg nest. It was found that except for 2 special buildings, other high-level buildings were also like this. The 2 special buildings are the reincarnation pool that can only be unlocked in a level 5 base, and the Queen's room that can only be unlocked in a level 10 base. Zhang Ruiyan clicked on them one by one to check. Reincarnation pool, a special building that can transform advanced creatures that appear in the universe into Zerg. Legend has it that Leviathan, the Mount of Kerrigan, the Queen of Blades, was transformed from the extremely rare and powerful space beast behemoth in the universe through the reincarnation pool. Seeing this, Zhang Ruiyan's eyes suddenly lit up. His Zerg base can be upgraded to the level of devouring nest. Doesn't this also mean that he also has the ability to create a beast like Leviathan? Of course, this is premised on being able to capture a powerful creature like the void whale behemoth. Next, Zhang Ruiyan clicked on Queen's Room. Queen's Room, the original Zerg overlord once transformed a second-level Zerg base, main nest, into such a special building in order to try to transform Kerrigan. It has only one function, which is to transform some extremely talented human women into the Queen of Blades. Zhang Ruiyan wants to upgrade the Zerg base to level 5 as soon as possible. By that time, he would have the opportunity to create Livaten. Livaten was originally a huge wild and docile species in space, the space giant Beimos. They can use their energy to shuttle in the galaxy at will, and obtain air from the atmosphere of the planet, and extract various materials they need to synthesize food. When the original master controlled Zealous and turned the goal into the Sea of Stars, he discovered these giant beasts, and used the spirit to attract them and infection with assimilation. Livaten has a strong self-healing capabilities unique to different insects, which can help the Zerg fly in space that is almost absolutely zero, as well as the blow of defensive heavy weapons. Livaten's size is different. Generally, a Livaten usually exceeds 5 kilometers, and the longest is only 7 kilometers. The incubation warehouses in their bodies are stored in the essence of the tower, which can release a large number of flying dragons and the worm of the nest worm lords at any time, which is equivalent to Livaten's wingman. It can protect itself and can be used as a powerful attack method. The most important use of Livtan is to load the worm. In addition to having a lot of space to transport the insect units, they also have hundreds of millions of empty pockets on their bodies. There are tens of thousands of pests and cocoon incubation organ in each Livaten's evolution pit. Therefore, as long as the raw materials are sufficient, Livaten can constantly incubate the combat forces used to support their own. However, when Zhang Ruiyan evolved the evolutionary base in the insect nest, the required conditions were read out, and his face suddenly stiffened. Incubation field, upgrade to main nest, not only requires all the buildings of all incubation farms, but also requires tens of thousands of units of crystal ore in gas tanks. Zhang Ruiyan continued to look down. The main nest was upgraded to the hive. The crystal mine resources and gas needed by the main nest were directly turned 10 times. It also needs to study the construction of all nest buildings and corresponding technology. You know, the value of crystal ore in endless starry sky is more precious than diamonds. In the last life, Zhang Ruiyan has been struggling for more than 10 years. He has several star warbird formations. In endless starry sky, he has been regarded as a man of the human race. However, all the crystal mines and gas resources are less than tens of millions. Zhang Ruiyan continued to look down. The resource that upgraded to infection nest to hive became a crystal mine and gas of millions of units, as well as a large number of biological gene samples. Looking down, all the evolution conditions of the next layer have become intersection 3 ? Such a sign. It can be imagined that according to this law, at least tens of millions of crystal mines and gas resources need to be used. The 10th level of the Nest of Life is afraid that it will need trillions of crystal ore and gas resources. I'm afraid that the entire galaxy is not enough, and it is not just a problem of resources. Such a huge resources, not to mention anything else, just measure with the forces of the Federation of the human race. The fiscal revenue of the entire federal year is just equivalent to hundreds of millions of crystal mines and gas. Such a huge amount of resources is already a sum of wealth value created by countless colonial planets If this number is placed on Tiri's star, Zhang Ruiyan himself is not clear, and he needs to spend many years to accumulate such a resource. Zhang Ruiyan slowly closed the pyramid's nest evolution tree, unwilling to look at the resources in his hands. The crystal ore is more than 13,000 and the gas jar is more than 12,000. I still felt quite a lot. Now when I look at it, I suddenly feel poor. These resources were originally the long-term inventory accumulated in the Xingling observation station. Zhang Ruiyan also took a part of it to exchange for 2 billion real funds, and there are still so many now. However, if you want to use these resources to upgrade the Zerg base and raise the Zerg base to the level of level 5, Devouring Nest, it is not enough to burn. Fortunately, Zhang Ruiyan controlled the Queen of the Blade, had the Zerg power, and also had a top resource star. And this planet has the potential to evolve into Planet Emperor's Nest. As long as you develop slowly, with the help of the planet's resources and the strong plunder characteristics of the Zerg, you can quickly make full use of these resources. At that time, I hope to take that step and evolve to the Zerg base that everyone has never reached, Planet Emperor's Nest. After all, in the entire universe, resources can almost be said to be endless. As long as you have a powerful Zerg fleet, then all resource star Zhang Ruiyun can be described wantonly. After reorganizing the mentality, Zhang Ruiyun decided to develop herself step by step. The first thing to do is to collect resources on the planet and collect crystal mines and gas. The incubation ground currently has more than 1,300 larvae. After Zhang Ruiyun decided to hatch a worm, all the rest were converted into workers. With Zhang Ruiyun's order, the larvae hidden in the bacterial blanket climbed out one by one, and then dispersed to form a bug. In several breathing, the bacterial blankets that had spread for several kilometers had grown, and it was quickly covered with dense oval worms. In the center of the incubation field, the most nutritious place, a huge, far more precise and complicated cocoon than other insect cocoons, is slowly moving. This is exactly the cocoon behind the worm. Since the queen is of a higher level and has better genes, it takes much longer to hatch the queen than the worker bees. Before the queen is hatched, all matters of the zerg base still need to be ordered and controlled by Zhang Ruiyun himself. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the various gas wells on the main energy vein of Tirith star and ordered, hatchery, after the worker bees are hatched, build 30 extraction sites and fill them with worker bees that collect gas. The rest of the worker bees will build hatching pools and evolution sites. The extra ones will be responsible for collecting crystal ore. Deduct all the resources required for the preset tasks. Yes, respect your world. Zhang Ruiyun watched the number of available crystal ore and gas resources jump rapidly, and soon there were more than 8,000 crystal ore and more than 6,000 gas left. If he was more radical, Zhang Ruiyun should keep these resources now, and accumulate resources after the worker bees are fully hatched, and directly evolve the base. However, Zhang Ruiyun understood that he should never take chances and leave his fate to others. Zhang Ruiyun's current power is just starting out, and any resources are precious. No mistakes can be made, and no losses or consumption can be tolerated. Therefore, while giving priority to development, Zhang Ruiyun must ensure that he has sufficient combat power. After all, without strength, no matter how well it develops, it is just a resource library for others. And at this moment, there are still 3 mutant forces on Tirith. Zhang Ruiyun never gives his opponents any chance, and he will not allow others to snore beside his bed. Zhang Ruiyun decided to gather a wave of troops and destroy them with thunder before the opponent reacts. But there is a problem now. Zhang Ruiyun's current zerg base is only level 1, and the only complete zerg that can be produced at present is the zergling. So, 2 options are now placed in front of Zhang Ruiyun. First, use all the resources to produce zerglings. Relying on the zerg C tactics, push the entire Tirith. The second is to conquer the native zerg. Although the combat power of the original zerg is far inferior to that of the real zerg, the huge number of bases is there. As long as they are reasonably matched, they are enough to eliminate the 3 mutant forces. If you want to take down these 3 mutant forces, both options can do it. However, the first option will make you lack anti-air power. If the Protoss comes back with the Air Force to kill a surprise, your zerg base, which has just started, may not be able to withstand the offensive of the Protoss. But the second option, the degraded original zerg, actually also has the problem of insufficient combat power. Just when Zhang Ruiyun was struggling with the future development direction, the hatchery suddenly sent a psionic communication to Zhang Ruiyun. Respected Lord, do you want to use the remaining resources to repair the degraded zerg population and related buildings on this planet? Zhang Ruiyun was stunned when he heard the news. Repair the degraded native zerg and related buildings? Yes, the hatchery can build a psionic network to complete the missing genes of the zerg buildings that have already belonged to the owner. It can also complete the missing genes of the native zerg under the master, allowing it to evolve again and become a real zerg. How is the combat effectiveness? The same as the real zerg. Zhang Ruiyun was immediately delighted, because this meant that when he was in the first level base, he could also have a complete zerg force. Evolve immediately. Zhang Ruiyun gave the order decisively. Following Zhang Ruiyun's command, the huge mouth at the top of the hatchery trembled slightly, gradually gathering psionic energy that was difficult to observe with the naked eye. Then, it radiated and spread in all directions. These psionic energy that spread out formed a series of exquisite networks, connecting to every zerg building and zerg unit. With psionic energy as a communication bridge, every zerg unit and zerg building is connected to the hatchery. It can transmit information to all zerg units and zerg buildings, and feed back the vision and perception of all zerg to the hatchery through the psionic channel. And in Zhang Ruiyun's perception, it is even clearer. Zhang Ruiyun's original mental network has been qualitatively improved with the blessing of the psionic communication in the hatchery. The mental network that was originally only able to communicate with the zerg swarm simply, but now it can be established through psionic communication, making Zhang Ruiyan feel like he is open to God's perspective. All perceptions spread to the entire Tierras through psionic communication. Originally, the mental network was only able to issue simple commands and receive feedback information. Now, with the establishment of psionic communication, the vision and perception of the zerg can be shared. At this moment, Zhang Ruiyun had a feeling, I am the zerg. And when the psionic communication was connected to He, Zhang Ruiyun knew that when he was away, He helped Zhang Ruiyun manage the operation base and explore the territories of other mutants. Zhang Ruiyun did not order these things, but He's spontaneous behavior, wanting to support and help Zhang Ruiyun silently. But I didn't expect that after the psionic communication was connected to He, all this was known to Zhang Ruiyun and seen by Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun saw everything He did for him and felt He's silent dedication, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. Come back, He, who spontaneously explored a mutant force, did not resist at all and obeyed Zhang Ruiyun's call very obediently. Anyone who has been eroded by alienation will have a natural sense of closeness to Zhang Ruiyun. They would not disobey Zhang Ruiyun's orders, even if they had their own plans. When Zhang Ruiyun and He were communicating through psionic communication, the psionic information from the hatchery had already been connected to every zerg building and zerg unit that Zhang Ruiyun had conquered. Then, the genes missing from those degenerated zerg buildings and native zerg were transmitted one by the hatchery. Under the observation of God's perspective, Zhang Ruiyun ordered all zerg buildings and zerg units begin to evolve. In an instant, all the fungal carpets in the mountains and plains within the sphere of influence of Zhang Ruiyun. Whether it was zerg buildings, various nests, or native zerg, etc., they were all wrapped in fungal carpets, forming an egg again and began to evolve. Within a few breaths, Zhang Ruiyun could feel that there were already eggs everywhere. A rough estimate is that there were tens of thousands of them. After all these eggs were hatched, Zhang Ruiyun really had tens of thousands of zerg units, and his combat power soared. Zhang Ruiyun thought for a moment and ordered, hatchery, increase the plan, order the newly born mature larvae to hatch into 30 lords. Yes, respect your will. Swish. On the fungal mat, the mature larvae turned out of the fungal mat and formed 30 larger eggs again. At the same time, many other eggs gradually broke out of their shells. The evolution of the original zerg is just to make up for its own genetic defects, so the speed of egg maturation is extremely fast. A unit with a simple structure like a springtail can even break out of its shell in just a few breaths. Their evolution immediately attracted Zhang Ruiyun's attention. Springtails were originally small and ferocious swift beasts from the Zagisi desert world. After being infected and assimilated by the zerg, they were often used as a warning and charging force. Although the size of springtails is much smaller than other ferocious large zergs, groups of springtails can perform very well under the command of large zergs. Moreover, the genetic code of springtails is very simple and easy to replicate. A single larva can produce 2 independent springtails. Springtails have 2 huge hooks on their bodies. These fierce zerg prefer to use their razor-sharp sickle-shaped forelimbs and fangs to tear the enemy into pieces. And now, after evolution, springtails are obviously thicker. The bone knife, which was originally pale and fragile, has evolved to look like extracted tungsten steel, with a blue-gray luster. The hind limbs used for jumping are now obviously thicker than before by at least 3 dimensions. As for the muscles, they are twisted together like steel bars. The sickle-shaped front claws were originally dry and thin, but now each limb extends a 20-centimeter bone knife, which looks extremely flexible. Even the wings behind them, which were originally just a thin piece, are now wrapped with a layer of flesh membrane. With just one evolution, the output, damage, defense, speed, physical fitness, blood volume and flexibility have been comprehensively strengthened. Afterwards, the other zerg units also emerged from their cocoons one by one, and their bodies also underwent tremendous changes. Zhang Ruiyun looked at these zerg swarms that had obviously evolved to be stronger. Even though he spent a huge amount of resources, he felt that it was worth it. This was much better than using these resources directly to produce small springtails, or recruiting all native zerg. Zhang Ruiyun calculated the time. Yi Yan should be here soon, right? He looked up at the sky above his head. Order all the zerg units that have evolved to spread to the entire planet. I want the entire area of Tiris to be under the surveillance of my zerg, and then remember this person. Zhang Ruiyun transmitted the image and picture of Yi Yan in his mind to the minds of all the zerg. Find her, protect her, and bring her to me. Squeak! All the zergs made a sharp hissing sound towards the sky, even alarming countless wild zergs. Then, all the zergs began to move their stronger bodies and spread to the entire planet. Zhang Ruoyan just started to search for Yi Yan's location, but a communication request suddenly appeared on Zhang Ruoyan's panel. Game number 5S605 and 16 is requesting to call you. Do you want to answer? Answered. Yi Yan, where are you? Yi Yan's somewhat anxious voice came from the call message. Senior, I seem to have been hijacked. Boom! Zhang Ruoyan's aura changed instantly. The strong murderous intent exploded like a substance, sweeping towards the zerg several kilometers away. Zhang Ruoyan is now considering whether to destroy all life on this planet and turn Tirith into a dead planet with no life except the zerg. When Zhang Ruoyan learned that Yi Yan was kidnapped, the first thing he thought of was the remaining mutant forces on Tirith. Google search reading because on Tirith, those uncontrolled native zerg will only attack directly, and there is no such thing as kidnapping. Zhang Ruoyan's murderous intention was transmitted to his countless zerg forces through the psionic communication network. The zerg swarms that were originally scattered to explore the entire Tirith stopped all actions. The claws and fangs were instantly revealed, showing that they were ready to attack. As long as Zhang Ruoyan has a target, all zerg swarms will rush there at the first time. Send me your coordinates on Tirith. Zhang Ruoyan's calm voice came. I'm not on Tirith now. Yi Yan's voice was a little hesitant. Didn't you choose Tirith as your birthplace? Zhang Ruoyan was a little confused. No, the birthplace I chose is Tirith. Then, Yi Yan described what happened just now in detail to Zhang Ruoyan. It turned out that after she chose to log into the game, she chose Tirith as her birthplace. However, the game system prevented her from doing so and strongly suggested that Yi Yan change her birthplace. In the end, Yi Yan resolutely set her birthplace on Tirith. However, the matter was not over yet. The space battleship that Yi Yan was riding on actually encountered interstellar pirates when it was folding. They stopped the space battleship that Yi Yan was riding on and controlled the spaceship. And Yi Yan's birthplace was also changed to the fleet of interstellar pirates. However, the interstellar pirates did not make any excessive moves against Yi Yan. The most important reason for this was that the leader of the interstellar pirates seemed to want to see her. Therefore, Zhang Ruoyan judged that she was temporarily safe. Afterwards, Zhang Ruoyan told Yi Yan something and took the initiative to hang up the communication. At this time, Zhang Ruoyan's murderous intent had already completely retreated. On the contrary, he was surprised. Hijacking? No, this is actually a huge opportunity. The system will not give players a deadly start. And Zhang Ruoyan knew that there were some very rare opportunities in the endless starry sky in the previous life. One of them was a similar situation. At the beginning of the game, due to some accidental and extremely low probability reasons, the birthplace changed. And this kind of change is usually beyond the system's expectations, so the system will give players certain compensation. This compensation is sometimes rich resources, sometimes very rare technological equipment, or even very rare professional transfers. And there is a very small probability of obtaining a super hidden profession, or a core member of some forces. There is even the possibility of obtaining some extremely rare special talents. In Zhang Ruoyan's memory of the previous life, there are three most typical examples. One of them was born on the Fallen Ark, the paradise of interstellar criminals, and later became a notorious giant pirate force in the Broken Star Ring, which was terrified. Another one changed his birthplace to Air, the territory of the Protoss, and became the only human in the Protoss territory. In the end, he actually learned the mental storm of the Protoss high-level Templar. The last one was even more outrageous. He was captured by an evil force for human experiments, but he accidentally awakened the top mechanical talent of the mechanical heart. In the end, he turned around and destroyed the evil organization and became the famous mechanical master of that starfield. Before Zhang Ruoyan's death in his previous life, the achievements of these three people had almost reached a level that ordinary people could not reach. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Ruoyan is full of expectations for Yi Yan's future development. Zhang Ruoyan reordered the zerg that had been spread out before, and turned from exploring the entire planet to exploring the remaining forces of mutants, while continuing to recall Hey. Soon, Yi Yan sent a communication to report the latest situation according to Zhang Ruoyan's instructions. Zhang Ruoyan answered the call and asked, Yi Yan, how are you doing? Yi Yan's tone was a little serious. Senior, I seem to have obtained something incredible. Just now, the leader of this interstellar pirate group summoned me and invited me to join. At the same time, he directly assigned me a medium-sized battleship and asked me to be the captain. At the same time, I also received several system messages, one of which prompted me to awaken a hidden profession. Hidden profession? The word immediately aroused Zhang Ruiyun's interest. Well, it is said to be a Star Wars commander. Star Wars commander? As soon as this term came out, Zhang Ruiyun was completely shocked. In Endless Starry Sky, there is a major force with a human command center. The leader sitting in the center is the commander. And a profession that can be named after a job title, and the prefix is such a big name as Star Wars, must be extraordinary. Well, yes, I'll send you my attribute page. Then, the information transmission logo appeared on the system page. Soon, a basic attribute page appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Player, Yi Yan, race, human, talent, instant memory, superfast calculation, extreme insight, arms, apprentice captain, profession, Star Wars commander, rare hidden profession, equipment, carbon fiber space uniform, Gauss pistol CQ1, NP1 basic intelligent brain, damage, 10, attack speed, slow, attack distance, short, target, human without armor, defense, 5 no armor, movement speed, slow, skills, spacetime concealment, overload firepower, flagship protection, crisis warning, multi-level jump. This is Yi Yan's attribute page. It can be seen that even without the hidden profession of Star Wars commander, Yi Yan is a very potential and rare talent. Let's talk about talent first. Talent is the most fundamental ability that determines a person's development potential, apart from skills. Some are acquired after birth, while some are based on the host's ability and quality, and there is a certain probability that the game is born. In fact, most people do not have the talent item in their attribute pages. But Yi Yan not only has it, but also 3 items. Instant memory, super speed calculation, extreme insight, each of which is an extremely rare talent. This is enough to show how much potential Yi Yan has. In the previous life, after Yi Yan entered the Endless Starry Sky, she was isolated and helpless as a girl. However, she was able to rise up on her own without any resources, without any support, and became a figure that the Terran Federation could not underestimate. In the end, she became one of Zhang Ruiyun's most capable assistants. This is enough to show how powerful Yi Yan's talent is. In addition to her talent, the skills that come with the hidden profession of Star Wars commander obtained by Yi Yan are also extremely amazing. From the names of those skills, it can be seen that they involve all aspects of interstellar wars. Spacetime concealment, concealing all kinds of information about one's own troops in all spacetime fluctuations. In this way, whether it is setting up an ambush, attacking a surprise attack, or retreating and escaping, such skills have great strategic significance. Overload firepower, an offensive skill that overloads all weapons to increase the attack power output of the ship several times in a short period of time. The attack power of a fleet can suddenly increase several times in a short period of time. It can be imagined that this would be a terrible nightmare for the enemy fleet. Flagship guard, defensive skill, used in multi-ship mode, designate a flagship ship, and the flagship ship will be immune to most damage before other ships are completely destroyed. Crisis warning, extremely sensitive to hostility and attacks, able to avoid a lot of dangers in advance. Multi-level jump, can perform multiple jumps in a short period of time. Jump is currently the most advanced and main way of movement in interstellar navigation, but each jump requires a certain amount of preparation time and rest time. However, Yi Yan's multi-level jump can break the iron rule that jumps cannot be performed multiple times in a short period of time. This will have extremely significant advantages in the interstellar battlefield, whether escaping or intervening in the battlefield. In short, these talents and skills, even if only one is taken out, as long as they grow, can make the owner become the top powerhouse in Endless Starry Sky. And Yi Yan, all these extremely rare talents and skills are combined in one. Zhang Ruiyun explained the meaning of these talents and his understanding of these skills to Yi Yan one by one. With instant memory and extreme insight, Yi Yan instantly understood the advantages of her attribute panel, and also knew her own disadvantages. Yi Yan's advantage is Star Wars, commanding a large number of warships. As long as there are enough warships, she is an unmatched existence. However, the disadvantage is that Yi Yan's individual strength is not strong and needs someone to protect her. If she wants to exert her ability, she must have enough troops and enough warships. And the more warships she has, the greater her advantage will be. If there is only one warship, Yi Yan's strength may be just slightly more sensitive than others, and her combat power is slightly stronger. If there is no warship, then she is alone and almost a lamb to be slaughtered. Therefore, if Yi Yan wants to rise, she must first take the right to speak in the interstellar pirate group. In this regard, Zhang Ruiyun can help a little. With countless information from his previous life, He only needed to provide Yi Yan with some intelligence and reveal some changes in the current situation in advance, so that the talented Yi Yan could greatly improve her status in the interstellar pirate group and make a career. So Zhang Ruiyun continued to ask, Yi Yan, what is the name of the interstellar pirate group you are in? Who is the leader? Well, it seems to be the Black Peony pirate group. As for the leader, I only heard the leader call her Lady Catherine. Zhang Ruiyun was not familiar with the name Black Peony pirate group. But the Black Peony Legion, the words Catherine, were like thunder in his mind. In the previous life, there was news that the Black Peony Legion, which dominated the entire southeastern star field of the Kepru star region, was once a pirate group. It was just that they got an ownerless command center by chance, and after continuous development, they finally became a local lord. In other words, the Black Peony pirate group is the predecessor of the Black Peony Legion? If this is really the case, Yi Yan's opportunity is likely to have just begun. In the future, the Black Peony Corps will have hundreds of battlecruisers and tens of millions of troops, and will be an independent force that controls nearly 100 billion people. Especially in the later period, the Federation collapsed due to corruption. In the southeastern star field of the Copperlu star region, the name of the Black Peony Corps is even better than that of the Terran Federation. The reason why the Black Peony Corps can rise in the southeastern star field with many powerful forces and dominate the entire southeastern star field is in addition to the mysterious command center that makes it a force. More importantly, the Black Peony Corps has a black technology that far exceeds the technology at that time, the Banshee starship. This is a star destroyer that can sail between stars, similar to an enlarged version of the Banshee fighter. Its combat power can reach 1/8 of that of a conventional battlecruiser, but it is faster, smaller, more flexible, and the cost is less than 1/30 of that of a conventional battlecruiser. At the same time, this destroyer can also be mounted on the unique battlecruiser of the Black Peony Corps. This means that as long as the Black Peony Corps dispatches a battlecruiser, it is equivalent to dispatching a small fleet of a battlecruiser and 20 Banshee starships. The firepower of this small fleet is almost 3 times that of a battlecruiser of the same level. And the most important thing is that this type of destroyer cannot be imitated by anyone except the Black Peony Corps, because the technology in it is completely different from that of the human race. With such a unique type of troops alone, it is enough for the Black Peony Corps to dominate the entire Southeast Star region. And it is rumored that the Black Peony Corps even has other black technologies, but they have not yet been developed and cracked. Thinking of these materials in the previous life, Zhang Ruiyun's eyes lit up. Such a force is undoubtedly the most suitable for Yi Yan's development. But later, the Black Peony Corps had an internal conflict, and after the internal conflict, Catherine had been assassinated. The Black Peony Corps also fell into the hands of an Earth player. And most of the captains of the Black Peony Corps' fleet were replaced by their own people. And this Earth player is also the first batch of players to enter the endless starry sky. If that player is also in the Black Peony fleet, he will definitely be Yi Yan's biggest enemy in the future. Yi Yan, do you have other players in the pirate group? It seems that there are. I seem to have met a player named Yamai Osamu before. Kill him. Ha? Kill him? Is there anything wrong with him? No, it's not that he has a problem, but the Black Peony pirate group is a great opportunity. In order to ensure that you can get it, you can't leave a competitor. Zhang Ruiyun paused and said word by word, players will be the biggest variable in the pirate group. Yi Yan listened to Zhang Ruiyun's words and thought about it silently. It's not that she can't bear to kill people, but as a person who has lived in the civilized world for more than 20 years, she still feels a little uncomfortable in her heart to kill people directly without reason because of a disagreement. I don't need to kill him. I can take down this pirate group. Believe me. Zhang Ruiyun thought for a while and said, it's up to you, but I want to remind you that if you don't kill him, it doesn't mean he won't kill you. At this point, Yi Yan understood that the universe is very cruel. I understand. I'll find a chance. Yi Yan walked to the public entertainment area of the main ship of the Black Peony Pirates while talking with Zhang Ruiyun. Passing through the public entertainment area is the cabin area of the airborne transport boat. Through there, Yi Yan could take the airborne transport boat to arrive at the battleship assigned to her. Along the way, Yi Yan was thinking about how to act next. However, when Yi Yan passed through the bar area in the public entertainment area, he accidentally met Shanjing. At this moment, Yamani was complimenting a burly pirate's drunk, and at the same time, she kept paying attention to the direction of Yi Yan with the corner of her eyes. After seeing Yi Yan, Shanjing's eyes narrowed, and the probe said something in the ear of the drunk pirate. Suddenly, the drunken pirates fell the bottle on the table fiercely, and a snoring sounded, the bottle was broken into two. The burly drunk pirate stood up with a half-broken wine bottle, and the sharp bottle mouth dripped the wine. Stinky girls. Get Lao Tzu's position, and dare to laugh at me here? I want to dig out your intestines. The drunk pirate staggered to Yi Yan, and the heavy steps and red cheeks, with the fierce eyes, suddenly attracted the attention of all pirates in the public entertainment area. Why? Why? Why can you be the captain? The old pirate murmured to approach himself. The mountain well was in his back and watched Yi Yan with interest. Such a woman with no chicken-bound chicken, and a beautiful woman, encountered such a thing in a pirate group, it would be difficult to say what happened when it would happen. It is best to use this old pirate's hand to remove this woman. At that time, he would not compete with him. Yamani Ji did not take this woman in his eyes. In his eyes, this woman was just a trivial stumbling block on his huge ambition. The pirates around saw this situation, and no one came out to discourage it. One by one, noisy, he laughed and coaxed. Because weak meat and strong food, this is the rules here. Without that ability, don't think about sitting in that seat, even if there is a leader's appointment. They are interstellar robbers, and they are a group of madmen. Without strong strength, why does it instruct them? Seeing the situation in front of her, Yi Yan immediately understood that Zhang Ruiyun was right. In a world like endless starry sky, power is everything. The old pirates walked towards Yi Yan staggeringly, and her eyes were scarlet like blood. Picked up the wine bottle and smashed Yi Yan's head. But at that moment, Yi Yan pulled out his pistol from his waist indifferently. He didn't hesitate to hesitate. He aimed at the old pirate's head and pulled off the trigger. Bang! The bullets in the Gaussian pistol wrapped the huge kinetic energy out of the muzzle, and instantly passed through the head of the old pirate. The head of the old pirate was instantly like a watermelon that crushed into one place, and blood splashed. After a second, the corpse fell slowly and fell heavily on the ground. Because of the splattered blood, Yi Yan also narrowed a slightly eye, then moved the muzzle horizontally to point out the mountain well. The mountain well looked at the muzzle in horror, and screamed panic, in the ship, dare you move the gun? Come! You violate the ban, you want bang. The bullet instantly passed through the right eye of Yamani, and this wretched head could no longer make a sound. Because within 0.1 seconds, it also shattered into a watermelon like an old pirate's head. Yi Yan squinted the beautiful peach blossom eyes and saw the pistol around the surroundings. The voice was still soft and sweet, banning, can anyone interpret it with me? The audience was silent, and the needle was heard. At this time, Yi Yan was still so holy and beautiful. Even if she was stained with a few blood on her hair, she could not pollute her. But combining the surrounding scenes like hell will make people feel horrible. The girl stood in the center of the pool, and the red blood had spread to her feet, but the girl was laughing. Squeezing the peach blossom eyes, a bright and beautiful smile. This girl seems to have an angelic face, a devil-like soul. Even if the sound is gentle, even if you smile sweetly, it will only make people feel cold. It was the cold of thorough soul. Yi Yan put away her pistol, so she walked around the cabin area of the airborne transport boat step by step. No one dares to stop during this period. The crowd consciously separated two roads, and even many people took their breath subconsciously. A replaced captain, and a newcomer, wanted to provoke her darlings that had just become the leader of the leader. Even if Yi Yan fired a shot in the cabin against the ban, Catherine would help her suppress the matter in order to maintain her prestige. I can't even see this, and dare to calculate people? Funny. At this point, Yi Yan, who was the title of Devil's Angel in the previous life, first showed her deserved style in Endless Starry Sky. Zhang Ruiyun sighed, after understanding Yi Yan's approach, showed a gratifying smile. Subsequently, he would explain to Yi Yan one by one about Yi Yan's star district, and in the future. Then hung up the communication. Yi Yan has already embarked on the stage of the Interstellar, and she must unify the star performer as soon as possible to establish a fleet. Otherwise, when teammates are in danger in the future, they may be too late to rescue. Oh! An insect egg broke out of its shell not far from Zhang Ruiyun. A worker bee shook off the tissue fluid on its body and saluted Zhang Ruiyun. Immediately afterwards, insect eggs broke out one after another on the Cirrus Plateau. Worker bees all over the mountains and fields shook off the tissue fluid on their bodies one by one. They all waved their claws and pliers in salute in the direction of Zhang Ruiyun. A smile appeared on Zhang Ruiyun's face. The resources that had been waiting for a long time were about to start to surge. Swish! 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 The worker bees in the sky lined up in an orderly queue and drilled into the giant pit of the main energy vein. Soon, on each gas well at the bottom of the giant pit, a worker bee began to build an extraction field under the nutrition infusion of the fungal blanket. Dozens of flesh and blood tissues entangled countless blood vessels and arteries, beating like a heart. The rest of the worker bees were lying on the crystal ore, dissolving the crystal ore with saliva. Soon, the first worker bee held high the crystal ore treated by the special enzyme in its body and sent it into the storage port of the hatchery. Zhang Ruiyun's force completed the first energy collection. At this moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Ruiyun for successfully establishing a zerg force. Please name your force. Force name? Zhang Ruiyun didn't expect that the zerg would be able to meet the conditions for establishing a force so quickly. He thought about it, and then typed 4 big words, Wheel of Fortune. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Ruiyun for establishing the Wheel of Fortune force. As the first player to establish a force, the system randomly receives a reward. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhang Ruiyun for receiving the reward, Highest Authority Communication. Highest Authority Communication. Your organization members can call the highest authority of the system to conduct cross-dimensional space communication permissions regardless of distance, delay, and dimension. Zhang Ruiyun was very surprised to see this reward. Cross-dimensional space communication. This means that with this authority, no matter how far away his faction members are from him, they can call the highest authority of the system to establish instant communication without delay. Although this ability is very simple, any communication has its limits. Even psionic communication cannot guarantee that it can connect infinitely far distances. The communication authority granted by the system to players is also limited by distance. This is much rarer than most rewards. The strategic value of cross-dimensional space communication authority that ignores distance, delay, and dimension is already unimaginable. What's more, this also involves the most fundamental ability, calling the highest authority of the system. This can be said to be one of the top rewards. Highest authority communication is already available, and the next step is to speed up development and have the strength of interstellar voyages faster. At that time, I will quickly enter a period of rapid expansion and plunder a large amount of resources. A large amount of resources means the ever-expanding zerg and the ever-upgrading zerg base. In Endless Starry Sky, strength means everything. Swish! Hei folded his wings and landed in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Her originally cold and beautiful face softened involuntarily when she saw Zhang Ruiyun. Hei greets the master, welcome back. Zhang Ruiyun looked at Hei, whose wings had been folded. How was the investigation? Hei said seriously, I only investigated one mutant force, but I found that they collected and stored nearly 100,000 crystal mines and gas tanks. What? Nearly 100,000 crystal mines and gas tanks? Zhang Ruiyun was shocked instantly. He didn't expect that the mutant force actually stored so many resources. With the resources of a mutant force alone, Zhang Ruiyun's zerg base may be able to directly upgrade to level 3, Beehive. Then he turned around and gave orders to the hatchery. Order, all the zerg units that have spread out, move closer to the 3 mutant forces. Sneak in at the same time, explore the development information of the 3 forces, and the amount of resource storage. Yes, respect your will. The countless zerg swarms that had spread out before quietly surrounded the 3 forces. Afterwards, the zerg's unique powerful organ perception and flexible digging skills quickly conducted a detailed investigation of the mutant forces on Tirith. The information was summarized in front of Zhang Ruiyun along the psionic network of the hatchery. The mutant forces in the southeast have 60,000 crystal mines and 60,000 gas tanks. The mutant forces in the southwest have 40,000 crystal mines and 30,000 gas tanks. The mutant forces in the northwest have 98,000 crystal mines and 132,000 gas tanks. The mutant forces in the southeast have discovered unknown zerg advanced buildings. The mutant forces in the southwest have discovered unknown zerg advanced buildings. The mutant forces in the northwest have discovered the human mutant starport, which is building a semi-biochemical space battleship. The current progress is 70%, and the construction speed is slow. The initial information, when it was confirmed that the 3 major mutant forces did have extremely huge resources. Zhang Ruiyun was very happy. He didn't expect that as soon as he built the zerg base, someone prepared resources for his subsequent upgrade. This will enable him to upgrade the 3rd level base that originally took several months to upgrade almost directly after taking down these mutant forces. The development time was shortened by several months in the early stage, which will provide huge advantages for Zhang Ruiyun's subsequent growth. Moreover, the benefits are not just these. The following pieces of information made Zhang Ruiyun even more delighted. There are actually 2 high-level zerg buildings among the remaining mutant forces. Any buildings that can be detected by the zerg swarm and cannot be identified as high-level zerg buildings must be buildings that can only be unlocked at the 3rd level, beehive, base or above. It is even possible that it is the mysterious building marked with a question mark on Zhang Ruiyun's zerg nest evolution tree. In the mutant base in the northwest, the human race's mutant starport and the semi-biochemical battleships in the starport are what Zhang Ruiyun urgently needs at present. You know, the zerg base must be upgraded to the 5th level, devouring nest, before the reincarnation pool can be built. Only with the reincarnation pool can there be a chance to create Leviathan. Leviathan was originally a huge wild and docile species in space, behemoth. This powerful space behemoth is not easy to capture. It is conceivable how difficult it is to create a Leviathan. Therefore, what Zhang Ruiyun lacks most at present is a space battleship capable of interstellar navigation. And this mutant-human semi-biochemical battleship just meets Zhang Ruiyun's needs. At this moment, Zhang Ruiyun is determined to obtain the mutant bases in the 3 directions. Puff! With the sound of tearing flesh membranes, 30 huge heads with tentacles hanging down burst out from the eggs on the fungal blanket and flew into the air. These are the 30 lords that Zhang Ruiyun ordered to be made before, and they are just hatched at this moment. Puff! There is another sound of tearing flesh membranes. A large insect egg near the hatchery is hatched soon after. A zerg with a scorpion-shaped lower body and a human female upper body has completed hatching. The only difference from humans is that the entire body of this insect queen is pure white, and her hair is also gray, which looks extremely pure and holy. On her beautiful human head with white hair, there is a hard bone crown, which protects the whole head very tightly. I don't know if it is because of the influence of Zhang Ruiyun's alienation corrosion, but Zhang Ruiyun's zerg, any humanoid creatures, will always be corrected to be exactly the same as real Oriental humans. If you don't look at the huge white crown and scorpion body of the Queen of Zerg, she is a real beauty. Bye, meet the master. After the Queen of Zerg hatched, she pledged allegiance to Zhang Ruiyun as soon as possible. A property page appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Subordinate, by, race, Zerg, talent, instant memory, thread planning, super speed calculation, arms, mutated Queen of Zerg, equipment, scorpion-shaped body, bone crown, flexible skin, damage, 120, attack speed, fast, attack distance, 300, target, ground/air, defense, 200 light armor, movement speed, average, skills, advanced intelligence, human parasitism, mutant control, hatching fungal tumors, hatching larvae, blood transfusion treatment, digging, sure enough, just as Zhang Ruiyun expected, the Queen of Insects' talents and various attribute skills are all biased towards command and operation. However, in the skill column, Zhang Ruiyun unexpectedly discovered the 2 skills of human parasitism and control mutants. Through the detailed introduction of the skills, Zhang Ruiyun knew that the creation of mutants was the masterpiece of the Queen of Insects. All mutant parasites that can infect humans are hatched from the Queen of Insects. And the Queen of Insects is born with a natural restraint on mutants. As long as it is within a certain range, the Queen of Insects can even directly control mutants. Seeing this, Zhang Ruiyun's eyes suddenly lit up. After he had the Queen of Insects, he was more confident in attacking the mutant forces in these directions. What's more, the 30 lords on his side were ready. There was no need for any tactics to deal with those mutant forces. It is enough to just push through the sea of insects. In the southeastern mutant camp, Google search reading a charming and enchanting woman is standing on the observation deck of the highest command room in the camp. And behind her and in the camp below, tens of thousands of mutants with deformed bodies and distorted facial features are busy in the camp. All mutants have more or less various zerg structures that have been mutated after being eroded by zerg genes. Google search TWKN. Some are huge bone armor and bone spurs, some are mutated insect limbs, and some are inexplicable organs and glands. However, although the appearance of these zerg structures distorts the appearance of everyone, making these people look extremely weird and ugly. However, it is also because of these mutations that the alienated parts of these mutants have been greatly strengthened. For example, those mutants with bone armor and bone spurs have physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. Just like now, even if they jump directly from the 5-story turret to the ground, they will not suffer any damage. For example, those mutants whose limbs have mutated into insect limbs can easily lift several tons of heavy objects and run back and forth in the camp. Another example is the rarer organ mutants. Some brains have been super enhanced and even developed psychic power. Some glands in their mouths have mutated and can directly spit out mucus, organically fusing human alloy weapons with zerg biological tissues. Some internal organs have mutated and can even directly process crystal ore. Generally speaking, the more the mutant's body is alienated, the more complex the changes, the stronger the strength. This is not only true on Tirith, but also in the records of the entire universe. There are even rumors that a mutant once appeared in the universe. Through his own mutation and evolution, he turned himself into a zerg nest, becoming a difficult existence even for the zerg army, and another dark force different from the human race, the zerg, and the Protoss. However, in all the records, there is only one iron rule. That is, it is impossible for humans infected and mutated by the zerg to maintain their normal human appearance. At the same time, no normal human can be immune to the infection and mutation of the zerg. However, on the planet Tirith, in the mutant camp in the southeast, there appeared a beautiful female commander who maintained a normal human appearance from all angles. Ivy. Ivy was once the top student of the top military academy of the Terran Federation. She experienced 117 large-scale battles, conquered 336 lines of defense, and occupied 26 planets. She is the youngest Major General of the Terran Federation and ranks in the top 3 of the officer potential list. At this time, Ivy retracted her gaze from the camp and turned to look at the command hall. In the hall, more than a dozen mutant leaders who could hardly see the human appearance were waiting for her lecture in fear. Ivy opened her red lips and said, "After years of accumulation and spending a lot of crystal ore and gas, we have finally perfectly integrated human mechanical technology with the biological tissue of the zerg, and can bring out our strongest advantages. This army is the strongest ground force among the 3 mutant forces. Next, as long as all our tanks and weapons and equipment are fully debugged, we can easily take down the other 2 mutant camps. By then, the mutant-human beast march of the Beast King and the mutant semi-biochemical starship the Tyrant is about to complete will be in our hands. Finally, the combined forces of our 3 mutants will be enough to confront the Protoss observation station head-on. By then, the entire Tirith planet will be under our control, and we will establish a new force of our own." Boom! As Ivy's heart was stirred, a mental network similar to the unique one of the Queen of Blades radiated to the entire southeast mutant base. Buzz! Suddenly, all the half-biological and half-mechanical defense turrets in the base, as well as all the mutant half-biological mine vehicles, tanks, and robots in dozens of arsenals, seemed to be activated, gathering huge energy and emitting powerful power. Only at this time, Ivy, who originally looked like a weak ordinary human woman, showed a powerful pressure far beyond all other mutants. Under her beautiful appearance, she actually hides the strength of a high-level zerg. And with Ivy's outbreak, all the mutants in the camp stopped their work and made a gesture of submission to the High Command. This behavior is vaguely similar to the appearance of low-level zergs submitting to high-level zergs in the zerg. Then, Ivy put away the pressure and directly assigned the next mission plan to the minds of the mutant leaders in the command hall through psionic communication. Then he waved his hand and let everyone in the camp get busy again. But he lazily lay on the command chair and took the information just delivered by the adjutant. What is this? A huge energy fluctuation appeared on the Cirrus Plateau? The zerg around the world suddenly became unusually active? The Protoss observation ship abnormally did not appear again? At the same time, there were no large-scale abnormal movements in the Beast King camp and the airship camp, and they seemed to have shrunk to a certain extent? Ivy's pupils shrank. What's going on? Could it be that the remaining zerg on Tirith have undergone new and unknown changes? Perhaps it was because Ivy herself was a mutant and had an inseparable relationship with the zerg. So, when she saw the news, Ivy's keen intuition had already linked this series of abnormal changes to the zerg. At the same time, at this moment, Ivy's heart suddenly palpitated. She had a certain ominous premonition and looked in the direction of the Sirius Plateau involuntarily. The mental network in her mind, similar to that of the Queen of Blades, began to tremble slightly. In her perception, there seemed to be an overwhelming dark cloud in that direction, covering her base. That feeling made people feel suffocated involuntarily. Then, Ivy shouted solemnly, "Someone come. Immediately send out a scout in the direction of the Sirius Plateau. I want the information over there." Author's side note: Dear brothers and sisters, the book will be recommended tomorrow. Please read it, comment on it, and vote for it. Votes must be cast at the end of the latest chapter to be valid. Thank you for your support. Following Ivy's order. In the southeast base, more than a dozen semi-biochemically modified chariots and motorcycles, driven by mutant sentinels, roared their engines and sped towards the direction of the Cirrus Plateau. However, when they roared their engines, rushed up the high slope in the north of the camp, and jumped into the air. Swish! 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 Dozens of black shadows suddenly rushed into the sky from the back of the hill. They hit the chariot motorcycle fiercely. Then, there were only a few extremely high-pitched insect chirps and the sound of a bone blade cutting the air at high speed. The buzzing engines suddenly stopped. Boom! The chariot motorcycle exploded with the attack of the springtail. The blue flames burning from the gas explosion in the motorcycle, mixed with metal fragments and mutant-modified zerg tissue, exploded into a ball of bloody fireworks in the air. Along with dozens of fireworks, explosions continued on the high slope less than a mile away from the southeast camp. All the mutants in the camp stopped their work and looked at the explosion not far away in shock. Swish! In the command hall, Ivy's delicate body suddenly shot up from the command chair. As the commander of all mutants in the southeast base, her immature mental network immediately conveyed the news of the Sentinel's death to her mind. Then, Ivy was the first to rush here and saw the dozens of tanks and motorcycles that exploded on the eastern hillside. And she was also the first to see the sea of insects emerging from the back of the hillside after the smoke cleared. One by one, the winged, agile springtails. One by one, the cockroaches covered with thick armor moved forward steadily. Their number increased from hundreds to thousands in a blink of an eye, and finally reached tens of thousands. Soon a carpet of insects was formed, sweeping over. Seeing this scene, Ivy's face turned pale. When she saw these springtails for the first time, she knew that there had been huge changes on Tirith. The springtails in front of her were not those degenerated native zergs, but zerg springtails in their complete form. And they were in good order, which must have been controlled by high-level intelligent zergs. Damn it! Ivy cursed inwardly. At this critical moment when she was about to unify the remaining forces of mutants, the zerg actually made a comeback? However, Ivy's face immediately showed a firmness. Back then, I was infected by the Zerg Queen on Tirith because of the calculations of others, and I didn't show my true strength at all. Now, after so many years of operation and development, and with the help of that building, even if the real Zerg attacked again, I, Ivy, am not afraid at all. Since someone can evolve into a Zerg nest in the state of a mutant, thus getting rid of the control of the Zerg, then I, Ivy, can also rewrite my own destiny through that thing. Thinking of this, Ivy looked at the deep pit surrounded by the southeast base again. In the deep pit, you can vaguely see a Zerg fungus blanket hidden deep underground and a huge Zerg building. After taking a look at this building, Ivy seemed to have gained infinite confidence, and looked at the sea of Zerg outside the camp with a cold gaze. The highest level of war alarm in the command room sounded. Woo woo woo, the rapid alarms sounded in the southeast base. Then countless orders were issued from Ivy's mental network. At the same time, a huge mechanical high wall slowly rose outside the southeast base. The surface of the high wall was covered with a tissue similar to insect armor, and inverted sharp thorns could be seen everywhere. The purple Zerg poison gas began to form a thin mist on the periphery with the breathing of the insect armor like defense tissue. Click, 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 click. As the gears of this machine turned, there was a sound similar to the friction of Zerg bones. Anti-aircraft guns and small machine guns combined with Zerg structures rose up beside the high wall. Mutants jumped directly onto the 5-meter-high turrets and set up defensive turrets. Boom! Countless chariots and tanks that were originally waiting for the final inspection were also driven by countless mutants and lined up behind the high wall on one side of the sea of insects. Kala. After arriving, the Zerg tanks turned around and turned into ferocious super cannons in an instant. At this moment, the sky-high waves formed by the sea of insects have already surged. Ivy walked out of the command room and came to the highest command platform in the camp, looking at the sea of insects outside the camp. Issued a cold order. Everyone! Attack! Bang! 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 Tanks fired in unison, and turrets fired in unison. Countless machine guns and mutant machine gunners standing on the high wall suddenly emitted fierce fireworks. The firepower network formed by guns and cannons instantly covered the sea of insects on the hillside. Boom! 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 The tank's super-large plasma cannon fell into the sea of Zerg, blasting out huge pits of tens of meters. At the same time, because of the Zerg's transformation, the ground where the cannon bombarded also appeared with the Zerg's unique strong acid. And not only the tank's plasma cannon, but also the shells fired by the turrets, machine guns, and machine gunners all carried the characteristic damage of the Zerg. In a blink of an eye, all the Zerg covered by the firepower network were immediately severely damaged. The Terran Defense Firepower Network, which was originally extremely powerful, was blessed with the characteristics of zerg toxins and corrosive acid. It still caused extremely strong damage to Zhang Ruiyun's complete zerg swarm, which had already perfected the zerg genes. The overwhelming sea of zerg and the powerful zerg tide actually suffered heavy losses under Ivy's defensive firepower network. The attacking troops retreated again and again, and were almost pushed back to the back slope. Looking at the powerful firepower network that was constantly harvesting the zerg in front of her, a hint of pride appeared on Ivy's beautiful face. Sure enough, if she hadn't been tricked by someone, how could she have become a mutant with her own strength? Now, she hasn't responded with all her strength, and the zerg that invaded from the opposite side has suffered heavy losses. Not to mention, she hasn't yet exerted her more powerful ground command ability. The use of various strategies and tactics has not given her the opportunity to play. However, as long as the battlefield stabilizes next, give her some more time to investigate the layout and strength of the zerg. Then, the zerg in front of her will feel the fear of being dominated by her on the battlefield. At that time, they will experience what despair is. After these zergs are wiped out, it is time to conquer the mutant forces in the other two directions. Thinking of this, Ivy couldn't help but look at her zerg like mutant troops. She couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. Through this actual combat test, her mutant weapons that combine human technology and zerg gene technology have been proven to be debugged to the most perfect level. Such firepower and offensive completely meet her expectations. The other two mutant forces are no longer a threat. At that time, the technology of evolving zerg genes in the Beast King camp and the starships in the airship camp will bring her more powerful combat power. From then on, she will breed a powerful force on the planet Tirith. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Ivy couldn't help laughing. However, she didn't wait long to be happy. Suddenly, at the edge of the firepower network, on the back slope of the hill where the zerg first appeared, tall figures suddenly jumped out. They are like cobras, with thick snake bodies, a car-sized cone-shaped head, a pair of huge claw sickles, and waving gusts of wind. After the zerg's cannon fodder troops, springtails and cockroaches, the main battle hydralisk appeared. Puff! The huge conical head armor of the hydralisk suddenly expanded. A spike filled with corrosive mucus rushed towards the wall of the southeast base. Boom! The automatic turret on the wall exploded into a firework under the attack of a spike. Then, the hydralisk spikes in the sky began to attack the southeast base. In the southeast base, bursts of fire exploded. Under the bombardment of spikes, the steel wall at the front of the southeast base was hit hard. Countless automatic turrets, small machine guns on the edge of the wall, and anti-aircraft guns controlled by mutants were all destroyed one after another. Even the main gate checkpoint on the front of the steel wall was corroded by the dense hydralisk spikes. The originally dense and complete firepower network suddenly had a huge omission. And because the tank cannon was located at the back, it was unable to form an effective attack on the hydralisk troops standing on the edge of the firepower network. In an instant, the situation was reversed. Endless springtails and cockroaches invaded the front of the firepower network again, and kept approaching the southeast base. With the continuous loss of the firepower network, the tank cannons alone could not stop the endless sea of insects in a short time. Ivy's eyebrows flashed coldly, and just when she was about to order the tank troops to press forward and adjust the firepower network again. On the hilltop in the distance, a passage was made in the center of the huge hydralisk troops. A white halfling beauty with a snow-white body and a scorpion body walked out from the middle. At the same time, Ivy's mental network seemed to have suffered extremely strong interference. A large amount of electric current crackling sound appeared in the originally stable mental network. A whisper of insect language suddenly appeared in the minds of all mutants in the network. Then, all the mutants fell into stagnation at the same time. A primitive impulse in their bodies seemed to begin to awaken. All the mutants, whose zerg genes and zerg thoughts had been dormant due to the disappearance of the advanced zerg on Tirith, were awakened at the same time. Their human thinking began to be suppressed. On the battlefield, the fierce artillery fire and dense firepower network suddenly began to weaken, and even gradually stopped. Ivy shook her dizzy brain, forced herself to look up at the white figure on the top of the mountain. Damn, Queen Zerg. Why is there a Queen Zerg here? Ivy looked painful, trying hard to endure the discomfort. All mutants were infected by the parasitic virus spread by the Queen Zerg. So, the Zerg genes in the mutants were copied from the Queen Zerg as a template. So, the Queen Zerg was born with the ability to suppress, control, influence and command mutants. So the moment the Queen Zerg appeared, powerful psionic communication and the unique spiritual connection of the Zerg appeared in all the mutants. At this moment, not only did the thoughts of all the mutants begin to be influenced by the queen, but even the zerg genes in these mutants began to evolve. And because Bai was a rare mutant queen, the zerg genes in all the mutants even showed a trend of secondary evolution under Bai's influence. Of course, such a trend will undoubtedly deepen the influence of the mutant zerg thinking. So, even if Bai has not approached the southeast base, the mutants in the southeast base have almost surrendered under the influence of the zerg thinking. However, among all the mutants influenced and controlled by Bai, there is one person who resisted such control. Boom! The huge air wave formed a shock wave, which exploded on the command platform and spread to the surroundings. A flash of purple lightning flashed in Ivy's gorgeous eyes, and two incomplete bone wings suddenly pierced out from the back of her originally delicate body. A zerg consciousness comparable to Bai awakened in Ivy's body. The mental network that was originally strongly disturbed and intermittent was actually strengthened. A momentum similar to that of the Queen of Blades instantly broke out on Ivy's body. Boom! A shocking explosion roar suddenly transmitted to the minds of all the mutants connected to Ivy in the southeast base. Afterwards, Bai, who had been gradually controlling the mutants, was suddenly hit by Ivy's mental shock similar to that of the Blade Queen. Bang! Bai took several steps back, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Bai's mental connection to the mutants was interrupted, and he himself suffered a little backlash. All the mutants' thoughts, whether they were human thoughts or zerg thoughts, all returned to Ivy's hands. Ivy, who was like the Blade Queen with wings on her back, showed a ferocious expression on her face. She once again issued a crazy attack order towards the zerg army of hydralisks and flying dragons that appeared in the distance. At the same time, she activated her innate skill, Iron Blood Fighting Will. Ka! In an instant, whether it was the zerg-like mechanical troops, the zerg-like mutant spearmen, or the violent soldiers in the camp, a bloody light instantly ignited on their bodies. Then, all the mutant troops, whether they were action speed, range, or combat effectiveness, were significantly improved. At Ivy's command, they actually opened the gate of the southeast base and launched a counterattack against the sea of insects. Suddenly, the fire of tank cannons and the firepower network formed by the mutant army's guns once again covered the entire sea of insects. And this time, the firepower network was several times more fierce than before. Boom! The sea of insects that had just crushed over was destroyed in an instant. Swish! The gorgeous Ivy jumped down from the high command platform. She landed on the first large semi-biochemical tank that passed by the command tower. She stood on the top of the tank, dancing with her wings behind her. She looked coldly at the White Queen on the hill in front of her. Just now, she used the zerg power that was stronger than the Queen to control the mutants who were about to be controlled by the Queen again. Then, she led the other mutants by activating her own talent skill, Iron Blood Fighting Will. For the first time, she still kept her own thinking clear when there were advanced zergs. And she was able to make the troops under her command maintain independent thinking and confront the zerg head-on. Success! Ivy was very excited at this time. With the evolution brought to her by the zerg building, she actually had the ability to get rid of the Queen's control. From now on, I can be like the mutant who evolved into a hive, no longer constrained by the zerg, occupy this planet, and develop into an independent force. Thinking of this, Ivy's eyes were firm, and she gave a cold order: attack the Queen. Kill the Queen and destroy the zerg's command. Buzz! The steel torrent that integrated the zerg's ability surrounded the tank where Ivy was in charge towards the hilltop. According to the information collected by the Federation, on the planets that the zerg had just invaded, only the third-level zerg nest would appear at most. And under the third-level zerg nest, the Queen is the highest-level zerg in the entire swarm, and is also the command core of the entire swarm. Therefore, Ivy believed that as long as the Queen was killed, the huge zerg swarm that suddenly appeared on the Tierras planet would fall into chaos and collapse instantly. At that time, as long as the zerg in front of her was destroyed, Ivy could command the zerg-like mechanical troops under her command that had been tested in actual combat to directly unify the Tierras planet. At Ivy's command, countless mutants, holding zerg-like Gauss machine guns, countless semi-organic mechanized troops, chariots and motorcycles, and siege tanks all roared their engines and rushed to the high slope. The roar of guns and explosions covered the front battlefield like a floor washing, and spread towards the position of the White Queen. At this time, even though the number of hydralisks on the high slope continued to increase, the zerg's attack became more and more crazy. But it still couldn't stop Ivy's Iron Blood Fighting Will. Queen Bai shook her head and gradually recovered from Ivy's mental shock just now. She looked at the battlefield where the situation was reversed sharply. At the same time, she felt the tenacious mental network between the mutants on the opposite side. Bai's face became extremely bad. She didn't expect that among these infected mutants, some people actually evolved powerful mental abilities and formed a mental network similar to the Queen of Blades. Moreover, this mental network similar to the Queen of Blades could not even be invaded and controlled by herself, but instead caused herself to suffer a backlash. At the same time, the army of mutants in front of her was constantly approaching her. Bai looked at the gorgeous figure in the center of the mutant army with a solemn expression. Ivy saw the Queen of Insects in such a miserable state that she felt a sense of revenge in her heart. Then, she directly ordered all her troops to point all their guns and cannons at Queen of Insects Bai. She wanted to wash away the humiliation of the past in front of everyone. However, just as Ivy sneered and was about to order an attack, in the sky above the hillside, a figure suddenly swooped down from the clouds. A figure wrapped in dark energy fell from the sky with great power. A spiritual energy stronger than Ivy appeared instantly and invaded Ivy's spiritual network. Then, a spiritual network far more powerful and perfect than Ivy, along Ivy's network connection, directly covered all the mutants. Bang! That figure landed on the tank where Ivy was, and stood in front of Ivy with a slender body at a distance of 3 meters. Ivy stared at the figure that fell from the sky, wrapped in dark energy. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but step back a few steps, blurting out in disbelief, "Blade Queen? Buzz! Woo!" With this exclamation, all the guns and cannons of the mutant army, which had already gathered huge energy, instantly extinguished. All the mutants, with the Blade Queen Black who fell from the sky as the center, knelt down and surrendered collectively. Ivy, who originally relied on the mind network to resist the control of the Queen of Zerg, lost control of all the mutant troops in an instant after Black appeared. At the same time, Ivy's mind, like other mutants, faced Black, a Zerg unit that was more advanced than the White Queen of Zerg, and the consciousness of surrender emerged from the bottom of her heart. However, just when Ivy's knees were bent and she was about to kneel down, a strong sense of unwillingness emerged from the bottom of her heart, and anger surged in her heart. Why is it like this? Why, I have been preparing for several years, why should I lose to you? Ivy's tenacious self-awareness actually withstood the Zerg thinking. She straightened her originally bent knees in an instant. Ivy tried her best to gather the energy in her body and attacked Hay. Boom! A purple lightning rushed straight to Hay's head. In the entire mutant army, at this moment, only Ivy did not surrender. Whoosh! A swift purple lightning shot out from Ivy's hand. Hay tilted his head, and the purple lightning passed through Hay's hair. Boom! The rock behind Hay was blown to pieces. After the smoke and dust, Hay looked at Ivy coldly, and his eyes also fell on the wings growing behind Ivy. At the same time, she also felt the breath of Ivy, similar to that of the Blade Queen. She couldn't help but feel a little curious. That's why Hay didn't kill Ivy immediately. However, Ivy, after being stimulated by Hay, she actually started to attack Hay frantically as if she had met a mortal enemy. Not only did she condense purple lightning through the energy in her body, but she also used her much stronger strength and speed than other mutants to fight in close combat. Boom! 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 The violent attack affected the mutants who surrendered around her. However, all the attacks that Ivy launched at Hay were easily dodged by Hay, who was more agile. And these attacks eventually fell on the mutant army. The powerful attack destroyed almost all the insect-armored mutants with strong defense and the semi-biological mechanical chariots in one blow. Even the thick semi-biological large siege tank under Ivy was shattered by the aftermath of Ivy's dozens of attacks. As the tank exploded, Hay seemed to receive some instructions, and a dark psychic light flashed in his eyes. Then a psychic energy several times stronger than before suppressed Ivy. Crack! Ivy, who had been attacking wantonly, sank her body at the moment when the psychic energy suppressed her mind, and her feet directly crushed the ground under her feet. The ground under Ivy's feet shattered and spread like a spider web. Her knees bent involuntarily, and under the huge pressure, she gradually knelt down and surrendered to Hay. However, just when Ivy's knees were about to touch the ground, the human mind deep in her heart suddenly burst out with a stronger unyielding will. Author side note, please read, comment, and vote. Votes must be read to the latest chapter, and votes at the end of the latest chapter are valid. The human mind deep in Ivy's heart suddenly burst out with a stronger unyielding will. The purple lightning roared and spread, and it actually resisted the psychic pressure of Hay. Google search reading this purple lightning, under the stimulation of Hay's psychic energy, seemed to have undergone a transformation, and began to become more and more powerful, and finally could even directly confront Hay. Moreover, the mutant mental network that had been controlled by Hay actually showed a sign of being taken back by Ivy. All the mutants in the center of the battlefield fatally ignited the blood-red light emitted by Iron Blood War will. The muzzles of countless high-energy gas machine guns and mechanized troops seemed to begin to condense energy again. Buzz! The sound of an engine starting suddenly sounded, and the muzzle of a semi-biochemical tank was facing Hay, who was confronting Ivy. A wave of energy began to slowly gather. And Hay's eyes looking at Ivy began to gradually become solemn. At this moment, a figure flew down from the cloud layer where Hay had just fallen. The wind blew away the clouds, and above the clouds, there was actually a lord floating. And the figure that fell was Zhang Ruiyun, the Zerg master. Boom! The figure fell between Ivy and Hay, and a big pit was smashed into the ground, spreading like a spider web, cracking layer by layer, and a violent wind was set off. Zhang Ruiyun slowly turned around, his eyes fell on Ivy's wings, and his eyes calmly said, "Are you willing to surrender?" Snap! The sound was not loud, but with Zhang Ruiyun's question, a strong will of coercion spread in all directions. It instantly enveloped the entire southeast base. Ivy's original human thinking that was constantly transforming and growing, gradually suppressing the Zerg genes in her body, was immediately directly eroded by the Zerg genes that were excited by Zhang Ruiyun's appearance. Ivy's eyes changed into vertical pupils that only Zerg have. Both knees knelt neatly in front of Zhang Ruiyun. All the original resistance and unyieldingness disappeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. The will of the Zerg overlord is something that all Zergs and their units, especially the Zerg units with wisdom, cannot resist. Ivy greets the master and swears allegiance to the master. Buzz! With Ivy's loyalty, all the energy of the guns and cannons in the mutant forces dissipated, the muzzles were lowered, and all surrendered. The southeast base of the mutants was instantly conquered under the supreme Zerg pressure of Zhang Ruiyun. Boom! With the appearance of Zhang Ruiyun, the battlefield instantly established the victory. All the defense facilities of the southeast base were retracted, and the tall insect armor walls were sunk into the ground again. All the mutant troops, under Zhang Ruiyun's command, returned to the southeast base and were ready to go. Afterwards, the Zerg army entered the southeast base and began to collect and count the supplies of the southeast base. In the command room, Zhang Ruiyun sat in Ivy's command chair, looking down at the large amount of crystal ore and gas tanks that were constantly transported to the hatchery by the worker bees. Master, according to statistics, a total of 60,000 crystal ores and 60,000 gas tanks were harvested in the southeast base. At the same time, 16 construction drawings of human buildings were obtained, including primary barracks, primary tank factories, primary tank manufacturing plants, primary repair plants, primary supply stations, etc. However, due to the lack of a command center, AI brain, and SCV, i.e., space construction robots, all human buildings lack standardized energy modules, so that all buildings cannot operate normally. At present, all human buildings in the base can only rely on mutants to fuse Zerg organizations to form a unique Zerg energy transmission path to enable the corresponding building functions. In addition, a total of 322 human technology patents were obtained. But because the human base had suffered a catastrophic disaster before, most of the patents were too scattered and could only combine two technological capabilities. That is, siege/tank mode switching, technology, free transformation of wheeled vehicles, technology. After inventory, there are a total of 32,300 mutants in the southeast base. The transformed Zerg, there are also 800 wheeled vehicles and 3,000 artillery pieces that have been freely modified. At the same time, 3 Goliath-armed mechas that are being studied were found, and the current research progress is 60%. Also, 40 metal forging workshops were harvested. In summary, after this battle, after occupying the mutant camp in the southeast, we have the production capacity of a large number of human ground combat forces. And the Zerg mechas produced, the mechanical troops are generally 40% stronger than the human mechanical troops. If the problem of energy mismatch can be solved, the combat effectiveness of the Zerg-type mechanical troops can at least double. At the same time, with 30,000 mutant warriors and a large number of mechanized troops, we can provide strong support for the Zerg ground offensive. Finally, the large amount of crystal ore and gas tanks obtained are enough to upgrade and evolve our base and clear the energy obstacles. After speaking, I lowered his slender upper body waist and bowed slightly to Zhang Ruiyun. Good. Zhang Ruiyun nodded at Bai, and then turned to look at AI Wei. With the end of the war, AI Wei also lifted the previous attack form, and the wings on the body recovered the inside of the body. The body becomes lighter and soft again, and it seems to be no threat. But even so, Zhang Ruiyun still felt on AI Wei's body. It was obvious that it was completely different from other mutant people. Your name is AI Wei? Yes, the former Federal Southeast Star Domain, the commander of the 6th Army, AI Wei, Major General. As the zerg thinking dominates her body again, AI Wei's whole person no longer has the spirituality of the previous, but becomes like a thorn snake, flying dragon, and other zerg creatures, and absolutely obey. Major General Federation? Even if you have a rare spiritual awakening of human elites, this does not seem to be why you have the Blade Queen's gene chain. In the previous war, whether it was the back of the worm, the Blade Queen Black, or Zhang Ruiyun, from AI Wei's body, I perceived the flavor of the Blade Queen. After AI Wei's service, Zhang Ruiyun determined AI Wei's body with a close observation, including the incomplete gene chain of the Blade Queen. It seems that it is precisely because of the Blade Queen's incomplete gene chain, which leads to Avi's human body, and does not have distorted mutations with the genes of mutants. At the same time, it is the incomplete gene chain of the Blade Queen that enables AI Wei to get rid of the control of the back white and black. Because the mutant of the mutant is derived from the unstable alienation gene library caused by the insects. The insectization of the Blade Queen is the exclusive transformation of the high-grade zerg buildings consumed a lot of energy. From the genetic level, according to the unique genetic chain of each human beings, the exclusive transformation. The insectization of this is no longer at all. However, AI Wei's state is actually a bit different. At this moment, she is neither the state of insectization of the mutant nor the insects of the Blade Queen, but in the middle state of these two transformations. This made Zhang Ruiyun and his party, which was puzzled. Back to the owner, the change of subordinates is entirely due to the hidden high-grade zerg building under the base, Queen Family. Grandma's family? As soon as these three words came out, Zhang Ruiyun immediately sat up from the command chair. Queen's family, but the Blade Queen's manufacturing office. It is the only two of Zhang Ruiyun's zerg technology tree in the zerg-affiliated buildings above the 3rd level. That is the building that can be unlocked after the main base of the main base, life. It can be said that with Queen's family, Zhang Ruiyun has the ability to make the Blade Queen. And such a high-end building is under the base of the southeast of the mutant? Zhang Ruiyun hasn't returned. AI Wei continued, not only is the genetic evolution and transformation in my body, but in the southeast base, the perfect fusion technology and inlaid technology of all human race technology and zerg biological organizations are also taught by Queen's family to me. Hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun was even more puzzled. Queen's family also provides technology that integrates human races and worm biological evolution? This is not explained in the introduction of the technology tree. Could it be that all high-level zerg buildings have more hidden functions? So, in addition to transforming the Blade Queen and providing fusion technology, do they have other abilities? After all, it is a 10th level building. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun couldn't wait to mix this high-level zerg building. AI Wei, where is the family? Take us. AI Wei's face showed a trace of hesitation. Queen's family, previously, the high-energy crystal or transformed by mutants was not enough purity, and it could not be used. At the same time, it took me a lot of energy to transform me, so the self-protection function of Queen's family opened. Now, except for me, anyone who enters will be attacked by Queen's family. Queen's family, can you still attack? Zhang Ruiyun feels more wrong. Well, yes, Queen's family, inside not only has a strong tentacle, but also more critical, but also has a powerful faint energy attack. Having said that, AI Wei glanced at the back of the worm white and black, and continued, all my previous can be sober under the power of the strong spirit of the Blade Queen behind the worm, which is because of the yawning in Queen's family. Stress exercise with the opening of the Queen's family, self-protection, the original stress of energy has all become a spiritual attack. This attack is very dangerous. Therefore, the owner does not recommend the owner to enter the Queen's family. This is over. AI Wei pointed at the center of the camp, similar to the pit in the pits in the Zhang Ruiyun zerg base, saying, Queen family is below this deep pit. With AI Wei's instructions, Zhang Ruiyun, as the dominance of the zerg, turned his eyes into the deep pit, and instantly felt a faint burst of zerg. At the same time, the atmosphere of this Digenum, as Avi said, is full of violence. However, in addition to tyrannical, Zhang Ruiyun also faintly felt unusual. Zhang Ruiyun's perception of his heart. What else is there in the Queen's chamber? The center of the southeast base. Google search reading on the edge of the huge pit, there is a winding in-depth path. The potholes are very deep, and the bottom of the dark is almost not seen. Just at the deepest part of the pothole's light, a little dark purple blanket can be seen vaguely. Zhang Ruiyan took Ai Wei and He to open the tight defense level on the potholes. Enter the potholes along the stone step path. With the deepening of several people, the deep pit at the bottom began to turn obliquely, and the light on the top of the head gradually disappeared. In the holes and pits, it fell into darkness. However, fortunately, whether it is Zhang Ruiyan or Ai Wei and He, the gene itself has the ability to dark vision of the zerg. Slap! Zhang Ruiyan's feet embarked on a fungal blanket. Where there is a bacterial blanket, there must be zergs building. However, when she stepped on the fungal blanket, Zhang Ruiyan's brow suddenly tightened. Because in his perception, the bacterial blanket under his feet is more thicker and tough, and the energy and mineral elements stored inside are more dense. Zhang Ruiyan looked down involuntarily. Purple-red bacterial blanket. Compared with the brown-purple bacterial blankets on the main base of Zhang Ruiyan, the bacteria blankets here looked more fresh and full. Is this a high-grade bacterial blanket that appears in the high-class zerg building? Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyan's eyes became more and more rushing to look forward to the passage. The group continued along the passage. After a narrow channel full of bacterial blankets, it moved for hundreds of meters again. The narrow channel suddenly opened up. A nearly 100-meter cave suddenly appeared in front of everyone. A huge building similar to the zerg hive is located in the center of the cave. There are dozens of thick worms spinning whip around it, guarding a crown-like flesh-like core in the middle. This is the original master to transform the first Blade Queen Karikan, and deliberately transformed a 3-level worm base honeycomb to the advanced building, Queen's Family. Just when Zhang Ruiyan arrived at the entrance of the cave, the original, Queen's Family, suddenly brightened the glory. A stream of tyrannical blood, like a roar, shocked from the core of Queen's Family to the surroundings. Subsequently, a tangible ripple that could form was swept at the passage. Alas! After the wave pattern swept the body of Zhang Ruiyan and his party, Queen's Family, dozens of thorns around the surrounding areas turned to the entrance together, posing a fighting attitude. The row of thorn whip, the closest to Zhang Ruiyan, suddenly wrapped in the mines and split towards several people. Slap! Like the pillars, the thick tentacles whip, just a few people in Zhang Ruiyan's 10 meters away, hitting the fungal blanket fiercely. Alas! The explosive bacterial blanket mucus, mixed with gravel under the bacterial blanket, splashed huge smoke and dust. At the moment when the thorn whip fell, the black eyes were cold and instantly appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyan. Cushion and gravel came from splashing for Zhang Ruiyan. The smoke scattered. At this time, the black eyes had accumulated anger. For the Queen's Family, when she reincarnated into a Blade Queen, she also met. However, the Queen's Family she contacted, let alone the Master, is to face the Blade Queen like her, all obedient. Therefore, the Queen's Family, in front of her eyes was just when she met, and she directly attacked Zhang Ruiyan in a demonstration. In her opinion, she seemed to be rebellious. This is a disrespect for the zerg. Not to mention the collision of Zhang Ruiyan, for Black, it is a more serious offense than hitting her. Therefore, the next moment, she ignored Avi's opening. Directly at the Queen's Family, he killed his wings. Alas! The bone blade appeared in the black hands, with the bone blade of the dark energy, and cut the thorns that attacked the Queen's Family, to cut 2 stages. Then He continued to break forward, and at the same time, the breath of the Queen of the Blade was completely released, and went directly to the core of the Queen's house, crown room. However, it was unexpected. Facing the breath of his true Blade Queen's Family, even more resistant to resistance, and the cave shook violently. Slap! 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 The overwhelming whip is madly dancing, and the sound of countless spinning whip shaking the wind sounded in the hole. Dozens of thorns smashed crazy at the black head. There was a trace of surprise in the black eyes, but the figure was unambiguous between a few whip shadows and shuttled back and forth. At the same time, a large amount of dark energy erupted on the body, and the entire cave was gradually burned by the dark flames. Queen's Family, mourning, the speed of the thorn whip fell. At the same time, the black bone blade flickered through the deadly arc, which gave a lot of deep visible bone damage to the thorns that constantly wielded attacking her. But even so, under the Queen's Family crazy attack, it still prevented the approach of Black. Just as the black eyes became more and more cold, they were ready to cut directly into the Queen's Family. Zhang Ruiyan called back. Don't be impulsive. I want to assimilate this complete zerg building, but it's not a dead thing to be killed. After speaking, Zhang Ruiyan was going to connect his thinking to the body of Queen's Family. However, when Zhang Ruiyan put Yoneng into Queen's Family, The feedback is a good attack from Queen's family. Bang! Zhang Ruiyun waved his hand to block the psionic attack. His face couldn't help but look ugly. This, Queen's room, is so difficult to take down? Seeing the scene in front of him, Ivy hesitated to speak and finally asked Zhang Ruiyun to let her, who was recognized by the Queen's room, communicate with the Queen's room first. Then, Ivy walked towards the Queen's room, as usual. However, when Ivy just walked into the attack range of the Queen's room, a powerful psionic attack fell on Ivy. Directly knocked Ivy against the rock wall of the cave. Puff! Ivy spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, the crown cabin of the Queen's room shook. An angry emotion pressed down on everyone. And hidden behind this emotion, Zhang Ruiyun felt the obvious high-level zerg will. Boom! A strong high-level zerg aura. Ivy, who was about to get up and catch her breath, was pressed to the ground again. At the same time, Ivy's intention to submit to Zhang Ruiyun was seriously disturbed. On the other side, Hei's thinking was also disturbed after being affected by the high-level zerg aura. However, this disturbance was transmitted to Zhang Ruiyun's mind at the first time. In Hei's perception, the high-level zerg aura from the Queen's room was much purer and more advanced than Zhang Ruiyun's. It was as if Zhang Ruiyun's dominant aura was only a larva, while the high-level zerg aura from the Queen's room was already a fully mature body. In terms of control, Zhang Ruiyun was far inferior to the Queen's room. But Zhang Ruiyun knew that this was not the Overlord, and it could not be the Overlord. Then, there was only one possibility: this was the brainworm left by the original Overlord. There was a brainworm left by the original Overlord, hiding in the Queen's room. The brainworm is also a very high-level zerg unit, but its nature is different from that of the Queen of Blades. The brainworm can be regarded as the clone of the Overlord, or the schizophrenia of the Overlord. The brainworm cannot be killed. Even if the body is destroyed, the consciousness of the brainworm will return to the mind of the Zerg Overlord, and the Overlord can revive it at any time. Similarly, even if the Overlord dies, he can be resurrected in other brainworms. It just takes multiple brainworms to synthesize a Overlord again. In the previous life, only the Dark Templar's hidden knife can really kill the brainworm thoroughly. And this brainworm left by the original Overlord on the Star Tirith, because it has been abandoned for too long, it has its own personality, and now it happens to become an obstacle to Zhang Ruiyun. Because it once carried the will of the original Overlord, this brainworm cannot succumb to Zhang Ruiyun. At the same time, because this brainworm has carried the will of the original Overlord, it has a little bit of the pressure left by the will of the original Overlord, and its mental power is extremely strong. Even Zhang Ruiyun, a newly born master, dared to resist. And Zhang Ruiyun, at the moment when the high-level Zerg breath from the Queen's room arrived, his restrained will of the master also burst out instantly. At the same time, the wings, bone blades, and outer armor that were usually hidden on his body all emerged involuntarily. The things left by the original master must not be simple, and Zhang Ruiyun must be cautious. It is for this reason that Zhang Ruiyun instantly switched to a complete combat state. At the same time, a message sounded in his mind. Other high-level Zerg breaths are detected, and it is judged to be the brainworm left by the original master. Defeat and devour it, and you can obtain the sublimation of the origin of life. Note that the brainworm left by the original master cannot be subdued, and deciding life and death is your only choice. Tick, tick, tick. With the appearance of this prompt, Ivy, who had already surrendered, actually stood up slowly and walked towards the Queen's room, step by step. During this process, the Queen's chamber did not attack Ivy again. At the same time, the connection between Zhang Ruiyun and Ivy seemed to be completely severed. And not only that. As the high-level Zerg aura of the Queen's chamber spread, many mutants in the southeast base were also gradually out of Zhang Ruiyun's control. This change, coupled with the information prompts in his mind, made Zhang Ruiyun's heart more and more solemn. Facing the brainworm that was trying to seize the Zerg power he controlled, he gradually exploded his own dominant will to the extreme. Suddenly, a breath different from the residual pressure of the original Zerg dominance spread out. In this breath, there was actually a bloody aura with corrosive power. This was the dominance breath that belonged to Zhang Ruiyun alone. Boom! In the cave, the two dominant atmospheres had a collision, and a violent wind was set off in the cave, and the entire cave began to tremble. Google search reading under the windy wind. The entire cave is clearly divided into two spaces. The space opened by Zhang Ruiyun is obviously much narrower than Queen's family. Alas! After the formation of two spaces, the Queen's family rose again. the unique coercion of the original dominance, the rhyme of the original dominance, and the strong mental power of the brain insect have been blessed by the original dominance. Zhang Ruiyun's space was directly reduced by half of the space under the blessing opposite. At the same time, under the stimulus of the other party, Zhang Ruiyun also used his own coercion, will, and spiritual power, and all of them used them at the same time. And Zhang Ruiyun's side, after these three spiritual forces are mixed together. The space that was originally reduced sharply, and suddenly changed. The erosion of Zhang Ruiyun's eclipse has a bloody mist on the edge of the space. And when the blood fog appears on the edge of the space, the sound of nourishing sounds suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, the high-end warm atmosphere of the brain insect, with the sound of the sound. It turned out to be like the melted snow and began to be eroded in a large scale. In a blink of an eye, the space for offensive and defensive between the two sides was interchangeable. The strong blood gas, the more absorbing the opponent's high-level worm, the more the color becomes darker, and the blood gas becomes thicker. Then, when the blood was almost wrapped in the Queen's family building. The Queen's family, the building is as exhausting and given up. Convergence has all the high-level worms. Boom! At the same time, like a strong cloud, the blood gas was severely impacted on the Queen's family building. Swelling a lot of bloody smoke. Well, blood gas dissipates, and the control of all insect group forces will return to Zhang Ruiyun again. Queen's family, the pure high-level worm in the building is also disappeared. At the same time, there is a madness and tyrannical atmosphere in the Queen's family building. Alas! The Queen's family, all the thorn whip on the body is gathered to the weak, transformed into a normal state, and sway gently. At the same time, a young nun connected, and also took the initiative to communicate on Zhang Ruiyun's body. Dear Lord, the Queen's family welcomes you. After this information was passed over, the Queen's room in the direction of Zhang Ruiyun took the initiative to open a passage. It seems to be invited to enter. Faced with such a fast, Queen's family. Zhang Ruiyun's brow frowned slightly. He didn't believe that the brain insect can be eliminated as simple as so. Queen's family, it looks uncomfortable and absolutely obedient. Everything just now seems to have never happened. It looks very weird. At the same time, he did not believe that the rhyme of the original dominance would disappear so easily. After all, at the last moment, Zhang Ruiyun keenly felt the high-end worm atmosphere of brain insect, and was interested in convergence. What's more, the most obvious flaw at this time. Avi. Although obviously controlled the right to return to Zhang Ruiyun's hands. But Ai Wei did not explain the previous behavior. He never ran back to him, still standing beside the crown room. With this alone, let Zhang Ruiyun determine that the so-called show of Queen's family must have a huge conspiracy. And when Zhang Ruiyun doubted, Queen's family, even more unreasonable actions have appeared. It turned out to completely open its own crown room, exposing the core biological brain structure inside. Biological brain structure is the most critical core of zerg architecture. Zhang Ruiyun only needs to contact the biological brain structure, and uses his gene controller ability to directly modify the biological brain structure. You can assimilate this zerg building from the most fundamental core. And this assimilation will no longer let anyone deprive them. Therefore, in the face of such scenes, Zhang Ruiyun has even more certainly confirmed the scene in front of you it's a conspiracy. Under the conspiracy, the brain bugs hidden in the Queen's family. Subsequently, the Queen's family seemed to know that Zhang Ruiyun saw that this was a trap. However, it has no change. Instead, pass a message. Welcome, Master. However, this time, it was full of provocation. It seems that you don't want to assimilate me? Okay, let me assimilate you. I just don't know if you are now guts with me? Advanced Zerg buildings have given wisdom even if they all give. However, in the entire Zerg rule sequence, the status is actually not high. Not to mention the Master and the Blade Queen. It is the incubation field of the first-class base and the initial base, and they have the right to direct them directly. However, it is such a senior Zerg building. At this moment, the dominance of Zhang Ruiyun, the highest ruler of the Zerg, set a bold manner. It expressed it to Zhang Ruiyun. The core of the control of Queen's family is here. If you want to assimilate, come. However, you may be swallowed by the more powerful original master in my body and replaced by me. Facing such a situation, make your choice? It was to exit the cave directly. Since then, the well water has not committed the river water, and obediently admits it. Still a reckless husband, come forward to bet on life? Over time. Queen's family, even all the thorn whip all fell to the ground, showing that he was unpredictable. Zhang Ruiyan looked at the Queen's family in front of him, and a deep meaning flashed deep in his eyes. He turned his head and watched the guard beside him. His face was cold, his eyes were dark. Recalling that the brain insects that just have the original dominance of the will, it is obvious that it has almost seized the control of the power of its insects, but it is difficult to succeed in control over black. Even if the black rhyme has been compressed by the original master, it cannot be moved. However, it was tied to his side firmly by a blood connected by blood. Previously, Zhang Ruiyun and the original dominated Encephalon were able to confront. It is also a bright red erosion. Help Zhang Ruiyun achieve the final victory. Under the weighing of the two phases, Zhang Ruiyun had a decision in his heart. Later. Slap. Zhang Ruiyun stepped forward, resolutely stepped on the bacterial blanket in the cave, and walked towards Queen's family, firmly. And just when Zhang Ruiyun is about to embark on the flesh and blood steps in front of the crown room, the thorn whip of Queen's family suddenly danced. On the steps, gathered in the arches with bone spurs. This series of ceremonial arches looks extremely embarrassing and dangerous. It was clear that Zhang Ruiyun was gone to the horse. Please. The Queen's family, there was a messy message, with a trace of abuse. Zhang Ruiyun glanced at the arch faintly, and his footsteps were not affected at all. Put directly on the Queen's family. Tread. 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 Zhang Ruiyun's calm steps walked all the way to the crown room of Queen's Foreign. At this moment, the Queen's family, which is provocative and abused all the way, is under the footsteps of Zhang Ruiyun's calmness. Suddenly a short silence for a while. The volume of brain insects is actually very large. Its flesh and blood tissue is hidden under the Queen's house, building, buried deeply, and combined with the bacterial blankets at the foot of the ground Zhang Ruiyun. At this time, the actions that the brain seemed to step on the bacterial blanket through Zhang Ruiyun felt some of the details that they expected. And it is this detail that it can't speak clearly now, and the unclear details bring it a trace of anxiety. Are you sure you want to assimilate? I have something different in my body. Maybe we can change to a cooperation method. You only need to provide me with enough energy to survive. As in exchange, I will reincarnate the Blade Queen for you. For the sake of sincerity, I can first take AI way. Zhang Ruiyan ignored the brainworm, and directly pressed the biological brain structure that had been taken away by the Queen's family. Boom! Just when Zhang Ruiyan pressed his hand on the structure of the biological brain structure. From the core of the Queen's family, crown room, a powerful original master cocks the rhyme and directly suppress the awareness of Queen's family. And call all the last energy of Queen's family, swallowing towards Zhang Ruiyun. It turned out that the awareness of the encephalopreneur in the Queen's family could not be confronted with Zhang Ruiyun for a long time because of the problems of the exhaustion of Queen's family. So I retired and deliberately set up such a game. It was trying to directly invade Zhang Ruiyun's body through real physical contact, devouring and replacing Zhang Ruiyun. In this case, it can occupy Zhang Ruiyun and become the real master. With the consciousness of the original dominance of Encephalos, invading Zhang Ruiyun's body. The air around Zhang Ruiyun made a huge buzzing sound with the frequency of this powerful energy. This is the frequency vibration from dominating the level of life. The entire cave is shaking violently, and even the space in the cave and the inside is faintly distorted. Whether it is the Queen's family, AI way, or the black face that wants to save the savior, under this strong coercion, he has lost his ability to move. With this buzzing sound, Zhang Ruiyun's energy in the body, and the energy connected to the incubation field, are all in the original dominant brain consciousness, manipulate, and swallow Zhang Ruiyun in reverse. Zhang Ruiyun's body is occupied by this Quantarian. The gap between the newborn dominance and the mature original master consciousness is undoubted at this moment. And with the smooth devouring of the original dominance of Encephalos. The Encephalon that invaded Zhang Ruiyun's body couldn't help but laughed with excitement and mad. But at this moment, a chuckle like ice water made the original dominant brainworm feel numb and creepy, and abruptly interrupted the arrogant laughter. Then, a calm voice sounded from Zhang Ruiyun's mouth. Alienation erosion started. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Ruiyun pressed on the palm of the biological brain structure of the Queen's room, and a few drops of blood oozed out, instantly invading the biological brain structure of the Queen's room. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyun's body, under the ability of the gene controller, evolved specifically, and suddenly stabbed out countless tentacles, buried deep underground, and transported blood to the underground. And it was almost a matter of a moment. The Queen's Room was directly under the command of Zhang Ruiyun. At the same time, after the Queen's Room surrendered, it also assisted Zhang Ruiyun as soon as possible to send the alienated eroded blood into the body of the original dominant brainworm in the crown cabin. Boom! A vibration from the depths of the soul sounded in the underground cave. A huge psionic roar resounded through everyone's mind. At the same time, everyone's consciousness sensed a huge shadow entrenched under the Queen's Room building. And this huge shadow. At this moment, it was being eroded and swallowed up by the blood-colored lines. The blood-colored lines expanded like cancer cells, eroding this huge shadow at a very fast speed. Zhang Ruiyun's eyes were cold and his hands were clenched into fists. The blood-colored lines also gradually tightened and compressed with Zhang Ruiyun's fists. The shrill wailing of the original dominant brainworm was transmitted through the psionic energy and vibrated continuously in the cave. Finally, boom! There was a loud explosion under the Queen's Room building. The original dominant brainworm was annihilated under this violent erosion and swallowing, and everything came to an abrupt end. Zhang Ruiyun stood still on the ruins for a few seconds, and then his body gradually floated into the air. At the same time, the zerg bone armor, bone wings, and bone blades on his body were all fully displayed. At the same time, the original dominant brainworm tissue under the Queen's Room building also broke out of the ground and was gradually absorbed by Zhang Ruiyun, turning into a ball of flesh and blood to wrap Zhang Ruiyun up. Formed a huge cocoon. When Zhang Ruiyun turned into a cocoon. Due to the influence of Zhang Ruiyun's alienation erosion, the Queen's Room also absorbed the flesh and blood tissue of the original dominant brainworm underground at the same time, turning into a huge flesh and blood organ, and evolved again. At the same time, in the hatchery in the distance, a psionic energy channel connected to the Queen's Room and Zhang Ruiyun. With the huge energy support of the hatchery, Zhang Ruiyun and the Queen's Room building began to evolve at the same time. I don't know how much time has passed. I hope readers will remember our domain name, In the Cave. Plop. Plop. The sound of plop is getting heavier and heavier. The evolution of Queen's Chamber has entered the mature stage. The giant membrane of flesh and blood, with each heartbeat, gradually becomes thinner and thinner. At this time, the outline of Queen's Chamber that has been formed in the giant membrane can be vaguely seen. However, compared with the formation of Queen's Chamber, Zhang Ruiyun's evolution is obviously one step faster. Since the beginning of evolution, Zhang Ruiyun's cocoon has been suspended above Queen's Chamber. However, the cocoon formed by Zhang Ruiyun is obviously different from that of other zerg. The cocoons of other zerg are all visceral-like cell tissues, entangled with countless blood vessels and nerves of varying thickness. After the initial formation of the cocoon formed by Zhang Ruiyun, all the visceral cell tissues gradually turned into a crystal-like translucent film covered with green lines. And in this cocoon, there was a brown liquid emitting a faint fluorescent light. Under the immersion of the brown liquid, all the cells in Zhang Ruiyun's body emitted a faint light. Countless unknown changes occurred in the cocoon, as if all the genes in the body had been completely adjusted and strengthened. And now, this adjustment and strengthening is also coming to an end. In Zhang Ruiyun's crystal-clear translucent cocoon, the brown fluorescent liquid is decreasing significantly. And when all the fluorescent liquid is converted into psionic energy and integrated into Zhang Ruiyun's body, it means that the evolution is complete. Soon, the last trace of brown fluorescence also disappeared from the translucent cocoon. Sizzle! The cocoon that Zhang Ruiyun evolved from split into two halves from top to bottom, and the outer wall of the cocoon fell off Zhang Ruiyun's body. Crash! Behind Zhang Ruiyun, a pair of stronger and tougher bone wings opened instantly. Every flap created a violent gust of wind in the cave. A closer look at Zhang Ruiyun at this moment revealed that he had undergone a huge change from before his evolution. The outer armor that was originally as fine as bones now had a light blue metallic luster, like a general's armor, with delicate fish scale patterns on it. The wings that were originally like a pterosaur have now expanded by more than double. At the same time, a layer of fine dragon scale patterns also appeared faintly on the surface of the pterosaur-like wings. And the two narrow bone blades have become sharper and darker in color, and are obviously more toxic. The shape of the bone blade has also changed from the original simple straight blade to a perfect and dangerous one like a famous sword. The texture of the blade alone is far beyond the previous bone blade. In addition to the changes in the zerg characteristics, the changes in Zhang Ruiyun's human characteristics are even more obvious. At this time, all his genes have been adjusted to the most optimized. It is not an exaggeration to call him the most perfect human being. And the power of the master makes Zhang Ruiyan have the aura of a king. However, this is only a change in appearance. The real change was not revealed until Zhang Ruiyan opened his attribute page. Player, Zhang Ruiyan, race, zerg, talents, alienation, second avatar, telepathy, telekinesis, gene controller, psionic control, devouring evolution, arms, zerg overlord, equipment, green scale armor, green scale wings, green scale blade, extremely tough skin, damage, 2000, attack speed, extremely fast, attack range, unlimited, unit restraint, all, defense, 3000 all round, movement speed, extremely fast, skills, extremely effective healing, extremely effective regeneration, genetic optimization, genetic adjustment, assimilation, clan control, overlord will, psionic quantum communication, psionic signal interference. It is easy to see through the changes on the basic page. Zhang Ruiyan devoured the brainworm this time, in addition to greatly improving his skills and attributes. He also absorbed and inherited some of the abilities and skills of the original overlord brainworm. First of all, talent. Ordinary people can be called elites if they have one or two talents. At the same time, such people can get a good position in the endless starry sky, even if the Earth collapses into the interstellar world in the future. Zhang Ruiyan's original talents are alienation erosion, telepathy, and telekinesis. Alienation erosion is a very powerful talent, which has brought great benefits to Zhang Ruiyan along the way. And this time, Zhang Ruiyan's evolution again has upgraded telepathy to telepathy. There is no doubt that this has made Zhang Ruiyan's application of psychic energy a leap forward. Telepathy, a kind of supernatural power involving the mind, is always mysterious. Only a very small number of people have the opportunity to master this ability. And telepathy is further strengthened on the basis of telepathy. In addition to the improvement of telepathy, the most important thing is the two new talents obtained from the brainworm, which originated from the original master, psionic control, and devouring evolution. Psionic energy is undoubtedly the most powerful and mysterious energy in endless starry sky, and it has a wide range of uses. Zhang Ruiyan now has the talent of phantom control, which will undoubtedly greatly improve his comprehensive strength in all aspects. And devouring evolution is an extremely important core talent of the original master, comparable to Zhang Ruiyan's alienation erosion, and its strength and importance can be imagined. With this talent, Zhang Ruiyan can continuously strengthen himself at a very fast speed by devouring other species. In the game, Zhang Ruiyan's development speed has far exceeded all players. In less than 3 days, he already has the strength to control the entire planet. With this devouring evolution ability, as long as Zhang Ruiyan wants, he can grow rapidly at an astonishing speed at any time. In fact, the higher the life form, the more difficult it is to improve. In addition to phantom control and devouring evolution, Zhang Ruiyan's insect armor, insect blade and insect wings have also been qualitatively improved. It is conceivable how much Zhang Ruiyan has improved by devouring the original master brainworm. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyan also absorbed and inherited some of the skills of the original master brainworm. Psionic quantum communication and psionic signal interference are the two skills that Zhang Ruiyan acquired after mastering the talent of psionic control. Zhang Ruiyan knew that these seemed to be skills related to combat in space, and they were not available for the time being. Although the purpose of the last two skills has not yet been clarified. But based on this upgrade and evolution alone, it has indeed greatly improved Zhang Ruiyan's combat ability. It can be said that Zhang Ruiyan is almost invincible in the battles on the ground battlefield and in the battles on the planet. Just as Zhang Ruiyan had just evolved. In the cave, the giant evolutionary egg in the Queen's chamber also suddenly stopped its rhythmic heartbeat. Ha! With a huge inhalation sound. The extremely thin flesh and blood membrane on the surface of the evolutionary egg instantly expanded. Pop! A sound of bubbles breaking. The huge flesh and blood membrane in the Queen's chamber burst instantly. The Queen's chamber finally completed its evolution. At this time, the Queen's chamber that came into view was very different from before. I don't know if it was because of Zhang Ruiyan's alienation and erosion. The insect swarms and even the buildings under his command would tend to his aesthetics when they evolved. At this time, the characteristics of the zerg in the Queen's chamber were greatly reduced. The thorn whips that originally surrounded the crown cabin were now all hidden underground. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the zerg no longer appeared on the surface, but were covered by a layer of dragon scale-like insect armor. All the huge bone spurs were hidden on the back of the thorn whip. This made the dozens of insect armors hidden on the ground form an insect armor ground, like a stone pavement in the ruins. and the entire crown cabin also changed into the appearance of an altar. Queen's chamber has transformed into an altar. Under the altar, on the main structure that looks like a hill, some flesh and blood vessels and nerves are hidden, which look like runes. From a distance, after removing the fungal carpet on the ground, Queen's chamber does not look like a zerg building at all, but more like an ancient sacred altar. As Queen's chamber evolves, the attribute page of Queen's chamber appears in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Building, Queen's chamber, evolved body, level 10, health, 4000, attack, 650, thorn whip, function, zerg gene adjustment experiment, zerg gene adaptability improvement experiment, zerg gene fusion experiment with other items, gene memory and storage, skills, transformation of Blade Queen, resurrection and reincarnation. Looking at the attribute page in front of him, Zhang Ruiyun instantly noticed the last item on the page. Resurrection and reincarnation? This reminded Zhang Ruiyun of a building. As a reborn person, Zhang Ruiyun knew it very well. After the solar system collapsed into the world of endless starry sky, many top talents of the Earth forces began to integrate into the Taylor Federation, and found a building called Life Research Institute in the advanced technology of the federal government. It is said that as long as a force has Life Research Institute, then the leader and elders of this force can use their own DNA to cultivate a new body in the Life Research Institute. If the leader or elder of this force has an accident or dies of old age, then the quantum spirit column in the Life Research Institute, that records the thoughts and memories of the leaders and elders, will re-inject the thoughts and memories of the leaders and elders into this new body and revive it. It can be said that having Life Research Institute will mean that the leaders and elders of this force have almost unlimited life and youth. In fact, when the entire human race on Earth gradually infiltrates into the world of endless starry sky, they will find many more existences that subvert their cognition. At least for Zhang Ruiyun, nothing is impossible in front of a high-level civilization. Things that subvert his cognition have already happened countless times. However, although the construction of the Life Research Institute can enable the leaders and elders of the faction to have the ability to resurrect, however, the difficulty of building the Life Research Institute is so high that it is unimaginable. Just the kind of biological metal needed for the basic buildings needs to be taken from a core area planet of the Zerg sphere of influence. Go to the depths of the Earth's core to obtain a rare biological metal that can only be alienated by mutant Zerg. Let alone how difficult it is to enter the core area of the Zerg sphere of influence. Even if you can reach the core area planet, there are thousands of Zerg's third-level bases, beehives. There are even fifth-level Zerg bases, devouring nests. It is conceivable that on such a planet, the number of Zerg and the level of the Zerg swarm will be so high. Just thinking about this point is enough to know how difficult it is to build this Life Research Institute. In the previous life, even if Zhang Ruiyun had become a veteran of the human race and had boundless power, he still couldn't build it. That is why Zhang Ruiyun was so shocked when he saw the function of resurrection and reincarnation in the function of Queen's Room. Isn't this the Zerg version of the Institute of Life? However, Zhang Ruiyun thought carefully about the construction requirements of Queen's Room and understood it. This, Queen's Room, is a level 10 Zerg base, an advanced building that can only be built after the appearance of Life Nest. The appearance of the level 10 Zerg base is no less difficult than the construction of Life Institute by the human race. Therefore, it is natural that Queen's Room has the function of resurrection and reincarnation. Not to mention that this is the Queen's Room that has evolved after absorbing the original dominant brainworm. It's just that Zhang Ruiyun didn't expect it. This southeast base that he just conquered actually hides such a big secret. Resurrection and reincarnation. From today, as long as the Star Tirith is in Zhang Ruiyun's hands, then Zhang Ruiyun's subordinates, the members of the Wheel of Fortune organization. Whether it is white or black, whether it is Yi Yan or Ivy, all of them have infinite life and youth. Zhang Ruiyun has the strongest foundation in the endless starry sky. This means that from now on, no matter what Zhang Ruiyun encounters, he can have the capital to start over and make a comeback. It also means that the future of Wheel of Fortune has broken through the limitations of time and has infinite possibilities. Compound reincarnation is indeed very good, but there is no such easy thing in the world. Google search reading. Although Zhang Ruiyun was mentally prepared, he was still disappointed when he clicked on the conditions required for the resurrection reincarnation option. Resurrection reincarnation required resources: 10 million units of crystal ore, 10 million units of gas tanks, target biological samples, target thought body container, Keterin crystal. 10 million? Keterin crystal? Let alone 10 million crystal or in gas tanks. Zhang Ruiyun was worried about the tens of thousands of resources required to evolve the incubator to the main nest. After taking over this southeast base, Zhang Ruiyun's resources are only tens of thousands. And, based on the current information, even if Zhang Ruiyun takes over all the mutant bases and unifies the planet Tirith, the resources collected are only about 300,000, 10 million. I don't know how many years it will take to mine the resources on Tirith to gather them all, and more importantly, resurrection. You actually need catering crystals? Zhang Ruiyun guessed that it was necessary to infuse psychic energy into catering crystals and use catering crystals as containers for thoughts. Having catering crystals, Zhang Ruiyun almost got one when he captured the Protoss Observatory. However, this does not mean that catering crystals are not precious. On the contrary, catering crystals are extremely rare even among the Protoss. It is an important medium for them to pass on knowledge and memory and develop psychic energy. The catering crystal is a kind of intelligent crystal made by the Xel'Naga, and they left some behind when they left Aiur. The largest piece is in a Xel'Naga temple. Savasane was the first Protoss scholar to discover this crystal, and this crystal later became the core of the entire technological civilization of the Protoss. Catalan crystals have various magical properties, the most notable of which is their strengthening effect on psychic energy, which is also the origin of the name of the crystal. The Kala network in its most glorious period was based on the Catalan crystal matrix spread all over the Protoss starfield. Moreover, Catalan crystals can also play the role of energy supply and calculation, and they can provide energy for the Xel'Naga equipment themselves. The Protoss also developed crystal towers with Catalan crystals as the core to power their buildings and production equipment. The core of each mothership is equipped with a large Catalan crystal as their central processing system. In addition, Catalan crystals can also be used to store information. The same Catalan crystal will mutate accordingly with changes in the environment and the holder, and the broken crystal will also self-repair. It is simply a fantastic universal artifact. All the technological civilizations of the Protoss today are essentially based on various applications of Catalan crystals. The Protoss technology has reached an unimaginable peak many years ago. However, they still cannot analyze and copy Catalan crystals. Therefore, this condition really shocked Zhang Ruiyun. However, just when Zhang Ruiyun was shocked, the Queen's room received a connection from the psionic communication. Dear Master, the previous confrontation of the Queen's room was due to the original dominant brainworm, which stimulated the instinctive confrontation of the creatures of the Queen's room. It was not the original intention of the Queen's room. At the same time, please be sure to retain enough energy to supply the Queen's room when developing the insect swarm. Because if the energy of the Queen's room is rapidly exhausted, it will be extremely irritable, devour other creatures on its own, and be full of offensiveness. From now on, the Queen's room will always be loyal to you. A series of explanations solved all the doubts Zhang Ruiyun had about the Queen's room. No wonder the Queen's room is so irritable and is not suppressed by the zerg level at all. It turns out that this is also a master who spends money like water and consumes resources. But it is also true that this is a level 10 building after all. At the same time, it also solved one of Zhang Ruiyun's most important doubts. Why does the resource-rich planet Tirith alone have the potential to evolve into a planetary imperial nest? Because on this planet Tirith, there is actually a high-level zerg building such as the 10th level, Queen's Room, left by the original master. Although Zhang Ruiyun knew the cause and effect. However, thinking about the huge resource demand, it is still a headache. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ruiyun finally decided. First, the crystal or in gas tank resources mined from the Cirrus Plateau base will be slowly transported to the Queen's Room in a certain proportion for energy storage. After all, I can't leave Tirith now. If the Queen's Room goes out of control, it will be exposed that Tirith still hides such a high-level zerg building. It is bound to attract a large number of Protoss main forces, and even use the mothership to carry out orbital strikes at all costs to burn the surface of the planet. Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun must store a certain amount of resources to prevent the Queen's Room from going out of control due to energy depletion. At the same time, the development of his own zerg cannot be delayed. After all, if the Protoss suddenly come back to attack, what's the use of having advanced buildings if you can't defend them? Therefore, compared to storing resources, it is better to quickly develop and expand the zerg forces on Tirith. Therefore, the resources of the remaining mutant camps must not be used at all, and must be used for the development of the zerg. After clarifying the ideas for the development of the forces, Zhang Ruiyun allocated resources. Then he prepared to take Hay and Ivy to the next target, the southwest camp. The huge energy demand made Zhang Ruiyun more eager for resources. At the same time, according to the intelligence of the previous zerg exploration, there is a high-level zerg building in the southwest camp. Thinking about the Yi Queen's room, Zhang Ruiyun is more looking forward to what the high-level zerg building in the southwest camp is. However, just when Zhang Ruiyun was about to leave, another psionic communication came from the Queen's room. Dear Master, do you want to transform Ivy into the Blade Queen? This question made Zhang Ruiyun, who was about to leave, pause. Ivy? Blade Queen? Ivy has the potential to transform into the Blade Queen? You know, the probability of being able to transform into the Blade Queen among the human race is almost 1 in a billion. Its demand for psychic talent is too demanding. And before, Zhang Ruiyun felt the aura similar to that of the Blade Queen on Ivy. He thought that the Yi Queen's office had tried to transform Ivy into the Blade Queen. But it failed in the end. However, now I heard from the Yi Queen's office that Ivy has not yet transformed into the Blade Queen? This made Zhang Ruiyun immediately interested. You mean, Ivy has never transformed into the Queen of Blades before? Queen's Chamber answered respectfully, Ivy was originally selected by the Primal Overlord to transform into the Queen of Blades. Her psychic qualifications are completely sufficient and she is about to transform successfully. But later, due to insufficient energy and the Primal Overlord having a better candidate, the Queen's Chamber could only adjust the Zerg genes in her body little by little towards the direction of the Queen of Blades. And the Primal Overlord Brainworm could only lurk on Tirith. Later, because of the need to feed the Primal Overlord Brainworm, this slow adjustment eventually stagnated. Otherwise, Ivy should have had the strength to unify Tirith and should have been able to provide enough energy for the Queen's Chamber long ago. After listening to this explanation, Zhang Ruiyun looked at Ivy, then looked at Hay, secretly making a comparison in his heart. Ivy has some characteristics of the Queen of Blades, but her strength is far inferior to Hay. If Ivy could have the same combat power as Hay, then I will have another extremely powerful combat force under my command. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyun suddenly remembered that when the two armies were fighting before, Ivy's own consciousness led to the skill that improved the combat effectiveness of the entire army. That scene left a very deep impression on Zhang Ruiyun at that time. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun did not hesitate and directly ordered Ivy to enter the altar of the Yi Queen's room. He ordered the Queen's room transform it into the Blade Queen immediately. Yes, Master. The Queen's room replied respectfully. However, the next sentence from the Queen's room made Zhang Ruiyun's face change again. It will also consume 120,000 units of crystal ore and 110,000 units of gas. Hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun took a breath. Isn't it almost transformed? Why do you need so much? Zhang Ruiyun looked at the Queen's room, strangely. What kind of wasteful building is this? Then the Queen's office told Zhang Ruiyun that the transformation of Blade Queen Ivy cost millions of crystal ore and gas tank resources. Although the resources needed in the end were still as high as hundreds of thousands. Zhang Ruiyun finally didn't hesitate at all and threw the resources directly at it. He knew very well that for the Zerg, it's easy to get thousands of troops, but it's hard to get a general. Not to mention Ivy's skill that increases combat power. The Blade Queen alone, a high-level Zerg second only to the Overlord, is worth Zhang Ruiyun's investment. Because having a Blade Queen means that the Zerg can rely on this Blade Queen to form an independent legion. It can be said that the Blade Queen exchanged for 100,000 resources can easily take down a planet. And the Zerg C produced by 100,000 resources may not even be enough to be used as cannon fodder when fighting for planets in an interstellar war. Which is more important, it's clear at a glance. Buzz. As the crystal ore and gas tank resources stored in the southeast base are converted into pure energy suitable for the Zerg by worker bees in the hatchery, and then transported to the Queen's room. After so many years, the Queen's room building finally got enough energy again. 120,000 crystal ore, 110,000 gas. In a blink of an eye, all of them were injected into the Queen's room, building by the psionic energy channel of the hatchery. Then, Ivy stood on the altar. The flesh and blood tissue that rose up from the altar like a flower bud was wrapped up, forming a charming cocoon. The transformation of the Blade Queen began. As the energy continued to be transformed into various nutrients and injected into the cocoon, the difference between Ivy's cocoon and ordinary cocoons gradually emerged. The transformation cocoon of the Blade Queen is not mainly for reproduction and growth. Instead, it is full of adjustments and transformations. The inside of the cocoon is not a large amount of flesh and blood tissue, but is full of countless tiny neural probes. They constantly adjust and awaken Ivy's talents from the genetic level. At the same time, according to Ivy's talents, they are combined with specific zerg genes for upgrades. Therefore, it is precisely because of this transformation of talents that all Blade Queens are unique. At this time, as Ivy's talent was awakened, the entire cocoon suddenly trembled violently, and the originally brown-red cocoon surface gradually began to turn purple. Then, purple electric sparks appeared in the cocoon, and the color of the cocoon became brighter and brighter. Until this phenomenon became intense to a certain extent. Boom! There was a bang. Purple lightning burst out from the cocoon. The purple arcs on the surface of Ivy's cocoon became more frequent and brighter. The originally brown-red cocoon surface had completely transformed into purple. The violent gale rushed towards Zhang Ruiyun. On the altar, the purple arcs even began to char the altar tissue under the cocoon bit by bit. Zhang Ruiyun was very satisfied with this scene. However, at this time, an urgent psionic communication suddenly came from the Queen's room. Master, it's bad. Ivy's talent is too violent, and the Queen's chamber has not yet fully recovered its tissues, so it can't stabilize her talent. Now, Ivy's talent not only hinders the combination of zerg genes, but is even clearing out zerg genes in her body. However, Ivy has already received multiple gene adjustments from the Queen's chamber, and the functions of many organs in her body are supported by zerg genes. And then, when she clears all zerg genes, her talent will completely lose control and explode and die. Therefore, this transformation is about to fail. What? Zhang Ruiyun frowned. Such a powerful talent, such a terrible vision, it is clearly a top-notch Blade Queen. And you tell me that because her talent is too strong, she will fail? Zhang Ruiyun now has the urge to slap the Queen's chamber to death. As Ivy's cocoon trembles more and more violently, the purple arc is flashing wildly, and there is a tendency to get out of control. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun also saw that it was indeed Ivy's talent that was too violent, not the problem of the Yi Queen's room. Suppress the talent and accept the zerg gene? This at least requires controlling Ivy's thinking and letting her actively cooperate. But at the moment when Ivy's talent was stimulated, the human thinking in her body was completely reawakened and directly suppressed the zerg thinking. At this time, because the zerg genes were suppressed, Zhang Ruiyun's clan control of Ivy was completely ineffective. And Ivy, as the dominant human will, was not affected by the zerg thinking at all. Looking at the increasingly critical situation, Zhang Ruiyun could not care so much and could only take action himself. Zhang Ruiyun spread his wings and flew to Ivy's cocoon in an instant, and pressed one hand on the cocoon ravaged by the purple arc. The power of the purple arc was extremely strong, but on Zhang Ruiyun's evolved green scale armor, it could not hurt Zhang Ruiyun at all. Zhang Ruiyun spread his wings and instantly wrapped Ivy's cocoon. At the same time, under the specific evolution of the ability of Gene Controller, Zhang Ruiyun's body instantly extended countless tentacles and pierced into the cocoon. Alienation corrosion activated. A large amount of alienation corrosion blood was injected into the cocoon by Zhang Ruiyun. Buzz. With the injection of Zhang Ruiyun's blood, all the zerg cells in the cocoon became extremely excited and active, emitting a series of buzzing sounds, as if welcoming their own king. At the same time, all the zerg cells worked together to transport the alienated corrosion blood through the heart to all parts of Ivy's body. As the heart blood entered the body, Ivy's uncontrolled talents and purple arcs seemed to have found their home and instantly restrained. After those purple arcs returned to Ivy's body, they immediately revolved around Zhang Ruiyun's heart blood. The huge energy actively merged Zhang Ruiyun's blood with Ivy. It seemed that this blood was like a powerful tranquilizer for Ivy. Afterwards, Zhang Ruiyun did not need to actively communicate and control Ivy. Ivy's talents and thinking actually began to actively cooperate with the transformation of the Queen's room. She frantically absorbed the zerg genes suitable for her in the Queen's room. Outside. Gurgle. Ivy's cocoon doubled in size again, and all the zerg tissues that had been charred and cracked by the electric shock fell off. A brand new cocoon was generated again. Moreover, this cocoon looked more delicate, with perfect purple lines wrapped around the light purple cocoon, and was beating rhythmically and vigorously. Crash! Zhang Ruiyun looked at the maturing cocoon and smiled with relief. At the same time, after alienation corrosion, he and Ivy also felt a blood connection like hey. This means that from now on, even if this Blade Queen with a violent talent faces the pressure of the original Master's will, she will only be loyal to him like hey. There will never be a situation like before where the control is taken away by a more mature and higher-level zerg will. More importantly, this Blade Queen with a strong talent, Zhang Ruiyun, saved it. As time passed, Ivy's purple cocoon egg membrane became thinner and more transparent. Indistinctly, a hazy and charming figure could be seen, curled up in the center with her knees hugged. Then, as the rhythm of the cocoon, like a heartbeat, disappeared, the cocoon became more and more mature. Zhang Ruiyun clearly saw the almost transparent inside of the cocoon. Countless neural probes connected to Ivy began to fall off one by one. As the last thick spinal probe fell, Ivy's transformation into the Blade Queen was completed. Then, Ivy's eyes slowly opened. A bright purple arc flashed in her pupils. Then, sizzle. Ivy, who stood up, gently scratched with her fingers and broke the tough cocoon surface membrane. At this time, after Zhang Ruiyun's alienation erosion, Ivy's whole body completely restored its human appearance. And, under the transformation of the Blade Queen and the evolution of alienation erosion, her figure has been optimized to the best. In addition, she exudes a noble temperament after being promoted to the Blade Queen. It makes Ivy look more charming and beautiful, and she is extremely beautiful. Wow! In addition to the more perfect face and figure than before, behind Ivy, there is a pair of bone wings that are more complete and larger than before. This is the only trace of zerg characteristics on her body. Wow! The wings are ringing. After observing her body, Ivy immediately looked at Zhang Ruiyun. Swish! Ivy folded her wings and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Master, Ivy is willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Then, a body of insect armor grew out from under the snow-white skin and covered her body. However, this body of insect armor is different from Hay's insect armor with a dark atmosphere. Ivy's insect armor has bright purple arc patterns and emits a faint fluorescent light. At this time, Ivy, wrapped in insect armor, looked even better than before. Zhang Ruiyun immediately opened Ivy's attribute page. This was the second Blade Queen he had obtained. And this Blade Queen was successfully transformed with the help of his alienation erosion. So Zhang Ruiyun paid great attention and was curious about her basic attributes. Wow! Ivy's attribute page appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Subordinate, Ivy, race, zerg, talent, purple lightning power, telepathy, telekinesis, iron-blooded fighting will, top army command, top tactical formulation. Army, Blade Queen, equipment, bone armor, bone wings, bone blade, tough skin, damage, 1000, attack speed, fast, attack range, unlimited, unit restraint, all, defense, 800 light armor, movement speed, extremely fast, skills, purple lightning, purple thunder, chain, quick recovery, quick healing, climb control, high-speed jet. Looking at the attribute interface in front of him, Zhang Ruiyun found that Ivy and Hay each had their own characteristics. Hay controlled the power of darkness, and Ivy controlled the power of purple lightning. Hay was good at air combat, especially at battleship combat in the universe. And Ivy was relatively good at occupation and invasion warfare within the planet. At the same time, Hay was good at strategic planning in the general direction, while Ivy was good at tactical formulation in specific battles. Whether from the perspective of attributes or skills, they were the most perfect complement. Then Zhang Ruiyun focused on Ivy's talent, Iron Blood Fighting Will. This was the talent he valued very much just now. Iron Blood Fighting Will, by inspiring the morale of the troops, the maximum overload power of both soldiers and machines can be instantly increased by 50%. All-round strengthening of all attributes of the troops, doubling the final combat power of the entire unit. This talent is the reason why Ivy can still win consecutive victories after 117 major battles. It is also one of the reasons why Ivy can be promoted to the youngest Major General of the Terran Federation in addition to her psychic qualifications. It can be said that the talent, Iron Blood Fighting Will, is almost an alternative military version of the God-level talent, Overload Firepower. And the duration of Iron Blood Fighting Will is longer than Overload Firepower. If Ivy had not been infected as a mutant and fell into the swarm because of conspiracy, then in the federal military, Ivy would probably have one more legendary general in the Terran Federation with just such an Iron Blood Fighting Will. Zhang Ruiyun closed Ivy's attribute page with satisfaction. Ivy, the new Queen of Blades, did not disappoint him. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very powerful. She is bound to become one of Zhang Ruiyun's right-hand men. Moreover, Ivy's top-level army command and top-level tactical formulation talents can complement Hay. Next, there will be no suspense in attacking the other two mutant forces. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun glanced at the Queen's room, which was constantly wriggling and slowly recovering. Then he ordered Hay and Ivy, "Okay, next, we have to take down the southwest camp and the northwest camp in turn, and completely occupy the entire Tirith planet. We are in urgent need of resources now." Zhang Ruiyan looked at Hay and Ivy, two top beauties. Google search reading a hint of expectation flashed through his mind. He was very clear about Hay's performance on the battlefield, but he had not seen Ivy's performance yet. Zhang Ruiyun thought of the powerful skills on Ivy's attribute page. He could not help but nodded slowly. "Ivy, you take the southwest camp first. Requirement, subdue all mutants, and take down the advanced zerg buildings in it intact." "Yes." Ivy answered neatly. Her words were full of confident fighting spirit. Then Zhang Ruiyan turned to look at Hay. "You are responsible for taking down the northwest camp, and you must ensure that you take down the starport and seize the semi-biochemical battleship." "Yes." Hay also responded respectfully. The group walked out of the cave and returned to the command room in the southeast base. After returning to the base command room, Ivy immediately began to formulate a tactical plan. As Ivy passed on one order after another, Zhang Ruiyun's attention involuntarily shifted to the battlefield sand table. Looking at the increasing number of marching routes on the sand table, Zhang Ruiyan couldn't help but gasp. This tactical plan was too brutal. At this time, the mutant camp in the southwest was still the same as usual, and had no idea of the impending disaster. At the same time, unlike the base fortress built around the pit of the Queen's Room in the southeast base of Ivy, the mutant camp in the southwest was more like a tribal alliance, with countless settlements scattered on the broad plain. It was also different from the very human-like buildings in the southeast base. The settlements in the mutant camp in the southwest were mostly bunkers and caves. Moreover, their entire sphere of influence did not have as many and complete defense facilities as the southeast base. It's not that they don't know how to build defense facilities, but they don't need them at all. Because the mutants in the southwest camp are all a combination of zerg and beasts. There is no human appearance on them. They all rely on their own strength, and their bodies are completely alienated into the appearance of zerg. The human technology developed by their forces. It was actually mainly built for them to build stronger armor and high-strength weapons. Moreover, in the entire camp, there are a large number of native zerg nests between many settlements, which also breed a large number of native zerg. At the same time, through observation, it can be seen that these mutants in the southwest camp actually feed on these native zerg. Their individual strength is also far superior to the native zerg. These insect nests are like the cattle and sheep they specially raise. The more you go to the center of the entire southwest camp, the larger the size of the completely zerg mutants is, and the stronger they are. This distribution method is very similar to the superior subordinate concept of the zerg. In the core area of the southwest camp is a huge war fortress group. In this war fortress group, the most elite group of mutants in the entire southwest camp live. Beast March. They are covered with insect armor, with hideous bone spurs, knotted muscles, and extremely ferocious. At the same time, the outer part of their insect armor is covered with heavy human mecha armor. Some of them carry missile launchers on their shoulders, some carry particle accelerators on their backs, and some even hold giant ship-slashing knives. It is completely a zerg army armed with human technology. And at the core of this huge war fortress, there is an advanced zerg building that looks like a lake. This advanced zerg building has towering pool walls made of countless flesh and blood tissues. And inside the pool wall is the inky black pool water. The viscous pool water is like oil, turning the entire lake into a black mirror, without a single ripple. And next to this advanced zerg building, there is a huge nest like a mountain, towering into the clouds. A huge and wide stone staircase leads directly from the main entrance of the nest to the lake. Suddenly, splash! The calm lake surface suddenly moved, and the inky black pool water suddenly arched up high at the entrance of the stone steps. A huge monster slowly emerged from the pool. On the monster's head, there were two giant sickle-like horns several tens of meters long, curved straight into the sky. The monster's entire body was covered with dense and thick bone armor. The huge scarlet pupils seemed to be ready to devour people at any time. On the huge body nearly 100 meters high, the thick bone armor showed strange and twisted patterns. And on its limbs covered with sharp scales, the sickle-like claws were glowing with a poisonous green light. This is the king of the southeast base, Oscus. Oscus revealed its huge body and looked at the stone steps. Then the next moment, no one expected it. Oscus actually stood up, stepped onto the stone steps, and walked towards the palace step by step. In the process, the whole earth shook. The aftermath of the earthquake even spread throughout the entire southwest camp. Then what was even more unexpected was that the monster actually spoke human language. A deafening roar sounded in the giant nest. "You woke me up so urgently, you better have a reason not to devour you. Barrett! My king!" A fierce battle broke out at the Protoss observation station on the Sicilius plateau. After the deafening roar, a trembling voice sounded. "And, in Tirith, a large part of the zerg nests have mutated, and a large number of zerg swarms have undergone secondary evolution and evolved into the true zerg state. According to our speculation, the real zerg seem to be back." Roar! The crazy and violent roar resounded throughout the southwest base. "Zerg? Are you saying that those damned zergs are back? They dare to come back!" Boom! The violent vibration. The giant nest was trampled into a huge deep pit by Oscus's iron hoof. The ground cracked inch by inch, and the spider web-like cracks that extended out covered the entire giant nest. Whoa! A dull horn sounded from the giant nest. It spread throughout the southwest camp in an instant. Then, the huge war fortress suddenly trembled. Hoarse beast roars seemed to respond to the call of the horn. Then, countless ferocious monsters wearing armor and carrying huge cannons on their shoulders gathered towards the martial arts field. Oscus stepped onto the high platform of the martial arts field step by step. The huge body was like a mountain. And under the high platform, there were densely packed ferocious beasts marching, a full 10,000. This 10,000 beasts marching were the elite among the elite in the entire southwest camp. Each of them even had the strength to fight tanks in hand-to-hand combat. Bang! Oscus raised his front hoof, and the earth-shaking sound spread throughout the army. "The Zerg are back. The Zerg that made us half human and half ghost are back. Before, they were extremely powerful because they had the ability to devour genes and evolve continuously. And now, we have this ability, and we have evolved to be much more powerful than them. Now, it's finally time for us to take revenge." The deafening roar formed a strong sound wave that shook the whole audience. Under the stage, countless beasts also roared together. "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge! Okay." Oscus nodded his huge head and raised his front hoof to stop the roar of the crowd. "Now I order all the outer wolf riders to spread out in all directions and explore the location of the zerg nest for me. At the same time, all the beast marches, follow me to the Cirrus Plateau. The Protoss is very likely to be damaged in the battle that broke out a few days ago. If the Protoss's defense is insufficient, we will take the opportunity to seize the main energy vein of Tirith. With the main energy vein and new Zerg genes, our evolution will be able to go further. Now, the whole army will attack." Roar! 10,000 beast marches roared in unison, and their fighting spirit was high. However, at this moment, the northwest corner of the southwest camp, the only military-industrial site with a large number of human buildings and human manufacturing factories. Suddenly, fierce artillery fire sounded. A large amount of flames, smoke, and explosions ignited in the only remaining military-industrial site in the southwest camp. Oscus stood on the high platform of the martial arts field. With his supervision, he clearly saw a large number of base tanks in the southeast direction outside the military-industrial site. Countless mutants in the southeast base were manipulating dense firepower networks, breaking through the settlements outside the military-industrial base bit by bit. Countless insect-like mutants in the southwest camp suffered heavy losses in an instant. And the powerful semi-biochemical mechanical troops of the southeast base mutants were advancing towards the military-industrial base with great momentum. Seeing such a scene, Oscus's eyes were about to burst, and his chest was full of anger, like a volcano about to burst. "Ivy! How dare you attack my military heavy industry blatantly? Who gave you the courage? Today, I will destroy you too. Beast march, kill me." A roar. Suddenly, 10,000 beast marches, like a torrent of steel, roared and jumped onto the war fortress, rushing towards the military-industrial base. Countless beast marches stepped on the war fortress outside the square, and there was a rumbling sound, like a heavy iron ball rolling over the ground, shaking the earth. Wearing heavy armor, he can still run, jump and climb so fast. At this moment, the powerful personal strength of the mutants in the southwest camp was clearly visible. Then, on the vast plain of the southwest camp, smoke and dust rose to the sky. Oscus led the beast march all the way, and the mutants in countless settlements outside also followed the beast march and killed together. However, just when Oscus's eyes were bloodshot and he was about to lead the beast march to the military-industrial base with anger, all the southeast base troops attacking the military-industrial base suddenly turned their heads and retreated without any resistance. At the same time, In the northeast corner of the southwest camp, the powerful tank cannons blasted. A large number of plasma cannon shells carpet-bombed the entire settlement group in the northeast corner like plowing the land. Then a large number of semi-biochemical tanks roared their engines and rushed to the most important energy base in the northeast corner of the southwest camp. That is the only energy vein in the southwest camp, and it is also the storage place of crystal ore and gas in the southwest camp. If Ivy is allowed to plunder this energy base, the southwest camp will suffer heavy losses. Ivy! A earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. Oscus didn't know that he had fallen into Ivy's trick. Compared with the human technology that they have basically abandoned, energy is their core. Without energy, how can they evolve? Let alone evolution, even maintaining the current level of evolution requires a lot of resources. Oscus supported the ground with 4 claws, plowed a deep gully, and even pushed the huge sharp horns into the ground, which stopped his rushing figure. Then he turned around and ran towards the northeast corner of the base. The camping site in the southwest, because the distribution of the settlement is irregular, the overall area has formed an extremely irregular graphic. At the same time, due to the northwest corner of the camps and northeast corners in the southwest, the veins in human buildings are unique. Make their geographical location highlight the entire camp. Therefore, this leads to the connection of the northeast corner of the camps and the northwest corner in the southwest of the southwest, which is a large wild wilderness. At this time, the thunderous Oscus was leading the core of the 10,000th beasts with the core of the core of the core, rushing on this wilderness. And when they ran to the center of the 2 corners, on the northeast corner, the original fiercely cranked cannon suddenly stopped abruptly. Subsequently, at the gully on the edge of the wilderness, thousands of artillery forms are radiant with the center of the wilderness. Then all the cannon mouths suddenly appeared in the fire. A shocking shot roaring, the shocking beasts of the beasts suddenly stopped. Later. Alas! 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 Boom! 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 Countless artillery shells fall from the sky. Following Osugs and the beast army, a concentric circle blew up. This bombardment was the same, and the owner of the beast army was circled in an area of less than 500 meters. When Osug saw this, he stopped immediately. Ordered the army to pose a defense formation. Subsequent, the periphery of the bombing circle. Hundreds of thousands of earth bags are bulging. The dense insects climbed out of the ground. Siege the beast army in the middle. Then the back of the wilderness. Avi, standing at the top of the giant siege tank. Rando appeared in front of Osugs. A clear voice rang through the silent battlefield at this moment. Osugs, don't come without it. Zhang Ruiyan explained AI Wei and attacked the core purpose of the camps in the southwestern direction. It was after the mutants were conquered, and after winning the high-grade zerg building in the southwest camp. AI Wei knows what Zhang Ruiyan really wants. One is a mutant who has developed different evolution directions. The other is to complete the rare advanced worm building. Therefore, AI Wei was excluded for the first time and directly crushed the camp in the southwest with strong attacks. Because Ivy's understanding of the southwest camp. Osugs lives in the senior zerg building all year round. If AI Wei once strongly broke the camps in the southwest. With Osugs as violent, the residue of the battle will definitely cause damage to the high-grade zerg buildings. At the same time, this will also allow the elite mutant in all southwestern camps to be exhausted. This does not meet the expectations of Zhang Ruiyun at all. Therefore, AI Wei made a trick. She first selected the final battlefield on the wilderness outside the camp. The zerg was then ambushed to the ground around the wilderness, and at the same time covered the entire encirclement circle with artillery. Later, it launched an attack on the northeast corner of the southwest camp, aroused Osugs' anger. Make him elite, take the initiative to leave the most critical zerg high-end building, and rush to the military industry in the northwest. Subsequently, when Osugs and the core forces had been transferred to the mountains and arrived at the heavy land. With the strategy of hitting the east, it is more important to attack the camps in the southwest. In fact, Abby cannot destroy the energy base at all. Because in AI Wei's view, she now has countless methods that can steadily win the southwest camp. And receiving a good mutant base is far more than that of a mutant base that has been destroyed, which is more in line with Zhang Ruiyun's interests. Therefore, her purpose of attacking the energy base is just to attract Osugs and step into the trap that she has already set up in the wilderness in advance. However, all of this, Osugs didn't know. Therefore, as soon as the war opened, he stepped into the trap perfectly. In an instant, Abby not only allowed AI Wei's high-end buildings, also controlled the most important energy base of the entire southwest camp in one fell swoop, firmly controlled it. Just when Ivy surrounded the Beast March in one fell swoop. Nearly 1,000 semi-biochemical war vehicles and hundreds of motorized tanks that were originally attacking the energy base. They drew an arc, passed by the side of the energy base, and rushed towards the core fortress group of the southwest camp. With their mobile forces with wheels, they arrived at the fortress group at the core of the southwest camp with much higher mobility than mutants. The war fortress group with empty troops was controlled and taken down in a blink of an eye. Hundreds of tanks began to transform, set up plasma cannons, and blocked all the passages leading to the war fortress group. Thousands of semi-biochemical war vehicles turned into flexible rangers, shuttled through the fortress group, and intimidated all the insect mutants who wanted to rush into the formation. In the blink of an eye, the entire war fortress group fell into Ivy's hands. The most critical advanced zerg building in the southwest camp was successfully taken down. The first goal was perfectly achieved. With the advanced zerg building, it was controlled by Ivy. Oscus's heart seemed to be pulled, and his face turned livid. At this time, he realized that Ivy's purpose was the advanced zerg building in his camp. That was the foundation of the southwest camp, something more important than his life. Ivy, you are looking for death. Threatened by thousands of artillery, Oscus was not afraid at this moment, but charged at Ivy in anger. The mountain-like Oscus raised a cloud of dust on the plain. As Oscus charged, the 10,000 beasts behind him seemed not to be afraid of death, and rushed towards Ivy like thunder. Facing the might of thousands of troops, Ivy was unmoved, but just released a faint pressure. With Ivy's pressure, all the mutants in the southwest camp were shocked, and a trance flashed in their eyes. Ivy's eyes curved slightly, and a moving smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, just when she was about to give an order to take down the entire southwest camp, suddenly boom! All the beastmen were shocked, and their eyes were stained with a layer of blood red. A violent and crazy aura emerged from everyone. Roar! A violent roar. Oscus once again awakened all the beastmen and activated the beastmen's violent state. The powerful sound waves even formed a violent shock wave. The shock wave raged on the battlefield, sweeping away a large area of swarms of insects. Even the giant siege tank under Ivy was almost blown away. With this roar, Ivy's troops and the beastmen led by Oscus. A fierce battle broke out at the same time. Bang! 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 Thousands of artillery began to bombard the encirclement. Tens of thousands of swarms of insects rushed to the beastmen who broke out of the formation. In an instant, a white-hot battle broke out on the battlefield. Ivy's eyes were a little solemn. Now these meaningless battles have exceeded her expectations. She didn't expect that the Zerg's level suppression would not play a decisive role at the most critical moment. Instead, it seemed to activate something, causing Oscus and all the beasts to fall into a crazy and violent state of violence. This caused her second goal, to capture the elite mutants without injury, to make a major mistake. With a murderous intent that soared to the sky, Oscus attacked Ivy frantically. The mountain-like body made the earth seem to tremble. Oscus knew that Ivy in front of him was the supreme commander of the Zerg and the mutants in the southeast base. As long as Oscus could kill Ivy here, the control of the southwest base would return to his hands again. The mountain-like body gradually approached, wrapped in a monstrous smoke and dust. Boom! A shocking explosion resounded throughout the battlefield. The huge shockwave seemed to have the power of cracks in mountains, which gradually spread to the 4 weeks, and instantly swept the entire battlefield. The shocking vibration, the ground began to crack, centered on Osugs and AI Way, forming a spider-like cracks, spreading around layer by layer. Google search reading Osugs blessed the strength of the whole body in this collision. He believes that even if there is a mountain in front of him, he can break it. However, the incredible thing of him happened. Osugs, like a mountain body, collided with a monster, and stopped abruptly in front of AI Way's body. AI Way just stretched out a slimmer hand, and stopped Osugs like a mountain-like body. Osugs widened the giant pupil, and could not believe what happened in front of him anyway. And the violent beasts followed by him, under this scene, rushed, and the momentum of the courage to the end was stagnant. They couldn't believe them, and they never crushed everything here. AI Way grabbed Osugs' head, looking directly at Osugs' huge pupil, and there was no joy in his expression. In the end, I forced me to solve you with force. This is my mistake. AI Way, who has always won by tactical strategy, faced this ending that eventually won force. In fact, I am not happy. So, the next moment, AI Way vent his anger at Osugs. Cack! Aiwei's other fiber jade hand was gripped into a slender and petite fist, and a punch hit the huge face door of Osug's. Boom! Osug's trembled as a large body like a mountain, and it seemed to be empty for a few seconds. However, the nose was firmly grasped by Aiwei. Osug's has not reacted from shock, and is unwilling. Impuled roaringly, "This is impossible." However, it was Avi's punch with anger. And this punch also brought a purple arc. Oh! Osug's huge body shook again, and the violent purple arc ran away, making Osug's nose black. Do you think that the head is large and the insects are stronger, and the strength must be stronger? Oh! It's another punch! And this time, the huge body of Osugus directly smashed into the land of the camps in the southwest. Boom! The violent purple lightning spread around, and many beasts were affected. Puff! The huge impact caused Osug's internal organs to cause injuries, and a bite of blood couldn't restrain it. All the beasts watched their leaders stunned and were beaten, and they were at a loss for a while, and they didn't know what to do. However, this is not finished. Aiwei's wings exhibited and flew directly to the air. Do you think the ability of the zerg is just reproduction and evolution? Nourishment purple current cohesion. Aiwei's right hand turned lightly, burst into a dazzling purple arc. With the continuous savings of purple currents, Aiwei's right hand is getting brighter and brighter, and even triggers the vision of heaven and earth. The sky gradually darkened, forming countless rolled clouds. The dark clouds of the sky are spiral, like a huge vortex. The vortex rotated, and from time to time, a few purple lightnings were emitted to illuminate the sky. The purple lightning illuminates the entire battlefield, and the terrible vision shocked all the beasts. Subsequently, Aiwei in the air, wrapped in a dazzling purple arc in his right hand, dived down in Osug's frightened eyes. At the same time, the center of the vortex in the sky has also dropped the thick purple sky thunder together, with Aiwei's figure, and falls from the sky. Boom! Intersection the sight turned into a vast piece, and many beasts were not open to eyes. Subsequently, the cracking purple lightning was centered on August, sweeping thousands of kilometers. Alas! Intersection the cracking lightning and the chain purple arc, like lightning storms, instantly destroyed countless beasts. In the most central Oscars, the epidermis is carbonized, and the bone armor melting and distorted. Even the giant sickle on the head was cut off. Despair! Aiwei's landing, stepped on the coking ground in front of Osug's, and said coldly, "With such strength, you are also worthy of being king?" At this time, Osug's motionless, like a huge body, lying on the wasteland in the southwest camp. At this moment, no matter it was before, some of the beast army forces that had already killed the encirclement were still in the surrounding circle, and the remaining beasts that had gathered into the formation. At this point, all the attacks stopped. They looked at the enchanting figure in the battle. Can't help but be afraid. For their social system's similar to the Ordowan system. People who defeat the king. It is their new king. Therefore, at this time Aiwei's deterrence of them beyond everyone's imagination. At this moment, the entire beast army, even someone wants to let go of the weapon to return however, at this time. Osug struggled slowly. Thanks to the dense bone armor, and the powerful abnormal vitality. Aside after the zerginization, even with a large number of skin carbonization, still failed to die. Aiwei. You damn. You really can be a king, just this strength? I can be king because my name is Ostus, roar. Intersection Osugs roared loudly. Immediately, regardless of carbon skin and muscles, the chest cavity expanded and inhaled a large amount of air. The torn wounds are mixed with pus and blood, full of Osug's whole body. But Osugs ignored it. He sucks the air's chest and seems to open a mysterious organs. A dull sound sounded from his body. Buzzing, the sound sounds very weird, like howling the ancient creatures. Aiwei squinted his eyes slightly and stopped the last blow to Osug's. She flew over the top of Osug's, and she was curious at this time, what else can Osug's do now? The dull sound wave ended as the air in the body was exhausted. Osug slowly twisted the screwed body and looking forward to the warforts in the distance. Aiwei. You will regret it, let me summon them out. Ha 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 ha. Look at my really subordinate elite. Buzz. Following Oscus's laughter. In the lake at the center of the advanced zerg building in the southwest camp in the distance. One after another, huge black shadows slowly emerged from the lake. Splash. One after another, black shadows broke through the water. That huge body was almost reaching the surrounding war fortresses. Bang! The black shadow climbed out of the advanced zerg building and landed on the ground outside. The mountain-like body in the bone scythe that was also tens of meters long showed its identity to everyone. Thunder Beast. And it was a pure zerg thunder beast. Roar! These more than 30 thunder beasts roared together and sprinted towards Oscus. Along the way, whether it was a semi-biochemical tank or a semi-biochemical chariot, none of them could stop it. Even the semi-biochemical tank was basically a free gift. The thunder beast directly scrapped it with one step. Rumble! Amid the huge ground tremors, the violent thunder beasts, influenced by Oscus's emotions, continued to accumulate murderous aura and irritability, and continued to increase their running speed. They rushed towards the encirclement in the wilderness and killed recklessly. The violent momentum made everyone feel the dominance of the top siege units of the zerg. Huge body, heavy steps. The thunder beasts seemed to move slowly, but because of their tall bodies, they actually moved very fast. Moreover, when more than 30 giant beasts stirred up the smoke and dust and rushed towards the battlefield, the overwhelming power made everyone suffocate. For a while, the beast march that originally wanted to surrender, under the shock of the giant beasts, once again surrounded Oscus. At the same time, the zerg troops surrounding the periphery, when facing the thunder beasts with a prominent reputation in the zerg ground forces. All the zergs involuntarily gave up the hostile beast march around them. They all faced the thunder beast, took a fighting stance, and let out a sharp roar. The thunder beast was originally evolved from the docile herbivorous creature Brontolis. They are born with the racial characteristics of fortitude and tenacity. Although Brontolis does not have any powerful means of attack, they are all huge and powerful. Like a piece of stone, they rely on their iron-hard skin to resist any external attack. And they also have an extremely powerful body immune system. When their skin or even internal organs are broken and damaged by external attacks, some viruses, bacteria, and other foreign organisms will quietly enter the body through the wound. At this time, their immune cells will easily identify, eliminate and absorb all foreign substances, quickly heal the wound, and complete self-repair. After being infected and assimilated by the swarm, the gene sequence of Brontolis was cut, reorganized, and used many times. All unnecessary traits were removed, and its exoskeleton armor and immune system were strengthened. While allowing the thunder beast to resist fierce attacks, it also has obvious resistance to multiple negative effects such as toxins, dizziness, deceleration, and mind control. At the same time, a zerg-specific gene is added to allow the main organ replicas of the thunder beast to grow from random parts of the body. This gives the thunder beast a stronger vitality, and there is no need to worry about the internal flameout of the thunder beast due to the enemy's gunfire. Finally, the thunder beast's shell is covered with a thick layer of protective armor. The diamond-structured chitinous insect shell of the thunder beast is a multi-complex structure formed by the special fusion of foreign compounds and organic tissues. This makes them not only extremely light, but also have unparalleled hardness. Under the enemy's artillery fire, it overlooks the entire battlefield like an attacking giant. It greatly enhances the survival of itself and the zerg on the front battlefield, as well as the ability to charge and siege, and slaughters everywhere in the dangerous environment of the galaxy. And due to long-term immersion in the inky black pool water of unknown advanced zerg buildings, the thunder beast's functions have been partially mutated and enhanced. The most obvious is the hardened exoskeleton, which strengthens the external muscles and bones of the thunder beast again. At the same time, the thunder beast can also change the dosage of endorphins and adrenaline secreted by its own glands. It has become a tireless siege machine. As the most deterrent unit of the zerg army, they have always been the mainstay of the zerg army. The threat is no less than that of any race of heavy armored vehicles. And the heavy weapon of this vehicle is the giant single-molecule sickle blades that grow on the front of the thunder beast, which makes people shudder. The density, bevel and sharpness of this biological weapon have long been determined by genes. Without any later grinding, it can cut iron like mud in brake blades. This terrifying-looking giant blade can easily split heavy walls, new alloy steel plates and even rarer alien materials in a single swing. At this time, the mutant troops at the base in the southeast direction behind. They saw this war beast that rarely appeared even in the federal war records. Many people were so scared that their legs went weak. Especially when more than 30 mountain-like thunder beasts rushed over, waving giant sickles that were dozens of meters long and several meters wide. Many mutants even had the urge to turn around and run. It was as if the thunder beasts were born with the passive attribute of shock. However, in human nature, where there is fear, there is courage. As the commander of the artillery unit among the mutants in the southeast direction, Lafia waved the alienated zerg limbs and pointed at Oscus, who was protected in the beast march. Everyone, aim at the leader of the beast march. Squeak! Thousands of gun barrels twisted and slowly pointed at the center of the encirclement. Lafia thought very simply, since the Thunder Beast was summoned by Oscus. Then as long as Oscus was killed, the Thunder Beast without its leader would fall into chaos. However, just when he was about to give the order, Ivy's order appeared in his mind. Stop attacking, stay where you are. Ha! All the mutants received such a message. Even the Zerg troops that were originally ready to attack the giant beast also received Ivy's order to stay where they were. At the same time, under Ivy's command, the Zerg swarm opened a hole in the encirclement facing the Thunder Beast, which was specially designed to allow the Thunder Beast to pass. Suddenly, no one could guess what Ivy was thinking. How could she not attack these violent war beasts, but let them open up the situation smoothly? High above the clouds, on top of a huge lord's head, Zhang Ruiyun and He were quietly looking at the battlefield below. Zhang Ruiyun saw all of Ivy's previous tactical formulation. And when everything was carried out exactly as Ivy planned on the real battlefield, Zhang Ruiyun's face was obviously full of admiration. You know, it's not difficult to make a plan, but the difficulty lies in whether you can perfectly control the overall situation during the execution of the plan. Because in the actual battlefield, accidents always happen one after another, and even many times, the fainting troops may attack 1 second earlier or retreat 1 second later, and any subtle difference will affect the opponent's response possibility. This is very likely to cause unexpected plans, thus causing changes. However, Ivy handed in an extremely perfect answer in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Although in the end, the pressure of the Zerg did not succeed in one fell swoop. However, being able to trap the enemy in the trap that had been set up before was a success in Zhang Ruiyun's eyes. At this time, the battlefield changed again. Ivy seemed to give up resistance and took the initiative to open the encirclement. Below, as the Zerg swarms avoided, the majestic posture of the Thunder Beast instantly appeared in the eyes of the Beast March. Oscus endured the severe pain and slowly tore off his carbonized tissue. Then, with his powerful recovery power, he instantly formed a temporary protective flesh membrane on all the wounds. He stood up on the ground and roared hoarsely at Ivy in the sky. Ivy! So what if you are stronger than me? So what if you have developed other abilities? This is a battlefield. It is a place where armies confront each other. Even if you can fight, can you destroy these 30-odd Thunder Beasts? And which of your Zerg swarms and biochemical artillery can cause damage to the Thunder Beasts? Do you really think that you are the only one on the planet accumulating strength? Humph! I, Oscus, rose to power on the planet Tirith not by strength, not by Zergization, not by the continuous evolution of genes. But it is my heart that will never yield to the Zerg. It is my heart that I must get rid of the Zerg and even control them. Even if you, Ivy, gain more powerful power, so what? Following the Zerg, you will always be just an inferior mutant. In the eyes of the Zerg, you will always be just cannon fodder. You are not even as important as these Thunder Beasts. Just based on this point, I, Oscus, am stronger than you. The Thunder Beast Legion. Kill! Oscus shouted to kill. Roar! The raging Thunder Beasts all let out a thunderous roar, and were about to arrive at the battlefield. Facing Oscus's ridicule, Ivy's eyes were calm without any ripples. She said lightly, "Is this your trump card?" Ha! With a chuckle, Ivy spread her wings and swooped down from the sky. She flew directly to the raging Thunder Beasts. She tapped her jade finger lightly, and drew a boundary in front of her with the purple arc of psionic energy. And when the violent Thunder Beasts were about to arrive, a subtle purple arc flashed in Ivy's eyes. Then, an extremely powerful Zerg pressure enveloped the Thunder Beasts that were coming straight at her. She opened her jade teeth slightly and shouted loudly, "Kneel down!" Bang! 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 In the incredible eyes of everyone, the originally violent and murderous huge beast, the Thunder Beast. In front of Ivy, who exuded the might of the Zerg, they actually ignored the damage caused by running wildly and knelt down. The huge inertia caused the Thunder Beasts to suffer a huge impact force when they knelt down. But they were still willing to do so. Deep gullies were plowed out by the rolling bodies of the Thunder Beasts. Then, after a series of people and horses fell to the ground, the smoke and dust dissipated. All the Thunder Beasts, all of them collided and fell outside the line drawn by Ivy. There was even a huge sickle blade of a Thunder Beast. Because it was slightly over the air, it also twisted its body hurriedly and pulled the sickle blade back. This Oscus widened his eyes and looked at Ivy in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be possible? That's a Thunder Beast. A high-level soldier among the zerg. It's even close to the rank of the Queen of the Zerg. This planet of Tirith, even if the zerg returns, any low-level zerg nest can't control the Thunder Beast. Ha! Ivy exhaled lightly and said slowly. Sorry, let me introduce myself again. Ivy Blade Queen. Bang! Oscus's knee instantly hit the land of the wasteland cleanly. Author side note, dear handsome and beautiful readers, if you really like this book, please give it more support, please read it, comment, and vote, read it and vote at the end of the latest chapter to be valid, thank you for your support. Land on the wasteland. With Osugs's kneeling surrender. The beasts around him also lost the courage to resist. In addition, all of them in front of them. AI Way suspended in the air. Behind it is more than 30 mountains like giant beasts, as a group of messy battlefields. Just like this, like the picture of the Queen's coming. All the beasts were awakened again. They had awe of AI Way before, and further worshipped. Well, numerous beasts were kneeling down and subjected to one of them. Moreover, not only the beasts, but even those mutant in the southeast base, at this moment, look at AI Way's eyes, is more enthusiastic than before. However, at this time, AI Way, who was in high attention, did not respond to everyone's worship. Instead, I raised my eyes and looked up at the sky. As AI Way looked up at the sky, all the people below looked at AI Way's sight, looking at the distant sky. I saw that in the sky covered by Woyun, above the high clouds, 2 black spots fell quickly. Subsequently, the dark dots became larger. Soon everyone saw the black spots falling down. It was actually a man and a woman. Alas! Their figures fell in front of AI Way. And AI Way, the queen who just won the battle and won the southwest camp, respectfully, Master. What? Intersection A name. Shocking Osugs, and 10,000 beasts under his Majesty. Osugs was shocked and widened. What did I hear? Intersection owner? The owner of the Blade Queen? This looks like a human guy, turned out to be the owner of the Blade Queen? Intersection just when everyone was shocked. Alas! The Thunder Beast who just got up and kneeling was at the moment when he felt the breath of Zhang Ruiyun. The collective body sank, and the 5 bodies were lying on the ground. The huge body like a mountain, trembling together. I don't know if it is because of fear or excitement. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the heads of all the beasts bombed. A shock from the depths of the soul appeared in the hearts of everyone. For a moment, in the hearts of everyone, they suddenly called the master in front of them. Natural fear. I can't get up the courage to confront them again. Even in the beast army, Osugs, the highest degree of evolution. At this time, there was only obedience to Zhang Ruiyun. When I surrendered AI Way, some of the careful thoughts left in my heart, and at this moment, it disappeared. In fact, although the mutant in the southwest camp, through the evolution, the Zerg genes in the body have made the Zerg gene, because alienation is no longer suppressed by steps such as insect groups. However, this is just a species in the Zerg grade sequence. And the Zord of Zhang Ruiyun dominates, as the leader of the entire Zerg. Any creature containing Zerg genes will be dominated by natural deterrence. Just like the degenerate native Zerg on the Telris star, even if they are no longer controlled by the Zerg. But in the face of Zhang Ruiyun, there are only 2 states of escape and shrinking. Zhang Ruiyun, who suppressed the entire battlefield, looked at AI Way and nodded to recognize, it's good to dry, I'm very satisfied. AI Way's beautiful face finally emerged with joy. What she has been looking forward to is to be recognized by Zhang Ruiyun. In particular, after she evolved into the Blade Queen, she was renovated by Zhang Ruiyun's alienation erosion. I don't know if it is because of the bloodline bond brought by alien erosion, or the absolute attraction of the Blade Queen. For now AI Way. Zhang Ruiyun is the meaning of her existence. Zhang Ruiyun appealed AI Way and turned to Osugs. Osugs, I now order you to open your heart, establish a young communication with the incubation field, and then cooperate with the incubation field to compile the camp and put it into the Zerg as soon as possible. Yes. Master. Osugs lowered his huge head and answered very respectfully. Subsequently, Zhang Ruiyun flew with AI Wei and Hei, flying towards the senior Zerg building in the center of the camp in the southwest. Supposure, Osugs, race, Zerg, talent, born great power, resolute and tenacity, violent, army, insectized mutant, equipment, single molecule giant sickle, reinstalled insect armor, tough skin, damage, 300, attack speed, slow, attack distance, melee, unit restraint, right place, armor, defense, 600 heavy A, move speed, slow, skills, fast recovery, rapid healing, violent warfare, Thunder Beast unified, Thunder Beast call. After the war, the Southwest camp quickly calmed down with Osugs. The tension of War Bastion group also lifted the state of war. Immediately after, a large number of Zerg poured into the Southwest camp according to the same process as the base of the Southeast. On the southwest of the energy base, a large number of crystal mines and gas tanks were transported by the insects to the incubation field on the Sirius Plateau. After all, almost all the crystal mines and gas tanks in the mutant forces are defective products with insufficient purity. They must be transformed by the hatchery and worker bees before they can be used more effectively. Therefore, after taking over the mutant camp, the first thing to do is to transport resources. Then, countless human science and technology, drawings, and patents were dug out one by Oscus from the basement of the sealed military-industrial base. A large number of valuable raw materials and various buildings in the Southwest camp were also controlled by the Zerg. Countless pieces of information were finally transmitted to Zhang Ruiyun's mind after being summarized by Queen Bai. After this battle, we obtained 40,000 units of crystal ore and 30,000 cans of gas. We obtained 7 new human buildings, among which the forge was the most complete and had been upgraded to a certain extent. We obtained 132 new human technology patents and combined a new technology, primary armor plating. We obtained 50,000 insectoid mutants and 10,000 elite insectoid mutants. We captured 36 thunder beasts with partially enhanced functions. We discovered an advanced Zerg building, Reincarnation Pool. Reincarnation Pool. The advanced Zerg building in the mutant camp in the southwest direction is actually the Reincarnation Pool? Zhang Ruiyun stood in front of the giant nest of Oscus, facing the Reincarnation Pool. Looking at the inky black pool water in front of him, Zhang Ruiyun did not expect that 2 high-level buildings would appear on the planet Tirith. I hope readers will remember our domain name. It turned out to be the only 2 advanced buildings on his Zerg technology tree that could be viewed for specific information, Queen's Room, and Reincarnation Pool. Could it be that the reason why he could see the information at that time was because Queen's Room and Reincarnation Pool were on this planet? Zhang Ruiyun opened the Zerg evolution technology tree again. Sure enough, the Reincarnation Pool icon on the branch of the level 5 Zerg base, Devouring Nest, was completely lit up as Zhang Ruiyun occupied the southwest camp. The attribute page also has a lot of details. Building, Reincarnation Pool, level 5, HP, 3500, attack, 20, pool water, function. It can make any organisms into insects by stimulating benign mutations of genes in organisms immersed in gene mutation liquid, giving them mutated gene sequences, and providing gene fragments from the Zerg gene library. Features, except for the Zerg swarms with the Reincarnation Pool, the control of other Zerg swarms over them is weakened to a certain extent. Skills, Zergization, Zerg Evolution, Reincarnation Pool, is the original Zerg gene library. After Abathur obtained the biological gene mutation liquid in a mysterious laboratory, he transformed it into a Reincarnation Pool. To some extent, Reincarnation Pool is equivalent to the evolution laboratory of the human race. On the one hand, it can find the evolutionary direction of the current species and enhance the strength of the species through continuous evolutionary research on the existing species. On the other hand, it can transform any species in the universe into Zerg and make them join the Zerg camp. The only race that cannot be transformed into Zerg in the Reincarnation Pool may be the Protoss. Because the Protoss has the protection of Kara, the way of sublimation, and the power of the Void, they can be immune to the alienation of Zerg genes. This is why the mutants in the southwest camp, such as Oscus, are developing in the direction of Zerg mutation, and their strength is far superior to that of the original Zerg. Because Oscus used these 2 abilities of the Reincarnation Pool, Zergization, and Alien Zerg Evolution. It is precisely because of this that the mutants in the southwest camp are not controlled by the Zerg swarm, and each of them evolves to be stronger than the original Zerg. However, as Zhang Ruiyun occupied the southwest camp and regained control of the Reincarnation Pool, obviously, the gene templates of mutants such as Oscus were once again controlled by Zhang Ruiyun's clan control. The control level of the Zerg swarm once again had the ability to control Oscus and others. At the same time, it is precisely for this reason that when Oscus heard that a new Zerg had arrived, he was so eager to destroy the Zerg in the first place. Because he was afraid of falling into the control of the Zerg again. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that he would eventually face a Zerg master like Zhang Ruiyun. He didn't have the slightest chance to get rid of the control. The emergence of the Reincarnation Pool gave Zhang Ruiyun more development directions. In his previous life, During the more than 10 years of turbulent changes in the endless starry sky, Zhang Ruiyan had seen too many magical cosmic creatures. Each of them has amazing abilities. And Zhang Ruiyan, who has the reincarnation pool, can transform those magical cosmic species into his new zerg arms. At that time, the zerg arms with those magical abilities will definitely enable Zhang Ruiyan's strategic and tactical means to be qualitatively improved. It may even allow Zhang Ruiyan's zerg to achieve a leapfrog evolution. You know, the evolutionary direction of the zerg is to devour, collect more and more complex genes, to improve and enhance their own life essence. And most importantly, the reincarnation pool can transform the space behemoth into Leviathan. However, when Zhang Ruiyan spent some time to assimilate the reincarnation pool and put it into his own zerg swarm, he found that there was a serious problem with the reincarnation pool. Just like the Queen's Room, the reincarnation pool, which lost the energy supply from the zerg base, had already fallen into a state of extreme hunger. However, after Oscus and others discovered the reincarnation pool and occupied it, they did not know the status of the reincarnation pool. Instead, they consumed the capacity of the reincarnation pool. Although, later Oscus also used the crystal mine he developed to power the reincarnation pool. However, it is obvious that the energy purity is poor and the energy input is unstable. The defective crystal mine cannot meet the needs of the reincarnation pool, but destroys the energy center of the reincarnation pool. Therefore, in order to protect itself, the reincarnation pool had to close and strip off many organs and tissues that consume a lot of energy. As a result, the reincarnation pool is now in a state where it is almost riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse. If this state continues, the reincarnation pool will completely collapse in less than a year. In fact, this is the same as the previous Queen's family. If there is no pure zerg energy input, Queen's family will also die. This may be a few years after the last life. When a player stepped on Tiris again, he did not encounter such a powerful mutant forces like Avi and Osugs. However, at this time, the situation of Rebirth Pond is worse than Queen's family. Because the unlocking level of Queen's family itself is higher than the Rebirth Pond. And the zerg building that can be unlocked by the 10th base usually has its ability to move. The Reincarnation Pond, which is unlocked by the 5th level base, only handle the control center of the command. This leads to when the Queen's family encounters a situation of insufficient energy, you can also choose to run away and find food by yourself. And, Rebirth Pond, not only will you not go for food by himself, but also Osugs does not know how to maintain. So that the Reincarnation Pond is finally consumed, and even the energy center must be destroyed. Therefore, even at this time, even with the pure energy from the incubation field, its ability can only maintain the current state. That is, only the ability to transform the insectization of transformation. However, other abilities and control centers cannot be recovered temporarily. After all, Zhang Ruiyan's zerg base is only a first-class incubation field, not a level 5 Devo nest. It does not have a biological blueprint for Reincarnation Pond. For others, it can almost determine that the Rebirth Pond is scrapped. Even if someone can upgrade the zerg base to the Divini nest at the 5th level, it may not be safe to return to the Rebirth Pool. Because the Reincarnation Pond can be unlocked at level 5, the conditions for making it are extremely harsh. After all, it is a special zerg building that integrates the scientific and technological capabilities of other races. However, that's for others. For Zhang Ruiyan, as long as the zerg building still has a breath, he can save it back. Because he is dominated by the zerg. If you cannot repair the Reincarnation Pond, then let it evolve again. At that time, maybe the evolutionary building will be stronger. As a result, Zhang Ruiyan used the specific evolutionary ability of Gene Institute. The body instantly grew tentacles, and gradually spread to the lake, connecting countless tentacles to the Rebirth Pond. After launching Alien Erosion ability, after entering a large amount of blood to the Rebirth Pond, this full worm lake building was wrapped again by huge insect membranes, forming a huge building insect cocoon, and evolved again. However, I don't know if it is because of the huge volume or the serious defect of the Rebirth Pond, or because it can be absorbed because there is no brain insect. This time the Reincarnation Pond, the evolutionary time of the entire building has become abnormally long. Reincarnation Pool has formed a huge building cocoon, which is slowly evolving. And as the zerg base, hatchery, obtains the mutant template, Queen Bayan the base can directly control all the mutants in the southwest. Soon, the entire southwest base was completely in the hands of Zhang Ruiyan. At the same time, Queen Bai also collected and summarized all the information about the Northwest Base from the Southeast Base and the Southwest Camp. After analysis and processing, it was presented to Zhang Ruiyun. After the Southwest Mutant Camp was taken, the next target is the Northwest Mutant Base. I will take the Northwest Base. He promised very confidently. Do you remember my request to you? Zhang Ruiyun asked. Taking the Northwest Base will definitely ensure the capture of the starport and the seizure of the semi-biochemical battleship. Very good. Zhang Ruiyun nodded. Then, Zhang Ruiyun combined all the information about the Northwest Base with Queen Bai. He pointed out to He, the zerg is our foundation, and developing the zerg's own technology tree is our primary goal. However, the human technology itself has its own unique features, especially many of your and Ivy's skills, which can be combined with the human army to exert a stronger combat power. For example, Ivy's Iron Blood War Wool, used on human artillery and used on hydralisks and dragons, the effect is very different. Therefore, on Tirith, the deformed human troops and human technology developed by mutants need to be preserved as much as possible. Stay. This is Ivy. She could have easily destroyed the Southwest Camp with a sea of insects, but she took a big detour to take it down with as little loss as possible. The high-level buildings of the Zerg are important, but the technology of the human race is equally important. No matter which race's technology, as long as it is technology, it is power. As long as it is a power that can make us stronger, we should absorb it. If we want our Zerg to grow, we not only need energy and resources, but also various genes. Similarly, we also need to obtain the technology of the human race. After Bai combined the intelligence of the two mutant camps, he concluded that the foundation of the Northwest Camp is human technology. They are not like Ivy, who has a senior commander with first-class tactics and strategy, and a powerful ground force that is a fusion of human mechanical creations and Zerg genes. They are not like Oscus, who has a huge body and a herd of insect-like troops. But what they have is human high technology and dangerous terrain that far exceeds the two parties. Therefore, they can rely on the technology in their hands to defend the isolated island peak as solid as a rock. But we have to completely take over all the buildings and technologies of the Northwest Camp. Not only the semi-biochemical starship under construction, but also all the human buildings and technology patents, and even the large number of mutant scientists in the Northwest Camp. Facing a high-tech isolated peak fortress, we have to completely take over the Northwest Camp without damaging them. This is the real difficulty, do you understand? He nodded very seriously and obediently. Understood, the target is the camp in the Northwest. All buildings and researchers must not be harmed, and the camp and all technologies must be completely taken, including the semi-biological starship. Zhang Ruiyun smiled with satisfaction. Very good, that's right. Go ahead, all resources and troops are at your disposal. The location of the Northwest Base is on a giant peninsula on the northwest coastline. Google search reading the giant peninsula has a gentle terrain, mostly plains and hills, with only a few canyons and basins. Only in the center of the peninsula, there is a huge peak that suddenly rises from the ground and towers into the clouds. The giant peak is towering into the clouds, shrouded in smoke, like a huge chimney that goes straight into the sky. And on this 10,000-meter peak, every few hundred meters, a flat engineering platform is built. The engineering platforms are stacked up, all the way up, like the thorns of a cactus, and are very regularly distributed on the peak of the giant peak. Until the top of the peak, it finally forms a neat cross-section with a diameter of 3 kilometers. And on this cross-section, the core starport of the Northwest Base is built. And everything around is almost all supporting facilities of the starport. On each engineering platform, you can see many insect mutants with the same size as humans, shuttling between various facilities, coming and going, just like ordinary technicians. At the same time, the research center, scientific station and physical laboratory of the Northwest Base were also among them. At this time, a group of native wild dragons suddenly flew from the blue sea. They attacked a crystal mine car that was transporting upwards. They tried to grab the crystal ore in the mine car. However, just when they flew to the first platform at the foot of the mountain, 4 bunkers lurking underground with zerg bone structures rose up. A series of dartworms similar to dragons were ejected towards the native dragons. As a result, after a volley, dozens of dragons were directly annihilated. Upon closer inspection, it was found that the cores of those attack objects similar to dartworms were made of high-strength alloys and were extremely sharp. At this time, in a huge conference room in the Scientific Research Center at the top of the giant peak, The project leaders of 17 disciplines were staring at the holographic virtual display screen at the center of the parliament table. In the holographic virtual display screen, 3 areas of the star Tirith were marked in red. Area A, the Protoss observation station on the Cirrus Plateau. On July 30th, a large amount of energy fluctuations appeared, which lasted for 5 hours, and then the Protoss unique fluctuations disappeared from the planet Tirith. At the same time, the fluctuations of the Zerg regular forces appeared. 18 hours later, the psionic fluctuations of the Zerg base followed. Area B, the high hills in southeast Ireland. On July 31st, a fierce exchange of fire occurred. This is the base of the mutant Queen Ivy, which lasted for 3 hours. 32 hours later, a high energy pressure briefly appeared in the ionosphere, and finally disappeared suddenly. Area C, the Serenia grassland. 8 on the 1st of the month, there was a battle of artillery plowing the ground. The intensity was not high, but the interval lasted for 2 hours. Then there was a weather anomaly, and the planet's atmosphere showed high-frequency abnormal ionosphere. Through the abnormal data of the energy fluctuation detector above, plus the Real Zerg discovered recently, we can get an 85% probability that the Zerg will return to Tirith. And, they attacked the Protoss observation station, Queen Camp, and Oscus Camp. Next, there is an 80% probability that they will appear around our giant peak base within 3 days. If the Zerg reappears, how do we deal with it? If the Zerg reappear, how should we deal with it? The meeting host put down the pointer and looked at the 17 persons in charge. There is no need to discuss this. I have already studied the Zerg mind jammer. Next, we only need to preheat the core machine and turn it on, which will greatly affect the Zerg base's psionic communication and greatly limit the Zerg's rank suppression. Protect the normal operation of our human thinking and suppress the Zerg genes in the body. With the terrain of the giant peak and the defense system we have built for so many years, it is not a problem to defend here. As long as we follow the research plan and delay for another year, our semi-biochemical battlecruiser, the St. Anlia, can be built. By then, it will be easy to leave the planet Tirith. The person in charge of the defense of the 6th area base was confident and proud, and talked freely. However, just after the person in charge finished his explanation with a solemn oath and complacently, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Then, the red police lights rotated and flashed, illuminating the entire conference room with mottled dots. The holographic virtual display screen in the center of the conference table suddenly turned into a map of a giant peninsula of the giant peak camp. On the map, on the side of the giant peninsula leading to the mainland, 3 dense torrents came towards the giant peak. Then the 3 torrents formed 3 groups, surrounding the entire giant peak in a herringbone formation. Swish! 3 light screens appeared at the same time, and the real situation under the giant peak was projected into the conference room by the high-definition monitor. In the first picture, thousands of mechanized troops and thousands of artillery were lined up under the giant peak. This is Ivy's semi-biochemical mechanical troops. In the second picture, nearly 10,000 insect-like creatures wearing heavy armor, carrying missile launchers on their shoulders, or carrying particle accelerators on their backs, and even holding giant ships slashing knives. All of them made a charging gesture towards the mountain above their heads. This is Oscus's Beast March. And in the third picture, this group is the largest in number and moves faster. In the picture, there were dense swarms of insects, including springtails, cockroaches, hygralisks, and flying dragons. There were even several war beasts as big as mountains' thunder beasts. With such a complete team, let alone the Northwest base, it was more than enough to conquer the entire Tirith planet. Is this the Zerg that was guessed before? The Zerg really came again. Thinking of this, the faces of all the responsible persons changed drastically, and they all pulled away and rushed to the command room. However, just when they were about to reach the command room, boom! A loud noise came from the foot of the mountain. They had not had time to communicate with the military commander of the Northwest base. Then they saw on the screen in front of the command room. Ivy's semi-biochemical mechanical troops suddenly opened fire, and the primitive missile cannons and negative ion acceleration cannons of the Beast March also fired in succession. And all the Zerg and the swarm troops began to dig along the foundation at the foot of the mountain. Then, when countless artillery shells fell at the foot of the giant peak, the people at the top of the peak instantly felt the tremor of the mountain below. Everyone's face changed drastically, and some people began to flee in a hurry. The Northwest base was instantly in chaos. Countless mutant scientists, ordinary staff and senior technicians all ran out of the building like a burning ant nest. They ran towards the empty starport square outside, as if they wanted to board the Banshee fighter and large transport plane on the starport. At this moment, the commander suddenly realized something and shouted urgently, "No! Don't run out! Everyone go back to the room and turn on the zerg mind jammer. The giant peak can't fall. With such an attack, even if they last for a year, they can't shake the giant peak at all. They attack the foot of the mountain just to create panic. Wait, no, they create panic to make everyone concentrate in the open space, so that it is easier for the zerg to control. The queen is about to fall from the sky." However, as soon as these words came out, the commander showed despair on his face. He knew that everything was too late. Because according to the disaster prevention regulations, everyone will leave the building within 1 minute. And now, at least 80% of the people are no longer under the protection of the building. At this time, as long as the queen appears, all the mutants will be under the control of the zerg again. The commander subconsciously turned the screen's perspective to the sky. I saw a figure, as expected. But that figure was different from the half-human scorpion queen that the commander guessed. The figure that slowly descended from the sky was actually a human woman with wings on her back. However, this made the commander even more desperate. The commander turned pale and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Blade Queen!" Then, thump! He collapsed to the floor with his legs completely limp. Others may not know, but as a commander, how could he not know? What does a Blade Queen mean? Not to mention, the Blade Queen's control over mutants is far stronger than that of the Zerg Queen. Just on the planet Tirith, the Zerg forces that attacked the Protoss observation station, the Queen's camp, and the Oscus camp were actually led by the Blade Queen. This can be inferred how powerful the Zerg that descended this time are. This is not something they can fight against at all. At this moment, the commander psychologically gave up resistance. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. When Hayes' jade feet stepped on the empty square of this starport, everything was over. All the mutants, almost without any resistance, were completely activated by a mental network that fell from the sky. Afterwards, without Hayes' orders, many scientific researchers with extremely high authority took the initiative to open all the gates of the Northwest camp and close all defenses. Even many core confidential research was actively presented to Hay. At the moment when the Zerg gene was activated in the mutant, Hay was their king. In fact, as a Zerg mutant, whose rank and status are not even as good as those of the jumping worms, it is almost the easiest to control. Otherwise, why would the Queen of Zergs, human parasite, make the Terran Federation so frightened? However, in other Zerg forces, mutants have always been cannon fodder. Just like the refugees used by the rebels to course the siege on the ancient battlefield. And here in Zhang Ruiyun, because the intelligent Zerg on the star Tirith were wiped out by the Protoss in an instant. The only advanced Zerg were also hidden. The unclaimed mutants in the free-range state gradually regained their humanity and wisdom. They even relied on wisdom and used advanced Zerg buildings. They created an Ivy who was similar to the Queen of Blades and a genetically alienated Oscus. Let them have the strength to fight against the Zerg. Otherwise, why would mutants fight against the Zerg? If it were just ordinary mutants without humanity, let alone the Blade Queen and the Queen of Zerg. Even if a lord came, those mutants would have to obey orders. However, it was precisely because of this special situation. Not only did the mutants of Tirith take an incredible evolutionary path, it also made Zhang Ruiyun see the great value of mutants hidden under the Zerg genes. This made Zhang Ruiyun want to completely conquer the mutants. Because he found that the mutants after Zerg gene modification seemed to have greatly enhanced some of the aspects they were originally good at. For example, these scientific researchers in the Northwest base were originally based on their information. These people were originally ordinary technicians and data clerks arranged here by the Federal Star Ring Mining Group. Let alone high-tech research, there were not even a few highly educated people. However, after being transformed into mutants by insects, not only did the brains of many ordinary technicians and data clerks get strengthened, but their IQs were also improved. They also let them master a lot of human technology from scratch in a few years. And they researched and invented new technologies and patents based on these technologies. They even built a Veneto-class interstellar battleship from scratch. In terms of such scientific research capabilities, it is almost comparable to the medium-sized scientific research institutes of the Terran Federation. And Zhang Ruiyun discovered this. Realizing that if he also had such a scientific research team, his future development in scientific research would not be inferior to that of the Federation. This would be such an important and powerful force. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Ruiyun asked He to take down the Northwest base intact without damaging it. Similarly, It was because there were no high-level zerg buildings like Ivy and Oscus in the Northwest base that failed to change from the genetic essence. Therefore, they had no capital to resist the control of the zerg with their bodies alone. This allowed Hay to control everyone in the Northwest base with just a simple mind network. However, if you only look at the results, you think that the Northwest base was easily taken because these mutants are easy to control. That's a big mistake. As the Zerg overlord, Zhang Ruiyun can see many different things from Hay's attack. Strategy relies on momentum, tactics rely on methods. Hay's attack is actually to put all the forces that can be mobilized at hand in front of the Northwest base. At the same time, instill a concept in the enemy that we are very strong. We not only conquered two forces with the same strength as the Northwest base. We also conquered them in a very short time and used them for our own use. Secondly, we directly attacked the foundation of the mountain with fierce artillery fire, turning the terrain that was originally an advantage into a disadvantage. At the same time, we created panic and caused fear in the enemy. Without spending a single soldier, we made the enemy take actions that are beneficial to us. Finally, as the Blade Queen who was far higher than the enemy expected, we completely and thoroughly destroyed the enemy's resistance. This series of operations does not involve any direct confrontation, but every action is upright. The principles followed are to take advantage of the situation and form an irresistible situation. Finally, break through the enemy's defenses, destroy the enemy's will, and make them give up resistance. What is this? This is strategy. This is the so-called victory without fighting. If Ivy's tactics before were the perfect use of tactics, it is important to cause the greatest damage with the least troops. Then Hay's tactics are the perfect embodiment of strategy. It is important to take advantage of the general trend and create the general trend, and to use upright and open plots to make the enemy have no choice. In fact, do the mutants in the Northwest base really have no resistance? If the person in charge who is still in the base can turn on the Zerg mind jammer. At the same time, restrict all access rights and block the base. As long as the base's defense system is fully turned on, there is no lack of power to fight. After all, the 17 people with the highest authority in the Northwest base are still in the command room. What's more, they can also forcibly start the Veneto-class semi-biochemical interstellar cruiser that has not yet been completed. After all, the semi-biochemical interstellar cruiser is Zhang Ruiyun's main target. If they forcibly start the Veneto-class semi-biochemical interstellar cruiser, I'm afraid even Zhang Ruiyun would not dare to act rashly. However, when Hay came, everyone gave up resistance. However, strategy and tactics are not actually superior or inferior. The art of war says that you can win by being right and winning by being strange. If Hay's strategy is right, then Ivy's tactics are strange. Only by alternating between the right and strange can you win every battle. Now, Zhang Ruiyun has a deeper understanding of Hay and Ivy's tactical designation and strategic planning. The Northwest base was taken. All the mutants, whether in the open square of the starport or in the building, have been connected by Hay's mental network. Then, Zhang Ruiyun also landed on the open square of the starport. It is the simplest process to conquer the Northwest camp. Google search reading it is not the same as the camping in the Southwest. It needs to obtain the genetic template of insectized mutants, and then control it. It is not like the base of the Southeast. It is necessary to deal with AI Way, and the original dominance of the original brain insect hidden under the Queen's family building. Almost in the Northwest camp, the cordonic genes of the mutant were activated and recontrolled their thinking. The entire Northwest base has completely belonged to Zhang Ruiyun. This process is similar to Zhang Ruiyun's skills of assimilation for the original Zerg building. The effect is the same. After that, I didn't know if it was because the transformation of the Blade Queen of Iway was transformed by the mutant alienation erosion. When Zhang Ruiyun's control of the mutants in the Northwest base was classified into AI Way's spiritual network. Those mutants in the Northwestern base in the northwest of the northwestern direction due to the activation of the Zerg gene. It has resumed humanity one after another, and can continue their research along the previous research projects. Learn this effect. Zhang Ruiyun handed over the control of the mutant to AI Way. Divide the control of the Zerg to Black. Subsequently, the entire Northwest base was busy seamlessly. First of all, Zhang Ruiyun's most longing resource before. The 80,000 crystal ore in 20,000 gas cans, from the storage room in the middle of Jufeng, and the transportation system of the mining car on the Jufeng, transported to the incubation ground of the Sirius Plateau. In addition, the Northwest base is indeed the power developed by technology as the core. The crystal mines and gas tanks here have been processed to the degree of use of human technology directly. Although, in terms of energy utilization and purity, the human race forces must be slightly worse. But at least do not need to combine the energy supply system of the zerg, like AI way, to run human mechanized forces. Immediately after, with the resources of the camps in the northwest, they were transported to the base of the zerg. A human race technology in the northwest base has gradually begun to open up to Zhang Ruiyun. For example, the test machine of the zerg thinking interference, the optical energy rotor engine, and the improved ion cannon, even many zerg's own attack method was simulated by them. This is not only a dart worm attack method similar to flying dragons, but also the bone spurs attack of the snake. Even the evolutionary units of the snake and the toss attacks of the latency let them develop a humble sample experimental body. Then, except for these, there are also more practical, such as ultra-high definition and remote monitor, which can investigate millimeter-level accuracy of items of 20 kilometers. Another example is the Global Energy Volatile and High-Definition Sensor Array, which can explore and analyze all sudden energy fluctuations on the entire Tiris star. It can even detect and analyze the various sound waves, microwaves, and electromagnetic waves that exist in the atmosphere. Clean ambush, early warning, and can turn into the eyes of the Empire after safety deployment, and implements safety surveillance on the frontier region. It can be described so that under the monitoring of this instrument, it is almost equivalent to having a panoramic view in the game. After data from this instrument, Zhang Ruiyun also had a more detailed understanding of the entire Tiris star. At this time, Tiris star, except for Zhang Ruiyun's Zerg base, no other large forces in the southeast, southwest, and northwest bases. As for some areas that are not in the control of Zhang Ruiyun, there are only some degraded native worm groups. Next, when Zhang Ruiyun handled the base of the northwest, he did not even need to take Zhang Ruiyun himself. You only need to arrange some lords to lead some insects, and you can completely win all the areas of Tiris star. At that time, Zhang Ruiyun will become the first of all players of Endless Starry Sky to have a whole planet, as various technologies are introduced one by one. In the end, the person in charge of the Northwest Base project selected by AI Wei showed their ultimate core technology core. At the core of the top platform of Jufeng, the Vinant-class semi-biochemical battle cruise ship, San Analia. This is better than the Libotan-class battleships without equipping a large gun and a higher-level battleship. Not only does it not have the Bakormos-class cruiser, there is no even folding technology. The only ultra-far voyage technology is only to the degree of curvature driving flight. However, this still shocked Zhang Ruiyun. The space of the universe is not flat, but there is a curvature. If the overall imagination of the universe as a large film, the surface of this membrane is curved, and the entire membrane may even be a closed soap bubble. Although the part of the membrane seems to be plane, the space curvature is everywhere. A spacecraft in a space, if it can be used in a certain way, the space behind it is scalded to reduce its curvature. Then the spacecraft will be pulled by the space with a larger curvature, which is the curvature drive. Zhang Ruiyun has always speculated that the interstellar battleship in the northwestern direction base built slowly. It is because the core engine technology cannot break through, and there is no way to fly in the universe. Unexpectedly, the technological strength of this battlecruiser allowed this group of mutants to develop a curvature drive engine from scratch. And it has reached the level of being put into use. And the facilities of this battlecruiser are already very complete. In addition to the main control room command Cambridge loaded with star maps, and standard military facilities such as technology laboratories for technology research and development. The strategic cruiser also has various taverns and entertainment facilities for the crew to have fun and release stress. And the Saint Anlier is also equipped with a kind of Tyrant technology called Defense Matrix. And now the entire battlecruiser lacks the manufacturing of some basic materials, space armor plating, and the development of deterrent weapons against pirates or space creatures. No wonder the mutants in the Northwest base said that if they were given another year, the battlecruiser could be built. It can even leave the planet Tirith directly. At this time, the quantum computer in the Northwest base and the human technology database in the Southeast and Southwest bases were docked. A series of prompt sounds came out from the holographic virtual display stand in the Northwest base. Ding dong, patent no. DEO 39732 was found, the specific molecular equation of titanium flake carbon crystal was obtained, and the corresponding material manufacturing capability was obtained, and the material problem of the curvature engine for the jet nozzle was solved. Ding, patent no. DF 362349 was found, and the approximate type of space armor plating was obtained. The technology of armor plating in the atmosphere can be speculated to deduce the specific materials of space armor plating. Ding, the top-secret subfile of the Southeast base was found, and the construction technology of the fusion core pile was obtained to meet the requirements of high-power offensive weapons. Ding, found with a series of prompt sounds, on the holographic virtual display stand. The virtual image of the St. Anlia is eliminating the red mark on itself that is a technical problem at a very fast speed. On the virtual image of the entire battlecruiser, the green modules representing no technical problems are increasing rapidly. And the yellow templates representing existing technologies but requiring certain improvements and adjustments are also decreasing. At the same time, a large number of red symbols representing technical difficulties all turned green and yellow. After the human technology databases in the Southeast base and the Southwest camp were completely analyzed and stored by the quantum computer in the Northwest base, a line of text appeared above the virtual image of the San Andreas. Preliminary calculations show that the construction of the San Elia battlecruiser will be completed in 95 days. Author side note, please read, comment, and vote 95 days. A truly interstellar battleship capable of voyage across galaxies. Zhang Ruiyin did not expect that after he took over the 3 mutant bases and integrated all the resources together, he actually made the interstellar battleship in the Northwest base, which had been progressing slowly in research, break through the technical difficulties. Directly entered the final production stage. This means that Zhang Ruiyin has the ability to navigate across star regions before occupying a star system. You know, if you follow the traditional trajectory of power development, when a force has a base, it can have the ability to occupy a planet. When a force occupies a planet, it can enter the universe. However, this entry can only be carried out within the current star system, at a speed lower than the speed of light, and for planetary development. And when a force occupies the current star system, it will derive navigation technology that exceeds the speed of light, and conduct navigation across star regions and galaxies. There are currently only these types of navigation technology that exceeds the speed of light: curvature, wormhole, folding, and string theory. These represent star-level forces and different levels of civilization. Of course, if the civilization level of a planet is covered by the civilization of a higher-level galaxy, the technology used is naturally not subject to this restriction. However, for Zhang Ruiyin, before occupying a star system, he has the ability to navigate across star regions. This is of great significance to him. First of all, the star Tirith was previously occupied by the Zerg and then taken over by the Protoss. As a result, although it actually belongs to the Copperlu star region, it has no intersection with the human civilization of the Federation. Now, Zhang Ruiyin, who owns the St. Anlia, can cross the star region and get in touch with the human civilization of the Federation again. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyin, who has a large amount of hard currency crystal mines and gas, can also use the wealth in his hands to instantly expand the human forces in his organization. Even Zhang Ruiyin, who has many black market channels in his previous life, can directly smuggle to the retired battleships of the Federation to improve his strength more quickly. More importantly, when Zhang Ruiyin became the first player to establish a power, he received a top-level power reward, highest communication permission. When Zhang Ruiyin owned a battleship that could sail across star regions, this special reward could play a great role. Whether it was smuggling, high-level interstellar transportation, or even infiltration and lurking, he could develop his own power. Zhang Ruiyin could complete the original accumulation of funds much faster than others, expand and control his power faster. And the premise of all this was to have a starship that could sail across star regions. Finally, apart from the previous 2 factors, Zhang Ruiyin had another more important reason. It was Yi Yin who was still in the Black Peony Pirates. At this time, the Black Peony Pirates had not yet grown into the Black Peony Legion. Nor had they occupied the Black Peony Legion's home, the Gala star system in the Southeast star region. And just 1 year later, the Black Peony Pirates had changed its name to the Black Peony Legion and became famous in the Kepru star region. It is conceivable that from obscurity to fame, the Black Peony Pirates will have to go through a huge transformation in this year. And this transformation process will inevitably go through countless bloody storms. Therefore, for the safety of Yi Yen, an important member of his organization, and to ensure the capture of the Black Peony Corps, Zhang Ruiyin must ensure that he can provide timely support to Yi Yen. At this moment, being able to have a battlecruiser that can sail across star regions will undoubtedly provide the possibility for such an action. At the same time, according to Zhang Ruiyin's plan, Yi Yen will establish a 4th major force in the human race in the future, in addition to the Terran Federation, Comorian, and Umoyan. Because only in this way can we fight against the attack of the Earth United Council, the birthplace of mankind in the Coprolu star region. In the previous life, Zhang Ruiyun, as a veteran of the human race, had learned the signal of the Earth United Council and communicated to the Coprolu star region. However, the result of that communication seemed very unsatisfactory. It is conceivable what the future of the Coprolu sector will face. These thoughts quickly flashed through Zhang Ruiyun's mind. Then, Zhang Ruiyun instructed Queen Bai. The core of the current mission is to build the Saint Anlia with all our strength. Whether it is resources, materials or people, give priority to the Northwest base. There is only one requirement: shorten the time and complete the construction of the Saint Anlia at the highest level. Yes, Master. Bai lowered his slender human upper body waist and bowed slightly to Zhang Ruiyun again. After handling all the affairs of the mutant base, Zhang Ruiyun received the information fed back to him by the hatchery. After conquering the 3 mutant camps, the resources that had been exhausted were quickly replenished. The total resources of the 3 mutant camps are about 80,000 crystal mines and 10,000 gas tanks. When transforming Ivy, 120,000 crystal mines and 110,000 gas tanks were consumed. At the same time, some resources were consumed when replenishing the nutrients and transforming the Queen's Room and Reincarnation Pool. Now, the remaining resources in Zhang Ruiyun's hands are only 60,000 crystal or and 80,000 gas tanks. The resources on hand finally became more abundant. So, Zhang Ruiyun's eyes fell on the Cirrus Plateau involuntarily. It's time to give the Zerg a crazy upgrade. On the Cirrus Plateau, Zhang Ruiyun brought Ivy, Hay, and Queen Bai to stand in front of the hatchery. Before leaving, the hatchery had just finished hatching, and its own energy was not abundant. So, the whole thing still looked very immature. At this time, it was unknown whether it was because Zhang Ruiyun assimilated 2 high-level Zerg buildings, or because the reincarnation pool provided a large number of Zerg gene banks. Or it was simply because the hatchery was becoming more mature as resources became more abundant. The current hatchery not only doubled in size. The bone spurs and internal organs on the surface of the building became more hideous. At the same time, the speed of producing and spitting out larvae became faster and faster. Even Zhang Ruiyun could see with his naked eyes that deep in the fungal carpet under his feet, there were countless dormant giant larvae densely hidden. Zhang Ruiyun turned his sight, and the whole of the huge energy main vein not far from the hatchery was also different from before. The cave entrances that could be seen on the rocky ground were now covered by the extremely nutritious purple-red fungus blanket. At the same time, from the cave entrance, a series of extraction sites with purple smoke could be vaguely seen, like 30 tall chimneys with purple air. The entire energy main vein cave entrance was shrouded in a hazy haze. Countless worker bees climbed up and down from the cave entrance, constantly transporting crystal or in gas tanks to the fungus blanket under the hatching field. The fungus blanket was slightly wriggling inside, and all the energy transported was placed and stored underground. Zhang Ruiyun looked around and saw that the entire fungus blanket had completely covered the Cirrus Plateau. Even the edge was almost growing along the cliff to the plain below. In just a few days, the development of the Zerg base was better than Zhang Ruiyun expected. Except for the fact that the Zerg buildings on the entire base were a little lonely. Everything else seemed so prosperous. But speaking of the Zerg buildings, a huge fungal blanket covered the plateau. There were only a few buildings, such as hatchery, hatching pool, and evolution room. Seeing the scene in front of him, Zhang Ruiyun said nothing. Directly assigned the worker bees to build the explosive insect nest and hydralisk nest that could be built at this stage. Although Zhang Ruiyun had a large number of various insect nests with complete genes on Tirith. However, those insect nests had degenerated before. Although the genes were completed and they had the ability to produce complete Zerg troops. However, they lacked the potential for further evolution and the ability to further evolve the troops produced. For example, the only hatching pool that can upgrade the skills of the Zerglings and strengthen the attack genes of the Zerglings is the only one on the Sirius Plateau. Other hatching pools can only produce Zerglings, but have no ability to evolve Zerglings. Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun also needs to complete the necessary troop nests. As 2 large tumors formed on the fungal blanket, Zhang Ruiyun checked the reserve number of larvae and the number of worker bees from the hatchery. When he determined that the number of larvae and worker bees was enough to support Zhang Ruiyun's expansion on the planet Tirith when the hatchery evolved next. The next moment, he directly ordered the hatchery to evolve towards the main nest. At the same time, after this order was issued, Zhang Ruiyun directly locked 100,000 more crystal mines and 100,000 gas tanks. Order the hatched, main nest, to evolve directly towards the hive. Zhang Ruiyun wanted the main base to directly skip 2 levels and upgrade to the level he could upgrade at this stage. Buzz! The fungal blanket emitted a strong vibration, and a large area of zerg tissue began to surge onto the main body of the hatchery. In a blink of an eye, the hill-like hatchery once again formed a tumor covered with pipes and began to evolve. At the same time, as the hatchery fell into evolution, the main body that had been controlling the entire psionic communication network of Tirith Star was transferred to Queen Bai. When Zhang Ruiyun wanted to evolve the zerg base but had no time to take care of the base, he would hand over the control of the zerg to Queen Bai. As the master of the zerg swarm, Zhang Ruiyun usually only needed to receive the intelligence after analysis and summary, and directly issue orders. With the handover of control, Zhang Ruiyun turned around and continued to give orders to Bai. Bai, after the main nest is established, you will build all the zerg buildings that can be built during the entire main nest stage on the Cirrus Plateau. And after the G beehive is established, complete the buildings unlocked by the G beehive. After that, order the 30 lords, each leading 5,000 zerg swarms, to sweep all the unoccupied areas on Tierras. I want the entire Tierras to become the territory of my zerg. Yes, master. I was very excited to hear Zhang Ruiyun's plan to occupy the world. The aggressiveness hidden deep in the soul of the zerg was activated at this moment. Also, let some worker bees follow behind. I want you to build all zerg branch mines on the energy veins of the entire Tierras, including the energy veins of the southeast base and the southwest camp. Arrange the extraction field accordingly. I hope that when we take over the entire planet of Tirith, we can also spread our sub-bases all over the world. At the same time, let our power development rise to 2 levels. Yes, master. Bai Weiwei lowered her slender upper body waist and bowed slightly to Zhang Ruiyun. At the same time, her developed brain was already deploying troops and generals, turning Zhang Ruiyun's arrangements into reality in front of her eyes. 30 teams led by the Lord gradually began to take shape. At this time, a prompt sounded in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. Ding, player number 4S7637N9, your game time has reached 168 hours, almost 7 days. Moderate gaming is good for the brain, excessive gaming is harmful to the body. To ensure your health, please exit the game as soon as possible and replenish the nutrient solution in the game cabin. If you have no objection, please set a safe offline location and log off after 5 minutes of being out of combat. Zhang Ruiyun glanced at the evolving zerg base. At this stage, the zerg has entered a stable development period. After logging off once, there is no problem. Then, Zhang Ruiyun turned around and looked at the Queen Bai, Hey, and Ivy, and said, protect our forces. If any Lord team encounters a problem, go and solve it. Finally, I allow you to make some supplements and adjustments to my plan, and take the initiative to try some strategies and tactical arrangements that can enhance our forces. Yes. Several crisp and soft voices responded in unison. Then, Zhang Ruiyun left, Endless Starry Sky, and returned to the real-world Laugh Black Liquor's exclusive luxury game cabin slowly opened. This game cabin is worth tens of millions, and performance is not comparable to Zhang Ruiyun's game helmet. The luxurious shape and design are extremely in line with the comfort of ergonomics. And the powerful and perfect maintenance device system, allowing Zhang Ruiyun to stay in Endless Starry Sky for a long time. Ding! Number 4S7637N9, you have a length of 168 hours in this game, and the main nutrient solution of the maintenance cabin is currently less than 30%. You can add it. Ding! Incubation field was upgraded to main nest 36 hours. At the same time, in view of your task queue, there is a plan to upgrade main nest to honeycomb and main nest upgrade to honeycomb, a total of 132 hours for 96 hours. At this time, it will be prompted on the smart bracelet by default according to your predetermined settings. After 168 hours of games, your various attributes have gained a leap in growth in the game. The system reminds you that some adaptive adjustment training can be done accordingly to adapt to the current body. Ding! After statistics, your resources and wealth have been greatly improved. Do you need to be exchanged for the corresponding realistic funds? Endless Starry Sky, Resource Crystal or Recycling, Fair Price, Childlessness, Bite. Perhaps it is because Zhang Ruiyun stayed in Endless Starry Sky for too long. Since the opening of the exclusive luxury game compartment, within a few minutes, the screen prompts on the game cabin have not stopped. All kinds of services and information flashed in front of Zhang Ruiyun's eyes. Zhang Ruiyun got up and left the underground entertainment hall. While passing by the bar, on the wine cabinet in the middle of the bar, a bottle of Love of President was drawn. The action is lightly described as if it is pumping a bottle of Fat House. When he came to the observation deck of Huxin Villa, he saw Yi Yan. At this time, Yi Yan was wearing a cotton gown with a very home, and her soft black hair was gently blowing in the breeze. And she was playing with a tablet in front of her. Zhang Ruiyun took a sip of wine and walked behind Yi Yan. After Yi Yan noticed the Zhang Ruiyun behind her, she turned surprised, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of smiles. "Senior, you wake up." Zhang Ruiyun just nodded slightly, but his eyes did not leave Yi Yan's tablet screen on the tablet. The screen seems to be the game forum discussed in Endless Starry Sky, as well as related search for news. I can't believe it, this vast, free and open map, realistic scenes, extreme particle collision and environment rendering engines, as if they really have the mysterious and magnificent real universe starry exhibition. Is it a game? I can't believe it. The current holographic virtual immersive game is very distorted and cannot reach 100% bad rendering. However, this Endless Starry Sky is completely different, making me feel immersive, as if crossing another world. Is this really a game that humans can do in the 21st century? And the most important thing is that this game can be withdrawn. It is true crystal or resources recovered in seconds, and the account will be available in seconds. I feel that I can get rich by this game. I just got 50,000 attached bank card transaction records. I was attracted to the GG of do I want to fight the starry sky? Want to pursue eternal life? Want to be detached into God? I know what I found. I found that some of the power I got in the Endless Starry Sky game can be brought to reality to a certain extent. And in some advanced technology in Endless Starry Sky, I tried in the real world, and I can really achieve it. Hey, did you hear the recent strange events? 6 days ago, Jingfeng City, a science and technology otaku, holding a sci-fi sensitive magnetic transmission device to participate in the classmates will show off. Do you forget that video? 3 days ago, a 16-year-old boy interfered with the ATM machine in the high-speed rail new district of Woyang City, which caused all the automatic cash machines to spit the money crazy. Not to mention yesterday, what's wrong yesterday? Yesterday, in Wuming District, Zhangchang, an office worker was hit by a Porsche to save a little girl when crossing the road. However, it is amazing that office workers and little girls are okay. The office worker rushed through dozens of meters instantly at a speed of the Olympic flying man, holding the little girl in one hand, and the other hand supported the car from Mercedes-Benz. As a result, the car seemed to hit the electric pole, but it was blocked. And the front cover of the Porsche car is still on the front of the office worker. All the recent strange events are pointing to a game, Endless Starry Sky. Many people say that all their magical abilities are brought by this game of advanced technology. No, but not on the internet? Online? Hee, can you turn over the wall? It's crazy abroad. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the various information and news on the tablet, knowing that the changes brought by Endless Starry Sky have gradually become highlighted. Although he was in this seemingly isolated lake villa, Zhang Ruiyun could still feel the changes in the outside world. It was so lively now that he could probably write a novel about the revival of spiritual energy. Now, many people began to realize that this game was not as simple as they imagined. More and more people would flock to Endless Starry Sky to compete for the extremely rare 100,000 internal test quotas. At the same time, the country and many official forces would also pay attention and begin to track down the mysterious origins of the game, Endless Starry Sky. Zhang Ruiyun no longer cared about these things, but asked about Yi Yan's situation instead. Yi Yan was a little happy, just like a child who couldn't wait to share his toys. "Senior, let me show you something." After saying that, Yi Yan stretched out his left hand in front of him. Soon, Zhang Ruiyun keenly sensed a mental fluctuation. A faint blue spiritual energy appeared out of thin air on Yi Yan's hand. The color was very similar to the blue crystal ore that Zhang Ruiyun was mining. Is this spiritual energy? Zhang Ruiyun was a little shocked. Even though he is the master, his whole person has achieved unimaginable evolution. But in reality, in terms of condensing spiritual energy, he can't do much better than Yi Yan now. Although Zhang Ruiyun doesn't need these fancy things. Just give him a pair of chopsticks, he can kill the entire battalion of US Marines. However, this concrete spiritual energy actually has terrible lethality. This is somewhat similar to Alice's thought waves in Resident Evil. When this gathered spiritual energy is fully opened, it can easily resist bullets. And if this spiritual energy is all transformed into an attack, a person can be hit by thousands of pounds out of thin air with one blow. Although, Zhang Ruiyan doesn't know how much Yi Yan's spiritual energy has grown to. But it is definitely much stronger than most of the heroes that Zhang Ruiyan has seen in his previous life. Because the fluctuation of this spiritual energy alone can make Zhang Ruiyan feel a little bit of threat. Yi Yan seemed to feel Zhang Ruiyan's surprise. She was very proud, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, turning into a beautiful crescent moon. She slowly dispersed the energy in her hand, and smiled at Zhang Ruiyan and said, "Senior, how is it, isn't it amazing?" "Well, amazing, but how did you grow so fast within a week?" "Most people can't grow so fast," Zhang Ruiyan asked. "Thanks to the leader of the Black Peony Pirates Corps, Catherine, after being stabilized as the fleet, Kaisarine met again. Originally, she was preparing to teach me some professional skills about the pirate, but I accidentally discovered the spiritual fluctuations on my body. Then I passed my way to exercise mental strength. However, in the game, when I practice this method, the speed of progress is not fast. After practicing for a day, I also raised the controlled objects from 200 grams to about 1 kilogram. Well, 200 grams to 1 kilogram, one day? Still? This set of Versailles instantly made Zhang Ruiyan speechless. As far as the information of the previous life is concerned, no one has the spirit. However, it can be considered different from the talent to be able to increase 200 grams to 1 kilogram through 1 year. However, Zhang Ruiyan did not interrupt Yi Yan, but continued to listen seriously. Then, after I returned to reality, I waited for a message and practiced it subconsciously. As a result, I did not expect that in reality, the speed of my cultivation turned out to be 10 times that of the game. Even I faintly feel that this body in reality is more adaptable than the body in the game, and it is also growing than the body in the game. Every day, I can feel new changes. According to my understanding of previous experience, if I entered the game again now, maybe all the basic attributes in my game will increase another 60%. Coupled with the Black Peony Pirates, I have been sailing in the interstellar recently. Nothing, I put most of my time in reality. Unconsciously, you have cultivated to this extent. Listening to Yi Yan's words, Zhang Ruiyan was even more surprised. In principle, the emergence of endless starry sky is actually simplified to a certain degree of difficulty in the game. Under normal circumstances, it should be the speed of progress in the game, which is far stronger than reality. Just like Zhang Ruiyan, don't look at him so powerful in the game, with supreme power. In fact, because Zhang Ruiyan grasped a huge opportunity, it grew too fast in the game. However, in the real world, his growth is much slower. If the game is true, compares with reality, Zhang Ruiyan's realistic strength now may not even be 1/10 in the game. This is why the gamers who have entered the endless starry sky in the solar system, the growth rate is often much faster than the game player after collapsed the endless starry sky. However, Yi Yan was completely in turn. Not only that, Yi Yan's body is evolving and growing rapidly every moment. This proves Yi Yan's own qualifications and talents. If it is placed in the game, Yi Yan's qualifications will not lose carry. However, Lingnang is more dangerous after all. In order to prevent Yi Yan from using spiritual energy, accidents occurred due to poor control. Zhang Ruiyan decided to conduct some special training on Yi Yan. "You come with me," Zhang Ruiyan said lightly. Yi Yan was a little nervous, but he still got up and followed Zhang Ruiyan and went to the basement. When he came to the basement, Zhang Ruiyan opened a locked door. Yi Yan was surprised to find that it turned out to be a huge shooting range. On the corner of the shooting range, there are various firearms. For 368 police pistol, AYH-006 microsound pistol, I-51 submachine gun, VQ-2A 247 sniper rifle, CTF-43 heavy machine gun. There are even SA-92 grenade launchers, and EZO-46 tracking rocket launchers. Zhang Ruiyan took the G304 pistol at will and shot a target 50 meters away. Bang! In the middle of the target heart. The huge gunfire shocked Yi Yan's eardrum pain. At the same time, it also proves that this is a real gun. Zhang Ruiyan handed his pistol to Yi Yan, and at the same time, he said, "People who use chopsticks can be used freely for any pair of chopsticks. If you use a fork, you will feel inconvenient. After a period of time, you will find the feeling and get used to it. It's no exception. The weapons that you often use often have a natural and comfortable feeling when you hold your hand. This is often called gun feeling. And Lingnang is also a kind of weapon. If you want to use it well, you must understand the concept of the weapon. From now on, I will prepare 6,000 rounds every day. Your task is to consume it clean, and at the same time, you can use various guns to use the skills to be satisfied when I am satisfied. While Zhang Ruiyun spoke, he put his ear protection on Yi Yan's head. Yi Yan was still embarrassed, but he still made the ghosts as he said according to Zhang Ruiyun. Bang! 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 The sound of firearms rang through the entire underground shooting range. Looking at Yi Yan, who was so serious, Zhang Ruiyun smiled with comfort. After that, Zhang Ruiyun also taught Yi Yan some other training methods to help Yi Yan better grasp her spiritual energy. For example, if you tie your hands up, everything in your daily life can only be controlled by telekinesis. This is a bit difficult. Although Yi Yan's psychic power is very powerful, it is difficult to control certain objects in detail. For example, she was about to drink a glass of water at this time. She finally controlled her telekinesis to lift the water cup up shakily without crushing it. However, when she raised her head and was about to drink it, the cup shook and a large area of her clothes on her chest was wet. The next few days, Yi Yan spent all her time in such brutal training. Google search reading Zhang Ruiyun also has his own things to do, and he goes out several times a day. Sometimes he goes to acquire companies, to discuss cooperation, and dresses himself up like an ordinary serious businessman. Sometimes he stays at home, writes programs, and manipulates the stock market, just like some bigwigs in the financial world. Sometimes he drives a private plane to some deserted wilderness with few people, and appears in various corners of the world. Sometimes he even drives a private submarine, and it is unknown which deep-sea areas he will go to. No one knows what Zhang Ruiyun is doing, and Yi Yan doesn't know either. Zhang Ruiyun has never liked to explain to others. But Yi Yan knows that Zhang Ruiyun must be making some preparations for reality. It seems that something big will happen soon. And it is such a big thing that has been pushing Zhang Ruiyun to keep moving forward, and refuse to stop. Yi Yan doesn't know what kind of big thing made Zhang Ruiyun treat it so carefully. But she was not worried at all to be with Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun had always been like this, always able to give people peace of mind. It seemed that as long as Zhang Ruiyun decided to do something, there was nothing that could not be done. It seemed that as long as Zhang Ruiyun chose something, there was nothing wrong. This man seemed to have unimaginable spiritual power. As long as he was by her side, she would have the courage to crush all difficulties. This was also the reason why Yi Yan had always admired Zhang Ruiyun. And this time, after Zhang Ruiyun woke up from the virtual game cabin, he seemed to be more handsome, more elegant, and more charming than before. Yi Yan and Zhang Ruiyun's daily life and reality was spent day by day in this strange feeling. As for the development of the real world, it was just as Zhang Ruiyun expected. Many people began to realize that this game was not as simple as they imagined. More and more people poured into Endless Starry Sky to compete for the extremely rare 100,000 internal test quotas. Many countries and countless world top forces have begun to trace the origin of this magical game. However, as Zhang Ruiyun expected, countless people and countless forces all gained nothing. This game seemed to appear out of thin air, and the source could not be found. But it appeared as it should, and it was impossible to block it. No one even knew how it operated. It seemed that everything could run on its own, as if it was a ghost game. Some countries began to speculate that this game was alien technology. Many countries had different attitudes towards it. Some were very wary and resolutely banned it, some strongly supported it, and some let it go. China adopted a policy of strong support, and Endless Starry Sky became the country's most important exploration field. It was not even inferior to cutting-edge technologies such as aerospace and nuclear physics. The country also established a scientific research institute for this purpose to digest the advanced technology and knowledge obtained in this game, as well as to explore the secrets behind this game. And the most shocking news was, the official website of Endless Starry Sky was announced. A month later, Endless Starry Sky began public testing and will be open to everyone. Zhang Ruiyun knew that in a month, countless people would begin to pour into this vast and deep starry sky world. It would be like starting a whole new life for them. And Zhang Ruiyun should also speed up his pace. Soon, the smartwatch sounded a reminder that the construction of the honeycomb was completed. It was time to enter the Endless Starry Sky. Shwa! Zhang Ruiyun's sight once again turned from darkness to light. A sense of the five senses that was far more delicate than the real world flowed into Zhang Ruiyun's mind like a torrent. The slightly sweet air, the slight rhythm unique to the zerg, and the cyan night sky that was still clearly visible in the darkness. Zhang Ruiyun's control over the surrounding environment was thousands of times stronger than in reality. This was Zhang Ruiyun's true strength in the endless starry sky. The real strength that was far stronger than the real world. This was the result of Zhang Ruiyun's efforts after his rebirth, and it was also his reliance on changing his fate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ruiyun moved his sight and set his eyes on the beehive. He couldn't wait to know what kind of changes the base that had been upgraded twice would bring him. Gulu in the night, a building that was more than 300 meters high, similar to the height of the CCTV building, and occupied at least 13 football fields, appeared at the original incubator. Before Zhang Ruiyun left, the height of the hatchery was just over 60 meters, equivalent to a 20-story residential building. Now, it has expanded several times. At the same time, 5 towering bone horns appeared around the beehive. On each horn, 2 rows of shark tooth-like blades were densely arranged, swaying slightly with the breathing of the beehive. The 6 larval production channels have now become connected chambers. The channels that could only produce 1 larva at a time have become channels that produce 1 chamber of larvae at a time. The efficiency of producing larvae is almost 1,000 times that of the hatchery. At the same time, all the cell tissues on the entire beehive have become more refined. The blood vessels and nutrient channels that were originally exposed to the outside have all been buried inside. The surface of the beehive is covered with a layer of delicate beetle armor. Welcome back, my supreme master. The deep voice of beehive sounded in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. Compared to the hatchery, which could only communicate through psionic information, this direct spiritual communication is more delicate and humane. At the same time, as the spirit of beehive actively opened to Zhang Ruiyun, Zhang Ruiyun instantly understood the situation on the entire Cirrus Plateau from the psionic connection of beehive. That feeling is similar to that of being a beehive. I can feel the movements of all buildings, swarms, and resources on the plateau. At the same time, I can also affect the distribution and flow of all swarms and energy, and can sense the current status of hundreds of zerg buildings on the Cirrus Plateau. Hundreds of zerg buildings? Yes, that's right. Different from the few lonely zerg buildings when Zhang Ruiyun left. At this time, the entire Cirrus Plateau is covered with countless zerg nests. Whether it is the most basic, hatching pool, or the high-level tower nest, there are dozens of them on the entire Cirrus Plateau. Unlike Zhang Ruiyun's original imagination, the evolution of the zerg is never done in one go. For example, when a hatching pool is studying the claws of the evolving zergling, it can no longer study the armor of the zergling. At the same time, the process of studying evolution will continue. Because the evolution of the zerg will never stop. And the research results will be transformed into the zerglings again and again as the research progresses, continuously enhancing the attack power of the zerglings. At this time, if you want to strengthen other aspects of the zerglings, for example, jumping, armor, speed, coordination of body structure, etc., you need to build other hatching pools. Therefore, this has led to the construction of dozens of buildings for each zerg on the Cirrus Plateau. Among them, the most exaggerated is the evolution room, because its research direction is the coding of all zerg genes. When it develops a more active cell, it will enhance the combat power of all zergs. Therefore, its research direction is more refined, resulting in nearly 100 evolution rooms alone on the Cirrus Plateau. When Zhang Ruiyun's powerful mental power swept through the specific research projects of each building one by one, he couldn't help but take a breath. Because he clearly felt that the entire zerg was continuously evolving under this exaggerated research. Beehive seemed to sense Zhang Ruiyun's emotional changes. So it passed a set of information to Zhang Ruiyun again. In Zhang Ruiyun's mind, countless images of zerg creatures appeared. Springtails, cockroaches, explosive insects, hydralisks, flying dragons, thunder beasts, etc. There are even devourers and guardians. The devourer is a giant monster designed by the zerg to deal with large enemy warships. It is a mutation of the zerg flying dragon and the dragon, and inherits the appearance of a large number of flying dragons. They retain the iconic thick and long tail of the flying dragon, but the blade insects that live in them have been replaced by a large number of acidic spores in their bodies. The remaining wings behind them have also evolved to be thicker, and the overall body structure has become larger. It has completely changed from the original mobile harassment to an air king designed entirely for high-intensity air defense missions. Their main air defense weapon is the irregular and corrosive acidic spores that are ejected from the tail. Not only can they cause great damage to the main target, but they will also naturally splash onto multiple air units around the target. And the most terrifying thing is that these tiny spores will slowly grow and spread after contacting the enemy, constantly corrode and disintegrate the shell of the enemy fleet from the molecular level. Whether it is heavy alloy steel or the high-tech armor of the Protoss, they will be gradually corroded layer by layer. And, spores with weak psychic energy. They grow very quickly and have special functions. The spore layer covering the enemy's shell can effectively slow down the attack speed of the enemy ship, and expose the opponent's invisible units directly to our vision. Any invisible unit will be exposed under this acid corrosion. The Guardian also evolved from the flying dragon, but the image is very different. The tail of the flying dragon disappeared. Instead, there are multiple symmetrical appendages to balance the body. The nested shell can help them resist powerful firepower. And there are many spore sacs at their tails, which will quickly produce spores. And through a series of chemical reactions, it is converted into an explosive plasma acid sphere. The Guardian will throw it out to attack, and its accuracy is just like a tracking missile. Like all large firepower warships, although they have devastating ground attacks, their movement speed is very slow and they cannot attack the air. Horrible creatures like Devourers and Guardians cannot be hatched casually. The Zerg base must be upgraded to the 3rd level, hive, and a giant spire with Zerg swarms must be built before they can be hatched. Therefore, they usually hide in groups in the main nest of the Zerg swarm. As the last line of defense of the Zerg, the main building of the Defender Zerg swarm. These are the arms that have been unlocked and can be produced directly now. Google search reading after the detailed information compiled by the specific information of each arm was presented to Zhang Ruiyun one by one. Zhang Ruiyun compared the Zerg swarms he had built before according to the detailed information in the information. It seems obvious that the arms produced by Beehive. It is at least 50% stronger than the Zerg units produced by Hatchery before. Google search TWKN. This means that by upgrading only 2 levels of Zerg bases, the combat effectiveness of Zhang Ruiyun's Zerg swarm has been directly increased by 50%. Beehive introduced to Zhang Ruiyun the building system and arms system after its upgrade. Afterwards, it handed over the dominance of the entire psionic communication network to Zhang Ruiyun. The psionic communication network during the Hatchery period made Zhang Ruiyun like opening a god's perspective. He controlled most of the Zerg forces belonging to him on the planet Tirith. And he could share the vision and perception of the Zerg swarm. At this time, the psionic communication network of Beehive gave Zhang Ruiyun a completely different feeling. Zhang Ruiyun seemed to feel that his thinking had been extended, and his 5 senses had been extended. At this moment, all the big and small things on Tirith were within his perception, just like he was a god, omnipresent. No. Not just Tirith, when Zhang Ruiyun's consciousness extended to the sky. He actually felt his perception spreading out to outer space. Then, after he flew out of the atmosphere of Tirith, he actually sensed his swarm. The lords with huge heads were actually busy in the universe around Tirith. Wait, when will these lords be able to survive in the universe? After all, before Zhang Ruiyun returned to reality, all the Zerg could only move within the planet and did not have the ability to move in space. As if sensing Zhang Ruiyun's doubts, Beehive gave the answer. It turns out that after the Hatchery was upgraded to the main nest, an ability to convert psionic energy into power was unlocked. This enabled all Zerg flying units to have the power to fly in space without air. Another research of the main nest tentacle provided the Zerg with the ability to locate themselves in space. At the same time, the Zerg's ability to sense abnormal spatial fluctuations in space was also enabled. The inflatable carapace and abdomen increased the Lord's higher movement speed and the ability to carry other Zerg. The unlocking of these abilities allowed Zhang Ruiyun's Zerg sphere of influence to spread to the entire star system. At this time, countless busy lords were traveling between Tierras and its 2 satellites, Red Moon and Blue Moon. Curious Zhang Ruiyun didn't know what they were busy with, so he connected the psionic communication to these lords. Is this building the Earth-Moon defense circle of Tierras? Defense circle? What does it mean? When Zhang Ruiyun focused on the defense in confusion, the information on the psionic communication seemed to have received a screening instruction. All the information about the defense on the entire planet was extracted and handed over to Zhang Ruiyun. Then Zhang Ruiyun saw that on the planet Tirith, there were 2 near-Earth satellites, Red Moon and Blue Moon. Nearly 10,000 spore crawlers and spine crawlers were scattered among them. And with the continuous help of the Lord's transportation, a uniformly distributed network was gradually formed. And Zhang Ruiyun found out the designer of this defense plan. It was Hay and Ivy. Zhang Ruiyun subconsciously explored his resources. Google search reading the result was exactly as Zhang Ruiyun expected. Except for the resources that he needed to reserve in his plan, the rest of the resources were indeed gone. Fortunately, Zhang Ruiyun entered the Hive psionic connection network again, and his consciousness deliberately explored. 36 green light spots lit up on the planet Tierras. These were the zerg subbases for collecting energy that Zhang Ruiyun arranged for Queen Bai to build on all the energy veins on Tierras before he left. Looking at the 36 hatcheries in front of him, Zhang Ruiyun was a little surprised. This was better than the best-case scenario he expected. He didn't expect the energy on Tierras to be so rich, and there were as many as 36 energy veins. Generally speaking, even if it was a 4th-level resource star, it would usually have 18 veins, which was already very good. But I didn't expect that Tierras had as many as 36. 36 energy veins, plus 1 energy vein. Under full mining conditions, at least 12,000 crystal or an 11,000 gas tanks can be mined a day. Originally, Zhang Ruiyun should be happy with such high resource income. However, when he thought of the hundreds of thousands of resources reserved before, plus the total output of these days, it was really Ivy and Hay, as Zhang Ruiyun allowed. On top of Zhang Ruiyun's plan, some supplements and adjustments were made, and some strategies and tactical arrangements that could enhance power were actively tried. As a result, the resources were squandered completely, and Zhang Ruiyun felt uncomfortable. Where are Ivy and Hay? What are they doing now? Reporting to the master, the 2 queens are driving the Lord to arrange sentinels throughout the star system. What the 2 queens mean is that although the defense system can only involve the Earth-Moon system now, the reconnaissance sentinels must at least be spread throughout the entire star system in advance. Now, immediately, order them to come back. Zhang Ruiyun almost had a myocardial infarction when he heard that the 2 of them were still planning for the entire star system. Perhaps sensing Zhang Ruiyun's thoughts, the JB Hive has been upgraded to be very humane. He took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to terminate the plans of the 2 queens? Terminate the plan?" Zhang Ruiyun took another look at the empty resources. Let alone suspending the plan, Zhang Ruiyun now wants to recycle all those defense buildings that are of no use at all and transform them into resources. Zhang Ruiyun thought about it and said, "Not suspending, but not continuing to invest resources." "Yes, master, I will notify the 2 queens to return now." Zhang Ruiyun also didn't want to continue to explore the entire Tierras planet through the Hive psionic communication network. Because every time he saw a spore crawler, Zhang Ruiyun's heart couldn't help but ache. Wouldn't it be nice to produce new swarms and evolve the original swarms? Invest in the Northwest base, let the mutants integrate existing technology, and continue to develop new technology? Why do you have to put it on the defense system? This Tierras planet has long been abandoned by the human race, and the Protoss race has no time to take care of this site in a short time. Build a defense system to defend against whom? Zhang Ruiyun sighed and prepared to divert his attention to the Northwest base. I gave an order before to let Bai shorten the construction time of the battleship, and I don't know what's going on now. Instead of worrying about the mistakes that have already happened, it is better to focus on the future. Just when Zhang Ruiyun was about to set off, a striking prompt sound suddenly appeared on Zhang Ruiyun's game panel. Ding! It is detected that the Wheel of Fortune, force established by player number 4S7637N9 has completely controlled the planet Tirith and become the first player force to own the entire planet. Ding! Congratulations to player number 4S7637N9 for obtaining a special reward, the rare talent, Simulation. Simulation? The system actually directly rewards rare special talents? Zhang Ruiyun is very much looking forward to it and turns on his talent skills. Simulation. In the early days of the planet Xeris, the original masters simulated the fungal blanket into the environment and food that other creatures like in order to obtain more genes for evolution, and then lured them to the fungal blanket range to prey. Players use this skill to simulate all areas covered by the fungal blanket into any environment they want. Players can also use this skill to attract any kind of creature to descend on the fungal blanket and hypnotize it. If the player uses it to create a suitable simulated environment for any zerg unit, the evolution speed of this zerg unit can be doubled. Simulation? Can all places covered by fungal carpets be simulated into any environment you want? Zhang Ruiyun took a look at the fungal carpets and various insect nests formed by the flesh and blood tissues of the zerg on the Cirrus Plateau. Although, as a master, Zhang Ruiyun has become somewhat accustomed to the aesthetics of the zerg. However, in fact,
just as Zhang Ruiyun likes to evolve the intelligent high-level soldiers of the zerg towards humans. Zhang Ruiyun prefers the environment of the zerg, which can conform to the aesthetics of humans.
After all, Zhang Ruiyun is not like the original master, who gradually evolved from a bug and only focuses on practicality.
As a master who was reincarnated as a human, Zhang Ruiyun's aesthetics are obviously more similar to humans.
Therefore, after understanding the role of simulation, Zhang Ruiyun subconsciously changed the environment in front of him according to his own ideas. Swish! The next moment, all the fungal carpets where Zhang Ruiyun's sight reached suddenly grew strands of hyphae. Some hyphae twisted upwards, like cell division, becoming thicker and more branched. The epidermis began to change into different colors, forming different patterns, and then gradually solidified, eventually forming a lifelike tree. Some hyphae entangled with other hyphae to form a framework of hyphae, and finally the hyphae gradually closed and turned into a smooth surface. Then it was stained with a layer of grayish-white color and mottled patterns, and finally turned into a seemingly ordinary stone.
Some hyphae are the simplest.
It only needs to grow more than 10 centimeters, widen the hyphae, and dye the leaves green to form a green grassland.
In a flash, in front of Zhang Ruiyun, with the inherent water system on the Cirrus Plateau.
It actually simulated a thriving natural scenery of the entire zerg base.
At the same time, not only the fungal carpet, but also the insect nest buildings were transformed into rolling mountains under Zhang Ruiyun's simulation skill. If at this time, all the busy insect swarms were hidden underground, then, even Zhang Ruiyun, with his 5 senses alone, could not detect any difference between the natural scenery here and on Earth.
At this time, a breeze blew on his face. The scent of green grass, with the refreshing moisture of nature, came to his face. The slightly sweet fungal blanket poison gas, at this moment, turned into the taste of nature that Zhang Ruiyun remembered. In fact, it was not just the smell. Zhang Ruiyun found that under the effect of simulation, the fungal blanket seemed to have self-awareness, and even converted part of the psionic energy into special brainwaves. The special brainwaves, like hypnosis, affected the senses of all creatures in the outside world, making everyone involuntarily like such an environment. Zhang Ruiyun climbed up the Yi beehive, which had now turned into a mountain.
At the top of the Yi beehive, Zhang Ruiyun even saw a simulated pavilion.
Looking at the comfortable nature in front of him, Zhang Ruiyun connected the psionic communication. He issued a simulated order to all the fungal blankets on the entire Tirith star.
In fact, simulation consumes some nutrients from the fungal blanket at the beginning of simulation. Once the environment is simulated, there will be no more extra consumption.
Moreover, even at the beginning of the nutrient consumption, the simulation of 1 square kilometer is not as much as the consumption of nutrients to create a springtail. Later, from the perspective of Zhang Ruiyun's psionic network, the entire Tierras planet gradually changed from an alien world full of insect swarms and fungal blankets to a natural planet full of vitality. I don't know if it was Zhang Ruiyun's illusion. When the simulated natural environment of Tierras became more and more, the entire Tierras planet actually brought people an inexplicable attraction. It seemed that there was an inexplicable glimmer that attracted the surrounding sight. At the same time, it also gave people a sense of security, ease, and comfort.
At the same time, the atmosphere of the 2 satellites of Tierras, Red Moon and Blue Moon, was very thin.
Therefore, the fungal blankets and reptiles on the 2 satellites were almost simulated into the shape of stones.
Just as Zhang Ruiyun used the psionic network to observe the changes of Tierras planet.
Suddenly, in the southwest camp, a huge insect egg, with a bang, completed its evolution.
After a week of evolution, the reincarnation pool finally reappeared on the planet Tirith.
However, the moment it appeared, before it could be seen, Zhang Ruiyun's simulation changed its appearance little by little, and completely turned into a huge clear lake. However, the water of this lake was no longer as black as ink as before, but turned into a sky blue like the sky on Earth.
Then, Zhang Ruiyun received the relevant attribute information of the reincarnation pool the next moment.
Building, reincarnation pool, evolved, level 5, HP, 4000, attack, 100, lake water infection, function, large capacity recording and storage of biological genes, stimulate benign gene mutations, and provide gene fragments from the zerg gene library to transform any organism into an insect, perform uncertain gene mutations on the zerg, optimize the genetic defects of organisms, and analyze and obtain the genes of all infected organisms, features, after the insectization, except for the zerg swarm with the reincarnation pool, which can be directly controlled by the biological gene template in the reincarnation pool. The control of other zerg swarms over it is weakened to a certain extent. Skills, insectization, zerg evolution, ability grafting. Zhang Ruiyun had actually learned about the relevant properties of the reincarnation pool in the zerg hive evolution technology tree.
However, unlike other reincarnation pools, the reincarnation pool, transformed by Zhang Ruiyun's alienation corrosion, obviously has one more new ability than other reincarnation pools.
Ability grafting. It can actively analyze and study the unique abilities of any creature, and package and record the gene sequence and related organ principles of this unique ability, and graft it onto the designated zerg. Note, this grafting is a forced fusion of different species of creatures, so more resources are required, and each creature has a physical upper limit. If the grafting ability exceeds the tolerance range of the grafted person, it will cause the grafted person's body to collapse.
This grafting is an individual transformation, does not involve race, cannot form a military template, and cannot generate new military types.
When Zhang Ruiyun saw this skill, something immediately popped up in his mind.
Kerrigan's Leviathan.
Compared to other zerg leviathans, it is obvious that Kerrigan's Leviathan has a much larger body and more powerful attack power than them. It even has unique abilities that other leviathans do not have. They are both leviathans transformed by the reincarnation pool, so why is Kerrigan so excellent? Could it be that she also has a skill similar to ability grafting?
No. Zhang Ruiyun thought about it and thought that Kerrigan's Leviathan should have a higher bonus and mutation in the degree of evolution.
It is not like his reincarnation pool, which can specify the abilities of different creatures to be integrated.
If in the future, I can create a Leviathan,
then through ability grafting, some creatures' invisibility, splitting and regeneration, simulation, and even the ability to release electric current will be integrated into the Leviathan.
Then by then, I don't know how much stronger Zhang Ruiyun's vehicle will be than Kerrigan's Leviathan.
However, these are all later stories. In order to have such a powerful vehicle, he must first capture a powerful behemoth. And capturing a behemoth is impossible with the current strength of his swarm.
Suddenly, Zhang Ruiyun stopped moving.
He seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the green planet Tirith.
It seems that simulation has a feature that can attract other creatures to descend on the fungal carpet. In the vacuum environment of the universe, with Zhang Ruiyun's current strength, there is really no way to capture any cosmic creature like Behemoth. But what if cosmic creatures are introduced to Tirith?
This does not seem impossible.
Zhang Ruiyun's eyes flashed with excitement, and he couldn't help but look up at the depths of the universe. Well, just when Zhang Ruiyun fell sensing into the universe,
suddenly the two ride came towards Tiri's star at a very fast speed.
Zhang Ruiyun's eyes are bright. Can't it be true that the cosmic creature comes? Next moment,
when the two of them were black meteors, and a figure like a purple comet was clearly captured by Zhang Ruiyun, the joy on Zhang Ruiyun's face suddenly faded away. It turns out that these two streamers are black in AI way.
Zhang Ruiyun shook his head helplessly, thinking too much.
This universe is vast, how can it be so coincidentally, just as soon as it is done on my own side, there is a strong cosmic creature directly appearing.
What's more, Bomos, this kind of cosmic creature that can be converted into Leviathan. After a laugh, Zhang Ruiyun retracted the young communication perception that looked at the space. However, Zhang Ruiyun didn't know. Just when he just recovered Yonen's perception.
All actification on Tiri's star is exactly completed. Just at the moment of actification, a mysterious and eagerness fluctuated, and suddenly surrounded the entire Tiri's star. After a few consecutive contraction, it suddenly spread to the surroundings.
This spread is extremely fast, and it quickly reached the speed of light.
Then you can continue to accelerate the breakthrough of the light barrier, fluctuating directly into the dimension space, spreading towards the universe at a rate of ultra-light speed. These fluctuations have no harm, and even inexplicably give people a sense of security.
In fact, if you think about it,
how can the actification that can be used by the original master as a talent skill in the early stage can be a simple and useless skill? In the early days of the formation of Zerg, genes are the most important things. It is used to help the original master collecting genes that can be called the talent of core skills.
How can this be weak?
Perhaps the accident and surprise will soon arrive when Black and AI Wei saw Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun is in the conference room in the Northwest Base, watching the model of the virtual battleship on the holographic virtual projection platform in front of him. At the top of the model, although the yellow block is decreased from time to time, the speed of the decrease is still slightly slower than the yellow area. Just now Zhang Ruiyun has asked even if the R&D speed of the semi-biochemical battleship has been improved, and the time to build a battleship cannot be less than 81 days. On 81 days, a Venenter-class battlecruise was built. This is actually a miracle for any power. However, Zhang Ruiyan didn't know why, but only felt his talent, mind perception, seemed to be reminding him that it was too long for the 81 days. There must be something important in the future, waiting for him. In this slightly uneasy emotion, when Zhang Ruiyan saw the Black and AI Wei who came in, I couldn't help but think of the resources they had wasted before, and the heart pained faintly. It's back? Talk about it. Who is this monthly defense system? Zhang Ruiyan's smile appeared on his face. Black is a bit strange, and it seems that Zhang Ruiyan's tone is not the same as before. However, because of the absolute loyalty of Zhang Ruiyan, Black still subconsciously acknowledged that he was his own proposal, and AI Wei and Bai also gave some opinions. Zhang Ruiyan's smile became more brilliant. So Black, you can tell me, the enemy we want to defend at this moment. Zhang Ruiyan's words were not finished. Suddenly, in the minds of the four of them, the news from Honeycomb at the same time. Dear adults, find unknown cosmic creatures. What? Tiri's scholars, unknown creatures appear? Zhang Ruiyan stopped his words, and Black, the back of the worm, and AI Wei looked at it. The four were immediately incorporated into the Yoneng communication network of Hive. Subsequently Perception, crossing several planets across the galaxy. At the sixth gaseous planet of the star system. Through a lord hidden in the satellite as an investigating whistle, the four saw the unknown cosmic creature prompted by the Honeycomb prompt. It turned out to be a three-headed space giant, Behemoth. At the forefront, there is a larger one that looks like a giant turtle. Anderson. They are very huge, with thick shells. Help them fly in spaces that are almost absolutely zero, as well as the blow of defense of various heavy weapons. The length of these behemoths is between 7 and 8 kilometers. And Anderson even reached 7 kilometers. They inspire the energy in their bodies and quickly shuttle in the galaxy. Soon passing with the gaseous planet, and using the gravitational bow effect of the gaseous planet to accelerate the star of Tiris. Attentive Zhang Ruiyan also found. These space giant beasts not only have the lack of insect cavity, but also have a dimensional space fluctuations. Moreover, their thick shells have traces of being attacked by nuclear explosion bundles. Even the injury of a behemoth has reached the degree of death. Only the state of Anderson is better, and generally conventional heavy weapons cannot shake it. Bai explained, Anderson is a famous defensive giant in the universe. It is said that its internal itself has a perfect internal ecosystem. It can automatically build a gravity system, a water circulation system, and an air conversion system. Even its tortoise shell can automatically convert solar energy, and it is extremely efficient and can provide a steady stream of energy for the internal ecosystem. It can be said that with just a set of tortoise shells, a complete space base can be built. And it's a space base that doesn't require energy supply. Mr. Bai is right, Master. In my zerg memory, many zerg nests are built in tortoise shells and travel in the universe with the tortoise shells. However, in my genetic memory, there is only a very brief memory that the original master once used the reincarnation pool to transform Anchuan. Finally, I got a giant beast that can carry an entire continent and travel in the universe. Hive added. Master, if we can capture that Anchuan and transform it. Even if we can't get a giant beast that can carry a whole block, I think it will be enough to have a space base that can carry hundreds of insect nests and tens of millions of insect swarms. By then, our insect swarm will be considered a species with long-distance interstellar navigation capabilities. Long-distance interstellar navigation capabilities? Zhang Ruiyan's eyes lit up. Isn't this what he wants most now? Are you confident that you can capture it? Zhang Ruiyan asked. If there is cooperation from the spore crawlers on the 2 satellites of Tirith, the success rate will be much higher. Master, you should know that our Earth-Moon defense system is carefully designed. Earth-Moon defense system? Zhang Ruiyan was slightly stunned. Then he praised unnaturally, well done. Puff. Aipu laughed out loud. Then his face immediately tightened and his face was cold, as if nothing had happened. Afterwards, He will take advantage of the time before the behemoths and Anchuan arrive at Tirith to adjust the entire defense system again. At the same time, the lords wandering in the star system and the insect swarms on Tirith must be hidden as soon as possible. Thread-like commands were issued from Bai's mind. Countless insect swarms, following Bai's instructions, moved in a regular rhythm. Zhang Ruiyun and Ivy were ready to withdraw their perception from the lords. However, just as they were about to withdraw their perception, suddenly, a space wave came.
Buzz the calm space seemed to be replaced. In the vast universe, a vast human fleet suddenly emerged. Author's side note: dear handsome men and beautiful women, the second round of PK for this book has arrived, and the moment of life and death has come. Please read, comment, and vote. Let this book continue. Only reading and voting in the last chapter will be valid. Ding. 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 The energy field has returned to normal. Google search reading wormhole jump self-check completed. Everything is normal. The astronomical instrument is repositioning. The astronomical instrument positioning is completed. Coordinates, x:4a877. This is located in the Kepru star region, the Pan-Edge area. Attention, attention, this star field is marked as an extremely dangerous star field. The intelligent brain recommends that you leave immediately. Leave immediately. The flashing red alarm sounded in the bow command cabin of the flagship Leviathan. All the crew members who were busy switching the wormhole jump mode to the ion electric propulsion mode slowly stopped their work and looked at the commander on the bridge. According to federal regulations, any extremely dangerous star field must be left quickly at the first time. If you want to leave, the natural wormhole jump mode is the best choice. Then the switching work must be stopped. However, standing on the bridge command post at this time, Metalon stared with a sinister look and said, "What are you all standing there for? Keep switching. Quickly turn on the biological sign tracer and immediately look for the remaining biological tissues in space." The order we received is to capture the space monsters Behemoth and Anchuan. Any retreat without completing the goal is a defection. Notify all ships to continue the pursuit. Yes. All the crew responded and got busy again. A few minutes later. Report to the commander, we have found the traces of the Behemoth herd, and they are fleeing to the center of the current star system. Report to the commander, the ion electric propulsion system is ready. Metalon looked at the stars in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Very good, they left the vast universe and took the initiative to enter the star system, which means that Anchuan and the Behemoth group will no longer enter the wormhole for jump. This will be a good opportunity for us to achieve success and capture them. Notify the scientific expedition team and let them prepare for capture. By the way, let the intelligent computer check the reason why this star system is listed as a dangerous star field. Everyone, go full speed. Keep chasing. Boom. The tails of all space starships lit up with a faint blue plasma light and began to move towards the interior of the star system. 1 Behemoth-class battleship, 3 Leviathan-class battleships, 20 Veneto-class battleships, 3 Klingon-class transport ships, and 128 Vargar-class destroyers. In addition to some other reconnaissance ships, frigates, medical ships, transport ships, etc. Nearly thousands of fleets chased Anchuan and the Behemoth group and headed towards the star Tirith. Zhang Ruoyan's perception swept over these ships one by one, and he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Such a fleet configuration is almost the main fleet in a star zone. There are only dozens of battleships like the Behemoth class even in a star zone. This super battleship equipped with Yamato guns and capable of folding flight is almost the ultimate force of mankind. Yamato guns are a terrifying and destructive plasma weapon. They are generally installed on the bow of strategic cruisers and directly powered by the ship's energy core. Whenever used, a small controlled nuclear explosion needs to be created from the inside. At the same time, a highly dense compressed magnetic field is generated to highly concentrate the energy of the nuclear explosion and gradually form a concentrated energy beam. This energy beam will be blasted out from the huge gun hole at the front that occupies 1/3 of the fuselage. The damage of this nuclear weapon is really too great. At the moment of launch, there is usually only the scorched surface of the planet and the wreckage of the enemy's fleet in front of you. Take Zhang Ruoyun's current highest defense, Beehive, as an example. It can hardly withstand the damage of a Yamato cannon. Not to mention, there are so many Leviathan-class battleships equipped with dual laser arrays. And Veneto-class battleships with dense ion turrets and missile barrages. With these battleships, Zhang Ruoyun's newly formed planetary force has no strength to compete with it. You know, with such a fleet configuration, the Federation can firmly control hundreds of stars and suppress 1/5 of the star region. That's not all, there are 3 Klingon-class transport ships in the center of the fleet, which are even larger than the Leviathan-class battleships. The appearance of Klingon-class transport ships is generally the largest transport unit that follows during interstellar colonization. A Klingon-class transport ship is enough to conquer a planet. The supporting equipment contained in it can completely transform a planet into a planet suitable for human life within a few years.
Therefore, any Klingon-class transport ship can be regarded as a complete large-scale base integrating scientific research, manufacturing, storage, endurance, and logistics.
Such a base can provide continuous endurance support for the entire fleet. At this time, there are 3 such bases in this fleet. This is not a fleet, this can be regarded as an interstellar expeditionary force. With this fleet, it can sweep across a star region. Zhang Ruiyun Swarm, which just involves space technology, has almost no resistance in space. Of course, if it is inside the planet, Zhang Ruiyun Swarm, which is already developing towards the million level, is not useless. If all these fleets are dragged into the interior of the planet and separated, Zhang Ruiyun Swarm can also pose a huge threat to this fleet. However, even so,
Zhang Ruiyun still finds it difficult to fight them in the end.
Because the flagship Behemoth-class battleship is equipped with the ultimate weapon Yamato Cannon and the ultimate navigation ability, spacefolding, Zhang Ruiyun has no countermeasures at all.
Even if they only need to rely on such a flagship and use the Yamato Cannon in space, they can launch an orbital strike on the planet Tirith, burn the surface of the planet effortlessly, and remain invincible forever.
Even if it makes some mistakes and the Behemoth-class battleship wants to escape, Zhang Ruiyun can't stop it.
And when this Behemoth-class battleship escapes back to the Federation and makes the situation of Tirith public,
the consequence Zhang Ruiyun faces will be the endless strangulation of the Federation forces. The final outcome waiting for Zhang Ruiyun will undoubtedly be complete destruction. Stop all plans and arrangements. Obviously, the purpose of this human fleet is Anchuan and those behemoths.
We must give up these cosmic creatures.
At the same time, hide all the zerg buildings, the zergs that are moving around, the mutant buildings, and the mutant troops.
Fortunately, the entire Tirith planet has been transformed by the simulation talent and no longer has any trace of the zerg. I hope that such an environment can deceive this fleet.
Let this fleet leave safely after capturing Anchuan and those behemoths. Zhang Ruiyun gave orders while thinking about the best way to deal with it at the moment.
If he is not careful, it is very likely to bring him a catastrophe. This is the most dangerous situation he has faced since entering the game.
If he is not careful, he will be destroyed. Zhang Ruiyun and Ivy's perception continued to switch the lords hidden in the major planets and closely monitor the fleet's navigation.
At the same time, Hei's order was contrary to the previous arrangement and followed Zhang Ruiyun's plan. Begin to eliminate all traces of the zerg one by one. On the Cirrus Plateau, the simulated mountain peaks that originally rose like the Gillen landscape began to dive little by little. Under the fungal blanket, a large number of springtails, hydralisks, and lurkers were constantly digging hidden spaces for the zerg buildings.
Soon, the entire plateau was restored to a flat natural forest.
Even the mine pit of the main energy vein was covered by a layer of grass on the fungal blanket. At the same time, all the mutant buildings in the southeast base that could take off and move all floated towards the caves dug by the zerg in the deep mountains. And those that could not take off and could hide all shrank underground. The remaining ones that could not take off and could not hide were directly pushed down and buried underground. Even the tanks and other mechanized troops in the southeast base were buried with the help of the zerg. Finally, when the entire camp had been flattened into an open space, the Lord flew over and spit out the fungal blanket directly to cover everything. After the fungal blanket covered it, Zhang Ruiyun's simulation skill followed closely, simulating it into a natural landscape. The southwest camp was originally a tribe living in the cave. It was hidden under the fungal blanket transformation without much change. Only the northwest base was the most complicated. Because the research institute on the top of the giant peak and the starport and other buildings were more troublesome to move. Not to mention, there was a Veneto-class semi-biochemical battlecruiser under construction that could not be interrupted on the starport. The starport under construction could not even take off, let alone move and hide. Everyone thought of countless ways, but could not hide the starport before the fleet arrived. Just when everyone was at a loss, Zhang Ruiyun cut off the perception of the psionic network, under the eyes of everyone. Use the insect egg tissue membrane that appears when the zerg builds and evolves buildings to directly wrap up the entire starport and battleship. Then call on thousands of flying dragons to pull up the insect eggs. From the top of the giant peak, it was thrown into the sea next to it. Then, when the remaining buildings were hidden one by one in the peak of the giant peak, the entire Tierras planet looked like a primitive, undiscovered natural planet. And just as Zhang Ruiyun hid everything, even the lords in space were all transformed into meteorites, meteors, and comets. The huge Anchuan and the three-headed behemoth broke through the clouds and fell from the sky like a sky curtain. Like a huge comet, it smashed into the atmosphere of Tierras. The following fleet also arrived at the Tierras star system, on the orbit of the fourth planet. It was less than a few hours away from the third planet, Tierras. At the same time, the fleet's advanced exploration equipment followed Anchuan and the Behemoth group and scanned Tierras. Report to the commander, a planet in the habitable zone was found 80 million kilometers ahead. Anchuan and all the behemoths have all fled there. Planet in the habitable zone? Medallon frowned slightly and pulled the information to the large screen in front of the bridge. A cyan planet full of mystery appeared in front of Medallon. At the same time, the 4 red dots representing Anchuan and the Behemoth group had broken through the atmosphere and rushed towards the surface of the planet. According to the trajectory prediction, they landed at a huge lake in a wilderness. Then, with the fleet's various instruments, the planet was scanned in detail. The environment inside the cyan planet was also presented to Medallon. Lush flowers and trees, clear rivers, and surging seas. What was presented to everyone was a natural scenery full of vitality. Oh my god, this is a habitable planet that breeds life. How is this possible? The entire Copperless star region, that is, the 3 planets that the 4 exiled fleets arrived at, are habitable planets. It is said that this star region has been explored for many years by the human origin civilization that exiled us. However, the only planets that are suitable for human habitation are those 3 initial stars. But how to explain all this in front of us? I don't know, but I know that we seem to have made a great contribution. If the discovery of this planet is reported to the Federation, at least each of us can be promoted 3 levels in military pay. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding officers cheered. But McDillon, who was standing on the bridge, suddenly frowned. Looking at the crew member who raised this matter, there was a hint of murderous intent. Then McDillon looked up again, and the information was constantly detailed on the planet. At the same time, he glanced at an inconspicuous sign on the command desk and took a deep breath. Okay, quiet. Capturing Anchuan and the Behemoth group is our mission. Remember the confidentiality level of our operation this time, no one is allowed to leak any information to the outside. With a shout, the entire command cabin returned to order. Since Anchuan and the Behemoth group have entered the planet, it means that they can no longer hold on. This will be our final hunting ground for hunting them. I don't want any accidents in this process. Staff, communicate with the scientific expedition team, I want a foolproof plan. Everyone pay attention, target the blue planet, start sailing. Medallon gave an order. The entire fleet began to slow down after crossing the 4th planet's orbit. After all, there is almost no resistance in space. If you want to stop on a planet, you must reverse propulsion in advance. However, at this moment, no one noticed. When they continued to detect and analyze the planet Tierras. As the exploration became more detailed, a strange wave of psionic energy gradually affected them. Gradually, everyone's attention and thoughts were all focused on Tierras. According to convention, they needed to explore all the surrounding environments first, including the 2 satellites of Tierras, and release unmanned reconnaissance posts throughout the star system. But under the influence of psionic fluctuations, everyone forgot about it. It was as if Tierras was the only one in their eyes at this time. At the same time, everyone's heart burst out with expectations for Tierras, and felt a sense of intimacy and security. Subconsciously omitted a lot of in-depth exploration and consideration. Even a lord disguised as a meteorite, who didn't have time to dodge, collided with the flagship's defensive energy field. No one cared at all. Then, not long after, a set of sky and earth nets surrounding the entire Tierras, based on hundreds of ships, appeared on the screen in front of Medallon. Without thinking, Medallon chose to agree directly. Swish! The entire fleet flew towards Tierras like a comet shower, with a blue flame tail. The strange thing is, in that plan, there was not a single ship outside the Tierras Earth-Moon system. At this time, several space beasts, who were obviously tired but with inexplicable excitement on their faces, passed through the entire atmosphere. Heading to the center of the camp in the southwest direction, the reincarnation pool, that was supposed to be transformed into a lake. Plop! The behemoth, who was the most seriously injured and on the verge of death, fell directly into the lake without any hesitation. The remaining space beasts crouched around the lake. With a huge head like a skyscraper, they went deep into the reincarnation pool. They drank the genetic mutation liquid in the reincarnation pool, that had been transformed by Zhang Ruiyun and had become more effective. Gulu! Gulu! This liquid, which was obviously different from normal lake water and had the same attacking method as lake water, did not make any of the space monsters feel strange. Every space monster seemed to be possessed, and felt that the water in this reincarnation pond was like a sweet spring that could heal them. Even though they have obvious signs of alienation due to infection, they don't care at all. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyun, who sensed everything happening in front of him through the psionic network of the Yi beehive, was also surprised. What do you mean? Haven't you given up on capturing these space monsters? How come these space monsters are falling into the trap and directly entering the reincarnation pool? Doesn't this mean that if there is no fleet, we don't even have to take the initiative to capture those cosmic creatures, and those cosmic creatures will directly and voluntarily enter the reincarnation pool? Then, Zhang Ruiyun received the psionic communication link sent by the reincarnation pool. The number of cosmic creatures that can be directly reincarnated is 1, and the number of cosmic creatures with special abilities that can be eroded and interpreted is, do you want to reincarnate directly? The energy required to reincarnate Behemoth is 530,000 crystal or in 560,000 gas per creature. The energy required to reincarnate Anchuan is 1.18 million crystal or in 1.24 million gas per creature. Whether to erode and interpret the gene sequence and study its special abilities, each creature requires 10,000 crystal ore. In addition, this creature must not leave the planet for 120 hours. Direct reincarnation? This means that these cosmic creatures have been captured? Who captured them? Can they really be reincarnated directly? This series of changes made Zhang Ruiyun unable to react. Everything in front of him was really too weird. But then, Zhang Ruiyun sensed the fleet approaching from outer space, and decisively gave up the choice of direct reincarnation. First of all, it was indeed because of insufficient resources. Secondly, when the reincarnation began, the surface of the space monster would inevitably have the insect membrane of the zerg evolution. At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of the fleet. Zhang Ruiyun will not let himself fall into crisis because of the small benefits in front of him. However, giving up reincarnation does not mean that Zhang Ruiyun will do nothing. In addition to reincarnation, the reincarnation pool also has the ability to repair. Zhang Ruiyun looked at these slightly strange space monsters, and subconsciously let the reincarnation pool slowly repair the dying behemoth. Because he vaguely thought of something in his mind, but he was still a little short of enlightenment. And just when Zhang Ruiyun kept catching the light in his mind, the huge fleet finally arrived at the planet Tirith. Hundreds of ships passed by the 2 satellites of Red Moon and Blue Moon, and hovered outside the atmosphere of the planet Tirith. Report to the commander, Anchuan and the 3-headed behemoth all fell on the inferred lake. And they have changed significantly after drinking the lake water. Especially the seriously injured and dying behemoth, now it has some vitality. Therefore, the scientific expedition team inferred that this place should be the healing point for Anchuan and the behemoth group. If we set up a capture point with this lake as the core, the success rate is more than 70%. Medellin looked at the slightly adjusted plan and nodded. Action. Yes. Boom. The entire fleet, under the command of Madeline. With the flagship Leviathan as the center, it began to move around. First, there were 3 Leviathan-class battleships, which covered the entire planet in a triangular shape. Following the 20 Veneto-class battleships, they were divided into 3 teams. Each team followed a Leviathan-class battleship and moved towards the other side of the planet. When the 3 Leviathan-class battleships and the flagship Leviathan completely covered the entire Tierras planet in the form of a regular tetrahedron. Each team of Veneto-class battleships, with the Leviathan-class battleships they followed as a fulcrum, slowly spread out to completely control one side of Tierras planet. In a blink of an eye, all the battleships of the entire fleet. In the form of a formation, the entire Tierras planet was blocked. All routes for Anchuan and Behemoth to escape from Tierras planet were completely blocked. At the same time, all Zhang Ruiyun's Zerg forces were inadvertently covered by the battleship's artillery fire. Then, 128 Vargrii-class destroyers, with their agile posture, plunged into the atmosphere of Tierras planet. Like swimming fish, they began to disperse and explore the situation near the ground of Tierras planet. Especially the southwest camp, near the reincarnation pool. After nearly 10 explorations, 128th Vargrii-class destroyers began to scatter the situation of Telris star near the ground like a fish swimming. Especially near the rebirth pond, in the southwestern direction, wandering repeatedly. It has been detected nearly 10 times before and after. However, I don't know if the simulation function of actification is too powerful, or because of the insufficient exploration of warships. In the end, no destroyer was detected to the planet's abnormalities.
Wait until all the investigation results come back.
The three giants like Corinth-class transport ships landed like meteorites, and the light friction with the air fell into a dazzling fire, landing towards the rebirth pond.
Oh!
When the ground was near the ground, the three puffer fish like Klingon-class transport ships were promoted. It fell steadily on the wilderness centered on the reincarnation pond. One was even on the battlefield set up when Iway attacked the camps in the southwest.
Capture.
The huge landing gear of the 5 roads supported the body of the Klingon-class transport ship. Subsequently, all the Klingon-class transportation ships, the end of the ship in the center of the reconstruction pond, formed a formal pentagonal array. All Anderson and Bechimo's group, with the rebirth pond, surrounded in the middle.
Click.
The oval-shaped ships of the Klingon-class transportation ship slowly opened, and the side of the ship bloomed like a bud, and it instantly deformed into a palm-like workbench.
The entire workbench is very huge, like a large Sydney Opera House.
3 transport ships, 3 workbenches, like 5 huge giant claws, aimed at the core of the core of the core.
Oh!
The energy generator at the core of the workbench sent a roar. A strong field barrier, like a curtain, shrouded the entire southwest camp. Subsequently, the remaining small spaceships around the flagship of Levien were successfully established after the strong field barrier was established. Started all the members landing on the ground. Wait until these hundreds of small spaceships are near the ground and release various large ultra-large appliances on the body.
Zhang Ruiyun, who has been perceiving to monitor the entire fleet with yawning, discovered it.
It turned out that these spacecraft were special spacecrafts that were used to catch giant beasts.
Although they disguised as normal medical ships, frigates, and investigating ships.
But when they turned on the equipment, they became professional capture ships with equipment such as traps, dragging ropes, fish guns, and other equipment.
Even the 3 Klingon-class transport ships are the same.
Who would have thought that there was no basic equipment for transforming the planet environment inside them, and the oversized machinery of the whole land? Instead, there are powerful field generators, and professional super-large creature cages.
Everything is ready, and the entire plan is smooth. Next, as long as the flagship is ordering, all Anderson and Bemos are successfully arrested. The entire fleet can complete the task and start returning. Zhang Ruiyun can also avoid this, which is a sudden trouble. However, at this moment,
on the star of Tiris, the dullness of the dullness fluctuated and flashed again.
All the crews on the star battleship located in the outer space faint. All the members suddenly felt that the whole Tiris star looked particularly relaxed.
Especially the vegetation above could not help but awaken their desire for nature. Just like the sailors at the sea, after going through the sailing for more than half a year, they suddenly saw the boundaries of the mainland, and they were particularly eager to go ashore to rest. When all the captains and crew members saw the powerful field of the Klingon-class transport ship.
After being lost, the space creatures were completely relaxed.
As long as the strong field is completed, no creatures can escape from it.
The arrests of these Anderson and Bechimos are stable. Then, can you relax back the ground? Everyone thinks so, and at the same time.
At this moment, all the battleships slowly began to land towards Tiris star.
Alas! Zhang Ruiyun's young can be perceived and monitored immediately, this uniform scene.
At the same time, he shared this pair of scenes with Black and Burning by an AI way.
Is this fleet crazy? I always felt that they were a little weird.
Until this time all the battleships began to land towards Tiris star, I suddenly realized.
Have you ever seen a whole fleet? Will you not go to the cosmic environment around the field when fighting or working? Just like the ancient military, whether it is a field or a siege, which army have you seen?
Then, the main force just besieged the enemy, and other troops began to unload the armor directly, collect troops, and disband it in place? I have brought the fleet, even if it is a pirate group, I will not do this.
In my human memory, the fleet's field control is the first thing.
Because in space, the sudden attack is invincible, and the damage caused is extremely serious. This is far more dangerous than the enemy of ground war and positive opposition.
Hay said true. Besides, don't you find it?
Whether it is the dynamic landing of the Klingon-class transportation ship, or when the strong field is running, the surrounding energy disturbance fluctuates.
None of the reaction of Anderson and Bechimo's group.
Yes, as if they are completely unaware of the danger around them.
Master, look at that Bemos, all of the belly.
This means that they think this place is absolutely safe.
AI Wei saw the problem at a glance. Absolute safety? Zhang Ruiyun's perception was placed on the battleship that has entered the atmosphere.
Do you say that those fleets, is the subconscious at this time full of security?
So, will you do so subconsciously to do so many things that are not common in common sense? For example, when a group of rebels are destroyed near their country, they will not think of going to the field. For example, in his own barracks, 2 thieves were caught. After the others were lively, they would relax after turning around. So, all this unreasonable reason is because all people, whether they are fleets or cosmic creatures, are the safest places in the subconscious. So what makes them subconscious into now like this? And why isn't we affected? Alas! A bright light suddenly flashed in Zhang Ruiyan's mind. I know, it's actification. The cause of this phenomenon is precisely the role of this talent skills. Simulation, simulate the environment into an environment that other creatures like, so as to lure them into the range of the fungal blanket for predation. After a short introduction, there is another feature that explains that when the creature reaches the fungal blanket, it will be hypnotized. In fact, these 2 short sentences contain a huge amount of information. What is a favorite environment? It is an environment that can make people feel good and let down their guard involuntarily. However, there were so many kinds of alien beasts on the planet Xeris at that time, how could there be an environment that all alien beasts like? Therefore, the true understanding of this sentence should be that the simulated environment will automatically make all creatures naturally feel good and let down all their guard. Secondly, lure them into the range of the fungal blanket for predation. Think about it, the creatures that needed to be lured by the master at that time must be stronger than the master in terms of combat power. And the master at that time was still a juvenile and did not dominate the entire planet Xeris. So how to kill the lured creatures? Therefore, the hidden meaning in the second paragraph is the core. That is, when the creatures reach the fungal blanket, they will be hypnotized. Just like Anchuan and Behemoth Group now. They can be chased by such a huge fleet and still escape, which is enough to show that they are not easy to mess with. However, after they fell into the reincarnation pond, not only did they not react to the erosion of the lake water, but they also ignored the blockade of the human fleet. This strange state can only be explained by hypnosis. Unconsciously, the creatures are immersed in this environment, and even if they are hurt, they have no reaction. This may be the strongest point of simulation. Zhang Ruiyan looked up at the battleships that were constantly descending in space. A thought came to his mind. Before, it was Behemoth Group and Anchuan. Then what about later? Will these fleets also be affected in a similar way? Although all humans are in a closed cabin, all previous signs show that the impact of simulation on creatures will not be isolated by the cabin. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyan's eyes looking at all the fleets changed. Before, I had been anxious about the construction of a Veneto-class battleship. And now, in front of me, there is a Behemoth-class battleship, 3 Leviathan-class battleships, and 20 Veneto-class battleships. And these battleships are still intact and can be put into use directly. If I can take them down, then will all the previous worries still be a problem? At that time, let alone supporting EN. With such a fleet alone, Zhang Ruiyan can swallow the entire Black Sand Pirates in one bite. Not to mention, the Behemoth-class flagship is also equipped with Yamato guns and top space jump technology. Zhang Ruiyan became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his eyes looking at the fleet gradually became sharper. These fleets are not impossible to take down. If these 24 large battlecruisers can really be included in MO. His own power can jump out of the star system and participate in major events in the Copperloo star region. Only then can I fully exert my advantage of foresight and quickly enter the stage of rising. Then, having set a goal, Zhang Ruiyan connected Hay, Queen Bee, Ivy, and Beehive, all with a mind network. Just now in space, we were obviously no match for this human fleet, so we could only hide ourselves and protect ourselves. But now, because of the special effect of simulation, the entire fleet has entered the atmosphere of Tirith. So I think the current situation has created an opportunity for us to take down the entire fleet. But this is a gamble. If it fails, it may bring us a catastrophe. But we can't just shrink back. The universe is cruel. Only extroverted civilizations can survive. We can't stay trapped on Tirith. Therefore, change the original goal and focus on taking down the entire fleet. This is our only chance. Failure is not allowed. Zhang Ruiyan explained the situation. Black, Queen Bee, and Ivy all looked at the fleet in the sky at the same time, with an inexplicable light of excitement in their eyes. The Zerg's bellicosity was fully demonstrated in them at this moment. Now let's study in detail how to take down these warships. Google search reading, Beehive, I need you to provide the number and strength of our swarms. Bee, I need you to combine the hidden swarms and the lurking swarms.
Judge which areas of the world have weak swarms and which areas have excessive strength, and formulate plans to covertly allocate the number of swarms accordingly. Ivy, I need your local tactical ability to design the most perfect tactics and take down the corresponding troops. Hey, I need you to coordinate the deployment of troops across the planet and plan the best strategic plan to ensure that every large warship is taken down without fail. I hope readers will remember our domain named. The number of related arms can be coordinated with by.
Yes. In Zhang Ruiyun's mind, several people responded with fighting spirit.
Very good, let's start the first part.
How to deal with the 3 Klingon-class transport ships and hundreds of small warships near the southwest camp.
Ivy had almost no hesitation. I need 30 thunder beasts, 50,000 springtails, 15,000 cockroaches, 6,000 spine crawlers and spore crawlers, 6,500 biochemical mechanical troops, and 3,000 beast marches equipped with pulse weapons from the northwest base. I can ensure that all the warships in the southwest camp are fully manned and cannot escape the sphere of influence of the southwest camp. As soon as Ivy finished speaking, the voice of Beehive sounded. 30 thunder beasts that have completed genetic repair, 50,000 springtails, and 15,000 cockroaches are enough. There are only 2,200 spore crawlers near the southwest camp and only 1,800 spine crawlers. It will take 3 hours to mobilize them from other places without attracting the attention of the fleet. 3,000 beast marches, equipped with pulse weapons, will take 1 hour. Then add another 3,000 beast marches, and bring Oscus with you.
Ivy said after a little thought. Everything will be ready in an hour. Zhang Ruiyun nodded. This was a good start. Then the next step is 128 Vargrii-class destroyers. Ivy easily constructed a miniature map of the planet Tirith in the mental network. I have observed the path habits of these wandering little guys. I need to deploy 2,000 hydralisks, 1,000 dragons, and 500 banlings in each of these 81 nodes. Of course, if you don't need to keep these destroyers, it's enough to place 1,000 banlings and 2,000 suicide swarms in each node. Keep these fleets as much as possible. Of course, if necessary, you can destroy them directly. Choose the first plan. Zhang Ruiyun said without question. Ivy nodded and then placed her perception on the Beehive. All arms are sufficient. Everything will be ready in 2 hours.
The voice of the Beehive sounded immediately.
Zhang Ruiyun then marked out 20 Veneto-class battleships on the miniature map of the planet constructed by Ivy. Next are 20 Veneto-class battlecruisers.
Ivy said without hesitation, the main attack method of the Veneto-class battleship is dense ion turrets and missile barrages, and its damage is very threatening to our zerg. But the brown poisonous fog of the polluter will have a good restrictive effect on it. So, it's not difficult to deal with them. I need 120 lords, 1,000 polluters, 500 devourers, 300 guardians, 27,000 zerglings, 13,000 cockroaches, and 15,000 dragons. And place them evenly on the 20 Veneto-class battleships, within 300 kilometers around. Because there are lords, they can be mobilized within half an hour. At this time, the remaining ones are 3 Leviathan-class battleships and a Behemoth-class flagship.
Zhang Ruiyun's brows are slightly solemn.
Because among the arms, the difference in level is much greater than the difference in quantity. At this time, the strength of Zhang Ruiyun's swarm has actually just reached the Veneto-class battleship, and the strength of the same level is even slightly inferior. As for the Leviathan class, the confrontation with the higher-level Behemoth-class battleship requires Zhang Ruiyun's hive base to reach at least level 5. It can be said that if Zhang Ruiyun has a few Anchuan and Behemoth groups transformed through the reincarnation pool, then, the Leviathan-class battleship is naturally no problem for Zhang Ruiyun.
Unfortunately, Zhang Ruiyun's development time is still too short. There was a moment of silence. Zhang Ruiyun marked the Leviathan-class battleship on the miniature. What about these 3 battleships?
Ivy rubbed her eyes, took the initiative to sort out the situation of the zerg again, and finally said with a headache. Google search reading. Although the Leviathan-class battleships do not have Yamato guns, they already have small-yield nuclear weapons and twin laser arrays inside. With our zerg alone, there is almost no possibility of resistance without upgraded armor.
Any zerg is cannon fodder in front of them.
In addition to their more powerful melee firepower network and armor above level 3, our Hydralisk and Dragonite concentrated fire will not have much effect on them.
The only thing that can cause slight damage to them is it's a suicide swarm. However, even tens of thousands of suicide swarms may not be able to destroy it.
Besides, the battleship is not stupid and will not let us keep attacking. So, the only way is for us to take action ourselves, enter the battleship, and directly decapitate the command cabin. 3 battlecruisers, I need the master, hey, me, and 100,000 flying dragons as cannon fodder, and 8,000 suicide swarms to open the gap in the battleship's armor. If we all go out, what about the Behemoth-class battleship? Zhang Ruiyun asked immediately afterwards. Ivy shook her head. In fact, the Behemoth-class battleship only has an additional Yamato cannon and the ability to warp and fly. And, according to the information in my previous human memory, after the Yamato cannon is fired, it cannot be fired again within an hour. At the same time, the energy consumed will also affect the use of warping, and warping cannot be enabled for at least half an hour. If we can trick the Behemoth-class battleship's Yamato cannon out, then the difficulty of dealing with the Behemoth-class battleship is actually about the same as the Leviathan-class battlecruiser with enhanced armor and firepower. But even if the Behemoth-class Yamato cannon is tricked out, we can't do anything about it because we are missing a top combat force. For a moment, the entire mental network fell into silence. At the same time, whether it was Black, Ivy, or White and Hive, they were all searching for solutions. However, the gap in strength across levels is too difficult to make up. Especially the gap between different races, which is even more difficult to deal with. This gap is like a primitive man holding a bow and arrow, trying to shoot down a modern Air Force fighter. The entire fleet is slowly descending towards the planet Tirith. This is clearly an opportunity for Zhang Ruiyun to grow stronger instantly. But because of the lack of a high-end combat force, he had to stop. To be honest, everyone present was extremely unwilling. We still have 1,000 devourers that have just evolved from flying dragons. Devourers can not only corrode the armor of warships, but also slow down the shooting speed and movement speed of warships. Is it possible to delay until one of them has eliminated a Leviathan-class battleship, and then attack the Behemoth-class battleship? Bai asked. No, there is no time to calculate. With the current genes, our speed in space is too slow compared to the battleship. Zhang Ruiyun shook his head slowly. If it doesn't work, we can abandon the Behemoth-class battleship. As long as we don't let it escape and destroy it directly, we can also improve our strength by taking down the 3 Leviathan-class battleships. Hayes said. No, our most effective attack method against battleships now is spore crawlers, but the corrosion intensity of spore attacks is only the most basic level. And if you want to cause damage to Behemoth, the corrosion intensity of spore attacks must reach at least level 4. This is a technology that can only be unlocked by the 4th level Zerg base, Infestation Nest. Then why don't we attack Behemoth first? We can put 1 Leviathan-class battleship. Bai suggested. No, first of all, the time it takes to take down the Behemoth-class battleship is twice that of the Leviathan-class. This time is enough for the Leviathan-class battleship to enter space. And once the battlecruiser enters space, even the Veneto-class is not something we can deal with. So, when a Leviathan-class battleship with nuclear bombs and twin laser arrays enters space, what kind of damage do you think it will cause to us? Zhang Ruiyun stared at the sky, looking at the battleships that were about to break through the clouds and enter the atmosphere, and said melancholy. Leviathan-class? Wait. Just when everyone was at a loss, Hayes suddenly interrupted everyone's discussion. If it is converted to dealing with Leviathan-class battleships, I just found a new method. The Northwest Base once mistakenly developed an energy information blocker when researching energy fluctuation detectors. According to the information in the database, as long as any human unit is within 100 kilometers of the Northwest Base. When the energy information blocker is turned on, this human unit will not only not receive any communication information, but also all energy fluctuations caused by earthquakes, nuclear weapons explosions, and ship and aircraft explosions will be completely undetectable. So, if we can directly block a Leviathan-class battleship, then we will have enough manpower. As long as we can ensure that the Yamato gun of the Behemoth-class battleship is tricked out, and then behead the command cabin before it can start the jump, then the entire fleet will fall completely into our hands, Hayes said very confidently. Really? Energy information blocker, huh? It really has this function. Zhang Ruiyun immediately looked up the relevant information about the energy information blocker. It's feasible. If we block a Leviathan-class battleship, the probability of us taking down the entire fleet can be increased to 80%. Zhang Ruiyun nodded. Hayes said again, and I have studied it. According to the speed and angle of the Leviathan-class battleship after entering the atmosphere, it is calculated according to the free cruising mode. 3 hours later, a Leviathan-class battleship will pass over the Northwest Base. As he said, Hay marked a navigation track on the miniature map of the planet. Beautiful. Let's do it. Zhang Ruiyun made the final decision.
Then there is only one last question left. How to trick the Yamato gun of the Behemoth-class battleship. Ivy frowned and shook her head slowly, indicating that she had not thought of a way. But at this time, Bai Qingli's voice sounded. This is not difficult. As long as we start attacking the fleet, we will expose our beehive base camp. I believe that as long as the commander of the fleet is not a fool, he will definitely use the Yamato cannon on the beehive as soon as possible. What? Expose me? Withstand a Yamato cannon? The trembling voice of beehive came. I can't bear it. I didn't say you can bear it. We can forge a fake beehive. Listening to the extremely cowardly tone of beehive, Bai explained unhappily. Swish. As soon as Bai's voice fell, everyone instantly understood what Bai meant. Then, everyone's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement. It's feasible. There is no problem with this plan. All the data calculation results show that the success rate is very high. So, we can take down this fleet. No, it should be said that we must take down this fleet. Zhang Ruiyun made a conclusion. Next, Ivy constructed the specific attack plans for each node and each warship in the mine network one by one. Then she passed them to Black, Queen White, and Hive. And Hive provided each plan, the number and distribution of the surrounding Zerg troops to Black and White. White then used his talent skill, super speed calculation, to calculate the mobilization route and the density of the Zerg distribution and provided it to Black. Finally, Black calculated the overall combat plan, various strategic data and time nodes. 1 hour later, Black pointed to the miniature of the planet Tirith, which was already marked with various marks. Master, the Zerg has begun to move secretly, and all will arrive at the designated location in 2 hours. In the fleet, 3 Klingon-class transport ships and hundreds of small warships are under control. 128 Vargrii-class destroyers are determined to move along the predetermined trajectory and are also under control. 20 Veneto-class battleships have entered the middle layer of the atmosphere, less than 30 kilometers away from the best attack area, the stratosphere. 3 Leviathan-class battleships have just entered the thermosphere and are expected to arrive in the stratosphere and enter the attack area in 2 hours. The only thing we need to wait for now is the Behemoth-class flagship that has just broken through the exosphere. If you want to achieve the best attack effect, you must let it after facing an attack. It is better to attack rather than escape, and it is best to let it enter the middle layer of the atmosphere and touch the stratosphere. There is a strange choke zone there. That is, no flying unit at that stage can do it and immediately change direction and take off. This will be the best time for us to attack the Behemoth-class flagship. It is expected that the flagship will arrive here in 2 hours. So, in summary, the keynote of the attack at this time is the position where the Behemoth-class flagship descends. As long as the Behemoth-class flagship arrives at the choke zone, our attack will begin immediately. At the same time, on the plain between the Cirrus Plateau and the Utageso Mountains, the beehive has built a camouflaged insect egg here. After an hour and a half, it can grow into a fake hive that is even larger than the beehive, and can be exposed at the first moment of battle. All plans have been arranged. Zhang Ruiyun heard this and looked up at the Behemoth-class flagship in the sky, with a glimmer of longing and expectation in his eyes. The interstellar era of the Zerg is coming. In the conference room of the Northwest Base, Google search reading everyone's attention is on the Behemoth-class flagship. When it passes through the escape layer, at 20 locations on Tierras, countless lords, polluters, guardians, devourers, springtails, cockroaches, and dragons have assembled. They stared at the small warships in the sky with murderous eyes. When the Behemoth-class flagship entered the thermosphere, at the 81 nodes on Tierras, hydralisks, dragons, and explosive insects used the simulated environment to lurk. And between these 81 nodes, 128 Vargrii-class destroyers were scattered among them. When the Behemoth-class flagship entered the middle layer, 30 thunder beasts, 50,000 springtails, 15,000 cockroaches, and 2,200 spore crawlers, 1,800 spine crawlers, and 6,000 beast marches carrying new weapons, and 6.5 biochemical mechanical troops. Through the tunnel dug underground, they hid in the underground of the entire southwest camp. On the ground, various small fleets have entered the final preparation stage. 3 Klingon-class transport ships are preparing to shrink the strong force field they control to compress the activity range of Anchuan and Behemoth. When the strong force field shrinks to the area around Anchuan and Behemoth, the small fleet can use their functions to completely control these space monsters. Successfully completed the capture. However, it was at that time that all ships would be busy,
and the zerg sneak attack would achieve the maximum attack effect. Next, under Zhang Ruiyun's psionic perception, all other fleets have arrived one by one at the best attack area that was previously expected. Facing 20 Veneto-class battleships, the Lord has taken the Defiler, the Springtail, and the Cockroach, and hid in the thick clouds with the Dragon. Hey, Ivy also personally led the Dragon Group and the Suicide Swarm to target 2 Leviathan-class battleships respectively. The remaining Leviathan-class battleship, as expected, will enter the 100-kilometer range of the Northwest Camp in 10 minutes. Even the fake base, Beehive, forged by the Zerg has expanded to the point where it can no longer be restrained and gradually rises from the ground. At this time, the Behemoth-class flagship is less than 15 kilometers away from the choke zone. Zhang Ruoyan stood on the top of the mountain below the flagship, ready to lead 100,000 flying dragons and 8,000 self-destructing mosquitoes to attack. The distance to the flagship is getting closer and closer, 10 kilometers. 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 3, 2, 1, ready. Boom! Suddenly, above the sky, a fierce engine ion flame broke out from the bottom of the Behemoth-class flagship that was slowly descending. A powerful thrust pushed the flagship that was about to reach the choke zone against the gravity and flew out of space. At the same time, in the southwest camp, the contraction of the strong force field that had just been opened came to an abrupt end. 128 Vagria-class destroyers suddenly stopped. 3 Leviathan-class warships then began to pull up into the air. 20 Veneto-class warships stopped on the spot and activated their protective energy shields at the same time. Instantly, the situation suddenly changed dramatically. What's going on? What happened? Has the Zerg been discovered? Why did the fleet suddenly turn around at the last moment? In the mental network, the thoughts of several people collided. However, after they checked all the traces of the Zerg, they found nothing and were confused. Why did the originally perfect plan fail at the last moment? Time went back to more than 10 minutes ago, on the flagship Leviathan. General McDillon was sitting in the command chair, holding his cheek with one hand, looking bored at the ground in front of him, which was getting closer and closer. Memories of the land and the natural scenery kept coming to his mind. Even occasionally, in this exotic scenery, I would relax my body and mind with the new female adjutant. However, this female adjutant who had just graduated was always a little stubborn and not easy to surrender. At this moment, the female adjutant that Medallon was thinking about walked to Medallon's side with crisp footsteps. General, the reason for the danger of this star system that you asked the intelligent brain to explore before has come out. And this is the reason obtained after using your level 4 authority, General. My suggestion is that all personnel immediately take off and make a decision after a detailed exploration of the Tierras planet. Female adjutant Sylvia, with a barely perceptible psychic fluctuation in her eyes, looked at the Tierras planet outside the screen with a fearful look. Abandon Anchuan and the Behemoth Group, and all personnel return to space? Medallon glanced at Sylvia with dissatisfaction and took the report in her hand. Tirith Star Region, extremely dangerous star region, S-level warning, leave immediately. This planet was originally a 6th-level resource planet discovered by the Terran Federation Star Ring Mining Group. It is reported that the reserves of crystal ore are extremely amazing, and it has a complete and rich variety of other minerals and a complete element chain. It is the Terran Federation Star Ring Mining Group. As a top-secret resource planet, it is one of the important pillars of its industry. However, more than 10 years ago, the Zerg overlords suddenly invaded the Coprolu sector. This marginal star region was the hardest hit area, and Tierras even became the overlord's base. In the end, tens of millions of humans on Tierras died, and no one survived. All the rescue and exploration fleets went without return. It was not until the last batch of rescue fleets sent a desperate final video that the Terran Federation decided to give up Tierras. This star region has since been designated as an extremely dangerous area. In the final video, the Protoss fleets in the sky are using powerful psychic shock waves to burn the entire planet. This scene shocked everyone. It was the first time they saw the Protoss cleanse a planet so resolutely. At the same time, it was precisely because this involved the desperate struggle between the Zerg and the Protoss. All the human high-level members agreed to give up this top resource star. Seeing this, Medallon looked up at the natural scenery and the vibrant planet in front of him. Surprised, there is no trace of Zerg and Protoss at all? At this moment, Medallon suddenly realized something. At the same time, he glanced at the choke zone that was about to arrive on the data instrument next to him. He broke out in a cold sweat. Stop descending immediately and take off at full power. Remind all units to pay attention,
raise the alert level, and execute immediately. It was with this order that the Behemoth-class flagship, which was about to enter Zhang Ruiyun's attack plan, escaped the impending danger by a millimeter. At the same time, with this cold sweat, Medallon's mind became clear, and he couldn't help but look up at the surrounding environment. Seeing the location of all the ships in his fleet and the empty layout in space, he couldn't help but panic in his heart. What happened to him? How did the entire fleet enter an unknown planet without any defense? Why was there no reconnaissance arrangement in the entire starfield? All the fleet's safety regulations, he didn't do any of them. At the same time, among the hundreds of thousands of people in the fleet, no one objected? So much so that at this time, even I don't have a complete analysis report on this planet in my hand? How could I agree to come down in this situation? What is going on? Seeing Medallon, who was sweating and waking up, Sylvia couldn't help but feel relieved. Hurry up and report, General, this planet is strange.
It is obviously a level 6 resource planet, but there are no exposed crystal mines. This must mean that there are creatures that have been developing this planet, but we haven't seen any races on the surface of the planet. So, I suggest that all fleets be withdrawn.
Make a decision after exploring the entire planet in detail. However, just when Sylvia reminded Medallon,
sensing the Behemoth-class battleships and the Leviathan-class battleships, they suddenly turned and began to slowly leave the entire, simulated, environment of the Tirith star. Suddenly, there was no wind.
A wave of psionic energy, as if enraged, emitted a stronger vibration than before. Suddenly, it swept towards the entire fleet. Boom!
The energy at this moment caused all humans in the fleet to shut down collectively. Google search reading. Even Sylvia, who had a psychic talent, was in a trance for a moment. When Sylvia woke up from the trance, she saw Medallon's fingers were constantly tapping on the words Level 6 Resource Star at the beginning of the report. And his eyes were filled with greed.
Level 6 Resource Star? This planet is actually a Level 6 Resource Star. General, should the other fleets also leave the ground? Sylvia asked immediately. Leave the ground? Yes, that's right. Such a resource planet cannot be contacted and understood by others first.
Order the Leviathan-class battleship not to enter the stratosphere, and order the Veneto-class battleship not to let the crew set foot on the surface of the planet.
Order the Wager-class destroyer to stay on standby. No, General, didn't I say before that there is a problem with this planet? Problem? What problem? Before? What before? Sylvia looked at Medallon with a look of panic and surprise. What's going on? Didn't I just say that this planet is weird a few minutes ago? How come after a trance, General Medallon completely forgot what happened before?
Sylvia looked at the planet Tirith again, and at this moment she couldn't help but feel cold all over. But then she gritted her teeth again, ready to try to continue the topic and guide it back to the previous rhythm.
General, space defense, what defense? Let me ask you, have you read this report? Medallon interrupted Sylvia and asked with a gloomy face. Yes. Besides you, has anyone else read this document? McDillon asked. No.
A trace of murderous intent flashed in Medallon's eyes. Glancing at the report, he pointed to a place right under his nose and said,
From now on, you will be responsible for the operation of the Star Guide instrument. You must not leave without my order. What? No, General, this Tirith planet, follow the order.
Sylvia looked at the scene in front of her, completely forgetting the previous conversation. In her eyes, there was only Medallon, who was greedy for the resource planet, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes.
What happened just now? Why did everyone's thinking suddenly change again? As a political family, Sylvia certainly understood the subtext of Medallon's question just now.
This is clearly a preparation to kill and silence people in the face of huge interests. Don't leave his sight, don't pass the news on. Medallon obviously wants to take all the resources in front of him, the habitable planet with top resources.
For the almost priceless interests in front of him, Medallon's thinking was completely blinded by greed.
In the eyes of Sylvia flashing with the faint light of psychic energy, she knew that she was the only one who was still awake in the fleet. If she wanted to survive, she could only save herself.
Sylvia left the command desk and walked towards the Star Guide. Medallon silently raised the captain's personal soundproofing device.
Then, he clicked on his address book and found a pattern that was exactly the same as the inconspicuous logo on his command desk.
On that pattern, the background was a planet with longitude and latitude lines drawn.
In front of the planet, there was a huge blue shield with a pair of crossed defensive arms on the shield. Under the arms, on the blue shield, there was a black 5-pointed star. Under the entire pattern, there were 5 big words marked Defender of Humanity.
Beep beep beep. Metalon then dialed the number. Hello, Metalon, how is the capture of Anchuan and the Behemoth group?
Very smooth. Anchuan and the Behemoth group have entered the gravitational field of a natural planet and will not be in the wormhole jump for the time being. With the cosmic creatures we captured before, I think we should be able to achieve our plan.
I remember that our plan also requires a suitable planet for breeding, right? McDillon asked casually.
Yes, a planet rich in resources and suitable for breeding is extremely important and can be used as an experimental base for our research project. As long as it is properly operated, we can develop our own star field forces under the guise of the Federation. At this point, the person on the other end of the phone was obviously in excited anticipation. Very good, then if I tell you now that the planet under my feet is a level 6 resource star, rich in crystal ore, it is especially suitable as a breeding planet. What do you think? There was a rare excitement in McDillon's tone.
What? Level 6 resource star? This planet? Really?
McDillon, you have made great contributions. I think Chief Davis will definitely use you, and you are one step closer to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Human Defender Fleet.
We must take this planet. We must not give it up. No matter what happens, we cannot leave. Cannot leave.
As soon as these words came out, it was as if a command was activated in McDillon's mind. Subconsciously, not leaving this planet became the most basic principle for all his actions.
The conversation continued, but there is a problem, Metalon said as he looked at the information in the report. What?
The data says that this planet was previously occupied by the mining group, the Zerg, and the Protoss. But now the entire planet seems to have no race, not even exposed crystal mines.
I think this is very strange.
As far as I know, on this planet, the human race was the first force to be eliminated. So there must be only the Zerg and the Protoss on this planet. However, with the pride of the Protoss, they will definitely not occupy this planet and hide it. So, the only thing that needs to be explored is the Zerg. Therefore, I need to use the giant star detector. As long as the giant star detector is used, all the Zerg on a planet will be revealed without a doubt. Okay, approved for use. But you must remember that the power must not be too high. After all, this is one of the few technologies that far exceeds the Federation, and it is our future reliance. The person on the other end of the phone said solemnly. When Madelon heard this, his eyes lit up. Then he activated a series of complex buttons on the console. Soon, a high-power radio wave was transmitted from the Leviathan to the entire Tierras planet. Then, a huge holographic virtual projection of the entire Tierras planet appeared on the screen of the command console.
Then, waves scanned back and forth on the planet.
However, this scanning wave, which claimed to be able to detect all the Zerg on the entire planet, found nothing at first.
It was not until after multiple scans that 4 shadow areas gradually appeared on the planet projection.
They were the Cirrus Plateau, the southeast base, the southwest camp, and the northwest base. As for the other Zerg swarms, the gathered Zerg units were not displayed at all. It was as if these radio waves were abruptly cut off by the simulated environmental camouflage. Only the most densely populated Zerg bases were highlighted. However, even so, in Metalon's eyes at this time,
Zhang Ruiyun's main power on the planet Tirith has finally been exposed.
Author side note, please read, comment, and vote. Votes will only be valid if you read and vote in the last chapter. There really are Zerg.
McDillon was shocked.
What, really Zerg? I hope readers will remember our domain named. There was also an exclamation on the other side of the phone. Well, on the front of Tierras, there are 4 areas, including a huge lake in the southwest, a coastline in the northwest, plains and hills in the southeast, and a vast plateau in the center, all of which indicate the presence of a large number of Zerg.
Everywhere. Yes, and in this scanning area, it can also be seen that there is a huge Zerg hive on that plateau. Hive? Is this the only main Zerg nest on Tierras now? Doesn't that mean that as long as this hive is destroyed, the entire Zerg will be severely damaged, and then the entire Tierras can be easily taken by us?
Before, the entire star field was fought over by 2 major races, so humans had to withdraw. However, judging from the current situation, the Zerg finally won, but this victory seems to be a miserable victory with the strength of our fleet. It is more than enough to take over this planet.
That's right. Metalon recognized the judgment of the person on the other end of the phone.
Then, he took a cold look at the figure on the star guide in front of him. He glanced at the ships above the command cabin again, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In fact, it's a good thing to have Zerg.
Maybe we can take the opportunity to eliminate the dissidents in the fleet.
I will arrange the fleet to encircle and suppress all the zerg swarms on the planet Tirith. When the encirclement and suppression begins, I will let the entire scientific expedition team and the capture team temporarily evacuate to the sky, not to fight against the zerg, nor to attack the zerg swarms.
All battles will be left to other fleets.
I hope that through this war against the zerg, everyone will understand the purpose of our human defenders and try to get all fleets to join our organization. In this process, I will let all of them fight the zerg at close range and understand the importance of protecting humans.
Very good, everything will be carried out as you said, don't let me down.
Z. The communication was hung up.
Medallon glanced at Sylvia in front of the star guide again with a gloomy look.
Then he put the projection on his command desk on the large screen in front of the command cabin.
Attention everyone, attention everyone.
A large number of zerg swarms have been discovered on Tierras. In order to ensure the safety of the scientific expedition team in capturing the behemoth swarm on Anchuan, it has been decided to eliminate the zerg on Tierras. However, in order to ensure that the zerg swarms do not discover the fleet's intentions in advance and flee to the world, from now on, the fleet will resume its previous behavior inertia. All the Vargrii-class destroyers and Veneto-class battleships will continue to control the strategic key points of the entire Tierras. And the 3 Leviathan-class battleships will enter the stratosphere, act unguarded, and sail to the following 3 locations. As he spoke, Medallon sent the coordinates of the southeast base, southwest camp, and northwest base to the 3 Leviathan-class battleships.
And the location of the zerg nest is near the plateau here.
The flagship Leviathan will release the Yamato cannon to the zerg core, hive, on the plateau, and destroy the zerg command center in one fell swoop.
When the Yamato cannon sounds, it is the signal for you to attack the zerg.
Eliminate the zerg, protect and capture, and complete the mission.
Come on, everyone.
Yes, General. The captains of various ships responded in the command cabin. Then, 128 Vagrii-class destroyers continued to cruise along their previous cruise route. 20 Veneto-class battleships slowly lifted their defense state and began to continue to sail at low altitude. For their main weapons, dense ion turrets, and missile barrages, the closer the war is, the more advantages they have. Usually, what they are least afraid of is siege. Then the 3 Leviathan-class battleships slowly stopped taking off and slowly descended again.
But this time the descent speed is much slower than before.
At the same time, their sailing route inadvertently began to deviate towards the bases in 3 directions. At this time, all the fleets followed the original action mode and approached the planet Tirith. Only the flagship Leviathan stopped steadily in the middle layer of the atmosphere, and did not descend as before, but slowly drifted towards the Cirrus Plateau. With the rotation of the planet, such movement looks very natural. However, all the actions of the fleet were detected by Zhang Ruiyun and others who had been monitoring the entire fleet.
The Vagrii-class destroyer continued to cruise.
The Veneto-class battleship lifted its defense, and the Leviathan-class battleship descended again. Even most of the battleships entered the best attack location of the zerg again. Except for the Klingon-class transport ship, which was still motionless, and the capture fleet around it. There was also the Behemoth-class battleship that was no longer descending in the middle layer of the atmosphere. Everything seemed to have returned to its previous state. However, none of the people in the Zerg mind network are easy to fool. Ivy, who is well versed in tactical means, sneered, "Is this tight inside and loose outside?" Yes, and the landing points of those strongest battleships have changed.
It seems to be heading towards various camps.
Vi, who is proficient in calculations, deduced the purpose of the fleet at the first time.
And that Behemoth-class flagship seems to be flying in the direction of the Cirrus Plateau. Hearing the word Cirrus Plateau, Zhang Ruiyun immediately had an ominous premonition. Then, his innate skill, psychic perception, was activated.
A wonderful premonition allowed him to observe the perception of the Behemoth-class battleship, as if being pulled, and he could actually enter the interior of the battleship directly. Then, on the screen of the battleship command cabin, Zhang Ruiyun vaguely saw a holographic virtual model of the planet Tirith. On the holographic virtual model, the 3 mutant camps and the Zerg base camp were covered by a red shadow.
Not good.
The fleet discovered the existence of several major Zerg bases.
Now, the 3 Leviathan-class battlecruisers are heading for the 3 mutant camps. And the Behemoth-class battleships are preparing to directly destroy the Zerg base on the Cirrus Plateau. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun, who was observing the holographic virtual model, saw an attack mark appear near the Cirrus Plateau. They are going to use the Yamato cannon on the Cirrus Plateau.
What?
The panicked voice of Beehive came. What should we do? Should we launch an attack in advance?
At this moment, the Vegrii-class destroyers, Veneto-class battleships, and the capture fleet in the southwest camp are all under our control. Even a Leviathan-class battleship will enter the control area of the energy information shield in the northwest base again in half an hour. Except for the Behemoth-class battleship, we are confident that we can take down other battleships.
But the problem is that a single Behemoth-class battleship is more threatening than all the battleships combined.
Hay said calmly.
If we want to win the final victory, we have to wait until the Behemoth-class battleship releases the Yamato gun.
Seize the half-hour time window when it cannot fold and take it down with all our strength, only then can we keep the entire fleet. But even so, the possibility of keeping the Behemoth-class battleship in the middle layer has dropped to less than 40%. What's funny is that we have to fight to the death for this 40% success rate.
Bai Chaoli's face also showed an expression as cold and resolute as Hay's.
The Zerg, after their information was exposed, fell into a huge crisis. At this time, Zhang Ruiyan's Zerg and the human fleet had no room for maneuver, and the ending could only be a life and death struggle.
As time went by,
Google search reading underground of the southwest camp, the huge body of the Thunder Beast reached directly below the Klingon-class transport ship through digging.
128 Vegrii-class destroyers also deliberately approached the three major mutant camps.
As a result, Ivy's 81 nodes shrank to 72 nodes. The swarm forces at each node became more powerful. The tactics against the Vegrii-class destroyers became more and more certain. Although the 20 Veneto-class battleships did not approach the Zerg camps, their descent speed was the fastest among all the battleships. If it were not for Medallon's strict order that all battleships should not set foot on the planet, these battleships would almost go directly into the troposphere. However, even so, due to the holographic virtual ship model, it did not show that there were swarms around these 20 Veneto-class battleships. Therefore, their vigilance and mentality at this time were the most relaxed, and they were also the most seriously affected by simulation. Even though the Zerg had already hidden in the clouds less than 3 kilometers away from them, he still knew nothing about it.
Ivy was relieved to take down these 20 Veneto-class battleships.
Then, the Leviathan-class battleship, which was not far from the northwest base, arrived at the fleet's preset location first. At this time, it was less than 20 kilometers away from the giant peak of the northwest base. And it was not aware of it deep in the shielding range of the southwest camp. Instead, it was hovering in the stratosphere with swagger, and even had time to send a signal to the flagship. Report to the general, the Ogalon has arrived at the designated location, and most of the energy fluctuations have been turned off to try not to stimulate the Zerg.
Please indicate the next target. Flagship received, Ogalon is waiting patiently, and the attack is based on the attack signal received from the Yamato gun. No advance attack without receiving the signal. Yes. With the Ogalon in place.
Not long after, on the hilltop near the southeast base, Ivy led a large hidden force and saw the Leviathan-class battleship coming slowly from a distance. Then, in the wilderness of the southwest camp, Hay led a large number of insect swarms. In the reed marsh several meters high, from the gaps in the vegetation, the last Leviathan-class battleship was seen, and it slowly appeared above Hay's head. At this time, the height of the Leviathan-class battleship was even lower than before.
Although Ivy and Hay didn't know why.
But such a height made the two of them more sure of taking down the two battleships.
The two stared at the fleet, and unconsciously turned into the bloodthirsty Queen of Blades.
The whole situation, after the fluctuations just now, is actually more conducive to the insect swarm. In addition to the biggest threat, the Behemoth-class battleship.
40%? A 40% success rate is still too low.
Zhang Ruiyan stared at the Behemoth-class flagship that he had been unable to deal with hundreds of kilometers away, his eyes solemn and his brows furrowed. Now all the ships have entered the attack range of the Zerg, and it is almost a sure thing.
But the Behemoth-class battleship is the only one that is more difficult to deal with.
Even if Zhang Ruiyan abandons the Beehive base and induces the Yamato gun to fire. But the high-flying altitude of the flagship still makes it several times more difficult for Zhang Ruiyan and the Zerg to chase the battleships and land on the battleships. At the height of the middle layer, the battleship is enough to react after seeing the Zerg. By then, it is estimated that the flagship will have flown out of the atmosphere, and the Zerg led by Zhang Ruiyan may not be able to catch up with it. Not to mention taking it down within half an hour before the jump.
Is there any way to interfere with or delay the speed of the flagship? Zhang Ruiyan fell into deep thought again. He really didn't want to simply gamble on the 40% success rate. For a long time.
Seeing that the warship was sailing 100 miles, it was about to appear in Zhang Ruiyun's sight. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun, who had just switched perspectives, suddenly saw the red moon in the sky, which was faintly visible under the sun.
Red moon, at this time, it was actually above the Cirrus Plateau? Wait, Zhang Ruiyun's eyes lit up.
Then he extended his perception to the space, and then under his perception, a blue moon was also in the sky not far from the Cirrus Plateau. The two satellites of the star Tirith happened to be above the Cirrus Plateau at this time, heading towards each other. The trend was just slowly blocking the sky above the Cirrus Plateau.
Zhang Ruiyun thought of the insect swarms hidden on the two satellites, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Got it. The most difficult thing about the Behemoth-class battleship is that it is too high and its normal sailing speed is also extremely fast.
So it is very likely that I will not be able to blast into the ship and capture the fleet within the golden time of half an hour? What if I attack from both the satellite and the ground?
Moreover, the Devourer in the Zerg can reduce the attack speed and movement speed of all the attacked flying units through its own attack. If the Devourer attacks from the satellite to the ground, then the probability of capturing the Behemoth-class battleship can be increased to more than 70%.
Swish! Zhang Ruiyun sensed that it had landed on the two satellites in an instant.
At the same time, the number of Zerg swarms on the two satellites was counted in Zhang Ruiyun's mind in the blink of an eye. 400 lords, 7,600 spore crawlers, 5,300 spine crawlers, and 48,000 dragons.
Very good. 3,000 dragons immediately evolved into Devourers.
Devourers, Zerg special anti-aircraft units evolved from dragons. By spitting out sticky acid spore mist, it corrodes the armor and body of air units. At the same time, acid spores can also actively adhere to the energy output ports of air units, whether they are weapon energy output ports or engine energy output ports. A large number of acid spores will hinder the stability of energy output, resulting in a significant reduction in the attack efficiency, attack strength, attack speed, and navigation speed of enemy air units.
Pa!
There was a chorus of cells surging.
3,000 dragons simultaneously transformed into crescent-shaped insect eggs. Ha! Ha!
A large amount of breathing mist is rapidly generated outside the eggs. This time, Zhang Ruiyun requires the evolution speed of the flying dragon to be increased to the extreme.
He even lets the Lord spit fungal blankets to directly supply them with energy and accelerate catalysis.
Such rapid catalysis will actually cause the Devourer's genes to be unstable, and it is very likely to die naturally within a few hours after evolution. But there is no way, the opportunity is fleeting. Zhang Ruiyun has no time to wait for the flying dragon to evolve slowly. Even if these 3,000 high-level anti-aircraft Devourers can only evolve into cannon fodder that dies after being used once, as long as they can take down the Behemoth-class battleship,
Zhang Ruiyun thinks it is worth it. Ha!
The evolution bar of Devourer is advancing frantically.
Zhang Ruiyun also issued orders to all Zerg units to prepare for attack. As long as the Yamato cannon sounds, the Zerg attack will be fully launched. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyun did not forget the Northwest base.
At this time, the Queen Bai was in charge of the situation in the Northwest base. Bai, the Yamato guns of the Behemoth-class battleship are expected to fire in 10 minutes. The shielding device of the Northwest base should be turned on immediately.
Yes.
Then, all the insect swarms on the entire planet suddenly became quiet. The tense muscles meant that they were ready for the attack. The war was about to start. At this time, the insect eggs on the red moon and the blue moon gradually entered the final stage of evolution. The Behemoth-class flagship also slowly came to the sky above the Cirrus Plateau. The beehive, hidden deep underground, holding the 5 claws on the beehive, trembled. 100,000 flying dragons and 10,000 self-destructing mosquitoes followed behind Zhang Ruiyun.
In the Utageso Mountains, staring at the sky, Zhang Ruiyun's perception was still covering the insect eggs on the satellite.
Then, according to the progress bar, he silently counted down the time for the Devourer to be born.
60 seconds. 40 seconds, 10 seconds, 3, 2 at the same time. On the flagship of Leviathan.
Medallon stared at the plane below the flagship, his eyes flashing with excitement.
He shouted loudly to the weapon platform in the command cabin, 1. Medallon, fire. Zhang Ruiyun, attack. Buzz.
Above the sky of Tirith, a fire brighter than the sun suddenly appeared. A ball of white nuclear energy electron beam fell from the sky.
Boom!
The nuclear energy electron beam bombarded the land of the Cirrus Plateau. In front of Zhang Ruiyun's eyes, there was a vast expanse of white.
The Yamato cannon landed. Boom!
Intersection. The nuclear energy bundle bursting in Yamato can bombard the entire ground with a deep pit with a diameter of up to several kilometers.
Google search reading powerful energy burns the sand in the pit wall into glass.
At the same time, the air waves that exploded and bombarded, with an unstoppable momentum, spread to the 4 weeks and spread all the surrounding. The ground was plowed out countless deep gully. Wherever the gully is, a large number of integrated environment is destroyed, and the bacterial blanket at the bottom is revealed.
Leviat flagship.
The screen of the screen stared at the ground bombarded by Yamato. After the smoke was dispersed, the plain between the Sirius Plateau and the mountains of the Utastau.
The scene of Yamato's bombardment was shown on the map.
The earth was burned.
The field of vision is like hell.
At the same time, on another screen of the flagship, the holographic virtual map that was originally marked with the distribution of insects suddenly broke out at a moment of holographic virtual map. On the holographic virtual map, it is located near the Sirius Plateau. The bombarded plain is exposed because of the exposure of the bacteria blanket, which reveals a large area of zerg.
What's this? After a lot of time, the scope of the zerg has expanded? Look carefully. Why did you have any honeycomb tissue in the entire area after bombing the hive? Even if the power of the big cannon is huge, the tissue structure of hive will not be left without even a little trace? At the same time, on the main peak of the Utastau Mountains, Zhang Ruiyan looked at the deep pit in the original fake base position below the Sirius Plateau. A tricky laughter passed to the unhealthy honeycomb. Don't be stupid, organize all units according to the plan, our counterattack begins, boom. At this moment, all hidden insects released their breath. For a moment. On the holographic virtual model map on the flagship, a large red dot and densely covered the entire planet. Woo! 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 The harsh alerts followed. Zerg? No! How is it possible? The Zerg has spread all over the entire planet, all over the world. We were deceived. Mike Ray was shocked and unbelievable, but then his face changed, and he hurriedly dialed the scientific research team. Scientific examination team, Zerg. This planet is full of Zerg. Retreat. Immediately retreat. What? A inexplicable question on the phone.
Subsequently, with the holographic virtual model diagram of Madrid, it was sent to the scientific research team.
The voice of the person in charge of the scientific research team was instantly high.
All vessels, immediately set sail, don't care about Anderson and Bechimos, quickly lift off.
Lift off at all costs. Oh. In the southwest camp.
The 3 huge Klingon-class transport ships are completely disregarding the cabin that they still open, and regardless of the strong field that is running. Open the engine directly at the bottom, erupt a strong ionic flame, which runs superpower and flew towards the sky. At the same time, hundreds of tools around the surrounding areas, at the same time, split the flames at the same time and fled towards the sky.
This scene allows the Libotan-class battleship that has just turned on the weapon in the air and waited for the transportation ship to leave, and it was aggressive? What's the meaning?
Why the entire scientific test team suddenly left so anxiously? Even the equipment of the ship was confiscated.
Could it be that they think that our warship's weapon will attack randomly before they take off? However, the next moment, just when the Klingon-class transportation ship was just taken off, alas!
The ground of the camps in the southwest suddenly burst. A mountain-like figure
jumped up. It is Osugs. Osugs' huge body, with a pair of sharp osteoplastic sickles, a snoring.
It jumped fiercely on the body of the Klingon-class transportation ship. The huge weight directly returned to the ground.
Alas!
The ion flame was foreshot, and the balance of the engine was destroyed. The power of the Klingon-class transportation ship was suddenly disordered, and the ability to lift the shortness instantly.
Immediately.
A thunder beast also climbed out of the ground, and the skull was directly a giant sickle, and he was on the tilted ship. The horrible giant power turned the entire body and overturned a greater angle again.
Then again, there was another bang.
Another thunder beast continues. This time, the huge Krigan-class transportation ship finally fiercely buckled on the ground with its own disorderly power system and the huge impact of Thunder Beast. At the same time, the situation of the other 2 Klingon-class transport ships was not much different. Under the leadership of Osugs, several Thunder Beast combined was attacked and overturned the entire ship.
After all, the Klingon-class transportation ships were knocked over.
A large number of jumping worms and cockroaches rushed out of the ground, rolling towards the transport ship that turned on the ground to resist, and attacked crazy. The heavy armor, under the crazy cut of worms, was broken in a blink of an eye. Until the door of the ship broke away, the cabin was dug. At this time, the violent springtails and cockroaches will rush into the transport ship, break through the hatches, look for the command cabin, and slaughter all the resisting humans inside. Just when the combination of thunder beasts and springtails took down 3 Klingon-class transport ships, hundreds of small ships took the opportunity to break through the ground and fly high into the sky. At this time, cylindrical spore crawlers protruded from the ground, followed by dense spore bombs, and then sprayed towards the ships in the sky. The highly corrosive and sticky spore bombs instantly shrouded all the ships in a brown spore fog. Large areas of ordinary armor were instantly severely corroded. Originally, these small ships were lower than the technological level of spore crawlers. Encountering the diffusion of robe crawlers, they had almost no ability to resist. However, the inertia of the engines still led these small fleets to flee frantically. And if these small fleets were allowed to continue to flee, either they escaped from the atmosphere before their armor was completely consumed, or they were directly destroyed by spore crawlers. These two results were contrary to the original intention of taking down as many ships as possible. But at this moment, a group of strange figures, carrying large weapons, emerged from the ground. 6,000 beast marchers and 6,500 biochemical mechanical troops cooperated with each other, and aimed the huge barrel-shaped weapons at the fleeing ships in the sky one by one under the joint operation of several people. The commander of the artillery force, Lafia, looked coldly at the small fleet fleeing in the sky and gave an order. Fire! With a hoarse roar. Barrett, the chief of the Beast March, operated a huge barrel-shaped weapon alone and took the lead in firing fiercely into the sky. Bang! Pieces of cylindrical devices were shot into the sky by electromagnetic gun barrels through electromagnetic power. When the device reached the range of 300 meters of the ship, a burst of electric sparks flashed. A series of blue light waves swept across the sky with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. Sizzle! Any small fleet swept by the light wave. In the case of incomplete armor, the energy of the entire ship suddenly became extremely unstable. The ion flames of the engine flickered irregularly. Then all the ships lost most of their power in an instant and slid to the ground involuntarily. And at the location where they landed, a group of violent springtails and rock-hard cockroaches swarmed towards the falling ships as if they saw sweet food. The scientific expedition fleet in the southwest camp was instantly taken down by Ivy's crazy arrangement in just a few minutes. At this time, the Leviathan-class battleship in the sky just reacted. The nuclear bomb weapons on the battlecruiser were first turned on and then extinguished. Because the defense of the scientific expedition fleet was broken, the humans in the ship could not withstand such an indiscriminate nuclear bomb attack. The nuclear bomb went out. Other weapons began to charge, hundreds of plasma torpedoes and twin laser arrays flashed dazzling light. At the same time, Metalon's voice sounded in this Leviathan-class battleship. Protect the expedition team at all costs. Rush to help. Rush to help immediately. Buzz. The precise laser cannon and the covering plasma torpedo began to aim at the insect swarm on the ground with the most advanced optical motion sensor capture device on the Leviathan-class battleship, emitting dangerous energy. Author's side note, 7,800 words have been updated today. Please read, comment, and vote. Swish. 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 The next moment, dense laser cannons fell from the sky. The precise shooting of the optical motion sensor capturer was like turning on the auto-aiming plug-in, and immediately caused a lot of damage to the most threatening spore crawlers and thunder beasts in the southwest camp. Bang! 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 Then, a large number of plasma torpedoes hit the entire southwest camp. Boom! 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 Like plowing the land, a large number of explosions swept the entire ground. For spore crawlers and thunder beasts, which have high defense, the damage of plasma torpedoes is not as high as the fixed-point damage of the dual laser array. However, for the weakly defended springtails, all this is catastrophic. The springtails that rushed madly towards the small ship, and the dense springtail swarms and cockroach swarms covering the Klingon-class transport ship, suffered heavy losses in an instant after this wave of explosions. The entire battlefield actually felt like it was cleared. Quickly rescue the expedition team. Collect their escape pods and take them back to the flagship. Metalon's order, with a hint of excitement, sounded loudly in the command bridge of the Leviathan-class battleship. Received, General. The captain flew seriously towards the southwest camp below. At the same time, laser cannons and ion torpedoes continued to be used alternately to clear the entire battlefield. In the southwest camp, the Zerg's offensive against the expedition team was greatly suppressed for a while. Even the hull of a Klingon-class transport ship began to slowly flip over in this short gap.
As long as the hull can be flipped over, the Klingon-class transport ship can escape directly with its own ability.
Without the sudden attack, it would be a fool's dream for the Flying Thunder Beast to take down the thick-skinned transport ship.
However, at this moment,
when the Leviathan-class battleship descended into the troposphere and the hull just passed through the thick clouds, hoola! The sound of wings flapping in unison suddenly sounded several kilometers north of the battlefield. Then, the flying dragons that covered the sky and the sun, mixed with countless inconspicuous self-explosive mosquitoes, led by Hay, flew towards the Leviathan-class battleship that was blocked from view in the clouds.
At the same time, more springtails emerged again under the camp in the southwest.
Continuing the mission of the previous springtail swarm, they continued to kill the small ships that had made forced landings around them. Then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the command bridge of the Leviathan-class battleship. At the same time, the figure of Medallon on the large screen of the command bridge was replaced by an infrared detection image in an instant. The large red shadow in the image was flying towards the Leviathan-class battleship at an incredible speed.
What is this?
The next moment, the battleship passed through the clouds and the view was clear again. And at this time, in front of all the crew members, a figure with dark flames burning all over his body was approaching at a very fast speed. Behind her, dragons that covered the sky and the sun swarmed in with their huge wings flashing.
Oh no, it's a Zerg dragon. All laser arrays, ion torpedoes change targets, kill the dragons.
Buzz! The twin laser arrays were recharged again, and the ion torpedoes were turned on again.
However, everything was too late.
When the Leviathan-class battleship just fired a round of salvos and only destroyed one layer of the dragons in the front, Hay had already slashed the battleship with one blow. Huge kinetic energy, sharp bone blades, with the burning effect of dark flames.
With a bang, the ship's armor that was several meters thick was directly blasted into a damage of dozens of square meters. Then, the dense dragons arrived in front of the Leviathan-class battleship.
They dispersed into countless teams and directly wrapped up the entire ship. Then, just as the Leviathan-class battleship ordered all twin laser arrays, near-ground defense guns, and machine guns to fire freely and shoot the flying dragon.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of explosions sounded on the battleship. On the screen of the command bridge, on the battleship's hull armor sensor screen, several key hatch positions were severely attacked by explosions.
What is this?
The captain was shocked for a moment.
Then, the intelligent brain on the battleship sounded an alarm. Self-detonating mosquitoes found. Self-detonating mosquitoes found. Please evade the battleship immediately. Please evade the battleship immediately. Self-detonating mosquitoes? No!
The captain let out a shrill and desperate scream. Here, no one knows the damage intensity of the Zerg self-detonating mosquitoes better than him, who has experienced the Zerg War. The self-detonating mosquitoes that are already close to the battleship are a disaster. Not to mention, the Zerg doesn't know who is commanding, and the attack of the self-detonating mosquitoes is not a random explosion. Instead, they targeted important entrances such as hatches, ship doors, and material ports for targeted blasting. Under such precise attacks, the chances of the warship surviving plummeted instantly. At the same time, the captain suddenly recalled the human-like figure he had seen before at the forefront of the entire swarm.
He was shocked and shouted, "Blade Queen? Run! Don't worry about the battlefield. Run immediately!" Bang! The next moment, a hatch of the warship was directly blown open. Bang!
In the command bridge of the Behemoth-class flagship, Medallon punched the command platform. They were about to rescue the expedition team. As a result, a Blade Queen appeared.
And now, a Leviathan-class battleship is also in danger?
However, what Medallon was worried about at this time was not the Leviathan-class battleship, which was more valuable and more important, but the entire expedition team. You know, the expedition team is the foundation of his organization, and it was the expedition team that the organization had built with great difficulty. If it was destroyed in his hands, he would be facing an absolutely miserable life. But unfortunately, the flagship was too far away from the southwest camp at this time, and it was completely impossible to get there in a short time. Medallon looked at the images from the southwest camp with a fierce look, no longer caring about the Zerg all over the planet, and no longer considering the key nodes to control the entire planet. He gave orders directly to the fleet. All Veneto-class battleships, rush to the scientific expedition team immediately, rush to the scientific expedition team immediately. All Vagrii-class destroyers, pay attention to control the field, pay attention to control the field, the planet's control task is all up to you.
But in the next moment, on the large screen of the Leviathan flagship, on the holographic virtual model,
a large patch of red spots suddenly appeared around the 20 Veneto-class battleships.
The crimson pattern even directly covered all the Veneto-class battleships. Dozens of swarms suddenly appeared. What? Medallon exclaimed. At the same time, the Veneto-class battleship just started the engine under the command. However, just when they were about to turn around, poof! A brown mist suddenly appeared around the fleet.
Afterwards, all the detectors of the entire ship suddenly failed. Whether it was microwave detectors, optical imagers, optical motion sensors, infrared detection devices, or even communications with the flagship, they all began to become intermittent.
The entire ship seemed to have become blind, completely like a headless fly.
And at this moment, a noisy sound of flapping wings appeared.
Then, boom, boom, boom. The continuous sound rang out on the armor of the entire ship.
All the crew members looked at the ceiling above their heads in silence.
Zila! Zila! Zila!
The sound of countless nails scratching rang out densely.
What is this?
At this time, the detection equipment on the command bridge screen finally sent back the situation above the ship. The huge lord was floating above the battleship. Under the tentacles of countless lords, violent springtails and cockroaches were constantly released. The overwhelming flying dragons fluttered their wings and flew around, constantly attacking the engines of the Veneto-class battleship, blocking the battleship's ability to move. And near the monitoring equipment, countless violent swarms of springtails and cockroaches that have already climbed on the armor are constantly destroying the battleship.
Counterattack! Counterattack immediately! Freeze scatter!
However, what makes all the crew members despair is that the dense ion turret and missile barrage that have always been successful, after being reduced by the brown mist of the polluter, are unable to hit the swarms of springtails and cockroaches that are close at hand.
Sizzle! In the midst of people's panic, the first springtail finally tore a hatch of the battleship. The next moment, the huge swarm of insects, as if stimulated, swarmed into the battleship's cabin.
At this moment, the Veneto-class battleship was directly breached in just a few breaths.
20 Veneto-class battleships, all crew members lost contact.
At the same time, the crimson swarms surrounding the Veneto-class battleships made Medallon fall into hysterics.
Swarms, swarms again. The omnipresent swarms. Damn, when did those bugs become so elusive? How could this be the Zerg's way of fighting? There's no time. There's no time.
The expedition team's golden rescue time is about to pass.
The ferocious Medallon is now like a gambler who has lost all his money.
He slapped his palm hard on the command desk with a snap.
I don't believe that my entire fleet can't defeat the Zerg on one planet. All the Vagrii-class destroyers, go to rescue the expedition team immediately.
The flagship Leviathan turns the rudder and moves at full speed towards the location of the expedition team. And the other two Livia-class battleships give up the original goal and rescue the expedition team.
Save the expedition team at all costs. After rescuing the expedition team, we will evacuate immediately. Several orders, along with Medallon's roar, were conveyed to the entire fleet.
Afterwards, on the planet Tirith, all normal warships that had not been attacked by the Zerg began to rush towards the camp in the southwest. From the perspective of the entire planet, the human fleet has completely lost control of the entire planet and began to shrink towards the camp in the southwest little by little. However, this seemingly aggressive gathering turned into a nightmare for the fleet the next moment. First, the fastest and highest priority Waguli-class battleship encountered a sudden change when it was flying towards the southwest camp.
Buzz! The dazzling blue ion thrusters provide the Waguli-class battleship with a faster sailing speed than the battleship. At the same time, because the Waguli-class destroyer also has a set of fuel-assisted thrusters that can be used in the atmosphere.
Therefore, the Waguli-class battleship prefers to fly at low altitudes with the highest atmospheric concentration. This can best play their speed advantage. At this time, in a valley terrain that alternates vertically and horizontally, a Waguli-class destroyer is crossing a plain at high speed and plunges into the valley channel. This Waguli-class destroyer has already explored this valley no less than 10 times, and the entire terrain and surrounding conditions have been understood in detail. It is sure that as long as it passes this valley, it will be the first to arrive at the southwest camp where the scientific expedition team is located. At that time, the destroyer's powerful close-range combat capability will surely ease the crisis of the scientific expedition team. In the face of such mobility advantages, the swarm of insects is not worth mentioning in its eyes. However, just when the destroyer had just entered the valley, suddenly, there was a loud bang on the steep mountain wall in front, and a violent explosion occurred. Then the cliff on one side of the entire valley collapsed completely, smashing down on the destroyer flying at high speed. The Wagray-class battleship hurriedly dodged, and the next moment it slid into another valley branch. "No, there is an ambush here. Pull up quickly, don't go through the valley." The captain's hurried voice sounded. However, just when the bow of the Wagray-class battleship was just raised, at the top of the valley, a large number of flying dragons suddenly flew up. Then countless dense dartworms attacked head-on. If the battleship continues to pull up, it will inevitably be torn to pieces by the swift dartworms. As a last resort, the warship continued to turn around and dive to avoid. Then it was greeted by another explosion caused by the explosive insects. A large number of cliffs collapsed again on the road in front of the warship. Swish! The Wagray-class warship had to dodge again and turned into an unfamiliar valley again. And in this valley, hundreds of spine crawlers, waving tens of meters long spines, were clinging to the shore, staring at the Wagray-class warship that suddenly turned in. However, before the Wagray-class destroyer could react, a wing flapped. Thousands of flying dragons were above the valley, covering the sky and blocking the route of the warship to the sky, completely blocking it. The next moment, after the Wagray-class warship could not stop its speed and flew into the sea of spines formed by the spine crawlers. Hundreds of spines curled up and directly wrapped up the entire Wagray-class warship. Squeak! A sound of metal friction. The next moment, the extremely fast Wagray-class destroyer was forcibly pressed against the mountain wall by the spine reptiles and finally completely fixed in the valley. Buzz! 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 The ion propulsion engine of the warship kept roaring, spraying as hard as it could, struggling to get rid of the spine reptiles. At the same time, the thermal weapons on the destroyer's hull were opened one after another, prepared to give a fierce blow to the spines that were wrapped around it. However, at this moment, swish! 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 A series of dense shooting sounds sounded, and countless bone spurs attacked the Wagray-class warship, which was not thick. This set of warning-like attacks instantly shattered the armor of the warship. At this time, the Wagray-class destroyer discovered that behind the sea of spine reptiles, thousands of hydralisks were expanding their enlarged parotid glands and had already surrounded the warship. At this moment, the captain of the Wagray-class warship knew what kind of situation he was facing at this time. Google search reading don't say that the counterattack escaped. Just use the damage of these thorn snakes, ridges crawler and flying dragon. The Wagray-class destroyer with no speed advantage, almost only a wave of shots, will be directly shot. Call. The captain put down the gesture of the offensive and sat back to the podium. The engine of the warship slowly extinguished and finally surrendered silently. The other 72 nodes are also like this valley, which are special terrain on Terra's star. Thousands of snakes, thousands of flying dragons, coupled with the explosion of bugs driving guidance, and the ridge crawler later added, in the middle of this valley, countless local battlefields also staged such a wonderful ambush at the same time. It's like a multi-threaded CPU. Whether it is the flying dragon group, the snake group, the burst of insects, or the ridge crawler, the movement and coordination of each kind of arms are just right. All subtle controls are staged accurately at the same time. It is easy to control most Wagray-class battleships. Even if there are a few Wagray-class destroyers who are not a tile, it was also destroyed under the firing of snakes, flying dragon groups, and ridge crawlers, and relentlessly. 128 Wagray-class destroyers fell, all of which were on the way to the southwest camp, and they lost contact. At this time, the entire Tiri's star. In addition to the flagship, only 2 Libotan-class battleships that Mike Ray can use powerful armed warships. One of them, outside the northwest base, condenses the glory of weapons, waiting for the energy fluctuations of the Great Cannon. However, it does not know that in just a few minutes, within the range of 100 kilometers centered on the northwest direction base, there is something like a signal barrier to fluctuate all energy, whether it is the wave of the barrel, the weapons of the various fleets fluctuate, or even the communication signal connected by the flagship, all block outside. On the entire planet, the war was flying, but here is calm like a paradise. At this time, the fleet command in the bridge, after waiting for a long time, I have been controlling the major deputy who has controlled the weapon to condense energy, and I couldn't help but ask the captain, Captain, when will we fight? The captain looked serious, staring at the energy sensor, and righteously said, "What are you urgent? Wait for signals."
Base in the southeast. This is the only place for the human fleet on the entire battlefield.
After a big bombardment, the Leviathan-class battleships in the southeast base directly fought a large number of nuclear bombs towards the base of the southeast.
Boom!
The huge mushroom cloud turned into an energy wave with high-temperature radiation, sweeping towards the surrounding mountains. For a moment, all the remaining buildings on the base of the southeast base were turned into ashes.
The blockbuster of the blockbuster is vaporized. The base that AI Wei has been operating for more than 10 years has been turned into nothingness. AI Wei looked at everything in front of him. The anger in my heart could not help but ignite.
Although the real core and important things in the southeast direction have been transported away from the base. However, even the remaining waste buildings used by the enemy still brought strong psychological stimulation to AI Wei when destroying. At this moment, AI Wei looked at the Leviathan-class battleship, cold. Immediately after, at the Leviathan-class battleship, it was prepared to use ion torpedo to clean up the base in the southeast again. The warship received the flagship and ordered the instructions of the Chi-Duke's examination team.
Call.
The plasma torpedo just gathered at the moment slowly extinguished. After a hurriedly scan the base of the southeast, he put away the weapon after scanning the base of the southeast. Then turned the ship head and prepare to rush to the scientific test team.
And at this stall,
AI Wei, who had already been angry, seized this fleeting fighter. Leading the flying dragon and self-bursting mosquitoes directly, rushing from the mountains, killing the Leviathan battleship. AI Wei knows that when the battleship puts out the weapon and mobilizes the energy to the engine, it is the weaker force of the entire battleship. At this time, even if the warship was detected, it was impossible to respond as soon as possible. Sure enough, when AI Wei led the zerg and was exposed to the Leviathan-class battleship, the warship could not establish an effective resistance as soon as possible.
The weapon of the Leviathan-class battleship was reappeared until AI Wei had landed on the warship. The victory is often at this moment.
AI Wei, who was ridiculed, and the anger of revenge, never gave the warship a chance. The self-bursting mosquito that was carried directly on his hand was thrown on the cabin door closest to the battleship bridge.
Boom! 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 A few times exploded. At the same time, AI Wei's right hand condensed purple thunder, and fiercely bombarded on the cabin door where the armor was completely broken. Boom! Intersection laugh.
The huge air pressure release. The internal channels of Leviathan-class battleships were opened so easily. The only battleship that Metalon could still use was caught in Ivy's thunderous revenge in an instant.
The flagship Leviathan. On the holographic virtual model at this time, the southwest camp has been completely trapped in the red spot pattern representing the zerg.
The Leviathan-class battleship next to it is also being surrounded and attacked by a large number of red dots of the zerg. 20 Veneto-class battleships rendered red spots of the zerg sea in various parts of the world. And the Vagrii-class battleship that Metalon placed his hopes on disappeared inexplicably after his order was issued, appearing in front of the zerg blockade line in their navigation path. Even the Leviathan-class battleship that destroyed a zerg base at the southeast base was covered by the zerg nest army that suddenly appeared behind it when it just received the order and turned. And the Leviathan-class battleship at the northwest base simply disappeared directly from the flagship's simulation map. At this time, McDillon looked around and suddenly found that in the entire fleet, only his flagship was saved.
Authors off topic, please read, comment, and vote on the communication signal table in front of the pilot.
The scientific research team insisted for a long time, and finally turned from green to red. This means that the bridge of the entire scientific test team was broken. Immediately after, 20 Vine-class battleships also turned red one by one. At the moment of turning red, Mike Ray could still hear the screams from the crew over there. Then, 128 destroyers, although most signals are still green, but after they fell into the blockade lines, all the weirdness in the communications was in a quiet state.
Mike Red looked at the last 3 Leviathan-class battleships, and one has never been in contact since the war. The other is next to the scientific test team.
Mike Ryan glanced at the signal point of the score team, and people were as aging in an instant.
In front of the Leviathan-class battleship, he ordered, "Retreat, the scientific research team is not saved."
However, this sentence is just finished.
The opposite communication machine came with a cold voice. "I am Black, the order of my lord, the descendant will not kill. Do. 2.
Subsequently, the communication signal of the Leviathan-class battleship directly turned red.
McMaron's face is irony. He is incredible.
Such as order forces that have not yet exceeded the planetary level can even win the Leviathan-class battleship. Subsequently, he immediately turned his head to look at the same group of red spots, and the last Leviathan-class battleship.
In a hurry to connect the communications and roar, "Retreat! Retreat! Stay away from this planet."
However, there is a sound of despair. Crazy.
That's not a person, that's not a person. Command bridge, all the connection doors in the channel have been blocked. But that monster actually broke those gates with thunder. Our current defense, there are only 2 doors. We have no chance, we have no chance.
Duda speaking, the communication was actively hanging up the phone.
Grass.
Microsoft took his hand hard and patted it on the operating table.
He can't imagine his future.
He didn't know what happened at all, and why was only after a large and artillery. Not only did he organize the scientific examination team over there, but was captured by the zerg.
Even the entire fleet is now only 1 flagship left. Now, let alone an explanation for the organization.
It is not possible to go back to the star area, and the Federal cannot let him go.
His results are now foreseeable.
He looked at Tiri's stars. He can't figure it out until now, or the problem is out. At this time, Saija, who was standing on the operation platform on the star guide instrument, suddenly turned back at Madrid, who had already trapped in a dull Madrid. "General, if we don't return to space quickly, then our end will be the same as other warships." Speaking, Saija pointed his hand, a picture of a monitor. Until now, the situation has become so bad. In Mikri's heart, there is no idea of running to the outer space. Not only him, all the crew members in the entire bridge did not have this consciousness. Even many screens that show danger are being ignored by everyone, subconsciously. Until everyone, with Saija's fingers, looked at one of the screens. In that picture, Zhang Ruoyan was leading 100,000 flying dragons, 10,000 self-bursting mosquitoes, rushing up from the Atacalta mountains, and rushing towards the best battleship in the sky. Seeing this scene, Madrid's fear of the future was instantly covered by anger.
"Zerg! You damn bugs! Even the Lentan dare to violate. Do you think I am those idiot species?
Even a group of Zerg without space threats cannot be dealt with. All weapons are prepared, I want to tear them." The voices of Microsoft hosted the bridge throughout the command of the entire command.
And then, "General!"
Saija drank a loud voice, and the voice was faintly swaying.
"Please return to space immediately. Back to space, we have the biggest advantage."
This loud drink made Madrin's mind buzzing. Later, as if he was awakened, Mikri's eyes returned a little clear. Then he looked around and swept through all the instrument information in the command ship, and was shocked.
Drinking at everyone, held the air. Raise immediately. No. Leap, turn on immediately.
However, the next moment, the smart brain responded automatically.
Drop. 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 Mistake. Unable to complete, the folding cannot be opened. Can't open it? At this time, Mikrian thought that just before, he actually used a large fire cannon. The purpose was just to destroy a trivial worm nest? Did you be crazy at the time? For a thing that has not threatened, the big cannon was turned on. The leaping caused by life-saving cannot be opened in a short time. In desperation, Mikrian can only use the most basic ion engine to drive. Lift off. Rate immediately, return to space.
However, just after Mike Ray was sober and directed to turn the rudder of Levien. When the ship first faced space, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the space faced in the Leviathan, 2 satellites, 1 red, and a blue, just like 2 fortresses, blocking the Leviathan. At the same time, on those 2 satellites, the dense spore crawlers like gun tuning, the cannon mouth was united to the Leviathan. And this is not the main, and more importantly, in the dark blue space in the middle of the 2 satellites, there are endless groups, just like the creatures of the biochemical skull, under the cover of the overwhelming dragon, they are rushing towards the Leviathan at a very fast speed.
This is, Paver? Microsen's face was pale instantly.
At this moment, he was very clear about his current situation.
Only by fleeing to space, the Bamos-class battleship can stand invincible.
Otherwise, even if he can destroy the worm rushing up, he will eventually be completely annihilated by a wave of worms.
Become the same end as other warships. However,
at this time, the position of the satellite in the space, and the Devarians, killed, cut off his path to escape. If the flagship still wants to find the front-line vitality under such a situation, then the power must be fully opened, the next wave of resistance, and the sky and the earth formed by the ground and space satellite. In this way, you can have the opportunity to break through the blockade, return to space, and occupy the initiative. At this moment, Mike Ray, who resumed the sober mind, finally had a little fleet captain. Finally, after losing all the warships, he judged the right situation. He settled. Eventually, the calm Commander Behemoth-class battleships crossed the ship in the sky. The firepower, the most sufficient sides of the body, respectively, aimed at the Devarian from the sky, and the insects led by Zhang Ruiyun from the ground. He survived in this wave of zerg. Give the fleet and bring the last trace of vitality. The final battle, immediately sent. With the Behemoth-class battleship, he placed the ship's body. The big thrust ion engine on it suddenly closed. The suspension of the entire body is maintained by the anti-gravity system. Later, the energy and power of all the flagship body's body was completely opposite to the choice of the Livotan-class battleship in the southeast base. All energy sources are connected to the weapon system. Mike Len, who was completely sober, sat in the command chair, and his complexion restored the calmness as a general. His voice began to become calm, and at the same time, he issued a decisive order in an orderly manner. 600 double-couplet laser cannons in the 2nd district and 3 districts. All ion torpedoes are charged with speed in the 6 districts and set up a 3-minute delay burst point. The side ship is a 2,000 groups of missile barrage, which locks a mesh barrage of 3 kilometers around. Defense matrix, secretly absorbing energy, after listening to my command, then turn on. All missiles, laser turrets, all turn on. Then, give me the countdown of the recovery, marked on the big screen. From now on, the entire ship enters the overload firepower full opening mode. Next, wait for me to order. Oh. Just when Mike's order was issued, the devourers in the sky quickly entered the atmosphere. And the 100,000 flying dragon group led by Zhang Ruiyun below, like a locust, crushed, passed through the sea of clouds. The black clouds formed by the 2 insect groups came up to the middle, and the Behemoth-class battleship suspended in the middle of the anti-gravity system came from it. But at this moment, with the command of Madrid, originally flat, large-scale armored Baxim-class battleships began to undermine greatly. Click. The 360-degree rotating ship on the waist of the main ship suddenly opened hundreds of gaps. Then, a hemispherical dual-colored double-colored laser cannon, like a gazebo, rose from the gap. When the laser cannon is all exposed, the entire ship's cover began to surround the body and start rotating at a certain speed. With the rotation of the ship's sleeve, all the laser cannons have completely covered the space around the body of 360 degrees around the body. After all the laser cannons were activated, hundreds of armored armor suddenly cracked on both sides of the width of the insects, exposing a dark hole. Immediately after these dark caves, the blue energy began to condense crazy. On the ship's body, it seemed to grow suddenly, hundreds of crystal dots, and the huge energy surged in the cannon mouth, roaring, and led. Then, the Behemoth-class battle cruise ship, the dual-connected ship wings at the tail of the ship, immediately followed each of the 600 armored mouths, and then the conical-shaped missiles with winged missiles were launched outside the ship. After their base adjustments are adjusted in a while, they all point to insects in the upper and lower directions. Oh! There was a dull buzzing sound, and then sounded. At the tail of the ship's head ship, 2 are like lighthouses, but there are several layer high-sized crystal instruments, which slowly gather a lot of energy. After all these flagship's core weapons and equipment are completed, the ship's body followed countless subtle changes, countless or large or small weapons, all of them rolled out of the armor. For a while, the entire ship's body changed from a sacrifice warship to a war fortress that was stabbed with weapons. At this time, the Dragon Sea of the Devourers and Zhang Ruiyun was also close to the 10 kilometers of the battleship. Madrid stared at his cold eyes, looked at the countdown of nearly 20 minutes on the big screen, and ordered it at the phone below. All ion torpedoes are divided into 6 layers of attack rhythm. Each layer is set for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, etc. The self-explosion delay point, towards the upper and lower worms. Yes. All torpedoes are divided into 6 groups, with 5 seconds as the base, delayed at the delay. Fire. The flagship was fiercely shake on his body. The 6-layer flickering blue-flavored ion torpedo, forming a 6-layer barrage, pouring out of the upper and lower worms. Faced with this overwhelming ion torpedo, Zhang Ruiyun used the lore to control the insect group for micro-operation. It is easy to let most of the insects dodge all torpedoes. However, what Zhang Ruiyun didn't expect was that most of the insects flashed and avoided all the ion torpedo. That layer of torpedo continued to enter the insects, and then suddenly burst into the burst. Boom! 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 The 6-layer explosion made these delayed torpedo barracks that delayed different torpedoes, and exploded the entire insect group from beginning to end. The blue flames are flying in the sky, and the torpedoes with plasma and flame fuel are contaminated with all the flying dragons in the range of thousands of meters and the swallower. Later, the inside of the insects of the two sides of the world, like a lot of blue flames blooming, swept a large dragon struggling, falling from the sky to the ground. This wave of attack alone, Mycreon was at least annihilating Zhang Ruoyun more than 10,000 flying dragons, and 300-headed devouters. Make these two black clouds that originally looked rich, and it seemed a lot thinner. Zhang Ruoyun looked at the large number of zergs that had died behind him in surprise, and then looked up at the behemoth-class flagship, and was shocked. These more than 10,000 flying dragons and 300 devourers. It can be regarded as the biggest loss suffered by the zerg since they started fighting the fleet. Zhang Ruoyun also observed the battle with the Leviathan-class battleship before. But no one has ever used ion torpedoes to use the 6-layer delayed self-detonation method to cause damage to the zerg. You should know that Zhang Ruoyun's zerg dodge was a countermeasure developed based on the actual battlefield data when fighting the Leviathan-class battleship. Originally, it should have avoided the torpedo barrage without any damage, but it was unexpected that such a large loss was caused by a small micro-operation change of the battleship's weapons.
At this moment, Zhang Ruoyun looked at the flagship and began to look serious.
Fleet that can play such details was rare even in Zhang Ruoyun's previous life. He even felt that the captain of this fleet might have been replaced. According to the fleet's reckless entry into the planet before, it was impossible to perform such micromanagement.
At this time, Zhang Ruoyun didn't know that it was not the captain who was replaced.
But the commander, who had recovered from his previous greedy state, had returned to the proper state of sobriety. But then again, if it wasn't for the excellent Captain Medallon, how could the Defenders of Humanity, an organization still in its infancy, take such a huge risk to absorb him? Everything has just begun. The zerg has suffered such a big setback. It seems that the 70% winning rate of the Behemoth-class battleship needs to be reconsidered. Recognizing the difficulty of the fleet, Google search reading Zhang Ruoyun began to deal with it carefully. All the devourers opened up the distance in the next moment. And all the flying dragons formed dozens of arrays arranged in a line. This formation, similar to the distribution of the space skirmisher array, is the most effective way to deal with the indiscriminate ion torpedo barrage attack. Then, in order to prevent the flagship from concentrating its firepower, Zhang Ruoyun first killed the devourers that could suppress its flight speed. So in advance in the air, he began to order the devourers to release sticky acid spore insect fog along the way. Prepare to create a thin layer of insect fog first to block the possible escape route of the flagship. These corrosive acid spore insect fogs ejected from the tail. Not only can it cause considerable corrosive damage to the passing warships, but it will also naturally splash onto many parts of the ship. These spores with weak spiritual energy will grow and spread rapidly after contacting the enemy ships, continuously corroding and disintegrating the shell of the enemy fleet at the molecular level, which can effectively slow down the attack speed and sailing speed of the Behemoth-class battleship.
This will at least provide another blockade line to delay the flagship's voyage in case of an accident with the Devourer. This will give Zhang Ruoyun more opportunities to contact the battleship. Sure enough, just when Zhang Ruoyun had just created the insect fog blockade, facing the approaching Devourer and the layers of insect fog blockade that were gradually formed, Medallon focused his attention on the approaching Devourer. He calmly looked at the screen of the command bridge, and finally, when the Devourer arrived 2 kilometers away from the fleet, he suddenly ordered 2,000 sets of ATVX anti-aircraft missiles, set the optical motion sensor capturer to cross the net barrage, and all the net nodes are set as Devourers. As soon as the voice fell, the distribution map of Devourers above the warship appeared on the screen of the command bridge. Then, countless ballistic trajectories crossed all Devourers into a net. Each Devourer, as a network node, was actually targeted by dozens of ATVX anti-aircraft missiles. Then, when the optical motion sensor and the capture device just finished calculating, 2,000 groups of ATVX anti-aircraft missiles made a locking sound at the same time. At the same time, 600 ATVX missile bays on both sides of the twin wings at the rear of the ship, each missile bay, flew out a group of 20 ATVX anti-aircraft missiles in succession. All the missiles, with sharp warheads, sprayed surging ion flames, emitted violent screams, and attacked the Devourer. The whole scene looked like the Behemoth-class battleship suddenly released a swarm of flaming bees and rushed towards the thousands of giant biochemical head creatures wrapped in insect fog in the sky without hesitation. Bang! 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 The distance of 2 kilometers is almost a distance that can be reached in an instant for the ATVX anti-aircraft missile. This distance even made Zhang Ruiyun a little too slow to react. Moreover, each devourer was aimed at least a dozen missiles. With the huge inventory of weapons on this behemoth-class battleship, even if Zhang Ruiyun sent the Lord's microcontrol, it was used to the extreme. It was impossible to dodge the continuous targeting of dozens of missiles. Then, a series of explosions sounded above the ship, and a series of flaming fireballs illuminated the sky. Countless purple-black devourer remains, burning with flames, sprinkled on the entire battlefield like a rain of corpses. The spiritual connection of more than 2,000 devourers was completely severed. The air interception team prepared by Zhang Ruiyun suffered heavy casualties after a wave of ATVX anti-aircraft missile attacks. Sure enough, this is the true strength of the behemoth-class battleship. Zhang Ruiyun, who led the Sea of Flying Dragons and also broke through to thousands of meters below the behemoth-class battleship, couldn't help but feel depressed. However, before he could adjust the next plan, in the command bridge of the behemoth-class battleship, Medallon's cold voice came again. The main array twin laser cannons are turned on. Target, the self-destructing mosquito hidden behind the flying dragon. Swish! In a corner of the command bridge screen of the Leviathan at this time, the number and composition of the swarm led by Zhang Ruiyun had already been analyzed clearly. Before, because of the inexplicable psionic fluctuations, everyone had no reaction even if they saw it. And now, Medallon, who has regained consciousness and will no longer be affected by the randomly magnified emotions, he immediately controlled everything on the screen. With information, the whole situation is understood. You know, the Behemoth-class battleship is a high-tech battleship that can match the 5th-level zerg base, devouring nest. If it weren't for the invisible influence of simulation before, how could this battle across 2 major levels be so easy? The next moment, the rotating laser cannon began to bombard the Sea of Flying Dragons below inhumanely. After each laser cannon bombardment, there was a strong laser that pierced countless flying dragons and hit the inconspicuous self-destructing mosquitoes. Then the self-destructing mosquitoes that were killed suddenly exploded in mid-air with their own death, causing a large amount of strong acid damage. The splashing strong acid took away several flying dragons around. With the death of the self-destructing mosquitoes, a large area of voids appeared in the Sea of Flying Dragons. The originally slightly sparse swarm of insect clouds, like a sea of clouds pierced by the sun, instantly became tattered. Looking at the rain of dragon corpses falling from the sky again, and the behemoth-class battleships in front of him that were at ease in counterattacking, Zhang Ruiyun remembered when he, Ivy, Queen Bai, and He were formulating tactics before the battle. The adjective for the dragon swarms and self-destructing mosquitoes that attacked the Leviathan-class battleships and Behemoth-class battleships. Cannon fodder. Using 100,000 dragon swarms as cannon fodder, and using self-destructing mosquitoes, they opened the gap in the battleship armor and directly attacked the command bridge. Then, relying on Zhang Ruiyun and others, whose personal strength level was far higher than that of the battleships, they beheaded the entire command bridge and took down these top battleships. That's right, cannon fodder. When they set up plans for all types of ships, they only used the term cannon fodder for such a powerful force as 100,000 dragon swarms. This is a cosmic war composed of top battleships. In the previous battle, due to the influence of the psionic energy of simulation, the war IQ of all fleets in the battle was almost reduced to the level of mental retardation. At the same time, He and Ivy's attack on the Leviathan-class battleship seized the extremely rare best opportunity on the battlefield. Therefore, the definition of cannon fodder has never been reflected. Until now, Zhang Ruiyun faced the extremely sober Medallon at this time. The powerlessness of the 2-level lower zerg in the face of the superior force of the Behemoth-class battleship was fully revealed. All the zerg, 100,000 flying dragons, and 10,000 self-destructing mosquitoes were actually not the main force to deal with the Behemoth-class battleship. To put it bluntly, they were just tools to cover Zhang Ruiyun's approach to the battleship. In fact, the main force attacking these top battleships is only the Blade Queens like He and Ivy, and the Overlord Zhang Ruiyun. Therefore, the only person who can deal with the Behemoth-class battleship has always been Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the Behemoth-class battleship in front of him, which was only 3,000 meters long. With a single wave of his hand, directly disrupt all the insect seas, no longer micro-manipulating through the Lord. On the contrary, he made the remaining less than 100,000 flying dragons rush to the Behemoth-class battleships at all costs. He wanted to use these 100,000 flying dragons to open a road to the Behemoth-class battleships. Boom! 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 The self-explosion in the air was still exploding. Countless twin laser cannons continuously bombarded the insect sea.
And the entire insect swarm, scattered its original formation, formed a black cloud that covered the sky and the sun, covering Zhang Ruiyun. All the sea of insects, without hesitation, rushed towards the behemoth-class battleship without caring about casualties.
Author's side note, please read, comment, and vote. Puff, puff.
A large number of flying dragons were torn into countless flying flesh and blood by the laser cannons with extremely strong penetrating power. On the way to the behemoth-class battleship, the blood mist and flying limbs filled the air, rendering the entire sky with a unique blood cloud. Under the personal supervision of the Lord Zhang Ruiyun, the flying dragons inspired the blood of fearlessness and fearlessness. They tore their mouthparts and made impatient and crazy hisses. At the same time, a pair of wings also flapped wildly as if they had taken extremely effective stimulants. The overall speed, stimulated by the sacrifice of their companions around them, flew faster and faster. As they got closer to the behemoth-class battleship, the laser cannons on the battleship became more and more dense, and the casualties of the flying dragons became more and more tragic. At 3,000 meters, a round of double laser cannons fired at the same time, killing and wounding thousands of flying dragons. At 2,000 meters, a double laser cannon volley fired, and the number of dragons killed and injured reached tens of thousands. At 1,000 meters, a double laser cannon volley fired, and the number of dragons killed and injured was over tens of thousands. Just when the dragons were about to reach the behemoth-class battleship within 500 meters. Of the nearly 100,000 dragons, only less than 8,000 remained. And behind these 8,000 dragons, they used their flesh and blood to forcibly consume the power of the laser cannon, and protected nearly 1,000 self-destructing mosquitoes. And Zhang Ruiyun, the master of the zerg. Then, in this last 500-meter sprint, the laser cannon was about to fire the last round of volleys. At this moment, the charging dragons unexpectedly curled all their wings in front of them, curled up into a ball, forming a cocoon-like posture, and increased the thickness of their bodies as much as possible. Then 8,000 flying dragons piled up in front of the laser cannon, forming a thick wall of flesh and blood, blocking the last wave of volleys. Boom! Nearly 1,000 dazzling laser cannons directly blew the last 8,000 flying dragons into blood foam. And after the powder, nearly 1,000 self-destructing mosquitoes in Zhang Ruiyun's body were not hurt at all. At this time, the distance between the two sides was only 100 meters. In fact, with the scale of the behemoth-class battlecruiser, it is not wrong to say that Zhang Ruiyun has arrived in front of the behemoth-class battlecruiser. At this moment, Zhang Ruiyun's face was cold. Although he has always been ruling the zerg with human thinking, when these 100,000 flying dragons protected him in such a tragic way and arrived in front of the battlecruiser, those dead flying dragons made Zhang Ruiyun feel a kind of recognition of the tribe. I am the zerg, and the zerg is me. Kill my 100,000 men. You must be prepared to bear my wrath. The laser cannon is still charging. Zhang Ruiyun's eyes flashed with strong murderous intent. He pointed at the battleship in front of him and said, "Attack with the self-destructing mosquito." Swish! The extremely fast-moving self-destructing mosquito, with the same unstoppable momentum, rushed towards the bow of the behemoth-class battleship. As long as the battleship's armor is destroyed, Zhang Ruiyun can break through the defense of the behemoth-class battleship, enter the interior of the battleship, and behead it. Buzz! A distance of 100 meters is reached in the blink of an eye. However, just as the self-destructing mosquito lowered its head and bombarded the battleship with a resolute attitude, the cold voice of Metalon suddenly sounded in the flagship command bridge. Turn on the defense matrix. All auxiliary weapons, attack freely. Boom! A long sound like a huge bell. A huge defense matrix energy net suddenly came out from the crystal-like instruments at the bow and stern of the ship, instantly covering the entire battleship. At the moment when the defense matrix energy net covered the ship, the self-destructing mosquitoes that were about to hit the ship were suddenly ejected out of control. Then, before they could readjust their flight posture, the firepower net composed of detonating missiles, laser cannons and other weapons on the entire ship directly killed nearly 1,000 self-destructing mosquitoes. Bang! 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 The last swarm of insects in the entire sea of insects in the sky exploded into thousands of gorgeous fireworks in front of the battleship. Then, in front of the huge behemoth-class battleship, only Zhang Ruiyun was left, facing it alone. Swish! Countless ship guns turned their muzzles and all aimed at Zhang Ruiyun. On the new virtual screen in the command bridge, Zhang Ruiyun's appearance was clearly revealed, and Madeline sneered.
Is this a new species of Blade Queen? Or a highly evolved mutant? But it doesn't matter. McDillon glanced at the countdown above the screen. There were less than 9 minutes left. Then he glanced at the holographic virtual model. The red dots of the swarm on the screen were gathering crazily and rushing towards the flagship. Even a large area of swarms of insects formed a ladder in the air. It seemed to be preparing for rescue or support for the battlefield here. Unfortunately, from the perspective of time, everything was too late. McDillon snapped his fingers and said with a sense of victory, "Attack!" Boom! Countless rays of light, countless weapons, and countless attack trajectories. In an instant, all focused on the figure at the front of the battleship. The dense barrage and fire even dyed the screen in front of the flagship's command bridge into a white glow. Oomph, it's over. McDillon's mouth curled up slightly, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. However, at this moment, boom! A huge shot came from the ship. Then the screen in front of the flagship command bridge switched instantly. A figure with a pair of huge wings was standing on the armor of the flagship bow, retracting the hand that had just hit the bow armor. And in front of him, the armor of the bow began to crack in layers like spider webs. What? McDillon was shocked. And the next moment, Zhang Ruiyun's fist hit the armor of the bow again. Bang! The largest armor fragments exploded and splashed around. Attack! McDillon, who reacted, had no time to consider how the figure escaped the salvo of the Behemoth-class battleship just now. However, he knew that if the figure continued to attack, the battleship's armor might really allow it to drill a passage into the interior. The next moment, the cannon on the ship turned again. At the same time, it attacked Zhang Ruiyun again. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun's pupils had been split into many tiny compound eyes under the specific evolution of the ability of Gene Controller. During the whole process, Zhang Ruiyun's dynamic vision was far more amazingly sharp than before. Even at the highest speed, it was still clear and slow in his eyes. Every slight turn of all the gun barrels on the warship and every slight change in angle were clearly perceived by Zhang Ruiyun. Then, Zhang Ruiyun just moved his feet lightly and flapped his wings slightly, and instantly crossed dozens of meters and appeared at the other end of the warship. Boom! At will, Zhang Ruiyun hit the warship again. Click! The next moment. As the command bridge screen switched, McDillon stood up in shock. He couldn't understand at all. How could someone have the ability of teleportation, dodge the attack of the warship in an instant, and appear in other places of the warship, and also take advantage of the situation to cause damage to the warship again? What on earth is going on with this figure? How can it be so powerful? After waking up, Medallon showed a moving expression on his face for the first time. The Zerg army before, and the defenses covering 2 satellites. Although it looked very powerful. But in Medallon's eyes, such a layout was actually no threat to the Leviathan. However, when Zhang Ruiyun's attack landed on the flagship, those 2 ordinary consecutive hits could easily tear apart the surface of the armor. Such strength could actually pose a real threat to the Leviathan. We must not let him break through the flagship's armor. We must not let him enter the interior of the warship. Otherwise we have no chance of winning. There are still 7 minutes left before the jump. As long as we can jump out, it will be a victory for the Leviathan. Everyone listen up, turn on all short-range weapons, set the intelligent brain to automatic pursuit mode, form a crossfire network, and block it. Even if we may not be able to attack him next, as long as we ensure that he cannot attack the same piece of armor continuously, then we can win the final victory. 7 minutes. Hold on for 7 minutes. Attack! Boom! Boom! Bang! Whoosh! Laser cannons, ion beams, Gauss machine guns, decoy missiles and laser cannons gave up their volleys in an instant, and began to weave a crossfire network towards Zhang Ruiyun at their own pace through the automatic control of the flagship intelligent brain. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Ruiyun, who had just launched another attack on the armor under his feet, had to move again. Afterwards, Zhang Ruiyun immediately discovered that just after he had just moved and destroyed the armor of the ship, the waterfall-like attack was fired at him again. The next moment, Zhang Ruiyun had to move again. However, next, no matter where Zhang Ruiyun went, there would always be a crossfire landing point there. At the same time, wherever he had destroyed the armor, there would be fixed weapons that would constantly sweep the top of the armor, making it impossible for him to turn around and attack. For a moment, Zhang Ruiyun's attack was restricted, although he was still constantly causing huge damage to the Behemoth-class battleship. But these damages could never be superimposed, allowing Zhang Ruiyun to enter the ship and implement the decapitation plan. Time passed by minute. Zhang Ruiyun's figure also ran almost all over the flagship. At the same time, the surface armor on the hull of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser was also full of countless dents.
However, the chance of breaking through to the flagship became increasingly slim. At the same time, because Zhang Ruiyun has been maintaining amazing dynamic vision and high-speed processing capabilities, and has been attacking the battleship's armor at a high intensity, his physical strength has also declined to a certain extent, and his movements have been slightly slow in many cases.
Just then,
a cold voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. Master, the Leviathan-class battleship has been taken down.
After calculating the relevant data, the Behemoth-class battleship has only 3 minutes left to start the warp engine. We don't have much time.
3 minutes?
Hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun's eyes turned cold.
3 minutes, it seems too late to attack in this way of looking for the weak points of the battleship.
Zhang Ruiyun gritted his teeth and flashed back to the original position of the bow again. He was ready to go all out and destroy the attack point that initially broke the surface armor.
However, when he just arrived there, the twin laser cannons that had been prepared long ago attacked him before he had launched this attack.
The high-energy laser cannon forced Zhang Ruiyun to dodge again. At this time, as his physical strength decreased, Zhang Ruiyun's movements were a little slow.
The laser beam attacking him almost passed by him and almost penetrated him. Very good, there are still 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and the energy supply of large weapons can be cut off in advance.
Start injecting the spare energy into the engine to preheat. McDillan's heart was finally put down at this time.
At this time, he looked at Tirith again. Suddenly, he remembered the fleet and scientific expedition team lost on Tirith. The next moment, full of anger and soaring murderous intent filled McDillan's heart.
Zerg! When I come back next time, it will be your doomsday. Zhang Ruiyun outside the ship was a little anxious at this time.
The plan could not be carried out, and he was almost attacked just now.
The time for the jump engine to restart is approaching. If he lets this Behemoth-class battleship leave, what awaits him in the future will be a devastating blow. Is there any way to solve this almost unsolvable situation? At this moment, Zhang Ruiyun suddenly remembered that he had a new skill.
Psionic signal interference. By emitting a unique psionic frequency, it interferes with the transmission and instructions of all signals within a certain range, paralyzing and cutting off all communications in the area.
Signal interference, interference with the transmission and instructions of all signals within a certain range? Zhang Ruiyun's eyes lit up. After he absorbed the evolution of the original dominant brainworm, he got this new skill.
He originally thought that he would have to wait until he entered the interstellar space before he could use it. But who would have thought that he would encounter a large-scale fleet when he was still in the star system? Moreover, using psionic energy to interfere with the signal frequency, such extreme psionic control, even in Zhang Ruiyun's previous life, had never been achieved.
Therefore, Zhang Ruiyun had never thought of this skill.
And now, in this scene, those weapons that kept chasing him, those attacks that kept interfering with his damage output.
Isn't it through the continuous calculation of the intelligent brain, and then transmitting signals and instructions to each weapon, that the attack on him was launched?
If these signals are blocked, if all attacks directed at him are silenced,
then it would be easy to destroy the outer armor of the ship and enter the interior of the ship? Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun took decisive action.
The next moment, a dark purple psionic energy accumulated on Zhang Ruiyun's body. Then, Zhang Ruiyun shouted loudly, "Break!"
Boom!
The dark purple energy burst out with great power, and burst out dark purple airwaves in all directions, instantly sweeping the entire battleship.
Bang!
The next moment, after the airwaves swept across, all the weapons simultaneously launched the last attack. One by one, it was as if they were frozen. All stopped. Tap! Zhang Ruiyun slowly landed on the armor of the battleship and exhaled lightly.
As long as he was given a chance to breathe.
Then, his physical strength could be quickly restored through the master's extreme self-healing.
At this time,
the attacks that had been staggered all disappeared. All the artillery fire that interfered with Zhang Ruiyun's attack disappeared. The Behemoth-class battleship was like a completely unguarded iron coffin at this time, allowing Zhang Ruiyun to do whatever he wanted. Inside the battleship, Metalon, who had just made a harsh statement, looked at the sudden change in shock.
The next moment, boom!
A bursting sound was heard again from above the ship. At this time, there were still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left before the warp.
Then, after this test attack, Zhang Ruiyun confirmed that all weapons were blocked by his signal interference.
Then, a crazy and intensive attack sounded on the surface of the ship. Then, the ship's next-generation steel outer armor was shattered in an instant. The damage absorption layer was torn apart. The keel structure layer was pierced. The inner equipment circuit layer was destroyed. Finally, the internal cabin protection layer was cut by Zhang Ruiyun's sharp green scale blade, and a huge gap was split. Boom! At the last moment, Zhang Ruiyun entered the interior of the warship. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Zhang Ruiyun opened the door to the corridor in the cabin. Beep! 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 Crazy alarms sounded everywhere inside the cabin. Countless Marines on board, following instructions, desperately ran to the keypoints of each channel checkpoint. At the same time, countless elevators, hatches, and automatic valves were locked inside the warship, and all kinds of defense facilities and bunkers on the ship were opened. All monitoring equipment along the corridor was connected to the command bridge. A three-dimensional battleship structure diagram, showing all the routes from the cabin that Zhang Ruiyun attacked to the command bridge, was instantly calculated by the intelligent brain on the screen next to it. Hold on. Hold on. As long as we can hold that monster back for 2 minutes, we can warp back to the Federation galaxy. Then we can send out a distress signal and ask the Star Zone to send a fleet to warp over to save us. Hold on, we can still be saved. However, just as McDillon finished speaking, on the monitor, Zhang Ruiyun's wings behind him flapped with just one flap, and a black shadow instantly crossed the corridor and directly arrived at the first elevator node. A flash of green light passed by, and the elevator door was directly cut into 2 pieces, which did not hinder Zhang Ruiyun at all. Zhang Ruiyun stepped into the elevator shaft and rushed up directly, with a speed countless times faster than the elevator going up and down. The green figure instantly reached the upper level. Another flash of green light passed by, and the elevator door on the upper level was instantly broken. However, at the moment the door was broken, countless Gauss bullets, wrapped in huge kinetic energy, shot towards the elevator hole like a storm. The camera turned. Outside the elevator, in the wide hub hall, behind several bunkers, hundreds of machine gun Marines were shooting frantically at the elevator entrance. A few seconds later, these attacks continued, as if they were going to shoot through the entire battleship. At this time, there was only 1 minute and 46 seconds left before the jump engine restarted. Bang! The wall next to the elevator suddenly exploded, and this sudden change caused the gunfire to pause. Then, the soldiers with rich combat experience immediately aimed half of their firepower at the exploded wall. However, everything was too late. In the instant when the gunfire paused, countless huge tentacles spread out from the metal bulkheads. The huge tentacles grew rapidly in the cabin corridor, piercing and devouring all the Marines they passed by. Wherever they went, limbs were broken, blood splattered, and lives were destroyed. Looking at the elevator shaft again, Zhang Ruiyun's figure had already turned into some kind of terrible, indescribable monster. The monster grew and spread out countless huge tentacles with the elevator shaft as the center, covering the elevator corridors and cabin passages. All the tentacles quickly occupied the cabins of the ship, and countless miserable screams resounded through the hub passages in the ship. The ultimate goal of all the huge tentacles was to go to the command bridge together. In the command bridge, 6 of the 7 interception paths that represented Zhang Ruiyun from the cabin to the command bridge had been completely extinguished. The next moment, another huge tentacle, at the end of the hub passage, forcibly knocked open an alloy hatch. Behind the hatch was a brightly lit corridor. At the end of the corridor, the cutting net composed of high-energy lasers, shining with dangerous light, slowly changed its shape, and moved towards the huge tentacle at a very fast speed. However, at this moment, the huge tentacle suddenly mutated. A layer of dragon scale-like green armor suddenly grew around the tentacle, and at the same time, a thick and sharp blade full of spikes grew. The entire tentacle, with a sharp blade glowing with metallic green light, suddenly spun rapidly, frantically cutting everything in the channel, and crashing into the laser cutting net at a very high speed. When the giant tentacle completely passed through the laser cutting array and entered the core area, thousands of tentacles burst out from this moment. Boom! Countless tentacles pierced the key nodes in the channel, and the sparks of short-circuited lines kept flashing. The laser cutting array stopped at this point. A gap with a figure was then knocked out at the closed hatch at the other end of the channel. Behind the hatch, the green scales covered with web-like scars were slowly retracted into the body by the giant tentacle. And there were also some traces of being cut on the giant tentacle. However, in the next moment, as the scales were retracted, the scars on the giant tentacle were restored to their original state in an instant. The masters, extreme self-healing, and extreme regeneration, are enough to restore all non-fatal injuries.
Suddenly, another section of the path was extinguished in an instant. At this time, the monster was still several levels away from the command bridge, and there was 1 minute and 22 seconds left. However, at this time, Medallon and the command bridge had a changed face. Because the strongest defense of the entire Behemoth-class battleship was the laser cutting channel just now. And the next few levels were just thicker alloy hatches, more complicated verification of permissions, and more stringent inspection and detection of security mechanisms. There were no more powerful defense measures. Because for warships, general defenses are all outside the hull, and it is good to have several defense measures inside the hull. Just like aircraft carriers or destroyers in the real world. Who would set up machine guns in the internal corridors of a ship? At this time, Mike Len suddenly shouted at Saija in the position of the star guide in front of him. Saija is here. What's the matter, General? Saija walked to Mike Ray quickly. Mike Ray looked at Saija with complex expression. The beauty he was at first, and later, because of the interests of the organization, he wanted to destroy. In the end, because of her help, it returned to soberness at the last moment. If it is said to the attitude towards Saija, Mike Len is a bit mixed at this time. He didn't even know how to deal with such a special talent if he had escaped by chance. However, at this time, the fleet was facing the disaster, and her disposal was simple. I want to give you a task. General, please instruction. MCDN took off a metal ring representing the identity from his left hand and handed it to Saija. I order you to live, take my escape boat, and bring the news here. General, Seiza was shocked, and subconsciously refused. Shut your mouth. Don't wait for someone. Mike Ray glanced at the big screen, only the number of countdown to 58 seconds left, and said quickly, if you escape, only you can escape from that mysterious interference. Hurry up. My lifeboat has worm looping technology, which can help you and escape back to the Federation. After speaking, Mycrian took the metal ring in her hand to the arms of Saija, and then pushed her into the exclusive channel behind the bridge. At this time, on the screen, the 5th and 6th path goes out one after another, and in the 7th path, the huge tentacles were destroyed, and the artillery defense facilities were constantly destroyed, and soon came to a huge alloy compartment door. The last corridor, the last alloy cabin door, 43 seconds left. At this time, the huge tentacles and the people in the bridge just looked at each other across a huge alloy compartment door. Both sides know that the final victory is coming. A crew silently pushed the energy valve of the engine to the top. Another crew quietly blocked his body on the folded flight button. If he is still alive after 43 seconds, he will also press this button. Squeak. The sound of huge tentacles climbing on the metal towering corridor, through the monitor on the screen, rang through the entire command cauldron. Everyone's face is absolutely decisive, but at the same time, they are also afraid and nervous, but they are firmly betting on the last moment. Click, click, click. The huge metal cabin door emits huge noise. Later. Boom. Intersection. The entire metal cabin door was lifted out. A horrible, daunting creature tentacles appear in front of everyone. At the same time, the countdown at the top of the screen has entered within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. At this time, all the crew members of the bridge looked at the countdown, and they stood up and prepared to use their lives to attract Zhang Ruiyun's attention and tried their best to protect the folding controller. However, the huge tentacle faced the scene of this city, but opened his eyes strangely. That's right, I opened my eyes. Not only did he open his eyes, but even below the eyes, he had a mouth like organs. Said a faint way. Kneel. Outside the author, 7,300 words today, ask for reading, review, and ticket. Intersection. Tickets must be read and voted in the last chapter before it is valid. Buzz. Powerful psionic fluctuations, accompanied by the supreme will of the master, instantly spread throughout the command bridge. Boom. 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 Google search for TWK and hundreds of loud sounds rang out in the command bridge. After Zhang Ruiyun said kneel down lightly. All the personnel in the command bridge actually knelt down uncontrollably. At the same time, all of them looked horrified and unwilling. All the plans they had imagined before had failed. At this time, all the tentacles began to shrink and gather towards the command bridge. Thousands of tentacles gathered again and filled the command bridge. And in the center of the command bridge, a human figure gradually formed. This terrifying and spectacular scene made everyone feel terrified, their hearts were cold, and their legs couldn't stop shaking. And the countdown on the command bridge screen also finished the last section at this time. 3, 2, boom. The huge energy went straight to the engine in the next moment. The ship body shook slightly and was ready to go.
At this time, just one person needs to gently press the jump button, and the Behemoth-class battleship can instantly return to the Federation star zone. But it happened under such circumstances. Everyone in the command bridge, no matter how hideous their faces were or how struggling their expressions were. But no one could control their bodies and stand up from the floor.
Not to mention touching the jump button.
The reason for everything was just because of Zhang Ruiyun's extremely powerful, psionic control, which pushed Zhang Ruiyun's telekinesis and dominant will to the extreme. So that Zhang Ruiyun, as the master, relied on his powerful psychic power and mental strength, and controlled everyone's thoughts and actions just by looking at them for a week. At this time, the crew and the entire command bridge, including Medallon, they could do nothing except use their eyes and the subtle facial muscles. Zhang Ruiyun looked at the countdown at the bottom of the command bridge screen, which had already reached 0.
He walked easily to the various instruments on the command bridge.
When passing by each person, he ordered, "Turn off the warship alarm system, the sound is too loud." Swish! A crew member stood up and skillfully operated the instrument for a while, and the alarm sounded throughout the warship and disappeared instantly. After doing this, the crew member naturally turned to face Zhang Ruiyun and bent down humbly.
Zhang Ruiyun walked to the next person. "Turn off the warship weapon defense system."
Swish!
Another crew member stood up and operated skillfully. All weapons outside the warship were put into the armor one by one.
"Block all passages of the warship, prohibit the personnel inside the ship from moving, and disarm everyone at the same time." Swish! The corresponding crew members stood up, and the muscles on their faces trembled with crazy resistance.
However, immediately afterwards, the locks in all areas of the warship were completely closed.
At the same time, the weapons of the Marines and other combatants were all shut down and disabled the next moment. "Turn the ship around, target Tirith, land." Buzz! The Leviathan then slowly turned and began to fly towards the land.
Following Zhang Ruiyun's continuous orders, the corresponding crew members either shut down or fully opened their functions.
Suddenly, the entire Leviathan flagship became a warship that completely gave up defense and opened its doors to all zergs.
When Zhang Ruiyun walked in front of the crew member in charge of the jump,
the crew member who had a resolute face before was now full of despair. "Turn off the energy supply of the jump engine and block the jump function."
Snap!
A pair of trembling hands, looking at the button so close, but involuntarily followed Zhang Ruiyun's request, step by step, destroying the last hope of everyone present, bit by bit. The moment the jump engine was turned off, tears seeped from the eyes of the crew member who controlled the jump, and his face was gloomy. Because once the engine is turned off, it takes a lot of time to store energy when it is turned on again.
This is the same reason as the inability to jump immediately after firing the Yamato cannon.
They lost. They lost miserably. Only 10 seconds.
And these 10 seconds are the difference between heaven and hell. But for Zhang Ruiyun, this is a big victory.
This great victory allowed Zhang Ruiyun to have a fleet that could control a star region. This great victory allowed Zhang Ruiyun to directly transcend the player level within half a month of the game starting, and become a large force that could stir up the universe. Zhang Ruiyun looked up at the captain on the command bridge, and felt a little emotional. All this was brought by this person. However, just this one glance made Zhang Ruiyun's heart suddenly cold. Because when he looked at McDillon, he found that McDillon's expression at this time was completely different from that of other crew members.
There was neither anger nor despair on McDillon's face. There was only a faint expectation and determination.
Such an expression immediately made Zhang Ruiyun, who had experienced countless things, aware of the problem.
He immediately spread his perception using the psionic network. At the same time,
an instrument on the control panel of the command bridge sounded a prompt. A message was displayed on the big screen.
Captain's special escape ship was successfully released.
All information and data have been copied to the escape ship's black box. The ultimate authority of the Behemoth-class battleship has been unlocked.
Escape ship?
The next moment, Zhang Ruiyun perceived. A streamlined battleship suddenly broke away from under the bow of the Behemoth-class battleship. Then the powerful nuclear engine pushed the escape ship to escape into the universe at a speed several times faster than the battleship.
Is this your backup plan, secretly crossing the warehouse? Zhang Ruiyun's eyes fell on Medallon. However, it's just a small escape ship.
Even if it wants to start a wormhole jump, it must leave the scope of the Earth-Moon gravity.
Do you think it can escape?
Turn on all the laser guns on the warship, aim at the escape ship, and attack.
Zhang Ruiyun turned around and gave orders to the crew not far away. The next moment, the weapons of the warship were turned on accordingly. And at this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Metalon's face. Master! You are the Zerg master. You are the emperor of the Zerg. So, the way you control us is through the master's psionic mind invasion. Unfortunately, my organization has studied the Zerg the most, and it happens to know how to resist interference. Hearing this, Zhang Ruiyun, who was surprised that Metalon could get out of control, had already stood up to kill Metalon. However, at this time, Metalon's finger had already pressed on a button on his main ship's command console. Boom! The next moment, just as Zhang Ruiyun knocked Metalon to the wall behind the control console, a line of red flashing characters appeared on the command bridge screen. Ultimate authority unlocked, battleship self-destruction program activated. All operation commands cancelled. All hatches open. Countdown 120 seconds, self-destruction program. Zhang Ruiyun only realized what the phrase ultimate authority unlocked meant when the escape pod left. At the same time, he also knew why Metalon, who could have escaped control from the beginning, had been forbearing until the end. At this moment, a self-destruction sounded. Not only did Zhang Ruiyun lose a behemoth-class battleship, but the escape ship also had a chance to successfully escape the Tyrith galaxy. This sudden change after the victory actually made everything Zhang Ruiyun had done before vanish. Swish! Zhang Ruiyun's eyes left the screen and turned to look at Metalon. At this time, Metalon leaned against the wall with a smile on his face, spitting blood while holding a pistol and pointing it at his own temple. The fleet has fallen to this point. In fact, whether I go back or not, I will die. At this last moment, I can still use my life to turn the game around. It's worth it. Zerg Overlord, do you know? As the captain, once I die, the self-destruct program, it will be locked forever. Bang! A gunshot. Metalon's head drooped down. Beep. 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 Captain's death detected, system locked, self-destruction countdown 55 seconds, cannot be changed. The next moment, the data and images on all the screens of the entire command bridge were like a crash, no longer changing. Only the seconds of the self-destruction countdown remained on the entire screen, constantly jumping. At this time, under Zhang Ruiyun's order, everyone in the command bridge began to operate the instruments in front of them. However, the result was that there was no response at all. This time, let alone chasing the escaped escape ship. Even all the systems of the Behemoth-class battleship were instantly paralyzed. At this time, there were only two ways in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Either leave the flagship as quickly as possible, in which case, there is still a chance to survive when the Behemoth-class battleship self-destructs. Or try again and try to crack the locked self-destruction system. Zhang Ruiyun did not leave, but chose to return to the captain's command desk of the battleship. Zhang Ruiyun was also a hacker in his previous life. He knew that no system was truly unsolvable. The more the system was in a special situation, the more likely the system backdoor would be directly effective. The next moment, Zhang Ruiyun opened the mental network and immediately pulled Ivy, Hei, and Queen Bai into the mental network. At the same time, using the method of mental information transmission, he directly let several people understand the current situation in an instant. The next second, Bai knew that the situation was urgent, and immediately presented his ideas directly to Zhang Ruiyun's mind in the form of information transmission. I have used the information technology department in the Northwest base to try to crack it. Just when the Behemoth-class battleship opened the network communication, the Northwest base had already connected the network with the battleship. After 3 seconds, it will start to crack. After the information was transmitted, Queen Bai's psionic network instantly covered the Northwest base. All the mutants in it directly ordered the information technology department and related researchers to immediately stop all work at hand, and directly start to crack the system of the Behemoth-class battleship. This quick reaction was entirely due to the unique hierarchical obedience of the Zerg. 3 seconds later, all the mutants, connected by Bai's psionic network, worked together to crack the control system of the entire battleship. At the same time, Hei's reply appeared in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. As a former fleet commander, Hei's understanding of the battleship system should be the most profound among the crowd. The self-destruction system of the battleship does require the ultimate authority to unlock, but as far as I know, the fleet commander does not have such authority. All the ultimate authority of the battleship can and can only be in the hands of the federal parliament. Because for the current guild war, the only dominant federation has never been a threat to other forces, but to their own starfleets. The self-destruction program is their ultimate means of controlling the fleet, So no matter what kind of change the battleship triggers, it will not be unlocked. Not to mention, it's just the commander's escape ship. So, the fleet commander absolutely cannot have the authority to self-destruct. There must be something wrong with the commander or the fleet system. This information has just been transmitted. Ivy followed suit. Hey is right. But I think there is something wrong with this commander and the system. Because the Leviathan-class battleship I am on now also has a self-destruction countdown. What? Zhang Ruiyun was shocked. The next moment, he changed his mind and quickly connected to Hive and directly ordered, connect all the swarms that have attacked the battleship command bridge. Let them see if there is a self-destruction countdown on the command bridge screen where they are. Then the order was issued, and in less than a second, Hive had summarized the information and reported it to Zhang Ruiyun. At this time, in Zhang Ruiyun's vision, the scene seen by countless swarms flashed before his eyes. Sure enough, all the battleships, at the same time, started the self-destruction program of each ship synchronously with the self-destruction countdown of the Behemoth-class flagship. In other words, if Zhang Ruiyun cannot crack the self-destruction program of the Behemoth-class battleship next, then, the entire fleet that he had taken with so much effort would be destroyed, leaving no trace. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Ruiyun's face was more solemn than ever before. After all, if it was only the self-destruction of the Behemoth-class battleship, then Zhang Ruiyun still had the opportunity to transfer the entire Zerg swarm, along with other battleships, to other high-level resource stars he knew in his previous life and start over. But now, all the battleships have self-destructed, and the Zerg's interstellar navigation capabilities have not yet developed. At that time, once the escape ship makes a wormhole jump and returns to the human forces, then what Zhang Ruiyun will face next will be the catastrophe of the vast fleet of the human army. What to do? Zhang Ruiyun was a little anxious at this moment. At this time, information came from the Northwest base. By transmitted with a solemn mood, it was discovered through network cracking that the system of the Behemoth-class battleship was modified by an unknown organization. At the same time, the way of modification was also very rough and crude. The mutants in the Northwest base said that they could crack such a system. Can it be cracked? But before Zhang Ruiyun was happy. The next moment's information made Zhang Ruiyun fall into despair. However, because the quantum computer in the base is much lower than the system of the Behemoth-class battleship, so the time required to crack it is 32 hours. Much longer than the time to start the self-destruction program. Fuck! 32 hours? The daylily is cold. At this time, the countdown for self-destruction on the screen has only 27 seconds left. Where are the 32 hours to wait for them to crack it? Zhang Ruiyun was impatient. Is there no other way? Can he only give up all the warships? Pa! Zhang Ruiyun unconsciously slapped the edge of the command desk. This crisp venting did not make Zhang Ruiyun feel much better. The countdown on the screen did not change at all because of this venting. But at this moment, Zhang Ruiyun's face suddenly changed inexplicably. Because he felt that his fingers patting on the command desk seemed to touch a line of uneven text. Human defender? What? The next moment, Zhang Ruiyun looked at the place he touched. A pattern depicting a shield protecting the earth appeared in Zhang Ruiyun's eyes. Human defender? Wait. Human defender. A lot of memories of his past life suddenly emerged in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. He remembered that it was several years after the solar system collapsed into the endless starry sky world. At that time, the Empire, which had replaced the Federation, suddenly had a separatist force. They called themselves the Human Defenders. At the same time, they had two major killer weapons in their hands. One was the ability to command and control wild Zerg, and the other was the ability to interfere with and control the human intelligence system. Then the entire Terran Federation fell into a long period of chaos. Until one day several years later, the Empire's ghost agents obtained the backdoor of the Human Defenders' control of the human intelligence system from their lair. This allowed the Empire to reorganize the fleet and annihilate it in one fell swoop. Zhang Ruiyun still remembered the scene at that time. After seeing the mark of the Human Defender, he subconsciously used the Hill Matrix to secretly input the backdoor on the command desk. Davis. That's right, the backdoor is a name. Zhang Ruiyun's sight followed the input of the backdoor and looked at the screen in front. On the screen, the self-destruction countdown time has entered within 5 seconds. 5 4 3 drops. The self-destruction countdown is instantly locked. A scanning ray suddenly lit up on the command desk. It scanned Zhang Ruiyun from beginning to end. The next moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the speaker of the command bridge. Re-authentication of the commander is successful. Welcome, new commander, what instructions do you have? Turn off the self-destruct system. Follow your will, commander. Ha! The countdown of 3 then faded on the screen. After that, all the circuits of the command bridge were like tripping and reconnecting, and countless data were refreshed. In the battleship, countless noisy sounds followed. System repositions coordinates X:5E872, wind speed level 6, turn left 32 degrees, readjusting anti-gravity balance system, recalibration, time required, all instruments returned to normal immediately. Then, Zhang Ruiyun heard several clear voices in his mind, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Master, it's a success. How did you do it? You are worthy of being admired by us. A series of exclamations rang in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. However, Zhang Ruiyun did not relax again as the crisis was resolved. Because, outside the planet Tirith, there is a figure speeding at high speed, which has escaped the gravitational influence of the Earth-Moon system of Tirith. The wormhole jump is about to start. Zhang Ruiyun saw the figure in the distance from a screen on the command bridge at the first time, and then immediately gave an order. Everyone, get ready. Charge the Yamato cannon. Turn the bow and aim at the escape ship. Attack! Buzz! The ship trembled slightly. A powerful energy accumulated in the muzzle of the bow. Although the interval between the Yamato cannon's re-attack is nearly an hour. However, the Yamato cannon with less than full energy can be fired again with only the accumulation of the folding energy. The reason why Zhang Ruiyun used the Yamato cannon was that he saw that the energy density of the Yamato cannon was the only weapon that could attack the escape ship. After the laser cannon was reduced by the atmosphere, it might not be able to cause enough damage to the escape ship that had already escaped far away. Then, in less than a minute, the basic charging of the Yamato cannon was completed. The intelligent computer also locked the escape ship at the same time. The next moment, a huge energy shot from the bow of the Behemoth-class battleship towards the escape ship. Boom! All the scenes were bright as day again. At the same time, the escape ship had accumulated enough initial energy to open the wormhole, and then broke a wormhole channel leading to the Federation star zone not far in front of it. Both happened almost at the same time. But the speed of the Yamato cannon is far faster than the escape ship. Just when the escape ship was about to sink into the wormhole, the Yamato cannon arrived first and bombarded the wormhole. The huge energy density instantly distorted the space here. The escape pod that had already sunk into the wormhole avoided the energy damage of the Yamato cannon. However, because of the distortion of time and space, the wormhole that originally led to the human star area showed a huge deflection. The end of the wormhole suddenly jumped from the human star area to an unknown star field. And in that star field, you can faintly see the blue crystals and the magnificent golden buildings, which are full of planets. Buzz! At this time in the Tirith star field, Zhang Ruiyun's psionic perception clearly saw that the streamlined escape ship, under the interference of the Yamato cannon, fell into the turbulence of time and space while rotating. Ha! Zhang Ruiyun breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun can be regarded as completely relaxed. The escape pod trapped in the space-time turbulence could not return to the Federation universe. Although the escape ship was not destroyed in the end, the purpose of preventing humans from exploring the situation of the Tierra star system was finally achieved. At this point, the danger of the Tierra star system being discovered was lifted. At this moment, Zhang Ruiyun was finally relieved. This was a gamble. It was also a thrilling and hearty battle. This duel consumed hundreds of thousands of zerg swarms, and ended with Zhang Ruiyun's victory. At the same time, it also made Zhang Ruiyun's strength unprecedentedly strong. This is not only to obtain a powerful fleet, but also various human technologies that the Northwest base urgently needs. Next, there is no doubt that Zhang Ruiyun's strength will show incredible growth. Author's side note, please read, comment, and vote. Oculan's Livotten-class battleship. The big vice squeezed and stared at some sore eyes, and looked back at the captain on the bridge again. He worked hard, and stopped talking, and eventually didn't dare to say anything. Because of questioning, the deputy has been scolded 5 times. Wait! They are already here, waiting for nearly an hour. The energy gathered on the weapon was even a little unstable. Wait? However, since 2 hours ago, the flagship sent a message waiting for the signal of the Yamato gun, and there was no instructions. Even the Oculon took the initiative to contact the flagship, and there was no news. The captain of the ancient board, standing with white hair, standing straight, looks full of rigor and stereotypes. However, what to see? Don't tell you, wait for the signal.
The rough sound came from the bridge, and the captain roared at the big deputy.
I didn't speak. Great Deputy Grievance. I think you would say, what? Do you have any opinions?
The captain's fiery voice continued to be violent, and turned to look at the crew on the side and said, the signal scanning group, increase the investigation of the surrounding signals. I don't believe the entire planet, not even a trace of movement. The signal scanning group hurriedly nodded, and refreshed all the instruments again. However, all the signals have not been detected. At this moment, one of the crews suddenly screamed.
Look! Next moment.
On the main screen of the battleship, followed by the optical detector outside the ship. On the clear sky, it was as if it was shrouded in a dark cloud, and it faded in an instant.
The lens moves up.
The body of a battleship slowly appeared in the camera.
Then another battleship followed.
Wait until the entire camera passes through the wide angle, and the sky above the sky is incorporated into the screen. I saw, at this time, the Bamos-level flagship, with the other two Leviathan-class battleships, and other Vine-class battleships. Even the Wagray-class destroyers surrounded the Oculan group above his head.
What? This is our fleet.
The captain said, shocked.
What's going on? Isn't it waiting for the attack after the big cannon?
The vice-deputy also exclaimed.
But the next moment,
as if a barrier was suddenly lifted, all the instruments in the entire command of the bridge suddenly operated crazy, followed by a dense prompt sound. At the same time, countless news sounded crazy in the entire command of the bridge.
The strength of gamma rays is 8,757 times. Several large-scale fighting traces in the planet.
D-2311 planes found a large number of nuclear energy electron beam traces, suspected to have signs of Yamato bombardment. This news is the top message, so it is preferred. The sound was fried.
The instrument flashed.
All the screens on the entire warship command of the bridge are refreshed. Originally, on the screen, everything was quiet before the calm and quiet. At this time, suddenly the picture turned, and all the investigation models became full of sores in an instant, full of overwhelming insects.
Have we waited for the heavy cannon? Have you released it?
The captain looked at the data just refreshed on the screen in front of him, and his face was unbelievable.
No, has the hell shot? Captain, then we are still attacking according to the original plan?
The big deputy was dull and asked subconsciously. However, the captain did not respond.
Beep! Suddenly flashed on the screen of the warship. Zhang Ruiyan's figure appeared on the screen of the bridge. The entire fleet has been taken down by my zerg, the Oculan. Can I want to surrender?
Surrender?
The big deputy was excited. Our guns have been prepared for an hour. Surrender? Do your blue sky and day, alas.
A water bottle smashed on the head of the big vice, and smashed the words of the big vice directly back. The captain dumped the wrist that had just been activated, and his old eyes swept over all the young faces in the command of the bridge. Closed his eyes and nodded slowly. We surrender.
Let go of control permissions and start landing.
At this point, all the warships of the human fleet were won by Zhang Ruiyun. A few days later, all the proprietary vegetation on Tiris has fully recovered.
The lush natural scenery, the whole Tiris star is called the Vitality.
Under the giant peaks of the Northwest Base. Based on the Behemoth-class battleship, hundreds of warships are classified by the triangular arrangement method to classify the entire fleet. 3 Leviathan-class battleships, 3 Corinton-class transport ships, and 20 Vine-class battleships.
Even many wreckage of warships torn by insects were collected and piled up in the array.
At this time, it can be seen that after this battle, Zhang Ruiyun's harvest is how huge is. A Behemoth-class battleship that needs to be replaced with armor and repaired some channels can restore the complete combat effectiveness. 2 ships need to repair warships and related channels to restore River-class battleships again. There is also a good Livet-class battleship that can be used directly. 3 Klingon-class transport ships that need to be repaired and replaced with some structural armor, repair a large number of interiors, and modify the internal structure.
20 Veneto-class battleships that need to replace all armor.
110, either complete or partially damaged, Vargrii-class destroyers, and 18 piles of Vargrii-class destroyer wreckage. 1,356 relatively complete functional ships, and 872 damaged functional ship wreckage. Such a number of warships, in the future, it would take a large force at least decades to accumulate. And at this moment, Zhang Ruiyun actually has such a large space force directly after a war.
Relying on the number of fleets alone, Zhang Ruiyun has actually completed the initial capital accumulation of a force.
Fully qualified to step onto the stage of endless starry sky.
However, there is a prerequisite here. That is, Zhang Ruiyun will be able to repair all these warships next. However, according to the technology that Zhang Ruiyun had previously used, he couldn't even directly manufacture the Veneto-class battleship. This seems a bit difficult. Base in the northwest, the conference room of the Scientific Research Center. Zhang Ruiyun was at this time with Black and AI Wei. Through the holographic virtual projector of the conference room, he checked the specific damage of each warship in the fleet. Looking at a warship, more or less damage, Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but have a headache. The current background of the universe is still the Federal unique. Other forces, even black market stars, have not yet become independent. Therefore, this batch of obvious Federal marks, even Zhang Ruiyun can bring fleet into the human star domain. There is no power at the moment, dare to take over the list of the fleet. But if the fleet is not repaired, the broken ship's nails are too dangerous to sail in space. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun couldn't help but look at Shingang, the unfinished Vine-class battleship. Could it be possible? Next, you have to wait for the construction of the Vine-class battleship, waiting for dozens of days, even half a year, 1 year. Can we really have a complete fleet? Zhang Ruiyun squinted his eyes slightly, and then recalled the timeline of the previous life. In the next year, endless starry sky, will occur many major incidents, including the fission of the Federal, the independence of the forces. This contains too many benefits and the reorganization of planet resources. Zhang Ruiyun originally thought that he was not qualified to participate in this feast. However, after an unexpected war, he reached the strength of the galaxy. However, at this time, the strength has been reached, but it may be due to the problem of repairing the battleship. As a result, in the upcoming Federal change, he has lost his fascinating big opportunities. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyun's brows couldn't help frowning. Just at this time, the person in charge of Bye-Bye with the northwest direction, the person in charge of the northwest, a mutant who has just been promoted to 4-level scientists, Akades, entered the conference room. Master, the northwest base has completed all the system permissions of the entire fleet. We have gained a lot of unexpected gains in these fleets. Gat? Zhang Ruiyun looked curious to Bai and Akades. Turn his head in white, signal Akades. Yes. Akades has seen the master. Akades looked at Zhang Ruiyun enthusiastically. Immediately, a holographic projection screen on the side was opened. Master, we have obtained nearly 400,000 scientific and technological patents through the cracking and reading of the fleet system. At the same time, these 400,000 scientific and technological patents have been able to combine nearly 1,000 people's scientific and technological upgrade projects. Also, there are 100,000 patents, which fills the technical vacancies of 682 projects in the Northwest Direction Base. The scientific and technological forces of our Northwest Base have achieved leapfrog development. As Akades said, he showed the relevant content on the open projection screen. And in this display content, Zhang Ruiyun saw a lot of familiar technical icons. Particle artillery, armored plating layer, second-generation steel armor, ATVX-2 air missile, Titan reactor, even the technology that Zhang Ruiyun attaches great importance to the previous life, the pattern similar to the invisible, technology icon similar to the round gear looks like it is listed. Such a display instantly shocked Zhang Ruiyun. Etc. These mutant people just cracked the warships on the system. The entire level of technology has happened to such a glittering leap? Is this a bit stronger? But then Zhang Ruiyun thought about it that these mutants could have nothing from scratch. For research and development, the strong research and development capabilities of Starport and Veneto-class battleships can be built. Even the space navigation technology has been promoted to the level of the curvature drive engine. Well, it is not surprising that if you have something to refer to, and you can improve such a big improvement. Next, the screen on the screen turned. The model style of a Vine-class battleship appears on the screen. Adults, because of the improvement of the northwestern direction and the improvement of scientific and technological strength, you have previously required the Wigneo-class battleship that rushed to work. Now it has cracked all the technical difficulties and can be completed immediately. At the same time, we use the reverse surveying and mapping of the warships and warships. The development of the engine in the Northwest Base has improved the entire generation. The previous curvature flying method has now been completely replaced by the insect cave transition mode. The door to the interstellar has been completely opened. The curvature drives to the improvement of the insect cave transition. The difference is almost equivalent to the leap from the bicycle to the aircraft.
Whether it can develop the movement technology of worm caves has always been a standard for division of star forces and star domain level forces. Zhang Ruoyan did not expect that after he won the fleet, he had quickly transformed from entering the star forces and quickly transformed from entering the star level power. At this time, the harvest is no longer just the explosive growth of military strength, but the fundamental improvement of its own heritage. The difference between this is also fundamental. It is equivalent to the difference between a person who has won 10 million lottery and a person who has inherited the annual profit of 10 million companies. At this time, seeing the scientific research strength of the Northwest Base has made such a rapid progress. Zhang Ruoyan could not help but have a trace of expectations for the previous restoration of the battleship. He signaled that Akatis, who was still being torrential at this time, asked, "Can you completely repair the entire fleet with the current scientific and technological strength of the Northwest Base? Repair the entire fleet?" Akatis stunned, and then said without hesitation, "Yes. Not only can it be repaired, because of our major bases, different from the federal technology, we can even improve the strength of the entire fleet, and then improve the leapfrog. For example, the organic combination of zerg and machinery in the southeast base can enhance the power and energy supply of certain weapons. Moreover, the coexistence of mechanical and insect groups is more conducive to our zerg to control the warships and give full play to the true power of the warship. Overall, at least it can increase the combat effectiveness of the entire fleet by 30%, and the speed of attack and sailing speed of 10%. The Southwest Camp, focusing on the development of materials, can greatly enhance the strength of the second-generation steel armor of the warship and increase it to more than 40% strong. And, because the damage of most warships is actually related to the surface armor, this repair is actually the simplest. As for the base of our Northwest, after obtaining such a comprehensive science and technology patent, coupled with the highly prominent detection technology, information technology and system specialties, it will be able to comprehensively improve the strength of all aspects of the fleet. The scope of detection is farther than others, the detection accuracy is higher than others, the fire control technology is better than others, and even the system is safer than the Federation. At the same time, due to the uniqueness of our mutant, many of our scientific researchers have developed many warships and insect-based transformation solutions. For example, the Wagley-class destroyer, when we keep the appearance unchanged, we can transform the internal into an environment that is suitable for the survival of the insects. And increase its engine power, flexibility, and armor defense, transform it into a landing battleship that can quickly get close to other warships. As long as the Wagley-class destroyer landed on the other large warships, it can quickly destroy the ship's armor of the large warship, open a channel that breaks to the internal, and then enter the insect group to perform internal capture. Zhang Ruoyan looked at the reconstruction plan of the Wagley-class destroyer called Akatis, and his eyes were on. Isn't this one of the most suitable solutions for ground zerg space war? However, Zhang Ruoyan pressed his excitement, and he knew what the most important task was now. So he returned to the key point again. So how long does it take to repair the entire fleet? Zhang Ruoyan looked straight at Akatis. 3 to 5 weeks. After hearing Zhang Ruoyan's question, Akatis gave the answer almost without pause. What? 3 to 5 weeks? How is this possible? At this moment, let alone Zhang Ruoyan, even Black and AI Wei were stunned. With their understanding of human science and technology, and at the same time they understand the Northwest Base. Even though the Northwest Base has mastered a large number of human science and technology, the research and development capabilities have been greatly improved. But repairing the fleet requires skilled technicians and corresponding facilities. In the Northwest direction, the base that is not developed in the Northwest, saying that they can repair the fleet, Black and AI Shangwei believe, but say that they can repair the fleets of thousands of warships within 3 to 5 weeks, no matter how AI Wei and Hey, I can't believe it. However, the next moment, just in the unbelievable eyes of everyone, Akatis called a new picture on the holographic virtual screen. On the picture, a robot with 2 arms, a wide body, and a half-knee kneeling of both legs appeared. Akatis' voice slowly sounded. We found a lot of SCV in the storage room of the Klin-class transport ship. Therefore, 3 to 5 weeks are enough. SCV. Isn't this the space construction robot of the human race? The moment he saw SCV, Zhang Ruoyan knew why Akatis dared to say that the fleet could be completely repaired within 3 to 5 weeks. Google Search Reading is a universal robot developed by the Federation. As long as there are relevant building and mechanical design drawings and materials, then the manufacture of any building and the maintenance of any machinery can be realized one by one under the hands of SCV. Akkadi's then pointed to the screen and continued to introduce.
We have obtained a total of 30,000 SCVs from the 3 Klingon-class transport ships this time.
In addition, we have fully mastered the design drawings of each warship and related technology patents. Therefore, as long as these SCVs are supplied with enough energy and materials, repairing the fleet will not be a problem.
In fact, it's not just the warships. In the Klingon-class transport ships and those scientific expedition workships, we also unexpectedly obtained rare drawings of the Federation's military buildings.
In addition to the command center, mechanical warehouses, barracks, engineering stations and other buildings are all available.
As he said, Akkadi's displayed the corresponding human building drawings on the screen one by one. Looking at those complex three-dimensional electronic hollow drawings, Zhang Ruiyun was a little unbelievable. Such important human military building facilities and core technologies, he actually obtained them so easily? Don't look at these building drawings. It seems that the mutants casually obtained them from the scientific expedition team unintentionally. But in fact, let alone now. Even those forces that had occupied a star region and ruled the land in the previous life, the human architectural drawings they had were incomplete. For example, the Black Market Star was insufficient for the buildings of the ground forces of the Scientific Research Institute. For another example, the powerful Comorian had missing relevant architectural drawings. The only ones that could be complete were the current Federation and the later Empire. And now, in Zhang Ruiyun's hands, all the buildings except the command center were complete. However, Zhang Ruiyun immediately thought of the origin of this scientific expedition team, the Human Defenders Organization hidden in the Federation Army, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. That's right, only these separatist forces hidden deep in the Federation could easily get such complete technical information. However, in the previous life, they did not start to rebel until several years after Mengsk established the empire. Unexpectedly, so many years before that, the human defenders had already begun to accumulate their foundation. Even the complete technology obtained in the Northwest base now was just obtained by the Human Defenders Organization. Then, by chance, all of them are now in Zhang Ruiyun's hands. At the same time, just after Akkadi showed all the buildings of the human race, a prompt sound suddenly sounded in Zhang Ruiyun's mind. Ding! Player number 4S7637N9 has more than 95% of the human race's building drawings, as well as a systematic technology tree, and has a large-scale human race's basic core construction robot SCV. After system identification, player number 4S7637N9 can unlock the development rights of the human race. Swish! Just after this prompt sound, in Zhang Ruiyun's mind, next to the original Zerg base's Hive evolution tree, a new human race technology evolution tree was generated. On the entire evolution tree, from the most basic barracks, supply stations, bunkers, all the way up, corresponding to the Zerg base's Hive evolution tree, the tank factory, chariot base, anti-aircraft tower engineering bay, etc. of the secondary base were generated. Then upward, high-tech building pictures such as starports, reactors, and technology laboratories were generated. The Terran buildings from level 3 upwards also become similar to the Zerg evolution tree, with many building icons obscured by a layer of fog. However, unlike the Zerg base has a clear level, and the base can eventually evolve to level 15. The Terran evolution tree, after level 7, slowly disappears into the void, as if telling players that they need to explore the road ahead on their own. Looking at this Zerg-like technology tree, Zhang Ruiyun was instantly excited. Because Zhang Ruiyun knew. Compared with the psychic technology that has been developed to the extreme by the Protoss, and the genetic technology of the Zerg's single evolution, the greatest advantage of the Terran lies in the breadth and unlimited extension of that technology. Author's side note: I am already on the edge of danger of not being able to get on the fourth wheel. Please read it, please vote. The technology of the three ethnic groups in the universe has its own characteristics. Zerg's technology is the continuous evolution of its own body. It can evolve not only a powerful body and reproduction ability, but also a biological weapon that is dangerous to adapt to Star Wars. I want to write here, I hope readers will remember our domain name. It can even evolve until it can be relied on itself, which can resist almost absolutely zero in space, and a harsh environment full of dangerous radiation, and sail in space. What's more outrageous is that some can evolve out of organs that can be folded. The Xingling's technology is the extreme of spiritual power. Not only can you master all kinds of incredible spiritual power, but also the ability to destroy the earth and destroy the land of lightning storms. You can also connect everyone's thoughts through the Kara network.
However, among these three races, only human science and technology are the most breadth and ductility. Not only did the zerg's genetic technology, but also the spiritual field of the Protoss. At the same time, under this study, the human race created a faint emitter that restrains the zerg. After analyzing the Xingling tribe, he learned more advanced folding navigation technology. It can be said that the technology of human race has the most infinite possibilities. With the generation of human science and technology trees, Zhang Ruiyan learned from it. Before having a systematic recognition of human development rights, although Zhang Ruiyan's mutants can also develop the technology of human races, or to build corresponding buildings and troops. However, this kind of research and development will be limited by technology trees. That is, the mutant team of Zhang Ruiyan's southwestern direction base developed up to the existing technology on the human technology tree. And it can only be developed to the 7th level of human technology trees, and then it can no longer enter. At the same time, in the case of no human science and technology reference, Zhang Ruiyan's mutant scientist team, it is also difficult to independent study of the zerg's gene and the spiritual technology of the Xingling tribe. This means that even if Zhang Ruiyan's team under the mutant scientists under his hands, after the zerg genetic modification, it has an unparalleled IQ and a strong brain. But after studying the known human race technology, it is difficult to innovate and develop new things. This is equivalent to restricting the biggest advantage of human race technology, unlimited technology potential. Now with the system's recognition of the human race forces owned by Zhang Ruiyan and the opening of development rights, Zhang Ruiyan's super-strong mutant scientist team will no longer be contained. As long as Zhang Ruiyan is on the scientific and technological trees, choose the relevant scientific research direction. The entire Mutant Research Institute can break through this research direction and create its own unique new technology. Seeing this, Zhang Ruiyan browsed subconsciously, ready to choose a unique development path for their own mutant scientists based on all the current scientific research directions. However, after he opened the specific technology icon, he found that all the icons were gray. Didn't you already have the right to develop? How can all scientific research icons be all developed? At this time, a message sounded in Zhang Ruiyan's mind. Ding! Player number 4S7637N9 lacks command center. Without the assistance of the light brain level wisdom brain of the command center, it is impossible to open the independent research and development of human science and technology. The next moment, the importance of the human race command center appeared in Zhang Ruiyan's mind. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyan also learned that it is the same as previous lives. The most important thing about the human race is not those round buildings. It does not include the corresponding buildings and the core technology storage library of the arms. Instead, an optical brain-level wise brain that can coordinate the entire human base and run normally. The computing power of this optical brain-level brain is thousands of times more powerful than the wisdom brain on the Besti Meruz class battleship. However, such a powerful light brain-level wisdom brain, all Kiprix areas can only be manufactured. And all strict control. At the same time, the Federal Federation also has a senior self-destruction right to light brain-level wisdom brain. Therefore, after the federal destruction, the light brain-level wisdom brain flowed to the people, and the advanced self-destructive permissions of the smart brain were all invalid. The independent forces of all parties appeared in large quantities like bamboo shoots after the rain, and they were separated. Thinking of this, Zhang Ruiyan's brow was slightly wrinkled. Obviously the development authority of the human race has been opened. Obviously they can develop the dual line of the zerg. It can be restricted by a light brain level wise brain. In particular, when the Federal Federation still exists, even if you want to try to grab a light brain level wise brain, you cannot use it. Because of the federal self-destruction rights, it is also in their hands. Could it be that the development of your own people must wait until the federal destruction before you can start? However, when Zhang Ruiyan felt completely unsolved, a spiritual light suddenly flashed from his mind. Etc. In the previous life, it seems that there is a power level brain, which is not in the federal system. And the light brain level wise brain owned by that forces seems to contain other weird black technology. At the same time, because of those black technology, the power almost won the control of the large star area in the southeast. A name is called out Black Peony Legion. At the same time, Google search reading in the vast space, the star of a red superstar. A fleet is mooring on the near-ground track of the star and rests. A total of dozens of warships. The fleet has one Livotin-class battleship, two Vine-class battleships, and several Wygray-class destroyers. In addition, this fleet also has a huge Klin-class transport ship, and the rest is all the speed-type destroyers with extremely fast speed. Such configuration is placed in the eyes of old-fashioned people, and a consciousness will come out a pirate group. Yes, it is the Black Peony pirate group that has been carried out here. At this time, on the flagship of Helenia.
Catherine was frowned and looked at the information in his hand. You mean, our contact person uses the highest warning secret sign, this news comes?
Yes, Lord K-Sign, when we rely on the Hong Kong supply in the last stop, we came to pass the information news.
All are the dead room we only use once. That's the end of us and the safest information channel. Molly, the deputy behind K-Sign, replied. But this news came, but let us start immediately, where we are going to go? Speaking of Catherine, the intelligence in his hand was unfolded.
I saw the intelligence, and I wrote, please rush to the Telp star field, Allery star.
K-Sign's delicate body leaned back on the chair, picked up the information in his hand and continued to play. What does this mean?
The deputy Molly slowly shook her head, which was exactly where she had never figured out. This shows that the danger comes from a transaction with the Federal Austrian Star, and this transaction itself is not dangerous, and the danger comes from other forces that spy on trading items.
And it is very likely, it is a huge force we can't afford.
Therefore, the true meaning of intelligence is to conceal and quickly complete the transaction with the Federal Austrian Star as soon as possible. To put it simply, we have encountered black eating in black, and now the situation is very dangerous.
Molly widened her eyes. She was incredible.
With such a short sentence, she contained so many information. Kaysen put the intelligence back to the desk, and put his fingers on the armrest.
Federal Australia Star, there are only two trades with our transactions.
One is to hijack a talent from the StarCraft official spacecraft, that is, the Righteous Girl now, Yen. The Federation also seems to have discovered this girl. She has extremely rare special talents and wants to list it as a candidate for the Ghost Plan.
The other is on the edge of the Kapuro Star District to plunder an exploration fleet.
And bring all the items in the mysterious ruins of its exploration, bring it back to the Federal Austrian Star. The first two transactions are not likely, because if it is a person, with the cunning character of people, it will definitely let us throw people directly into the supply starport, so the trouble will be solved directly. Therefore, things must be related to those mysterious ruins. Molly, you go to the transport ship now, check all the ruins items with instruments, and find suspicious things. The magnetic storm of this star will last 6 hours.
I hope that in this time, we can find that key thing. Follow.
Molly now understands the seriousness of the matter. After answering seriously, she rushed to the transport ship urgently.
However, after Molly left, Catherine turned his hand and blocked his captain's office cabin.
Then, she glanced at the information, and a touch of fun appeared at the corner of her mouth, muttering to herself, the highest level warning, that represents the top level wanted by federal level. Now, when the Federation does not happen, this degree of alarm means that the collective shock of the dark forces underground.
It affects the shock of the entire underground forces, the Federal Austrian Star. What are you stolen this time? I'm a little curious too.
After speaking, Catherine's fingers hit a complex rhythm on the armrest. When the rhythm ends, under the desk in front of her, open a dark grid, and then a simple metal box like a basketball size is rising from below.
K-Sign looked at the box carefully and did not touch it with his hands. Instead, Xingtang raised a faint blue spiritual energy, using Lingning to control the entire box to her in front of her.
Looking at the quaint box in front of him, a hesitant flashed in Catherine's eyes. In the end, her charming face still showed a decision. I hope this harvest can be worth for more than 10 years.
Alas! Next moment,
Catherine's spiritual energy, like dozens of precision probes, instantly poured into the complicated organ on this box.
Click! Ka! Click!
A series of metal buckle twisted sounds, which began to sound continuously in the box. Countless parts and characters were on the surface of the box, and the irregular rollover changes irregularly.
Catherine stared at the changes of all the mechanisms on the surface of the box without blinking.
Her lips moved slightly, and she kept calculating something in her mind. After a long time, when Catherine's hair on her forehead was wet with sweat, she heard a click. The box opened like countless blades, opening into a lotus shape. And in the center of this lotus, a spherical object like a star, flashing with countless photons, appeared in front of Catherine. When Catherine saw this thing for the first time, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth.
This is an optical brain level intelligent brain.
Catherine was shocked for a while, and then suddenly realized something. Wait! The next moment, Catherine raised her head and looked at the battleship intelligent brain in her office cabin. On the holographic virtual screen opposite her desk, all data and system operations were not affected at all. Then, Catherine's eyes widened, and an expression of ecstasy appeared on her face. This is actually a light-level intelligent computer that does not belong to the Federation. No wonder. No wonder it will be the highest level of warning. No wonder why the entire underground world is like an earthquake. If I were the big power behind the scenes, I would definitely mobilize all my strength to snatch this light-level intelligent computer that does not belong to the Federation. No one does not know what a light-level intelligent computer that does not belong to the Federation means. For a truly powerful force, it is almost equivalent to founding a country. Then, Catherine seemed to suddenly realize something, and her face changed drastically. If the force that covets this thing really knows that what they are smuggling is a light-level intelligent computer that does not belong to the Federation, then, what will the entire Black Peony Pirates face next? When thinking of this question, Catherine's whole body and mind were instantly chilled. Catherine immediately realized the risks behind this huge benefit. She manipulated the box and gently placed it next to the desk. Then, she endured the waves and panic in her heart and entered her account on the dark web. She logged into the largest underground dark web in the Copperloo Star region. As the familiar starry sky background picture appeared, a series of red bounties appeared blatantly on the homepage of the website. The specific coordinates of the Black Peony Pirates are rewarded. Once the accurate coordinates within 3 hours are verified, 10,000 units of crystal ore will be rewarded. The first one to be awarded for the same coordinates will be valid. Under this bounty, the coordinates that have been rewarded one by one completely depict the previous path of the Black Peony Pirates. And the nearest reward coordinate happened to be the starport where Catherine and her team docked when they docked for supplies last time. The leader of the Black Peony Pirates, Catherine, must be alive and conscious, and the bounty is 300,000 units of gold crystal ore. It will remain valid until the bounty is revoked by the party offering the bounty. Catherine looked at her photo, which appeared on the official website, and her face turned pale. A bounty for the Black Peony Pirates, transported to the Federation Orlan Star. The specific items are as follows. Under this top bounty is the transaction log between the Black Peony Corps and the Federation Orlan Star on the dark web. The first one is about Yi Yan's transaction, and behind Yi Yan, there is a bounty of 500,000 crystal ore. The second one is densely marked with a large number of relics hijacked from a large exploration ship. However, the prices on these items are not too high, and the total price is not even more than half of Yi Yan's. At this moment, when Catherine saw this information, she finally knew what level the black hand behind the scenes was. That is a force that can mobilize dark web data at will. In theory, in the dark web, the transaction records of any underground forces will not be easily disclosed. However, the two transactions between the Black Peony Pirates and the Federation Orlan Star were clearly called out and posted on the homepage bounty. This clearly shows that the force that offered the bounty is so huge that the dark web cannot resist it. But, it happened at this time. After seeing the specific details of the bounty, Catherine's pale face finally regained some color. Because she saw that Yi Yan's bounty was actually more valuable than those relics. This was clearly a trick used by the forces behind the scenes to prevent others from knowing what they really wanted. However, it was precisely because of this trick that Catherine saw a glimmer of hope for her. Then, she quietly exited the dark web account. Her fingers once again tapped on the armrest of her chair, producing another set of complex rhythmic tapping sounds. And after this set of tapping sounds ended, in front of Catherine, a starry sky map suddenly appeared, projected by 3 holographic virtual projectors in different directions. On this star map, all the thousands of star systems in the entire Copperloo Star region emerged. There are countless crisscrossing channels between galaxies. This is a navigation map of the Copperloo Star region. At this time, there are only 3 means of space navigation in the entire Copperloo Star region: curvature, wormhole, and folding. Curvature navigation is similar to our walking. There is no navigation restriction in the entire universe. You can walk as you want. However, the only problem with curvature navigation is that the speed is too slow. The average navigation time required for 2 adjacent star systems is usually more than 3 years. Even if you encounter star systems that are relatively close to each other, it will take several months at the fastest. Wormhole jump is the most widely used navigation technology in the universe at this stage. Its requirement is that as long as there is an area in space without gravitational interference, a wormhole can be opened, and then enter the wormhole for jump navigation. However, because of the tidal guidance of the wormhole's own spacetime and the existence of spacetime nodes. Although wormhole jumps can be entered and opened anywhere, there will be a common route end. The routes that run through countless galaxies on the map show that in all the star fields that the routes pass through, all the spacecraft that enter the wormhole will leave the wormhole at the end of the route. Now, there is a starport built by the Federation at the end of each wormhole. The last one, folding navigation, is the top navigation method currently mastered by the human race. In short-distance navigation within a few light-years, it is like curvature drive, not limited by specific channel restrictions, and it will also have a similar effect of teleportation. Although it will also sail in the direction of the spacetime tide in long-distance navigation, as long as the spacetime node of the destination is locked. Folding can be done at will in the starfield range within 1 light-year of the wormhole exit node. At this time, the star map in front of Catherine is clear at a glance. With Catherine's star system as the center, there are only 5 channels leading to other star regions. At the end of these 5 passages, Catherine tapped her finger and the corresponding star region was enlarged. In the enlarged star region, dense red dots gathered in the entire star region. Even at the edge of the star region, sparse red dots filled all the blind spots. There are no space loopholes within 1 light-year around the 5 time and space nodes. Catherine couldn't help but take a breath. This set of equipment for detecting all warships in the starfield was a high-end technology that she accidentally obtained when she robbed the research fleet of Yumoying. However, through this black technology, it is obvious that the people of the entire Dark Forces have guessed the scope of the star region where she is now, and have deployed heavy troops. All the time and space nodes around are surrounded. The arrangement of red dots on the star map alone gives Catherine reason to believe that almost all groups in the underground world are involved. The target is the 3 major bounties on the bounty list. Catherine sat up straight, put her hands and 5 fingers together in front of her, and looked through the optical brain-level intelligent brain on the table to the star map in front. As she guessed, the entire Black Peony pirate group is now in an extremely dangerous situation. But Catherine at this time is no longer as panicked as before. Because in the crisis, she saw her opportunity. In such a serious situation, she believed that the Federation Orlan star must have had a psychological expectation of the transportation failure. Therefore, this situation has instead created the best opportunity for her to embezzle the optical brain-level intelligent brain. Thinking of this, Catherine did not hesitate at all, and directly controlled her psychic power to take the optical brain-level intelligent brain out of the box and put it in the dark cabinet under her desk. Then she thought of the 3 major bounties on the dark web and sneered. The core reason for this situation, the optical brain-level intelligent brain, has nothing to do with the whole situation now. Because the 2 forces that knew about the optical brain-level intelligent brain, whether it was the Federation Orlan star or the dark web behind the scenes, did not reveal it. Therefore, all the forces actually focused on 2 things. One is Yi Yan, and the other is the relic items. Even Catherine herself, a discerning person, can see that she is just a live person specially proposed to get Yi Yan and the relic items. Just from the bounty, it can be seen that the bounty is valid until it is revoked. When Yi Yan and the relic items are obtained, the bounty will be revoked. People who can make it in the underground world are not stupid. Therefore, everyone is keeping a close eye on Yi Yan and the relic items, these 2 real things. Thinking of this, Catherine recited Yi Yan's name, and a hint of decisiveness flashed in her eyes. My good apprentice, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't existed, there might not be a glimmer of hope for Black Peony. The moment Catherine decided to embezzle the optical brain-level intelligent brain, she had already decided to sacrifice Yi Yan. Only by selling Yi Yan and letting all the underground forces focus on Yi Yan, she will have a chance to escape from this starfield. Compared with an apprentice with great potential and an optical brain-level intelligent brain, it is clear at a glance. Author's digression: tomorrow, the real moment of life and death is coming. It is more dangerous to follow up now. Drop. A prompt sound. On the screen of the Catherine office cabin, Molly's figure appeared on the corridor. Cassine frowned, glanced at the table on the table like a lotus, the backhand knocked twice on the armrest on the other side. Subsequently, I saw the starry airway diagram suspended in the middle of the office cabin and disappeared slowly. The desk-related dark web-related browsing records are automatically cleared. The dark pavilion under the desk was also closed after a period of time, and it closed the seams. Slap. Cassine made a finger. The office cabin that had been blocked before was restored to the normal opening state. Everything in the office cabin returned to the original appearance, and even the wisdom brain in front of Cassine naturally turned out some working documents to be treated. Da.
The knock sounded. Master K-Sign, I'm back. Come in. Say, the door is automatically opened. Molly pushed a cart and walked into the office cabin of Catherine.
Master K-Sign, not what you expected. In that batch of relic items, I really found a lot of suspicious things. To say, Molly automatically opened the cart, and a total of 5 things in the car appeared in front of Catherine. They are an ancient sword, a jade crown, an ancient painting, and a totem sculpture similar to the dragon and snake. And a strange and humble building wreckage.
There are problems with these things?
Well, yes, through testing, they are all yearning for unique band information at a specific frequency. And there are many types of release, some are microwave radiation, some are gamma rays, some are Lewontian rays, and some are high-energy ion radio waves. And the frequency of these bands is extremely stable and in line with the detection band of certain equipment. It can be said that if our fleet carry these things into Shingan, within 56 astronomical units, any spacecraft carrying specific equipment can detect our whereabouts. Catherine stood up from the chair and walked to those ruins items, looking at these things one by one. I didn't expect the exploration team to leave a hand, 56 astronomical units, which was really just right.
So these signals have been processed?
Not yet.
Very good. Kaysen nodded with satisfaction, and she liked Molly to know how to deal with it. Now, you go to Yi Yan himself.
Yes.
Molly responded and turned away. Kaysign was compared with the 5 type relic items one by one.
Later, the jade crown, which is about the same size as the light brain level wisdom brain, took it up, and then returned to the desk. Using Ling could control the jade crown and put it on the box opened like a lotus. As the jade crown was put in, the box was closely rotating with a blade-like gear backward, and it was restored to the shape of the first 20 mandate body. Looking at the box that resumed into the original, Catherine gently used the spirit to send it to the place where the cart's original jade crown was located. And this box took it out of the dense room from Kazalin and finally put it on the hand-to-hand car.
Kaysign did not touch it.
It didn't take long for the sound of footsteps to sound in the corridor.
Molly took Yi Yan and followed the office compartment. Leader, find me?
Yi Yan's smartwatch has just received the system prompt, knowing that someone in endless starry sky is looking for her, and then she hurried into the game. From his captain's lounge, he followed Molly all the way to the flagship. Yi Yan, who was obviously improving in Kaysen, looked at the spirit and couldn't help sighing in her heart. I didn't see it for a few days. I didn't expect Yi Yan's spirit to grow so fast. Such a jade, if it can be cultivated, will be the most powerful general. Pity the situation is forced, this fate is still too shallow. Take down the thoughts in his heart. Kaysen looked at Yi Yan seriously. My good apprentice, now there is a task to give you to do it. Yi Yan froze and replied, please say. Help the fleet to transport these goods to Australian stars. Having said that, Kaiserin pointed out several relic items placed on the handcart.
Allery Star? Me? Yi Yan was a little puzzled at this time. Why is such an important thing to give her a newcomer to do it?
Yes. Kaysign explained seriously, our fleet has encountered a major crisis. The shipping goods were leaked and stared at. And you are the only faces of us, so only you can get rid of their attention and send items to your destination safely. What should I do? Yi Yan began to ask for specific arrangements. Kaysign's face showed a gratifying expression. Wait a minute, the fleet will cross the wormhole in advance and enter the next star halo. In this way, it will inevitably attract the enemy's attention. At that time, after you wait for the star's magnetic storm here, you can then choose to return along the original road, or take another channel to leave. After that, you can go to Orlan Star freely. I have sent you the relevant mission details. Yi Yan heard Catherine's arrangement, and although she had doubts in her heart, they were also deluded. According to Catherine's plan, such an arrangement was obviously to protect her. At the same time, she was given a choice of routes and complete autonomy. Even, the exposure of the fleet gave her the greatest opportunity. Okay, I will complete the task. Yi Yan took the task and put the items back into the cart. But she didn't notice that when she touched the box of the regular icosahedron, a stream of light flashed inadvertently in the pattern of the box. Catherine saw this scene, and a strange flash flashed in the depths of her eyes. Afterwards, Yi Yan put away the cart and turned to leave. However, at this moment, Catherine suddenly said, wait a minute. Yi Yan stopped and looked back at Catherine. Catherine threw a metal ring to Yi Yan. Yi Yan, go change the battleship. This is the master control key of natural selection. Put it on the console and bind it to your identity. Then the top-level Vagrii class destroyer will be yours. Don't think it's just a destroyer, but as the top-level destroyer, it is no worse than the Veneto-class battleship. Especially in terms of speed, it has far exceeded the Veneto-class battleship, but in the end it can only be defined as a destroyer, entirely due to its ship type, relatively weak armor and comprehensive capabilities. Treat it well, give full play to its advantages, play to its strengths and avoid its weaknesses, and return safely. Yi Yan took the metal ring, a hint of surprise flashed across her face, and then with Catherine's next words, the doubts in her heart also disappeared a lot. He replied to Catherine seriously, I promise to complete the mission. Catherine smiled back and said again, okay. I believe you. By the way, I'll give you another surprise. The natural selection actually has the only set of warp engines in the entire fleet. You will see it after you obtain the ultimate authority of the battleship. Catherine paused, smiled, and shook her head and said again, having said that, I'll give you another suggestion. To ensure safety, when you leave later, remember to use the warp directly, and never appear near the starport. In this way, your chance of survival will be greatly increased. Yi Yan was shocked and looked at Catherine in disbelief. When she heard that there was a warp engine on the natural selection, such an unexpected surprise almost made her unable to come back to her senses. When she was sent out of the flagship by Molly in a daze, she turned around and looked at the flagship of Helenia in shock. In fact, the reason why Yi Yan was so shocked was mainly because she had been in the fleet for so long, and she was no longer a novice at the beginning. She certainly knew how valuable a destroyer with a warp engine was. Ordinary small warships could not withstand the side effects of a powerful time-space warp and could easily tear themselves apart. Only behemoths like the Leviathan class or even the Behemoth-class battleships could withstand the side effects of the terrible time-space warp. Therefore, a destroyer with a warp engine, such black technology, can almost be regarded as the biggest asset of the Black Peony pirates. It is also Catherine's biggest trump card. In this case, Catherine actually gave this trump card to her completely. At this moment, Yi Yan made up her mind to complete the task. At the same time, she remembered that she had a skill called multi-level warp. After owning a warship with a warp engine, her ability to play can be imagined. Yi Yan was full of confidence in completing the task of transporting items. When Yi Yan returned to the natural selection. In the flagship, Catherine suddenly asked Molly, is Morit also on the natural selection? Morit? Molly repeated hesitantly, she almost didn't realize who Morit Catherine was talking about. But the next moment, Molly suddenly woke up. You mean, the traitor in the pirate group? Yes. And he's the communications officer on the natural selection. Catherine looked at the natural selection indifferently. Very good. Now we have the person to spread the news. Next, the good show will begin. Author's digression, note, 1 astronomical unit is equivalent to the distance from the Sun to the Earth. 56 astronomical units are equivalent to the distance from the Sun to the edge of the solar system, the Kuiper belt. Drop. Yi Yan's metal ring on his fingers was scanned in detail on the Captain song. Google search reading subsequently, a series of password numbers with high-speed operations flowed into the brain. Immediately, the captain's personal screen on the Captain. A control interface was unlocked, and Yi Yan's face was immediately unlocked, scanning it completely. Byte. Unlock the ultimate permissions, the unique ship commander of the natural selection number, confirmed as Yi Yan. Alas! Immediately afterwards, a few feet of natural selection of holographic virtual model appeared on the captain's pike. Above, a series of red blockades are unlocked. Among them, the largest part of the blockade area is a circular module around the engine. When it was turned on, Yi Yan's operation option suddenly appeared an option that emerged. With the natural selection of the Wagray-class destroyer and opening the ultimate operating authority, the shape of the warship has also turned out to look like all modules. The original streamlined fish-shaped appearance became a sharp edge of angle like a tip of a gun, exuding a different kind of sharpness. At this time, with the deformation of the natural selection number, the signal of the flagship is also connected to the natural selection number. Catherine's image appeared in front of Yi Yan. Warship binding is successful? Yes, the leader. Very good, take care, our actions are about to start. Know why I will give you the absolute permissions of the natural selection number? Yi Yan shook her head, showing a puzzled expression. It is to make you complete the task safer and better. The future of the Black Peony pirates requires your help. Remember, come back alive, and live well. After Catherine said this, she left Yi Yan's encouragement smile, and then cut off the contact. After the contact cut, the second half of Kaiserin continued to say, only the longer you live,
the greater the toss movement, the safer my future, and the more talented people behind the scenes will feel the light brain level wisdom brain, not in my hands. After saying this, Kaiserin opened the fleet's public frequency, all units, act according to the plan. Oh. On the edge of the huge red superstar, dozens of warships of the Black Peony Pirates collect all the energy collection devices on the body. Later, headed by the huge Corinton-class transport ship, dozens of warships opened the ion pusher and flew towards the edge of the galaxy. Wait until dozens of warships, completely out of the influence of the red superstar, the impact of huge gravity. Headed by the Klingon-class transport ship, a warship has opened the wormhole channels one after another. Well. Several streamers flashed into the wormhole. And the two Vinant-class battleships again gave a natural selection number to send a signal that farewell. It also opened the wormhole and drilled into it. On the other end of the channel, in Kailongbao spaceport, the fleet of the Black Peony Legion broke the dimension space and just got away from the wormhole. Immediately, I saw the spectacular scene that I had never seen in this life. At this moment, the dense fleet spacecraft was surrounded by the group. All warships, whether it is the minimum of the minimum ship fighter, or the warship of the destroyer and the battleships. All of the energy of saving guns were opened, and the exit of wormhole was aimed at Guru. John, the captain of the Klingon-class transportation ship, looked at the dense artillery mouth in front of him, and swallowed involuntarily. Regardless of whether the vessels outside can see, he slowly raised his hands. Beep. Report the number of the ship to belong to, and the power. Old Tun Han Run in Drythroat slowly replied, no number SFF86013 transport ship, which is affiliated with Black Peony Security Company. UU's electromagnetic waves are transmitted, but the long silence is waiting. The old John suddenly thought of something, and suddenly asked the wisdom brain in front of him. The leader said, after crossing the wormhole, make the next plan. Yes, what? Drop. Open the next plan, and according to the plan, the Klingon-class transportation ship will open all the storage rooms. And start all the storage rooms to open the pusher to promote the universe. There must be no misunderstanding of dangerous behavior. What? Faced with such a weird order, John could not help screaming. However, the next moment, a shocking scene appeared on the screen of the bridge. All the warships in the universe were unreasonably the ship heads, and the transport ships were aligned with each other. At the same time, the weapon was started, the engine was also turned on at the same time, and slowly approached. It felt like the whole world, and it suppressed himself. Faced with such a situation, the old John suddenly understood the meaning of the Catherine command, immediately shouted, execute the command. Execute the command. Slowly open all the storage outdoor door. Decodied storage room unit. Unload. Pushing device full power turn on. All goods, discard all. Click. With the changes of the Klingon-class transport ship, all the warships in the universe stopped. Google search reading later, thousands of storage rooms like the size of the building were seen from the ship's body, and they were out of the aircraft. Like the scattered flowers of the heavens, it floated to the entire universe. Next, what about the next plan? Old John asked immediately. Next, surrender. Surrender? Old John was dumbfounded. How can I cross the wormhole? At this time, several other Y-Gray-class destroyers came across the worm cave. Then, when they saw the sky warships, and almost nothing, the Klingon-class transport ship, immediately, according to the plan unlocked in the plan. Open the channels of all warships one after another, the engine turns off, the weapons are gathered, and the lights of the entire ship are on, expressing an attitude of surrender. With the nearly 10 warships, all the states of surrender are all crisp. Several powerful fleets around Kellenberg spaceport collectively sent several landing ships to connect the battleships of the Black Peony Pirates. Subsequently, when these landing ships won the command cars of the Black Peony Pirates, they connected the flagship communication of their own forces. After a conversation. Alas! Countless small warships and fighters were like crazy, rushing towards the thousands of storage rooms. At the same time, as soon as the other small fleet saw this situation, it also came here. They sent their fastest ships and fighters to fly towards the storage room. In the reward task, there is a reward for the items of the ruins. There must be a part of the storage rooms, with rewards for rewards. As everyone responded. Suddenly, around the entire spaceport, it was instantly filled with countless types of aircraft with a variety of densely hemp. At the same time, the scene of the Kellenberg spaceport was announced in the other two spaceports. Immediately afterwards, with the chaos of Kellenberg spaceport,
the other 2 ports were successively caused. The fleets full of 2 other spaceports have a trend ready to come to Kellenberg.
However, at this time, the homepage of the Dark Network appeared again.
Black Peony Pirates, the head of the group, Catherine, did not show up, and Yi Yen, the most critical character, was not in the captive ship. Moreover, the top battleship in the fleet did not appear. At the same time, the hidden signal staying on the ruins items has not been displayed. Alas! A piece of information suddenly stabilized the surrounding circle that was originally chaotic immediately. At the same time, at an unknown star domain, 2 Vine-class battleships were hanging in a desolate starry sky.
In the flagship's office cabin, Kaiserin was tilted with jade legs and looked at the real-time report on the Dark Network.
At the same time, looking at the empty cabin, the huge star map, the corner of the mouth passes a trace of expectation.
Yes, the effect of Kalon Baoport is better than I think.
This time, everyone's attention will fall on the signals of Yi Yen and the ruins items. As long as all the signals of all relics appear, then there will be no more people doubt other directions.
Counting time, it's almost time for Yi Yen to appear. But, I don't know if I don't know about the Torrent spaceport and Yasati spaceport. Will she choose to go there? It was really a loss of the exploration ship that year. Otherwise, I don't know. In that star system, there is still such a hidden wormhole.
Next, as long as Yi Yen, stir up a group of muddy water again, and then annihilate it in this storm. My Black Peony Pirates can swallow the light brain level wisdom brain in just the right, and then the stable environment brought by the Federal Austrian Star, the secret development of the real forces has been transformed into a hegemony in the Black Peony Legion. At that time, from the perspective of outsiders, the Wagray-class destroyers, the Kleinen-class transportation ship, and the natural choice number of the cards, and the natural choice number of the Klingon-class transport ship?
What is it?
Cabal. Kaisin rose up, charming figure, walked next to the wine cabinet in the corner of the office cabin. She raised a glass of red wine and looked at the direction of the natural selection number.
Oh! Next to the red superstar. The magnetic storm is over.
Naturally, the destroyer was selected, and the engine behind him began to fly towards a weak starry sky.
Next step. Turn. Start soon.
Author's title, 3 chapters, there is another chapter at 5 p.m. today. Today, the life and death of this book is here. The reading rate is more dangerous now, and these 2 weeks are very important.
Seeking to read tickets. Intersection 1. Start. Yi Yen ordered.
Naturally, the entire space around the number shakes, and the coordinates of the latter time and space nodes are locked by the natural selection number. In the next moment, the entire warship is connected to the space around, along the direction of the tidal of time and space, and there is space replacement with the distance in the distance.
Boom!
A ripple flashed, hundreds of millions, anyone in the area around Yasati spaceport. A Wagray-class destroyer like a tip of a gun suddenly appeared suddenly. The abrupt appearance of the natural selection number did not attract no one's attention at the beginning. After all, the edge area of the scope of a light-year-old range is relatively remote, and the density of the warship is not as high as expected. Moreover, whether it is the spread of light or the transmission of signals, it takes a certain time. Therefore, before the outside world found the natural selection number, the natural selection number was the first to detect the surrounding environment. Drop! 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 In the command of the bridge, all the instruments flashed on the large screen. Immediately, the situation around Yasati spaceport appeared on several detection and analysis instruments. Following the tips of the detection system, it sounded on Yi Yan's bridge header. Drop! After testing and analysis. Within the scope of a celestial unit, the number of spacecraft is 3. Within the scope of the 10 celebrity unit, the number of spacecraft is 17. Within 100 astronomical units, the number of spacecraft is 246. Within 1,000 astronomical units, the number of spacecraft is 6,672. Within 10,000 astronomical units, the number of spacecraft is 87131. Within 60,000 astronomical units, the number of spacecraft is 1037845. 60,000 astronomical units are about 1 light years. Boom! Just when the sound of the analysis of the data sounded in the command of the bridge. All the commanding bridge ships who were busy work stopped the work in their hands in unison, and looked back at the direction of the sound. During 1 light years, the number of spacecraft, millions of ships? How is it possible? Alas! Next moment. On the main screen of the bridge, a holographic virtual projection Yasati spaceport, the surrounding star field space map is displayed. Subsequently, in this space map, countless red dots, like stars, suddenly lit up. The entire star domain is like igniting this red, and it is rendered like a red flame.
Alas! The screen is circulating, and the optical detector of the outside of the ship shows the real pattern of the outer space. In the direction of Yosati spaceport, numerous warships were glory, and the star domain had rendered the galaxy as if it was out of thin air. The high-resolution lens will continue to extend the perspective. Then I saw countless forms of warships that were covered with various skeleton graffiti around each other, and passed from the perspective. Although most of the warships that have passed in the sight are only some civilian-modified ships, or light warships, and even a few times more bigger than the plane. However, judging by the number alone, people can't help but make a scalp.
Just when the detection and analyzer of the warship shows the surrounding situation.
Drop. Drop. Drop.
Naturally, the information receiver on the number of numbers has received countless information on the frequency of cosmic public.
Latest news, the Black Peony pirates appeared in Kellenberg spaceport. 10 warships have all surrendered and captured.
These my trading company grabbed a cabin of the Klingon-class transportation ship compartment released by a Black Peony pirate group, 6 of them, and the reward list was exchanged for 10,000 crystal ores on the reward list. Bradley, prepare to set off Kellenberg spaceport, target Yi Yen, relic items, and the head of the Black Peony pirates, Kason.
At present, the crew is being collected. The following are the dark web information on behalf of the Azadi spaceport. Kalon Bao spaceport did not appear in the main ship of the Black Peony pirates.
At the same time, among the 10 warships captured, there was no Yi Yen in Caesar.
Lin et al.
Dark web inferred that this is the Tiger and Mountains of the Black Peony pirates. Please ask all the teams that have received the reward task to keep the allocated space areas.
A channel of information appeared on Yi Yan's Captain host. Look at the same information on the screen. Yi Yan's super strong information processing ability instantly clarified all cause and effect. Then cold sweat suddenly covered with Yi Yan's whole body.
The millions of ships in the Azadi spaceport came all from the Black Peony pirates. The most critical thing for rewarding is not what Kazarin said before, but Yi Yan herself. The Black Peony battleship in Kellenberg spaceport has been captured.
However, the flagship of Helenia under Kasine and the 2 Vine-class battleships disappeared without appearing.
At this time, he jumped to Yosati spaceport, full of heavy soldiers. There is no doubt that he is just a flag abandoned by Catherine. What you want to face will be the arrest of millions of warships.
Oh.
At this time, after the natural selection number, the various signals and the light generated by the emitted light, it was finally detected by a nearest battleship detector. The next moment, the real-time communication message from Yadati spaceport was sent to the natural selection number in an instant. Please report to the ship itself, it belongs to the power. With this question, the correspondent was subconsciously prepared to inform the information of the natural selection number.
Report a fake identity of a backdoid backdoor. Yes.
Reward Yosati spaceport, number SEJ 68876 expelled the fake ship, belongs to the People and Nature Protection Organizations.
Okay, I receive it. Please, wait in place, wait for the system to enter the security code. However, what Yi Yan didn't know was that when the natural selection number was detected by Yosati spaceport,
in the warship, the special signal of the 5 types of relics also transmitted to the surrounding warships, and the detector of the Azadi spaceport. Subsequently, the humming alert roar, followed by other warship command cars in the surrounding area of the natural selection, in the command bridge of the power of interaction with the spaceport, one after another. All the red words appearing on the big screen of the signal, the dazzling red words. Discover the specified special signal, the core items of the ruins appear, and the core ship of the Black Peony pirates has appeared.
Next moment.
Many staff members of Yosati spaceport, who received this news, looked up incredible to look at the just registered SEJK 68876 battleship. The head of the heads, 3 steps and 2 steps, came to the operating table in the so-called SEJ 68876 battleship that just sent the information. He pressed the mandatory communication button unique to the spaceport. Beep. The screen flashed on the main screen of the spaceport. Naturally, the lens in the bridge was forced to open. Yi Yan's face-like face was like an angel, and she suddenly appeared on the screen.
It's Yi Yan.
The person in charge was so exclaimed. He originally just wanted to ask about the situation of the ruins, but I didn't expect it. The first time on the picture appeared Yi Yan, who was rewarded 500,000. And the natural selection number, Yi Yan, who has just performed the surrounding warship. Then I found that on the screen of the main bridge, the video pop-up window was forcibly opened. Then, the middle-aged man in the picture looked at his own direction and shouted his name subconsciously. Not good. Yi Yan's pupils shrank and forced cutting off the communication, and then saw the warships that had already aimed at the ship head around and rushed to the battleship. Order immediately, escape. Author's title: there are 4 chapters, today 3 rounds, the time of life and death in this book is here. The reading rate is more dangerous now, and these 2 weeks are very important. Seeking to read tickets. Intersection call out. Naturally, the tail of the number was selected, and a strong plasma flame was sprayed. Google search reading the entire ship was like an arrow that was off the string, in the opposite direction of the Azadi spaceport, and shouted. Just as the natural selection of the transfer of the ship's head escaped, millions of warships started behind it. I want to write here, I hope readers will remember our domain name. Circle them. Countless warships have always paid attention to the movement of Yosadi spaceport. When Yi Yan appeared on the screen of Yosadi spaceport, almost all the fleet learned the news of Yi Yan. At this moment, in the history of the Fapu Star District, there has never been a chase in the star domain of the Azadi spaceport. Although the location of the natural selection of the number of times is the periphery of the surrounding circle of the entire Azadi spaceport fleet. But it does not mean that the place where the number is selected naturally is not distributed with warships. Therefore, when the natural selection number escapes, the first thing to face was not swarming in the rear, just like the sky-high fleet that covered the sky in dust storms. It is surrounded by thousands of warships within 30 astronomical units. These warships are located in all directions of the natural selection number. Like a cage, the natural choice number is made, all the escape directions. When the natural selection number began to escape, they actually cut the angle obliquely and rushed towards the ahead of the natural selection number. Gradually in front of the natural selection number, a Luo-Nat was formed. At the same time, on the main screen of the natural selecting code bridge, hundreds of warships, the speed of sailing, and the distance from the natural selection number are constantly being calculated. At the same time, countless calculation results have been displayed on the channel on the screen. 16 minutes and 53 seconds, the number 37 battleship at 65 degrees on the side of the side will cross the route of our ship. 38 minutes and 26 seconds, the number 168 warship number 168, 37 degrees on the one side, will cross the route of our ship. 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 46 seconds, 20 warships will appear in front of the front, forming a front blocking line. At a time node, the virtual routes along the warship on the screen constantly appear. Eventually, a channel map was covered with red dots. All red dots represent the fleet that intercepts the arrest, when and where will it danger to the natural choice number. Looking at the dangerous navigation trajectory map, Yi Yan did not have any negative expressions. Because in Yi Yan's view, these are not without countermeasures. In her eyes, the glory of Lingnan continued to flash, and her talent, super speed calculation, began to operate crazy in her mind. The voyage calculation diagram on the main screen is constantly in her mind to make analog adjustment. To Yi Yan's opinion, don't look at the thousands of wars around, as if occupying an absolute geographical advantage. But one thing, they have a huge gap with them. That's the strength of the battleship. In fact, the forces that can be arranged near the edge area in the spaceport, if it wasn't for the low strength, it was too bad to be too bad and suppressed. But no matter which one, almost all of them represent the weakness of their battleship. And Yi Yan's natural choice number? Not to mention the destroyer itself is a battleship with speed as king. Even the battleship is almost not an opponent of the destroyer in terms of speed. In addition, Yi Yan's natural choice number is the top Wagray-class destroyer among the destroyers, and the speed is the king of all destroyers. More importantly, in order to prevent herself from being harmed one day, Catherine also modified an extremely powerful power system on this natural choice number as a card. Not only the speed of navigation has been improved, but also the degree of power supply to the energy supply shift engine. Therefore, although the thousands of warships surrounding them have passed the strict actuaries of the smart brain, and found the interception node of accurate interception natural selection numbers. However, at the speed of the natural selection number extremely advantage, it is not unable to crack. The first offset of the ship X, 37 degrees, Y, 22 degrees, the speed is kept at 872 points. Alas! The navigation route of the natural selection number began to shift towards the bottom right. Later, on the screen, after 10 minutes, the upcoming battleship number 37 immediately appeared in a position deviation, and the node that was about to contact immediately failed. And a few minutes later, just the 37th battleship, recalculating the adjustment direction and re-preparing for 12 minutes, intercepting the natural selection number.
Yi Yan said lightly. The first offset of the ship X, 53 degrees.
Y, 72 degrees, the speed increases to 926 points.
Alas!
Suddenly, the position of the number 37 battleship, the position that has just been adjusted again.
This time, the natural selection number with a very fast speed is already passing by the oblique side of the 2 astronomical units.
The 2 warships that originally used a Angle and Hedgley crossed after Yi Yan's 2 disguised appearances. Wait until the 37th battleship, and after adjusting the direction again, it will become completely selected from the rear direction to chase the number. In this case, the number 37 battleship, which was originally not excellent, was almost impossible to catch up with the natural selection number. This is similar to the 2 fish chasing in the water, originally one left and right, and finally intersect at a certain point. But because of one of the fish, the change of the direction is pulled, just to avoid the collision of the fish that comes. After the 2 sides passed the shoulders, it became a chase. But the fish in the back swimming slowly, I could only watch the fish in front of the fish, swimming in the wind.
Slap! Damn! What do you eat? What do you eat? This makes her run away. Aren't you a golden helmsman? Can the 2 changes to you can pass you? What does it mean to hire you for 1 million federal currencies a month? At the critical time, you just drop the chain?
The captain of the 37th battleship scolded angrily. That ship chief, do you want to use shark missiles and give her a bit harder?
Slap. The next second, the captain slapped on the face of the crew. Do you want to live? What people want is alive, it is alive. Who dares to bombard her directly? Didn't you see the dark network speak? Dare to attack Yi Yan's ship at will, it will be wanted by the dark web. Do you want to make money or die? Alas!
Number 37 kicked on the header and turned away madly. He knew that when the natural selection number passed by, his opportunity was gone. Immediately after, the natural choice was constantly adjusted to the direction under Yi Yan's calm and quickly calculated.
Sometimes it will slow down. However, every time you slow down,
there will be a large number of fleets inexplicably, and the interception nodes that intercept the natural selection number are missed.
1, 2, 10, 20, 100. The huge Luo nets formed by thousands of fleets were torn and fragmented under Yi Yan's exquisite calculations. The natural choice number is like a very fast flagfish. Cross countless life and death and killing opportunities.
In the distance, fewer and fewer fleets that can intercept natural selection numbers, and those who break through the encirclement may become bigger and bigger. However, at this moment, the system suddenly issued a harsh alert. On the main screen of the command bridge of the natural selection, the screen suddenly changed. The situation behind the battleship suddenly appeared. Millions of battleships, covering the sky and the sun, actually formed a huge net behind the natural selection. At the same time, as the pursuit time continued to extend, the millions of battleships gradually divided into layers. The further back they went, the more superior the performance of the battleships, destroyers and cruisers chasing in front.
At this time, on the screen, hundreds of astronomical units away from the natural selection, there were thousands of advanced battleships. If they were allowed to break through to within 100 astronomical units of the natural selection, the impact jammers equipped by the advanced battleships would be able to directly slow down and interfere with the navigation of the natural selection. And now, because the natural selection had been constantly wandering and pulling with thousands of battleships before, the route was not a straight escape at all. Even many times, in order to get rid of the interception node, the natural selection would circle around in a certain star area. Therefore, the huge fleet behind it caught up one after another. At the same time, the warships behind, because they also saw how difficult the natural selection was, spontaneously expanded the cross-section of the chase. The original swarm of chases expanded into a huge pocket. And now, this pocket is getting closer and closer. In less than half an hour, the leading Veneto-class battleship will break through to within 100 astronomical units, and then use the maximum range of the impact jammer to impose a strong power restriction on the natural selection. At the same time, in front of the natural selection, there are still nearly 100 warships entangled. And the further back you go, the more powerful the remaining entangled warships are. Swish! The natural selection swung its tail and shook off the blockade of 3 warships again. A sharp light flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. There is no time, it's now. Beep! An electronic prompt sounded, and then on the main screen, Yi Yan directly drew a straight route. Everyone, pay attention. The engine of the natural selection is fully powered on.
It will move at full speed along the newly established route.
Boom! 8 engine nozzles released fierce blue plasma flames.
The speed of the natural selection instantly increased to 1972 ticks. The entire warship was like a streaking arrow. Under the incredible gaze of thousands of warships, it passed through the encirclement that was about to be locked and rushed into the distance. How could this Black Peony pirate group be so fast? The next moment, on the entire communication public frequency of the Yasadi spaceport, several giant mercenary groups and pirate groups frantically sent messages to the warships ahead.
Stop it! You idiots! There are less than 10 minutes left. Delay, delay.
Don't rush, as long as you stop it, you will all get a share. Feral Security Company here guarantees you that as long as the warships participating in the interception are completed, at least the grade of your warships will be upgraded by 1 level. Don't encircle that destroyer anymore, you just need to set up a net formation, form a blockade line in front, and stop it. Listen, warships participating in the blockade in front, Feral Security Company has communicated with the Dark Network and allowed you to use all non-lethal attack methods except the main gun. As long as you stop the warship without destroying it, everyone will get a bounty. As soon as these news came out, the situation in front of the natural selection suddenly changed. The nearly 100 high-level warships that were originally encircling in front suddenly stopped the encirclement and pursuit plan. Then they all retreated in the direction of the natural selection's escape. On the way back, nearly 100 flagships of the fleets, almost all of which were Wagray-class destroyers, kept adjusting their directions. Finally, in front of the natural selection, at a distance of 500,000 kilometers, a grid blockade line was formed for the natural selection's route. After this blockade line was formed, a dense missile barrage was launched by these nearly 100 Wagray-class destroyers, which attacked the natural selection frantically. The intensity of the missile barrage was just enough to cause damage to the various equipment of the natural selection without destroying the warship. Moreover, the redundant other high-powered artillery also simultaneously blocked all the escape routes of the natural selection.
At this moment, the blockade line formed by nearly 100 Wagray-class destroyers suddenly clamped the natural selection like a cage.
The natural selection had no room for maneuver except to break through them head-on.
Alas!
The dense laser beam also attacked the natural selection number. Warship armor, addendromes were shot out of the naked eye. At this time, nearly 1 million ships behind, and there are 7 minutes left to catch up. You can choose the number of natural selection numbers to release the degree of impact interference bombs. The natural selection number has been lost at this time, and all the time gaps are changed again. The blocking line in front, according to the current speed of the natural selection number, will also collide with the nearly 100 Wagray-class destroyers in 3 minutes.
Google search took in before this collision, the naturally selected armor must not support it at that time.
The alarm in the command of the bridge flashed, making all the crew despair. Only Yi Yen is very calm, and she does not know if it is her talent skills, extreme insight. Turn on the nature selecting number, carrier-based cabin. Release all Banshee unmanned fighters. Natural selection number speed, adjust to the highest speed of the Banshee fighter, at 1170 points at speed. Ordered all the Banshee unmanned fighters, the ultra-power choose the number with the natural number to accompany. The desperate crew was numb to release the fighter according to the captain's order. At this time, the warship dodged madly under the rain screen in laser race. The laser beam in front has almost crushed the surface armor of the naval ship. Once the surface armor is crushed, and many important equipment under the armor will suffer major injuries. At that time, the entire natural selection number is likely to become deaf and blind, and nothing can be detected. However, just when the Banshee unmanned fighter was scattered around the natural selection number, Yi Yen personally opened the captain's header and took over the control of the warship. Next moment, Yi Yen's skills, flagship guardian, open. Dozens of Banshee unmanned fighters suddenly form a hole with the natural selection number. A Banshee unmanned fighter flew to the front of the warship and sheltered the natural selection number behind it. Then, countless missile barrage and laser lightning beams were blocked by the Banshee unmanned fighter. And, in this process, the Banshee unmanned fighter also seems to have extremely powerful micro-operation. At the same time, all the damage was spread on each fighter. Make the entire small fleet that is formed by the entire Banshee unmanned fighter, and the natural selection number, rush quickly towards the blockade. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Bang! Just when the natural selection number has exceeded the blockade line and within 10,000 kilometers. The first Banshee unmanned fighter was finally unable to hold it and broke it directly. At this time, the natural selection number is based on the speed at this time, which breaks through the blockade line, leaving 37 seconds. The nearly 1 million warship sea chased by the rear was less than 3 minutes. Alas! Because the strength of the armor is similar. The next Banshee unmanned fighter, followed by bursting. At the same time, the nearly 100 Wagley-class destroyers on the line were blocked. It has also increased the power of laser lightning beam. In 31 seconds, naturally chose the Banshee drone in front of you, there were 28 sakes left. In 26 seconds, naturally chose the Banshee drone in front of you, and there were 19. In 18 seconds, naturally chose the Banshee drone in front of you, and there were 9. Alas! 9 seconds. The Banshee drone in front of the natural choice, only the last one. The missile barrage and laser lightning beam in front are dense like a storm. At the same time, nearly 1 million warship fleet groups that have been chased behind, looking at their respective screens, the fierce battlefield ahead, a smile appeared on the face. A Wagley-class destroyer, which is not good at defense, faces a dozens of times more Wagley-class destroyers, and has a strong firepower blockade. As a result, no matter how the destroyer changed, the destroyer was eventually the destroyer. Next, just wait until the last Banshee unmanned fighter. When it is broken, it is when the natural selection number is torn in crushed armor, and when it intercepts. Several leaders of top groups have already won the voucher, and reminded the blockade in public frequency. Pay attention to the power of attack, do not let the natural number choose the number, cause excessive damage to important characters in the ship. Alas! The last Banshee unmanned fighter, even without 3 seconds, burst directly. However, when the 7 Vine-class battleships were tied to the laser cannon, Yi Yen, who has already taken over the natural selection of the control, suddenly on the bridge, and said coldly, Star Wars director skills, overload firepower, turn on. Next second. In front of nearly 100 Wagley-class destroyers, a dazzling attack beam lit up. Then, a stronger attack than the Veneto-class battleship was also a strong attack. Instantly cover the entire blockade. Boom! 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 Just a few seconds. Numerous laser light beams and air missiles were sparked on nearly 100 Wagley-class destroyers, and the body was instantly burned into a melting state. All people have not returned. I saw dozens of Wagley-class destroyers in the center suddenly burst into huge fireworks and exploded in an instant. At the same time, boom! A flash of light from the engine pierced the entire battlefield. The moment the natural selection was overloaded, it increased its speed to 3,000 points. 10 seconds later, the sharp natural selection easily passed through the smoke and wreckage of dozens of Wagley-class destroyers and broke through the seemingly powerful blockade. And in front, in the vast universe, there were no more warships blocking the natural selection. Without encirclement and interception, and without turning and pulling, the natural selection finally played its great advantage in speed and gradually pulled away from the nearly 1 million ships. Swish! The natural selection, flashing with dazzling blue plasma fire, rushed into the distance. The folding crisis of the Yasati spaceport was finally resolved at this moment. However, what Yi Yen didn't know was that the 5 relics in that special box were still flashing unknown signals. Author side note, 3 chapters have been updated, and there will be another chapter at 5 p.m., 3 rounds, please read and vote. Unknown star domain. A Leviathan-class battleship, and 2 Veneto-class battleships were parked near a star nearby, and absorbed energy comfortably. In the office cabin, K-Sign was casually wore a robe at wool, lying charmingly in the office chair, a pair of jade feet tilted at the corner of the desk, watching the situation of the Asti spaceport in the office cabin leisurely at the center of the office cabin. The red dots of dense representative warships form a star sea around the central Yasati spaceport. At this time, the green point of the natural selection number flashed on the edge of the entire star sea. Then, a few minutes later, the entire star sea riot began to concentrate crazy towards the green point. K-Sign drank a sip of red wine, with a hint of regret on her face. However, when Catherine was waiting for the natural choice, it was swallowed by countless red dots. The green point of the natural selection number was running out of elegant routes. Just like an ancient swordsman master, he raised his hands between his hands, easily and elegant, and easily shook all the red dots that gathered. Then pulled all the way, and even a little bit around the edge of Shanghai. Kaysen put down the wine glass in his hand, slowly sitting on his body. His expression on his face slowly became serious. Judging from the performance of naturally selected numbers, even if Shikaisen personally commands the natural selection number to escape, there is definitely no such ability. At the same time, with the amazing performance of the natural selection number, the dense warship Shanghai, the rear, it turned out to be a pocket of unity and cooperation after a brief stagnation. You know, it is a group of hundreds of thousands of fleets and nearly 1 million warships. Even because of a battleship, I started to cooperate. Catherine's heart was shocked. At the same time, a question flashed in her heart. Is it really not as important as that light brain level wisdom brain? But the next moment, Catherine shook his head. A Yi Yen, how could she take her, compared with the light brain level wisdom brain? Subsequently, the battlefield began to be fierce, and nearly 100 Wagray-class destroyers formed a blocking blockade. At the same time, a large number of missile barrage and laser weapons began to use with the consent of the high-level dark network. In the heart of Catherine, he couldn't help but breathe. Nearly 100 Wagray-class destroyers are also a destroyer, and it seems that the result is doomed. Finally, as long as the ruins items and the special box of the Federal Austrian Star fell into the hands of the dark web, then the real whereabouts of the light brain level wisdom brain will be completely drowned in the bare skin of the two forces. To this end, Catherine is even willing to sacrifice her biggest card, a Wagray-class destroyer with a leap engine. Everything is developing according to the script written by Catherine. At that time, just wait for everything to calm down. If you return to the Federal Austrian Star, you will be able to cross the warehouse and build a real force. Thinking of this, Catherine's legs could not help claiming, and the happy expectations brought by the expansion of the forces made her involuntarily physical and mental joy. However, just as she started to feel, in the holographic virtual projection in front of her, Catherine opened the misty eyes and looked forward slightly with a little confused manner. Then, she saw the green point of the naturally selected number on the holographic virtual screen, and was writing a dusty posture. From the blockade that is almost impossible to break through, after the burning dozens of Wagray-class destroyers, from countless burning wreckage smoke, walk out. No! This is impossible. K-Sign shivered, shocked at the chase of millions of warships, and gradually drove the green point, and he opened his mouth unbelievably. Slap! The wine glass was broken to the ground. Can this also escape? A Wagray-class destroyer was rigid in an instant, nearly 100 Wagray-class destroyers. It even burst into dozens of ships, and then gone away? Immediately go back to the details of the battlefield. Alas! The picture dates back to the previous battle, and the camera condenses to the battlefield. Yi Yen's flagship Guardian, and overload firepower, specific details, once again staged the victory. Coupon has been holding the coupon, thinking that Kaysen, who was manipulating all situations, first experienced a bone ice cold. Is this really Yi Yen? How can Yi Yen have such a powerful combat skill and ability to fight? If the end, Yi Yen is finally survived, then. Catherine shuddered, and for the first time, he thought of an ending that was absolutely impossible. And this ending is the most unfavorable to her. Because of the winner of this ending, not only will she know what she has done, but at the same time, Catherine also set himself up, an enemy with such a terrible strength. No! Impossible. Yes, impossible. Yi Yen is just a weak woman who looks pretty like an angel. What's more, the signal of those 5 ruins items is still released, and the special box of the Federal Austrian Star also locks on her personal. Under the common killing of both parties. She will die. That's right, her ending must be death. Catherine said fiercely with a ferocious face. At the same time, everything that happened at the Yasati spaceport also appeared on the desk of the forces behind the dark web. I have seen the whole process. The shadow hidden in the shadow knocked on the table and said only one sentence. I want that thing. I want this woman too. Alive. Swish. Following that, the bounty order on the dark web. The bounty for Yi Yen was instantly increased from 500,000 crystal ore to 1 million. At the same time, the dark web emphasized the need for intact living people in red handwriting. No one is allowed to carry out radical ship-destroying actions against the natural selection. Similarly, in this incident, the other big boss, the Federation Orlan Star. In the office of the highest commander of a certain military group in the Federation, Edmund Duke calmly watched the development of the situation at the Yasati spaceport. At the moment when the natural selection escaped, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Are you sure our items are on the natural selection? Yes, sir. Our fleet hidden in the Yasati spaceport has confirmed the information, and the special code signal has been verified. Duke pondered for a while. I heard that there are undercurrents in the Federation. The son of Korhol seems to be planning something? Yes, sir. Mengsk contacted 2 of our private fleets and did have ulterior motives. If the Federation is in chaos, then it doesn't matter whether there are intelligent computers that are not related to the Federation. Edmund Duke said indifferently,
tapping the table with his fingers. It is said that it is easy to get thousands of troops, but it is difficult to get a general. You can give up the things, but this Yi Yan must be ours. Understood. Do your best. Do you understand? Yes. And in the underground world. This dark world is bred in the Copperloo sector, which is composed of thousands of galaxies. Everyone's comments on the ferocious and high-spirited Vagrii-class destroyer are positive. Even though it made tens of thousands of forces lose face, this real hard-fought record, but it made the underground forces that judge heroes by strength say, admire. And then combined with that angelic face, every force yearns to have such a talent. Yi Yan's name instantly became famous in the entire underground world. However, the rules of the underground world. The more famous the celebrity, the more likely they will be provoked. Therefore, all forces became more fanatical in the pursuit of Yi Yan. Not to mention, there is also $1 million bounty on the dark web. For a while, several spaceports connected to the Yasadi spaceport were suddenly filled with warships. Facing such a pursuit in the entire Kepru star region, everyone and all forces recognized Yi Yan's ability. But they did not think that Yi Yan could escape. Her ending seemed to be doomed. And Yi Yan sighed. As the surrounding situation became more and more complicated, and the forces that really wanted to take her down became more and more numerous and stronger, I immediately called up the system's highest communication authority, and dialed a number on the game system. Senior, save me. Author's side note, I have updated 4 chapters and 3 rounds. Please read and vote. Tiri's star. Google search reading at the time note of the Black Peony pirates crossed the galaxy, and then sold Yi Yan, which triggered the breakout of the Azadi spaceport. It happened that Zhang Ruiyun was waiting for 3 weeks and was receiving the forthcoming fleet. At this time, the champion of the mutant camp in the northwest of Turs. After several weeks of transformation, under the manufacturing of countless SCV robots, a city with a length of nearly 100 kilometers was built around. In the city, the supply stations, mechanical manufacturing houses, parts assembly plants, and material conversion stations can be seen everywhere. Various transportation, production, and manufacturing vehicles are busy running in this vainly emerging city. A large number of machine gun soldiers, heavy armor, tank-related components, various guns and ammunition, and continuously transported to newly built warehouses. At the same time, along the foot of Jufeng's mountains, the real original, complete scientific research institutes, R&D centers, command tower, and federal genuine starport, vehicle manufacturing workshops, etc., are the standard buildings belonging to the federal military system. Compared with the previous mutants, according to memory and pictures, the castration version of Star Harbor and scientific research buildings. At this time, the Northwest Scientific Research Base can be said to be updated, and the infrastructure has been qualitatively improved. It is precisely because of these more advanced and scientific infrastructures that have obtained a large number of complete scientists who have a large number of complete technologies. It is more fast and efficient, and all technologies are developed and upgraded day by day. Judging from the technology trees in Zhang Ruiyun's own mind, the technology icons on each level of technology trees are lit one by one at the speed of the naked eye. At the same time, with the countless technology on the technology trees, the mutant was truly mastered. The maintenance of the huge fleet has gradually changed from ordinary repair to update and renovation. At this time, in the Northwest Base, the farm is 50 kilometers away. Thousands of warships are standing on hundreds of newly built warships, receiving the last self-test. The dense maintenance rack on their ships is slowly demolished by SCV. The appearance of the warship appears a little bit at high altitude. In the eyes of Zhang Ruiyun, the entire fleet at this time, after combining the material technology of the Southwest camp, the armor on the entire ship, it is no longer a bright metallic luster, but a matte material with a trace of worms. And such materials, in space, have a certain invisible effect on the investigation of optical and thermal detectors. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyun, who is constantly accepting the honeycomb data from the entire fleet, obviously found that the middle layer inside the fleet armor, the steel frame structure layer that was originally used as a buffer, was now filled with the zerg defensive sponge biological tissue developed by the Southeast Base. This result has caused, and the defense of the entire warship has increased by 50% on the basis of the original. In addition, the sponge biological tissue also has a good shielding effect on the means of detecting microwaves and other bands. Even, this layer of organic biological structure, with the role of energy transmission, actually helped the energy mobilization in the battleship and improved a higher improvement. The accident also enhanced the power of the engine, making the speed of the warships also increased by about 20%. 2.
2. Do. The self-inspection was completed, and all the warships were renewed.
The internal holographic virtual module shows that the entire fleet and all spacecraft all show green health. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyan also received the explanation of the basic data of the fleet, and the results of the obtained made Zhang Ruiyan very satisfied. The entire fleet not only was repaired within the specified 3 weeks, but also carried out large-scale renovation and strengthening.
It can be said that in various aspects, we can consider it.
Now the fleet after the transformation is more than doubled than the previous fleet. Warship repair was successful. Zhang Ruiyan's perspective is placed in the barracks next to the ship factory.
After the insects, they were standing on the training table of the barracks, and the neatly arranged hundreds of thousands of original fleet crews were arranged below. However, the only thing before is that the original hundreds of thousands of human crews have now been transformed into mutant crews by white infections. The reason why it is dealt with. First, because when the warship was just taken over, each human force had a strong sense of resistance. At the same time, Zhang Ruiyan, who was not obtained by the human race trees at the time, was excluded from the ingredients of human race forces, and could not conquer the people's hearts of these human crews. The second is because of Zhang Ruiyan's heart, there is a somewhat urgent and inexplicable crisis, and wants to form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. To form combat effectiveness, nothing is more convenient than transforming all human crews into mutants. Because of the 100% obedience of mutants, the entire fleet has stronger combat effectiveness. What's more, the insects transformed by Zhang Ruiyan were white. In terms of infection, the compatibility of human nature after the infection of mutants has no other insects. The mutant she transformed not only has various capabilities and organs that have been strengthened after insectization. It can also maintain mutants as a way of memory and thinking when humans. Such a mutant, as a crew, not only has flexible responsibility and stronger combat literacy, but also loyalty can also be guaranteed. The last point is that although Tiri's star was integrated by Zhang Ruiyan, it transformed out the unique scenery of ecological planets. But no matter how similar the environmental environment is, how familiar with the smell of air. But it can't change, the planet is covered with bacterial blanket. With bacterial blankets, there will be spores and poisonous gas suitable for the survival of the zerg. Such an environment is not suitable for human survival. If Zhang Ruiyan really protects these humans, he not only needs to build a large number of protective clothing, but also a large number of supply stations. At that time, let alone a city of nearly 100 square kilometers, that is, thousands of square kilometers of cities, the production capacity may not be enough. Therefore, comprehensive considerations, Zhang Ruiyan directly transformed all humans into mutants. In this way, in addition to losing human identity and after going to the human world, it is not convenient for these people to contact the outside world. In terms of directing warships, ability, and obedience, it is much stronger than the previous fleet. At the same time, with these hundreds of thousands of human crew members, transformed into mutants, Zhang Ruiyan, a race base, from the northwest of the mutant base, suddenly entered the right track. Tens of thousands of non-combatants who originally belonged to the scientific research team, after allocating and entering the city, the entire city was organized. It can be said that at this time Zhang Ruiyan can get a light brain level wise brain. Then the northwest direction base here can be counted as a full-featured pure human base. As Zhang Ruiyan completed the consolidation of the foundation of the human race, on the other side of the Cirrus Plateau, the various zerg buildings that crawled out from the ground again began to evolve and grow on a large scale. The various sub-bases of the entire planet were also constantly improved. The amount of resources collected by Zhang Ruiyan every day almost increased by 2 to 3 times. On the battlefield, the lost zerg soldiers were also replenished during this period. Moreover, with the continuous research and evolution of zerg genetic technology, the genes of various arms of the entire zerg swarm have been greatly improved. The defense aspects such as armor and muscle strength have been upgraded to the second level respectively. Attack, bite force, throwing strength and other attack aspects are even moving towards the third level. The combat effectiveness of the entire zerg swarm has made rapid progress. For example, if the Flying Dragon encounters the twin laser cannon attack of the Behemoth-class battleship again, it will never be pierced at will. After the previous battle, Zhang Ruiyan also discovered the necessity of space defense. Especially the 2 satellites on Tirith, which are simply natural space fortresses. Therefore, the space defense plan of Hay and Ivy before was also vigorously promoted by Zhang Ruiyan and was constantly constructed in the star system. You can say that. Although only a few weeks have passed.
But for Tirith, earth-shaking changes have taken place. The planet that was previously as defenseless as a newborn baby has now evolved into a space fortress, not only with powerful weapons, but also with certain interstellar navigation capabilities. However, if Tirith wants to have the self-protection ability to resist the vast human fleet before, in addition to the fleet in Zhang Ruiyun's hands, it also depends on the 4 huge insect eggs that are being reincarnated and evolved in the southwest camp, reincarnation pool. When they can break out of the shell, Tirith will have a stronger interstellar navigation capability. Because the advanced space creatures transformed by the level 5 special zerg building, reincarnation pool, naturally have level 5 strength when they are born. What does this level of strength mean? It means the same combat power as the Behemoth-class battleship. Because the Behemoth-class battleship is also a level 5 human soldier. That is to say, when this Anchuan and 3 behemoths complete their insect transformation and reincarnation. On the planet Tirith, Zhang Ruiyun is equivalent to having the high-level zerg combat power of 4 Behemoth-class battleships. In this case, the defense of the planet Tirith can be said to be impregnable. And at this moment, Yi Yan's game call application appeared on Zhang Ruiyun's game system page. Senior, save me. What's going on over there? I'm not in Catherine's fleet now. Catherine's fleet is being hunted by a huge force. It seems to be related to the relics, and I have become a target now. I now have a modified Vargar-class destroyer with a warp engine, and I am currently fleeing at the Yasadi spaceport. I will now give you a specific route map of the star region where the Tirith star is located. You need to arrive at the Kovilha spaceport. Then travel through the wormhole in the direction of X:21, and you will reach the star region where I am. Then follow the star region coordinates I gave you before, and you can find the Tirith star. System, folding must be used at critical moments. Okay, Senior, I've made a note of it. Is the star system you are in hidden? Will it be detected by the detectors near the star zone nodes? The Tirith star system is more than 10 light-years away from the star zone nodes. It cannot be detected by ordinary detectors and is relatively safe. Okay, Senior. Before Yi Yan finished her words, a quick exclamation suddenly came from the other side. Captain, there is a sign of sudden spatial fluctuations in the surrounding space. It is very likely that a high-level warship has passed through the folding and chased up. The next moment, due to the violent spatial disturbance caused by the folding, Zhang Ruiyun had no time to ask, and the call was forcibly interrupted. Beep. 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 The busy tone of the call still stayed in Zhang Ruiyun's ears, and the communication was interrupted. It is needless to think that Yi Yan's current situation must be very critical. Boom! With a thought from Zhang Ruiyun, the entire Tirith star suddenly rioted. Countless insect swarms roared to the sky. Ivy and Hay put down their work, their faces changed, and they rushed to the northwest base at a high speed. At this time, Zhang Ruiyun looked at by below. Except for the scientific research fleet, the fleet has completed preparations for war, and all members are on standby and can set off at any time. After saying that, Bai lowered his slender upper body waist and bowed slightly to Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun nodded. Then, swish! Zhang Ruiyun's blue scale wings spread out behind him, and he instantly shot towards the research institute under the giant peak. When he stepped into the main cabin of the research center, he said to Akades, who was in charge of coordinating the research of all parties, "Start the quantum communication network." The next moment, a huge holographic virtual screen appeared in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun entered the URL and a long string of complex codes. Ding! The login was successful, and the dark web page was instantly displayed in front of Zhang Ruiyun. Zhang Ruiyun tapped his finger on the search dialog box, and was about to search for the task of hunting down Yi Yan. However, at this moment, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the 3 top bounties on the homepage. One of the items was marked in red. Yi Yan, a bounty of 1 million crystal ore. Zhang Ruiyun's pupils shrank. Fleet, fully loaded with resources and ammunition, set off. Target, Yasadi spaceport.